Chapter 1. I fish for you, will you bite? The coastal city of Haicheng was particularly sweltering in August, with the occasional gentle evening breeze seemingly capable of sweeping away the heat from the pedestrians. Don't rush, they'll be there soon. A sweet, soft female voice echoed from the underground parking lot of Zhonghe Shinzhuan. Jiang Yin ended the call, her left hand grasping a white Chanel Coco handlebag, while her right hand held a pair of white LV trainer sneakers. Adhering to her principle of avoiding high heels while driving, she switched to a pair of flat shoes, placing her white rhinestone stilettos in the passenger seat. Having completed her preparations, she pressed the accelerator and a white Porsche 911 glided through the dazzling lights of Haicheng. Yin Yin, over here. A voice called out amidst the clamor of the billow bar. Jiang Yin followed the sound and spotted her friend Lin Zhouer, with whom she had shared over 20 years of friendship, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Lin Zhouer regarded Jiang Yin, who was clad in a red spaghetti strap dress, her fair skin glowing even more luminously under the ambient lights. The form-fitting dress perfectly showcased her hourglass figure, while the subtly plunging neckline hinted at an alluring colletage. What a stunning beauty! Yin Yin, are you planning to return to your own company now? Lin Zhouer inquired, perched on a bar stool, one hand cradling a cocktail, the other propping up her chin. That's right, my father's getting on in years and is contemplating retirement. I need to acclimate myself first. Jiang Yin took a delicate sip of her ice-cold cocktail, her gaze wandering curiously around the bar. At that moment, she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes piercing through the dim lights and the bustling crowd, locking onto a booth on the second floor. Seated there was a man in a crisp white shirt, his fair complexion striking, with a high, straight nose and thick lashes framing his deep-set eyes. His profile was chiseled yet exuded a gentle charm. As Jiang Yin looked at him, the man appeared to lower his head the same instant, glancing towards the bar. The flickering lights perfectly outlined her exquisite features, and with just a fleeting exchange of glances, the man in the booth quickly averted his gaze. At that moment, the pulsating rhythm of the bar seemed to drown out the rapid beating of Jiang Yin's heart. She arched an eyebrow slightly, swallowing the cocktail in her mouth, unable to suppress a soft exclamation. This drink is simply delightful. Lin Zhouer followed Jiang Yin's line of sight and teased, Yin Yin, are you talking about the drink or the man? Ha ha! Jiang Yin diverted her gaze, playfully swatting at her friend. What nonsense are you spouting? Inside the bar, the lights flickered and the music blared loudly. At the bar, two young patrons were thoroughly enjoying themselves, erupting into fits of laughter intermittently. However, their laughter was swiftly enveloped by the cacophony of music and the clamor of the crowd. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the bar, in a luxurious booth, a group of individuals was reveling in the nightlife. Among them sat a man named Jiang Jing, appearing slightly fatigued as he lounged on the sofa. Beside him, his wealthy friend Xiaoyu was attempting to persuade him to drink. Come on, Lao Jiang, what's the point of being at a bar if you're not drinking? If you can't drink, just go over to the kids' table. Xiaoyu draped an arm around Jiang Jing's shoulder, grinning as he urged him. However, Jiang Jing merely shot him a glance, remaining silent. He picked up a glass of whiskey from the table, downing it in one gulp before calmly stating, I have surgery tomorrow, you all drink with that. He stood and headed downstairs. Watching Jiang Jing's retreating figure, Xiaoyu shook his head in resignation, muttering to himself, such a bore. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his spirits, continuing to drink merrily with his friends. Jiang Yin, seated at the bar, noticed the man on the second floor leaving, placing her cocktail down as she turned to Lin Zhouer. Zhouer, I'm heading to the restroom, I'll be back shortly. At that moment, her oblivious friend asked, Do you want me to accompany you, Yin Yin? No, you enjoy your drink, she replied, stepping gracefully on her slender heels towards the exit. Jiang Jing waited for his driver to arrive. Having concluded a demanding day with 5 surgeries, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, the evening breeze brushing against him, allowing a brief moment of tranquility that alleviated some of his fatigue. Hey, a soft voice called from behind. Jiang Jing turned to see the source of the voice and extinguished his cigarette, discarding it in the trash bin. Why aren't you smoking? Jiang Yin approached him with a playful smile. I don't have the habit of exposing girls to secondhand smoke, Jiang Jing replied in a calm tone. In truth, he didn't have much of a smoking habit. He only indulged occasionally when work became overwhelmingly exhausting or when he felt emotionally burdened. Oh, I see it seems you respect women quite a bit. A subtle smile graced Jiang Yun's lips, and she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. It's quite late. Are you heading home? Would you like me to give you a ride? However, Jiang Jing did not respond immediately, falling into silence. Seeing this, Jiang Yun assumed he hadn't heard her, so she pressed on, "Why aren't you speaking? Do you want me to give you a ride?" At that moment, Jiang Jing slowly lifted his head, a half smile playing on his lips as he regarded the girl before him, saying, "If I recall correctly, you seem to have consumed quite a bit of alcohol just now." Yet Jiang Yun felt no embarrassment, and a gentle smile lingered on her face as she refrained from answering his question. Instead, she delicately brushed her hair, cascading like seaweed, and then slowly spoke, "Jiang Taigong fishing." Jiang Jing found her sudden statement somewhat puzzling, his brows furrowing slightly as confusion flickered in his eyes. Jiang Yun chuckled softly and continued, "Do you know what the next line to Jiang Taigong fishing is?" Seeing Jiang Jing remain silent, she was not surprised. She had anticipated this outcome thus. She answered herself, "It's willing to take the bait." Jiang Jing seemed indifferent to her words, his hands stuffed in his pockets, his gaze calm and fixed ahead as he lightly tugged at the collar of his shirt, as if attempting to disperse the lingering scent of alcohol. Undeterred, Jiang Yun leaned slightly forward, raising her gaze to meet his. Her fragrance wafted gently with the breeze, enveloping him like an invisible bond. She then whispered in a soft, melodious tone, "Jiang Taigong fishing. Willing to take the bait, so I fish for you. Will you bite?" Jiang Jing lowered his head, scrutinizing the girl before him. As she finished speaking, her eyelashes fluttered, her flowing hair swayed in the wind, and her lips parted slightly, her bright eyes captivating. Jiang Jing let out a light scoff. "Am I the first one you fish for?" Afterward, he exhaled slowly, seemingly trying to steady himself as he inquired, "Have you caught one, but not succeeded yet?" Jiang Yun tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "And you haven't even told me your name." Just then, the sound of car horns erupted from the street, and a black Maybach pulled up in front of the Billow Bar. Jiang Jing glanced at the driver and turned to Jiang Yun, saying, "At this late hour, a girl shouldn't readily escort a stranger home." With that, he took his leave. The black Maybach vanished into the vibrant nightscape, while Jiang Yun smiled softly, turning to sway back into the bar. Lin Jiu'er, noticing her prolonged absence, teased, "Did you fall into the restroom? It's taking so long." Jiang Yun placed a finger playfully on her friend's lips, signaling for silence with a should gesture, her lips curling into a gentle smile as she languidly replied, "I didn't fall in the restroom, I went fishing," her every expression undeniably alluring. Lin Jiu'er, charmed by her, playfully slapped her waist. "Don't tempt me." She continued, "You've been gone so long that the drink could have raised fish by now." The two sisters resumed their revelry, toasting and laughing. As the night drew to a close, both called for a designated driver. Perhaps due to the excess of drinks, Jiang Yun felt a slight headache. She rolled down the car window. The streets of the city at 3 in the morning were devoid of pedestrians, and the cool breeze seemed to awaken her senses. Reflecting on the man she had encountered that night and her own boldness, she couldn't help but chuckle softly, pondering the whims of fate and whether she might cross paths with that elusive fish once more. Princesses and young masters, welcome to my new book, Free from Click Car Crashes, Amnesia, or the main character's bankruptcy. The male lead, Jiang Jing, is a cunning yet reserved orthopedic surgeon, while the delicate and charming young lady, Jiang Yun, navigates their love story. Both possess happy, well-rounded families, devoid of White Lotus tropes or parental interference. P.S. Life is already bitter enough, let's write something sweet. If you don't like it, feel free to exit. Kindly refrain from hastily giving low ratings. The story will gradually become more interesting. Give it a chance before you leave. Trust the author, and you'll fall in love. If you enjoy it, please click to follow and add it to your shelf to continue reading. Princesses and young masters, extend your prosperous hands and please turn the page. Chapter 2. Selecting a matchmaker. Wen Li, with a lackadaisical attitude, selected 2 photos to present as her choices. These two young ladies certainly caught her discerning eye. Fu Zheng, take a look at these two heiresses. If you find them suitable, I shall arrange a meeting, she proposed. The elder Mr. Fu, now retired, had little to occupy his time and was solely preoccupied with the matrimonial prospects of his grandchildren. Fu Zheng, without even casting a glance at the photos, casually snatched them from Wen Li's hand and tossed them onto the coffee table. Indifferent as he remarked, "Do as you wish. What do you mean?" "Do as I wish? Surely, you ought to select women you find appealing. Mutual affection is of utmost importance, is it not?" "Little Li," Mr. Fu interjected sternly. Wen Li glanced at Fu Zheng, nodding emphatically. It was indeed crucial. Realizing Fu Zheng's intent, she felt no inclination to prepare fried rice at that moment. She walked over to retrieve her backpack. "Grandpa, I'm heading home now." She then turned to Fu Zheng, adding, "Next time, I'll treat you to fried rice." With that, she exited, her backpack slung over her shoulder. The Fu residence sat adjacent to the Wen household, making her arrival home swift. As she stepped inside, she noted the absence of her family. It seemed all three had gone to work. Wen Li understood that her foremost responsibility was her studies, especially with the college entrance examinations less than a year away. If she did not intensify her efforts now, time would slip away, at the very least. After uncovering the truth, she would possess the capability to fight back. Although she could seek Fu Zheng's assistance, she preferred not to harbor any ulterior motives towards him. After spending a few minutes locating her first-year high school textbooks and devising a study plan, Wen Li immersed herself in her studies for several hours, when she finally lifted her gaze. The night had enveloped the sky. The 3 years spent in a state of near-vegetative existence had instilled in her a certain trepidation of the dark, prompting her to instinctively avert her gaze. She pulled out her phone and stumbled upon a photograph of Fu Zheng dining with the daughter of a Shun family, a strikingly beautiful young woman with an alluring figure. She glanced down at her own ordinary short-sleeved shirt and unremarkable physique, momentarily feeling as if her own mediocrity had somehow allowed her to stand out in Fu Zheng's eyes. In the pitch-black night, under the flickering streetlights, two silhouettes emerged, their distance betraying a hint of unfamiliarity. The woman spoke with a hint of caution, deliberately steering the conversation. "The dishes today were quite good. Do you often dine there?" The man replied in a cool, clipped tone, "No, my assistant chose it." The woman responded with a soft "oh," and inquired, "Then where do you usually prefer to eat?" "I have a fondness for gourmet food." The man's pace momentarily faltered, causing the woman to follow his gaze. Not far away, illuminated by the lights, stood a 17 or 18-year-old girl clad in a simple, pure white dress, her hair neatly tucked behind her ears, wearing a pair of cartoon-themed black flip-flops. Fu Zheng's cool demeanor softened slightly as he increased his stride, soon positioning himself before the girl. In the stillness of the night, his voice, though tinged with chill, carried an underlying warmth. "Why are you still out so late?" Wen Li was about to respond when the woman trailing Fu Zheng approached, her radiant visage brimming with enthusiasm. "Fu Zheng, who is this?" "My niece," Fu Zheng replied. The woman immediately broke into a bright smile, exclaiming, "No wonder she's so beautiful. I didn't bring a gift. I'll make it up tomorrow." As she spoke, she reached out to pat Wen Li's head. Before Wen Li could react, a large hand gently pulled her aside. Fu Zheng's voice was cold yet not unkind. "You should head home." "I'm back." The woman's hand froze momentarily before she withdrew it, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." The sound of her high heels gradually faded until silence prevailed. Fu Zheng turned to Wen Li, instructing, "Let us go home." Wen Li nodded obediently, handing him the bag, fried rice. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng's hands, which had been resting at his sides, subtly tightened, his gaze momentarily resting on her face before shifting away. "Are you waiting for me here?" "Yes." Wen Li affirmed with a nod. Fu Zheng took the bag, his attention clearly fixated on it. Wen Li hesitated for a moment before summoning her courage to speak. "Fu Zheng, could we postpone the matchmaking until after my college entrance exams?" Perhaps due to his focus on the bag, Fu Zheng casually inquired, "Why?" "Because, when he met his gaze, I would also like to participate in matchmaking." As her words fell, the man's attention abruptly fixed upon her face, his gaze probing. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, "Are you in a relationship?" "No." Wen Li shook her head, then honestly added, "He is not interested." Fu Zhang felt a twinge of frustration in his brow, rubbing it with his hand before sternly replying, "No early relationships. Discuss such matters only after you enter university. I've already arranged for a tutor who will tailor lessons to fit your schedule." "All right, I won't pursue a relationship early, but you must promise me not to engage in matchmaking," Wenli countered. Seeing him nod, she waved her hand, offering a warm smile. "Da Fu Zhang, good night." It was only after the white figure vanished into the darkness that Fu Zhang returned his gaze. As he stepped into the living room, Mr. Fu scrutinized him from head to toe, asking, "How did it go?" "Not too bad, I presume." Fu Zhang said nothing, walking straight to the dining table and retrieving the lunchbox from the bag. Observing this, Mr. Fu approached with a satisfied expression, immediately praising, "This is good. Very thoughtful." "Provided by Wenli," Fu Zhang replied, indifferent to Mr. Fu's delight as he sat down to eat the fried rice to his surprise. It was quite delectable, though soon he found his brows slightly furrowed. Mr. Fu's expression of joy diminished a notch as he remarked, "Well, this is acceptable, but that is not." Curiosity soon struck him. "How was the fried rice cooked by little Li?" "Let me have a taste. That girl only knows how to be considerate of you, neglecting to show the same thoughtfulness towards me." "Exit the door, then take a left," Fu Zhang replied coolly to Mr. Fu, not waiting for further elaboration. Continued, "You need not engage in matchmaking for the next 2 years. I lack the time that I shall marry before I turn 30. Initially reluctant, Mr. Fu found himself silenced by the weight of the latter statement, solemnly replying, "You know, I am aging. If you do not marry, I shall depart this world with lingering regrets." Fu Zhang paused, his spoon momentarily halting mid-air, his eyelids raising slightly. "40 is not too late to father a child. How can you claim old age?" Mr. Fu coughed, rising to stroll about with his hands clasped behind his back. In his youth, he had been diagnosed with infertility, adopting Fu Yu, but remarkably at the age of 40. Fu Zhang's mother unexpectedly became pregnant. The entire Fu family had placed immense importance on this event, with Fu Zhang's mother even refraining from leaving the house for an entire year to ensure the fetus's safety. Fu Zhang, being a generation older than the children in his circle, often found himself referred to as uncle, a title he found rather unappealing during his childhood, often retreating to his home. However, when Wenli was born and called out uncle in her sweet, childish voice, he no longer minded, frequently visiting the one household to spend time with her. As Fu Zhang descended from the upper floor, he found Fu Yu enjoying breakfast. The siblings had always shared a close bond. She scrutinized his expression, noting, "You look tired. Those dark circles suggest you didn't sleep well." Fu Zhang poured himself a glass of water and replied nonchalantly, "Yes." Fu Yu handed him chopsticks, then recalled something. "I forgot to ask you these past few days. What happened at little Li's 18th birthday celebration? Why did you leave so suddenly?" Fu Zhang paused for a moment, quickly regaining his composure as he seated himself. "I had matters to attend to." Fu Yu, unconvinced that he had any pressing commitments, knew that he would participate in anything related to Wenli, especially her coming-of-age celebration. "Did little Li upset you?" She was aware that Wenli had not been particularly fond of Fu Zhang in recent years, likely due to her rebellious phase. "No," Fu Zhang replied, clearly uninterested in discussing the matter, understanding his reluctance to delve deeper. Fu Yu tactfully shifted the subject. "Brother-in-law mentioned he would be cooking at home. You should come over for dinner tonight." During the month, Fu Yu would return home for a few days to spend time with their grandfather and grandmother. "Yes, after the parent-teacher conference, I shall come over," Fu Zhang stated. Fu Yu understood precisely whom he intended to meet at the conference, but chose not to comment further. Meanwhile, Wenli had stayed up studying until 3 in the morning and awoke at 10. The school mandated that students arrive by 9:30, especially with the demanding curriculum of her senior year. She quickly sprang into action, packing her bag and rushing downstairs, where Du Ying and Wen Wan were arranging flowers in the living room. Upon noticing her, Wen Wan spoke up, "Sister, there's no need to rush. Mom has called in a leave for you. You can sleep a bit longer." Du Ying and Wen Wan were genuinely kind, to the extent that they had no expectations of her. In the past, Wenli would have been delighted to return upstairs to sleep, resting until she felt refreshed. However, now that she was clear-headed, she realized that such indulgence was inappropriate. Remembering how Fu Zhang had been the only one to genuinely care for her during her past life while she had responded with harsh words, she felt deservedly ashamed. With her gaze lowered, she declared, "From now on, be sure to wake me up on time." After saying this, she dashed out the door with her backpack. In the living room, Doing watched her leave and softly inquired, "What is going on?" Wan, deep in thought, shook her head and replied, "Perhaps Dad was too harsh yesterday. A few days prior, when Lee had expressed a desire to visit an amusement park. Mom, please take her tomorrow. I need to prepare for the debate competition and have been quite busy." "All right, focus on your studies. Once you graduate, you can intern at the One family." Doing gently patted her hand, giving her a meaningful look. At school, after successfully arriving late, when Lee's homeroom teacher turned a blind eye, considering that the parents did not seem concerned about their child's academic performance. With a dismissive wave, he signaled her to enter the classroom for self-study. "Mr. Pan," Lee called out obediently before shouldering her bag and stepping into the classroom. Pan Mingyan opened his eyes and surveyed the female students in the classroom, exclaiming, "Oh," with a slight sound, although Lee was not the type of girl to cause trouble. She was still somewhat disobedient. Lee's social standing at school was rather poor. She did not reside on campus and had little interest in her studies, resulting in a lack of friends. When her deskmate noticed her arrival, the whispering recitation grew quieter, and in the next moment, he was taken aback by the volume of Lee's voice. However, her presence in the classroom at that moment did not seem out of place. The teacher proclaimed, "Tang, Hanyu, ancient scholars must have a teacher, that a teacher is one who imparts knowledge and resolves doubts." The students in the two front rows turned to look at Lee, as she had previously been known to rest her head on the desk and sleep at this hour. Naturally, Lee noticed their gazes and smiled at them. Her beauty was striking, and with her smile, she appeared even more charming, momentarily diminishing their disdain. Throughout the self-study session, Lee immersed herself in the recitation of classical Chinese texts, which did not go unnoticed by Pan Ming, who found it rather curious. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, parents began to arrive one after another. Lee leaned over the balcony, observing Fu Zheng, and after waiting for several minutes, she finally saw his car enter the school grounds. She hurried down the stairs, and just as she reached the first floor, she spotted Fu Zheng ascending, dressed casually in a simple white t-shirt, black trousers, and a pair of sneakers. Although Fu Zheng held a high status, he was only 26 years old, and to the naked eye, he resembled someone in their early 20s. That moment, Fu Zheng also caught sight of her, and before he could speak, a man behind him remarked, "White-eyed wolf, you're quite polite today." This man was Bai Si-yin, a close friend of Fu Zheng. Although they were friends, they were of different generations. Bai Si-yin harbored particular dislike for Lee, as Fu Zheng's concern for her was evident. While Lee treated Fu Zheng with a rather disdainful attitude, akin to that of a white-eyed wolf, they had often referred to her as a white-eyed wolf. In the past, Lee would have retorted angrily, but now she remained silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. She was indeed a white-eyed wolf. "Uncle Bai, sincerity is the ultimate weapon." Bai Si-yin nearly slipped on the stairs as he ascended. Almost toppling over, he quickly looked up at Lee, while Fu Zheng nudged Bai Si-yin and succinctly commanded, "Apologize." Bai Si-yin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced at Lee with suspicion, noticing her significant change over the past few days. "Well, I misspoke." Lee led the two into the classroom, and Fu Zheng naturally took her seat, while Bai Si-yin managed to acquire a chair from somewhere and sat beside him as soon as the homeroom teacher arrived. The students filed out, and Lee followed suit. Not like the other students who peeked through the windows, in a corner, she quietly recited classical Chinese texts until she could recite an entire piece. At which point the parents in the classroom began to exit one by one. Bai Si-yin was the first to emerge, approaching Lee with a mock-serious tone. "You're doomed. Your homeroom teacher is talking about you." Quite impressive, scoring in the teen range that I could do better with my eyes closed. Lee regarded him, stating the facts. "This isn't my first time scoring in the teen range." Bai Si-yin scrutinized her with curiosity. "You seem to have grown quite bold." Lee refrained from retorting. Bai Si-yin was known for his sharp tongue, capable of leaving others speechless. Noticing her silence, Bai Si-yin cast a glance at her petite face. Delicate features and fair skin were striking, and he thought, no wonder. After a while, Fu Zheng emerged with the homeroom teacher, immediately spotting Lee and striding over to her, fixing his gaze upon her for a few seconds. "I know you don't want to do this." Lee's eyes brightened a little. Although she was not diligent in her studies, she was not at the bottom of her class. Her lack of effort stemmed from her belief that she could easily achieve success without hard work, unlike others who studied for a better future. Thus, she had developed a sense of apathy towards her studies. I will study diligently. She suddenly added, please keep this a secret. I wish to make a remarkable impression. She could not yet allow her friends to know of her change in attitude towards her studies. She did not wish to doubt them, but the reality seemed evident. Bai Si-yin chuckled. A remarkable impression? If it's for the college entrance exam, scoring at the bottom is indeed remarkable. Wen Li, unable to tolerate this any longer, bared her teeth at him in a mock snarl, then turned to Fu Zheng. I'm heading back to the classroom. After a pause, she added, can you come pick me up tonight? I'm a little afraid of the dark. It was a deliberate attempt to connect with Fu Zheng, but she genuinely felt a twinge of fear regarding the darkness. Fu Zheng nodded in agreement. Once the others entered the classroom, they descended the stairs and returned to the car. Bai Si-yin volunteered to drive. As they exited the school, he glanced sideways and remarked, you know, you have no blood relation whatsoever. A few days earlier, on the day of when Li's 18th birthday party, Fu Zheng had suddenly approached him. His eyes filled with a struggle and a sense of helplessness that he confessed, I have suddenly realized that I have feelings for Wen Li. The flutter of a youthful heart was not only late to arrive, but also transcended his moral boundaries. Upon hearing this, Bai Si-yin thought the world was ending, but then he realized it was not such a big deal, considering Fu Zheng and Wen Li had no blood relation whatsoever. It was akin to the Fu family being a legitimate royal lineage, while the Wen family was merely a small, obscure household. The man in the passenger seat turned his head to look out the window. His tone as cold as ever. Let's not speak of this matter again. Bai Si-yin instantly understood his meaning. There would be no crossing of boundaries, not even a fraction. They had grown up together and knew that Fu Zheng had never harbored romantic thoughts. Initially, Bai Si-yin thought he was merely prematurely burdened with the responsibilities of adulthood and had succumbed to despair. However, that was not the case. Chapter 3. Unusual behavior must have its cause. When Li's unusual behavior drew the keen attention of her homeroom teacher, Pan Ming, and during evening self-study, he deliberately walked towards her several times. Each time, he found her engrossed in her studies. There was clearly something amiss, and it was evident that she was not her usual self. In the final minutes before class ended, he stood beside Wen Li once more, swiftly reaching for her book and instinctively glancing at her desk, expecting to find novels or similar reading material. He was surprised to discover high school textbooks, their pristine pages filled with half-finished notes. Indeed, after spending so long as a teacher, one encounters all sorts of peculiarities. Wen Li's beautiful eyes looked up at him, and Pan Ming and felt an awkward sense of misunderstanding towards the student. He placed the book down, cleared his throat, and continued. Ms. Wen Li. She seized the opportunity to call out to him. She then pulled out a physics workbook, opened it, and handed it to him, asking, could you explain this problem? I don't understand it. Pan Ming hesitated for a moment, quickly nodded, and leaned down to examine the workbook. He soon began explaining, noticing that Wen Li was able to follow along swiftly. To his surprise, he praised her. It seems you're not as foolish as I thought. I had assumed you had some issues with your intelligence. Wen Li replied, while Pan Ming inadvertently expressed his true thoughts, only to realize it moments later and awkwardly follow up with, you are quite clever. Just then, the bell rang, and Pan Ming clapped his hands, saying, class is over. Hurry back and get ready for bed. Stop reading and ensure you get enough sleep to study better tomorrow. Once Wen Li packed her bag, she stepped out of the classroom amidst the throng of students. As she reached the doorway, a few boys in the hallway began to tease her. Wen Li was renowned for her beauty at school, and boys often waited for her in the corridors, exchanging a few words with her. Immediately, others turned to look, and when Wen Li glanced over, she ignored the boys and continued on her way. Yes, the boys playfully jostled one another. One bumped into Wen Li, causing her to stumble slightly. Had it been her former self, she would have been incensed, but now she merely steadied herself and looked at them. The boys, with smirks on their faces, offered insincere apologies. Sorry. Suddenly, a large hand pulled Wen Li back a little. Just as she was about to express her annoyance, she turned to see Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng cast a casual glance at the boys, who were still in the midst of their antics. Suddenly, Wen Li felt emboldened and forcefully pushed the group of boys back. I'm sorry, but I do not forgive. The boys were not angered. Upon seeing Fu Zheng, they quickly dispersed at Fu Zheng and Wenli descended the stairs one after the other. Fu Zheng opened the back seat door for her, and once she was seated, he closed the door and he took his place in the passenger seat. Wenli stole a glance at him, sensing his desire to maintain distance. She chose not to comment that moment. She felt she could say nothing. She switched on the light in the back seat and pulled out her workbook to work on. The journey was quiet as the car entered the villa area, finally stopping in front of the one residence. Wenli looked up at the brightly lit villa, which seemed to loom in the darkness, and for a moment, she felt as though she were trapped in an iron cage, searching for an escape route. She was currently somewhat averse to the home where she had grown up. Her gaze quickly shifted back to the man in the passenger seat. "Can I come over to your place to study?" Fu Zheng's eyes met hers through the rearview mirror, and he responded with a quiet The driver immediately started the engine, driving into the Fu residence, where only old Master Fu was present. Seated on the sofa, watching television, Madame Fu was unwell and had gone to the mountain villa to escape the heat for a while. Upon hearing the door open, he turned his head to look toward the entrance. "Little Li is here. Have you eaten?" "I have." When Li replied obediently with a nod, Fu Zheng slightly raised his head, gesturing for her to go upstairs. "Go right in my room." When Li nodded and ascended the stairs with her backpack. After a while, old Master Fu softly inquired, "What is wrong with this child? Has the one family said anything about her?" When Li seldom visited the Fu residence and certainly did not stay there for long. Not much. Fu Zheng retrieved some fruit from the refrigerator, washed it, and then ascended the stairs with the platter in hand. He raised his hand to knock on the bedroom door, and upon entering, he placed the fruit bowl on the table under Wen Li's gaze. "I'll be downstairs. Call me if you need anything." As he turned to leave, Wen Li tilted her head and asked, "Could you stay with me for a bit?" "I fear the dark." Her words. Fu Zheng hesitated momentarily, then replied with a soft taking a seat at the edge of the bed. Wen Li glanced at him, retrieved her homework from her backpack, and after an hour, she declared, "I've finished my work. Let's go." Fu Zheng shifted his attention from his phone, stood up, and exited first. In the living room, the old Master Fu was still engrossed in a war film. Being of advanced age, sleep eluded him, and he found joy in such cinematic depictions. As the two descended, the battle on screen raged fiercely. Without uttering a word, Fu Zheng seized the remote control, abruptly halting the footage. "It's time for bed." The old Master Fu immediately frowned, attempting to negotiate. "Let me finish this episode first." Fu Zheng remained silent, holding the remote firmly, signaling to Wen Li to proceed ahead. Just before exiting, Wen Li caught a faint murmuring from the old Master Fu. "Am I the one in charge? Or are you?" Her peripheral vision instinctively darted towards the man behind her. Handsome yet solemn, she had never fully grasped why he seemed so mature for his age. But now it dawned on her. Though being the eldest son was a privilege, it came with burdens that were heavier than those shouldered by others, resulting in greater pressure. Fu Zheng had taken over the family business at a young age. It was evident he had silently endured a great deal. Naturally, he had matured far beyond his peers. "Fu Zheng, I will help you bear some of that burden in the future." She had only uttered the first two words before retracting, realizing she hadn't yet figured out her own life. "Just wait a little longer. When I am capable, I will certainly share the load." She rephrased, "When I have a break, I'll treat you to a meal." "Is the Wen family treating you poorly?" Fu Zheng's gaze turned inquisitive, scrutinizing her expression. The glimmer of sadness in her eyes was unmistakable, yet she shook her head. "No, they are very kind to me." At the entrance of the one residence, Wen Li waved her hand at Fu Zheng. "Fu Zheng, good night. See you tomorrow." After saying this, she dashed into the one household. Upon entering the living room, Du Ying rose from the sofa, her face radiating warmth as she inquired tentatively, "Has your uncle come to pick you up?" Understanding that Du Ying was already aware, Wen Li nodded and intended to head upstairs. Du Ying smiled and added, "I've taken leave from your homeroom teacher. I'll take you to the amusement park this weekend." She then picked up an item from the table and handed it to her, a new gaming console. Purchased in secret from her father, which she had enjoyed in her bedroom. "Don't be angry with your father. He has just focused on the company. Once your sister helps out, your academic performance one team matters so much. After the college entrance examination, I'll arrange for you to study abroad, and you can continue your dance lessons." Wen Li had been studying dance since childhood and had won several medals. However, After being introduced to video games in middle school, she had ceased her dance training to doing words reminded her that she still possessed a skill, and at the very least, she could resume her dance studies. Regardless of the Wen family, she needed to ensure her own survival. Turning to Du Ying, she said, "Mom, could you help me find a dance teacher? I want to start learning again." Anticipating Du Ying's agreement, Wenli was not surprised. At this crucial juncture in her third year of high school, as long as she didn't neglect her studies, Du Ying would likely comply. "I'm going upstairs to play games. Don't disturb me." With that, she ascended the stairs with her backpack. Once in her bedroom, Wenli locked the door behind her, turned on the gaming console, and cranked up the volume to create the illusion of being engrossed in gaming. In the living room, Du Ying, hearing the sounds of the game, withdrew her gaze with satisfaction. After a while, when Rong returned from his social engagements, hearing the gaming sounds, he frowned and remarked, "It's already her third year of high school. How can she still be playing games? I can't help it if she wants to play. Let her have some time. The academic pressure has been intense lately." Du Ying took his coat and continued, "You know how it is. Scolding her doesn't help, and it disrupts the harmony at home." When Rong rubbed his temples, exasperated. What academic pressure does she have? Always at the bottom of her class. How will she ever take over the company? If it weren't for the promise made to Wenli's grandfather, he wouldn't care whether Wenli studied or not that Du Ying had been his girlfriend in college. But they had broken up over trivial matters. Shortly after marrying Wenli's mother, they had crossed paths again. It was only a few days after Wenli's mother had a difficult childbirth that he learned Du Ying had given birth to a daughter. Slightly older than Wenli. Out of both affection and obligation, he felt responsible. But Wenli's grandfather was aware of his infidelity during marriage and worried he might neglect Wenli in the future. After negotiations, it was agreed that the inheritance of the Wen family business would solely go to Wenli, and Rong could only marry Du Ying if both of them took responsibility for Wenli. In Wan, she may not excel in everything, but her studies are good. She can help Xiao Li without any issues, Du Ying added. When Rong's expression softened slightly, acknowledging Wan's obedience. Having her around would certainly ease his burdens. A few days ago, Wan had mentioned she would forego studying abroad, stating her health was poor and that she would assist him with work after graduation. Du Ying sighed and spoke gently. She has always desired to study literature abroad. When Rong's face bore a look of regret, "I have wronged Wan. Although she cannot inherit the company, I will not treat her unfairly. The family should not speak of family matters. Harmony is more important than anything else," Du Ying reassured him. When Rong embraced her, kissing her forehead, then glanced upstairs, his voice rising in irritation. "It is so late. Why is she still gaming? All right, don't be upset. Let her play." Du Ying gently patted his chest, offering comfort. Tea around 1 a.m, when Rong still heard the gaming sounds and decided to go upstairs. Du Ying wrapped her arms around his waist. "You have a meeting tomorrow. Go to sleep." Kids these days just love video games. Letting her play for a while 1 hurt. 2 a.m. After finishing her studies, Wenli rose to turn off the gaming console, completed her nightly routine, and collapsed on her bed. Learning from yesterday's lesson, she had set an alarm for 7 o'clock. Waking up was painful, but being a vegetable was worse at BY this time. When Rong had already risen and was making his way downstairs, seeing her, he immediately warned, "If you keep playing games, I'll smash them all." Wenli had never liked him in the past, and even in this new life, her feelings remained unchanged, for when Rong had always viewed her merely as a tool to inherit the company. Had he and Du Ying had a son, he would undoubtedly have gone to great lengths to ensure the boy inherited the business. However, she understood that when Rong wouldn't dare to act against her, not because of the Wen family, but because of Fu Zheng. Many of the current projects in the Wen family were intentionally overlooked by Fu Zheng for him, noticing she was solely focused on her breakfast. When Rong slammed his hand on the table, "What are you eating? No breakfast for you." Wenli obediently stood up, shouldered her backpack, and declared, "I'm going to the Fu family for breakfast." When Rong's expression changed in an instant. Before he could comprehend, Wenli had already stepped out the door. He hurriedly called after her, "Come back." Wenli pretended not to hear, jogging towards the Fu residence, and to her surprise, Fu Zheng emerged from the living room just then. Their eyes met, and Wenli softly complained, "Fu Zheng, when Rong won let me eat breakfast. Come in and eat." Fu Zheng replied, his gaze darkening as he stepped aside to let her pass. He then instructed the driver, Don't bother with me. Take her to school later. Take me with you. Wenli pressed, taking advantage of the situation. Dressed in her school uniform, a short-sleeved shirt paired with a black pleated skirt and white sneakers. Her long, dark hair was tied back, with a few loose strands framing her face. Her soft-spoken demeanor made it hard for anyone to refuse her request. Fu Zheng's gaze lingered longer than intended before he quickly turned away. Declining, "I have matters to attend to." "Okay." Wenli fiddled with her backpack strap, though her body remained rooted in place. Her eyes fixed on Fu Zheng. He had no pressing business. He was merely trying to avoid any awkwardness. He would retreat, and she would advance. Otherwise, they would truly have no opportunity together. He only needed to take a small step. She would take the rest. Fu Zheng swallowed hard, his throat tightening as he glanced at his watch. His cold demeanor softened slightly. "We'll have breakfast in the car. Get in." Not long after, Wenli climbed into the spacious car, immediately greeted by a subtle scent of woodsy cologne, Fu Zheng's signature fragrance. This scent had been her favorite during her 3 years of being a vegetable, as it signified Fu Zheng's presence beside her. She inhaled deeply, savoring the familiarity. After a while, Fu Zheng entered the car with breakfast. As Wenli continued to study in the vehicle, she occasionally stole glances at the man in the passenger seat. Not long after Wenli arrived at school, Doing came to pick her up. Wenli had already prepared her excuse. "I stayed up late playing games last night, and didn't you want to go? I'll just sleep in the classroom." Seeing the evident dark circles under her eyes, Doing chose not to press further. She tenderly tucked a strand of hair behind Wenli's ear, saying, "Then make sure to get some good rest in the classroom." After a moment, she added, "There's a banquet at home this weekend. I know you're not fond of such events, so you could either stay at your grandfather's for a couple of days or invite some classmates or friends to hang out." In an instant, Wenli recalled that during this period, Wenwan would be getting engaged to the sole heir of the Qin family. Although the Qin family may not rival the Fu family in strength, they certainly surpassed the one family by several magnitudes. Du Ying and Wenwan had always maintained a facade of indifference towards wealth and status. However, the reality now appeared dubious. If they truly held such indifference, why would one engage with the only son of the Qin family? The heir was notorious in the capital for his flirtatious nature. Yet it was quite unexpected that the Qin family would consent to an engagement with Wenwan. I remained at home, engrossed in gaming, refusing to descend. Doing hesitated momentarily before gently persuading, "It's rather noisy at home. I'm concerned it might disrupt your gaming. Then I shall go to the Fu residence." Wenli retorted strategically. Doing immediately shook her head. "That wouldn't be appropriate. If you're gaming upstairs, then stay upstairs. I will ensure that no one disturbs you." Chapter 5. Growing up, the school in the capital was considerably more humane compared to others, likely due to the strength of its faculty, as it did not encroach upon the students' holiday time. The third-year students had their weekends off, as usual, yet the assignments remained plentiful but on Friday afternoon. After school, my deskmate Zhou Qin packed her bag and, after a moment of hesitation, glanced at Wenli, who was also packing her belongings. For the first time, she took the initiative to ask, "Wenli, would you like to join us at the library to study?" Wenli, aware of her unpopularity, paused for a few seconds before responding, "They probably don't like me much. You all go ahead. You're quite nice." Zhou Qin remarked, having paid more attention to her lately, quietly studying and occasionally helping her collect her assignments. Having had few friends in her past life, Wenli hesitated but ultimately nodded. "All right." Seeing her agreement, Zhou Qin stood up to inform the other girls. Wenli noticed the group glance in her direction, seemingly reluctant. It was unclear what Zhou Qin had said, but they approached her, waiting for her to finish packing. Appearing somewhat amicable, upon stepping out of the classroom, Wenli spotted Wenwan not far away, carrying an abundance of snacks. Her appearance was radiant, complemented by her attire, making her quite eye-catching. Many boys discreetly appraised her as they walked by. Zhou Qin and the others were familiar with Wenwan, as she often visited and occasionally reminded them not to bully Wenli, which was rather uncomfortable to hear. Over time, they had distanced themselves from Wenli. Zhou Qin looked at Wenli and softly inquired, "Are you still going?" Wenli nodded and then turned to Wenwan. "I've made plans to hang out with some classmates and will return home later." After speaking, she gently tugged at Wenwan's hand, displaying a hint of affection. Wenwan responded indulgently, "All right, have fun." She then turned to Zhou Qin and the others, warmly reminding them, Don't bully Wenli, okay? Instantly, Zhou Qin and her friends appeared displeased. One girl was about to say something when Wenli, with utmost seriousness, interjected, "Only I can bully them." "Sister, you should hurry along," she urged. All right, I'll head off first. Do take care," Wenwan conceded and left with her belongings. Wenli turned her attention back to Zhou Qin and her friends. Noticing their somewhat sullen expressions, she boldly asked, "Are you still willing to let me join you?" Initially, Zhou Qin and her friends felt a bit uncomfortable, but they soon found her question amusing. Lin Baozhu looked at her and exclaimed, "I thought you only listened to your sister." She then stuck out her tongue playfully. Wenli replied earnestly, "One must grow up eventually." If she did not mature, she would perish once more. Lin Baozhu, with her cheerful demeanor, burst into laughter and playfully linked her arm with Wenli's. "I think I'm starting to like you. I must be quite likable," Wenli winked. "Wow, you're overly confident, aren't you?" "Generally, I'm first in the nation," she quipped. The group of girls chatted and laughed as they left the school. The library was nearby, just a 15-minute walk away. In comparison to them, Wenli was slightly less adept at studying. After 2 hours, Zhou Qin and the others gradually finished their assignments, while Wenli had only completed half. Zhou Qin glanced at the others and quietly suggested, "You all can head back first." The others nodded in agreement, and Lin Baozhu, who had become quite close to her, said, "I'll stay with you." Once the others departed, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin settled beside Wenli. After a while, they understood why Wenli was slower. She flipped through her books with the questions she couldn't solve, quickly grasping the relevant knowledge points. Another 2 hours passed before Wenli finally completed all her assignments. She turned her head to see Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu reading beside her and softly said, "Let me treat you to dinner." Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu hesitated, not wanting to take advantage of her. "Let us split it evenly." Wenli smiled and led the way outside, guiding them into an old alley. Soon, she pointed to a dilapidated shop. "Can we eat here? The food is quite good." Although unaware of Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu's family situations, most students in the capital had relatively favorable conditions. Zhou Qin hesitated before asking, "Is it clean?" "I really want to try it," Lin Baozhu eagerly stated. Zhou Qin glanced at it again, feeling tempted. "Then let's eat." Wenli was quite fond of the food from this shop. After a first bite, Lin Baozhu gasped in delight, praising, "This is delicious. How come you eat at street stalls?" Wenli swallowed, admitting, "I was just craving it. My mother and brother both forbid me from eating street food, claiming it's unhygienic." Lin Baozhu pouted, while Zhou Qin nodded in agreement. Wenli lowered her gaze, reflecting, "Yes, street food is indeed unhygienic." Yet Du Ying and Wenwan had never dissuaded her nor prevented her from indulging in such treats. She did not harbor resentment towards anyone. Rather, those who genuinely cared for you would impose certain boundaries that it was acceptable to indulge occasionally, but not routinely. After finishing their meal, Lin Baozhu seemed to have classified Wenli as her close friend. Whispering conspiratorially, "Wenli, how about we check out a bar later? My brother often goes to bars without taking me, saying I'm not allowed, but my cousin says there are many handsome guys inside. And I'm curious. Qin is timid. I'm somewhat brave, but you must be quite bold." Wenli, sensing her silence, observed Lin Baozhu with her hands clasped together. "I really want to go." Wenli glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. After a moment's hesitation, she agreed, "Fine, but if I get scolded when I return home, don't blame me." "Sure, I promise not to blame you. Wenli, you're the best." Lin Baozhu immediately hugged her. For safety, they decided to go to a bar affiliated with the Fu Group. Before entering, Wenli stowed her backpack and changed into casual attire, ensuring she didn't look like a student. Luckily, all of them were of legal age, allowing them to enter without issue. Wenli stood in the center, flanked by Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu, so that if she were a man, others might assume she was quite adept at charming women. Lin Baozhu exclaimed in awe several times along the way, and the waiter glanced at her multiple times, leading them to their seats and handing Wenli a tablet to order drinks. Wenli casually ordered 3 cocktails and settled the bill using Du Ying's supplementary card. Once the waiter departed, Zhou Qin exhaled in relief. That was nerve-wracking. Lin Baozhu laughed heartily, glancing around. "This bar isn't chaotic at all. My brother lied to me." "Wenli, have you been here before? You seem like a regular," she inquired. "I once ordered a male model." Wenli teased, meeting the serious gazes of the two and bursting into laughter. Adding, "But don't come here without me in the future. It's too easy to deceive you." Lin Baozhu lamented, "I wanted to ask if the male model was handsome, but if we ordered one, we'd really be in trouble." When the drinks arrived, Wenli prohibited them from drinking, allowing only for observation. Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu, aware of safety, refrained from touching the drinks and instead curiously surveyed their surroundings. On the second floor, in the hallway, Bai Xian leaned against the balcony, speaking on the phone. His gaze drifted below, pausing momentarily before he recognized Wenli. He turned and headed towards the private room, where several men were engaged in casual conversation. Wenli is downstairs. Chapter 6. He is not her uncle in unison. Everyone turned to Fu Zheng, whose eyes lifted from his phone, momentarily in disbelief, his cold voice tinged with confusion. "What?" Wenli is downstairs. "Oh, and your sister too." Bai Xian gestured towards another man. Lin Yichen's brow twitched, instinctively rising to his feet and hastily descending the stairs. Lin Baozhu, eager to spot handsome men, was merely assisting Wenli in her search. With discerning eyes, she scrutinized the crowd for a slightly handsome man. Pointing, "What about this one?" Lin Baozhu eagerly looked over, but her expression swiftly morphed into shock as she stammered, "My brother," Wenli remarked. "What terrible luck." Lin Yichen flicked Lin Baozhu's forehead, admonishing, "You really have some nerve coming to a bar." Lin Baozhu shielded her head, retracted her neck. "I just wanted to take a look." Lin Yichen grasped her hand and then turned to Zhou Qin. "Does your sister know you're at a bar?" Zhou Qin cautiously shook her head. Not recognizing him, Wenli attempted to rescue them. "We're here for social practice. It's an assignment from school. And we haven't consumed any alcohol." Lin Baozhu's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded. "We're just here for social practice. We haven't drunk anything. Not a drop." Lin Yichen found their excuse hard to believe. Scoffing quietly before turning his attention to the shadow behind him. "Fu Zheng, do you believe your niece when she claims she is here for a social practice?" Upon hearing the words, Wenli slightly tilted her head and caught sight of Fu Zheng, who was clad in a black shirt. The concentration of his brows and eyes made her feel a tad more restrained as soon as she realized he was Wenli's uncle, Lin Baozhu. Appearing as if burdened by guilt, hastily interjected, "It was I who asked Wenli and Zhou Qin to accompany me. It has nothing to do with them. Rest assured, you are doomed tonight." Lin Yichen gestured for Zhou Qin to follow, then addressed Fu Zheng. "I'll take the two of them home first." As Lin Baozhu departed, she kept her gaze fixed on Wenli, her eyes filled with remorse, but Wenli had no time to dwell on that. Her attention locked onto Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng glanced over the 3 glasses of liquor on the table, then turned his gaze back to Wenli, his voice cold as ice. "Keep up." With that, he turned and walked ahead, his stride measured, evidently allowing Wenli to keep pace. They entered a pristine private room, where Fu Zheng illuminated all the lights and settled into a booth. His jaw tense. "What brings you to a bar?" he inquired. "Social practice." Wenli attempted to defend herself. Fu Zheng's voice cut through the air again. "What is the purpose of your visit to the bar?" His tone was chilling, evoking a sense of dread. Admire handsome men." Wenli replied candidly. Fu Zheng's expression remained frosty as he crossed his left leg over his right, leaning back against the booth. "Have you had your fill? If not, I can summon a crowd of men for you to gaze upon." Wenli nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Despite her response, Fu Zheng's countenance did not soften. After a brief pause, he commanded, "Right. Right what?" She asked, "A 1,000-word social practice essay. You may return home only upon completion." Half an hour later, Bai Xian entered. Observing Wenli diligently writing, he quietly informed Fu Zheng. "Yang Mingyi has arrived." Fu Zheng acknowledged with a curt sound, stood, and instructed Wenli, "Wait here for me." She nodded obediently, and once the 2 men left, she shook her tired hands and resumed her writing. After another half hour, Fu Zheng returned, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. Upon noticing her gaze, his voice, tinged with languor, inquired, "Are you done?" "Yes," Wenli replied. Handing him her notebook, Fu Zheng sat beside her, reviewing her work, which was impressively composed, causing a slight easing of his furrowed brow. "I will have the driver take you home. May I wait for you here?" Wenli asked. Fu Zheng shot her a sidelong glance, attempting to unearth her true intentions. You wish to stay here for amusement." No, I wish to return home with you, she stated earnestly, her eyes brimming with sincerity. His dark pupils contracted sharply, his thick lashes fluttering momentarily. After a prolonged silence, he replied coolly, I have another hour to— Very well. I shall read here, Wenli responded. After a while, Fu Jing exited again, and shortly thereafter, Bai Xian knocked and entered, carrying a platter of fruit, which he placed beside Wenli. Yang Mingyi is pressuring your family's project for approval. Your uncle is accompanying him for drinks, he remarked, observing Wenli's expression. Noticing her silence, he added meaningfully, if you wish to spare your uncle distress, it would be prudent to avoid the bar in the future. A.S. Bai Xian was about to leave. When he spoke earnestly, he is not my uncle. Bai Xian looked at her in surprise. But she offered no further explanation, lowering her gaze to continue her work. Once outside, Bai Xian pondered her words, and in a moment of distraction, bumped into a pillar, exclaiming softly to a friend passing by teased. What were you thinking, so engrossed? Yang Mingyi's alcohol tolerance is quite low. He is likely in trouble if he foolishly antagonizes the Wen family. Fu Zheng will make him pay dearly. Bai Xian rubbed his aching forehead, glancing at his friend, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Eventually, Yang Mingyi capitulated after a night of drinking, and only then did Fu Zheng allow him to leave. Once the others had dispersed, Bai Xian regarded Fu Zheng, unsure of what to say, knowing that when Li's insistence that Fu Zheng was not her uncle was not a first. If he misinterpreted her intentions, it could endanger Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng took his suit jacket and draped it over his arm. I am leaving. Very well. With Wenli here, I shall not see you off, Bai Xian replied. Fu Zheng pushed open the door to the private room, and under the glaring lights, it was evident that Wenli was no longer present. Dimming his gaze slightly that moment, a voice echoed from outside. Fu Zheng, he turned to see a girl in the dimly lit corridor, her bright almond eyes sparkling as she held something in her hand. Where have you been? I went to buy some juice. After drinking, a bit of juice will soothe the stomach, Wenli explained, producing a juice box from her bag and offering it to him after inserting a straw. Fu Zheng appeared almost dazed, taking a moment before reaching out to accept it. The slightly tart grape juice sent a tingling sensation through his chest. He tugged at his collar, soon fastening his shirt, appearing neat yet rigid. After sipping a few mouthfuls, he declared, Let us go. As midnight approached, the bar became increasingly crowded. Wenli gazed out through the transparent glass elevator, the atmosphere intoxicating. Suddenly, a hand reached out, obscuring her view with the palm's intricate lines. After half a minute, the hand withdrew, revealing Fu Zheng's distinct features, his high nose and amber-hued eyes, his skin slightly fairer than that of typical men. 3 years prior, the seeds of romantic feelings had begun to sprout, and when Li's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, she quickly lowered her gaze as the elevator's mechanical voice announced. Bewildered instinctively, she stepped out, unaware that the bar's elevator was sluggish in opening its doors, resulting in her colliding with the elevator door with a thud. She winced, clutching her head, just as the doors finally opened with a mechanical voice. We look forward to your next visit. Fu Zheng instinctively bent down to check on her, noticing her flushed forehead, furrowing his brow before guiding her out of the elevator and instructing her to wait in the car. Stay here. I'll fetch some medicine. Chapter 7. She is merely a pawn. The man soon vanished from the parking lot, and Wenli exhaled, replaying the earlier events in her mind, her heart fluttering anew. Minutes later, Fu Zheng reappeared at the car, handing her an ointment with his customary cool demeanor. Apply this. Wenli did not take it, her delicate face slightly raised, her expression filled with trust. You help me apply it. Upon touching her face, Fu Zheng felt a tightening in his throat, averting his gaze. He dipped his fingers into the ointment and gently applied it to her forehead. Both stilled, Fu Zheng meticulously spread the ointment, then sat beside her, the warmth of his fingers akin to a furnace as he crossed his arms. Wenli stowed the ointment in her backpack, casting a sidelong glance at the man beside her. Fu Zheng, do not concern yourself with the Wen family, nor with me, that I will take care of myself, she stated earnestly. Fu Zheng turned to her, and, after a long pause, he nodded, understood, as they neared the Wen family residence. Wenli retrieved a pen from her backpack and offered it to him. A belated birthday gift. She hesitated, her voice softening. Fu Zheng, happy birthday. His birthday fell a fortnight before hers, and for many years she had not given him a gift. Even when she did, it was typically under Wenrong's name. The change in their dynamic was palpable. Just days prior, she had been rather aloof. Fu Zheng lifted his gaze to meet hers, an inquisitive glimmer in his eyes that he accepted the pen, his lips parting. Yet no words emerged. Wenli clasped her backpack tightly, aware that belated kindness might seem insincere, yet she desired to express it nonetheless. From now on, I will partake in each of your birthdays. Fu Zheng, good night. Yes, she vanished from sight. Fu Zheng's expression darkened slightly, and after a prolonged silence, he instructed the driver, returned at the Fu residence. Old Master Fu and Fu Yu were engrossed in a television program when they simultaneously turned to Fu Zheng. Noticing his long fingers encircling a half-drunk juice cup, they recognized that he had never had a fondness for juice or fruit. Something was amiss. Fu Yu leaned on the sofa, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Did you go on a date tonight? Upon hearing this, old Master Fu exclaimed, if you like her, bring her home. You know I'm quite easygoing. It was not that he was picky, but rather that Fu Zheng had no interest in the women who might meet his grandfather's approval. Naturally, they could only be women. Fu Zheng tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa, downing the remaining juice and discarding the plastic cup into the trash. Purchased by Wenel, the mention of her name. Old Master Fu's expression fell, and he pouted slightly, recalling something. The Wen family informed us today that there will be a banquet tomorrow. See who among you will be available to attend. Typically, when the Wen family had matters to discuss, the Fu family would extend some courtesy to Wenli, at least allowing the Wen family to know she had support. Oh dear, Fu Yu sighed. I'll be going abroad tomorrow. Fu Zheng, do you have any engagements? If you do, I will cancel my plans. I have no matters. I shall go, Fu Zheng replied, ascending the stairs. Old Master Fu glanced at Fu Yu, then murmured, your brother has been acting mysteriously, often using Wenli as an excuse. Just the other day, he returned with a box of fried rice. I don't believe Wenli would make him fried rice. She is still in her rebellious phase. Father, let the young people handle their affairs. When the time is right, he will surely wish to bring her home. Fu Yu assisted Fu Zheng as he spoke. Upstairs, upon entering the bedroom, Fu Zheng locked the door behind him, retrieving a simple, unremarkable black pen from his pocket. His large fingers gently rubbed it twice before placing it inside a cabinet, where a photograph could faintly be seen. A little girl with pigtails, her round face and crescent-shaped eyes exuding innocence. He quickly shut the cabinet door. Meanwhile, as Wenli stepped into the house, Wenrong unleashed a torrent of scolding upon her, clearly having discovered her visit to the bar. This only reaffirmed her previous suspicions. Once perplexed by how Wenrong always seemed to know her every move, she now realized that someone was discreetly reporting her actions to him. You little rascal, at such a young age. Indulging in bar outings? You truly have some audacity. I wonder who you take after? Wenwan instinctively positioned herself beside Wenli, wearing a look of guilt. Dad, please don't blame my sister. It's my fault for not bringing her back this afternoon. She wouldn't have gone to the bar if not for someone else. I went on my own. Wenli interjected. Instantly, Wenrong's fury reignited as he slapped her across the face, his voice seething with anger. Do you realize that you are to inherit the Wen family? If word gets out that you frequented bars in high school, who would dare consider you for marriage? The sting of her reddened cheek was eclipsed by the chilling realization that no one in this family had ever truly cared for her. Wenwan immediately enveloped her in a protective embrace. Dad, if you must strike someone, let it be me, not my sister. If I don't discipline her, she will go again, Wenrong thundered. Wenwan hurriedly urged Wenli to retreat upstairs. Whispering, Sister, you should go up. Wenli remained motionless, observing the unfolding drama, determined to witness the other side of these individuals. She felt like a mere pawn, easily manipulated by each of them. Doing pulled Wenrong aside. Defending, why strike a child? What's wrong with going to a bar? Young people these days enjoy such outings. We can discuss marriage later. Little Lee is well-behaved and sensible. Anyone who doesn't see her worth is simply blind. Had I known this would provoke you, I wouldn't have shown you my phone. It's no wonder you're upset. Little Lee, go upstairs. Wan, take her with you. Wan guided Wenli upstairs. Entering the bedroom before searching for medicine to tend to Wenli's wounds, her eyes brimming with concern. Next time you wish to visit a bar, just tell me. and I'll keep it a secret for you. For a fleeting moment, Wenli contemplated asking if she held any genuine affection for her, but the answer was glaringly clear. There was none. She discarded such foolish thoughts, lowering her gaze. How did he know I went to the bar? Mom was in the kitchen preparing food, and Dad saw your expense report on my phone. Wenwan glanced at her and added, Dad is an old-fashioned man. Going to a bar isn't a crime. He just overreacted, leaving your face swollen. What rotten luck. Wenli's downcast eyes reflected a sense of coldness, her voice barely above a whisper. Unbeknownst to Wenwan, she offered a comforting pat on her back. Be careful next time. Just rest for now. I'll go talk to Dad. Before closing the door, she cast a worried glance at the forlorn Wenli and then made her way downstairs. Doing was currently attempting to reason with Wenrong, asserting that it was quite normal for children to enjoy themselves, and that Nwanwan simply wasn't interested in such activities. Otherwise, she would join in. You constantly berate your child. Be mindful, or she may distance herself from you. Wenrong, still seething, retorted, if it weren't for the Wen family, I wouldn't care at all. If Nwanwan could take over the company, I wouldn't be bothered. Dad, I will support my sister. We are family, Wenwan said, displaying her maturity. Wenrong's mood softened slightly as he regarded her, feeling a sense of relief. The future of the Wen family rests solely on you. On the second floor, Wenli turned and returned to her room, locking the door and sitting silently at the edge of her bed for a while before finally picking up a book. Chapter 8. Educating Wenrong the next day, around 10 o'clock, a knock echoed on the door. Wenli, her hair in disarray, opened it to find Doing standing outside, bearing a generous amount of food. Her expression maternal. Still not up? Eat first. Then you can sleep again. If you need anything, just call me. Okay. Thank you, Mom. Wenli leaned against the door, skillfully adopting a charming demeanor. Doing playfully chided her. What else with the thank you? Your dad won TB coming upstairs today. Feel free to play your games. All right. Wenli closed the door, set the food down, and headed to the bathroom. In the mirror, she saw half of her face swollen and slightly bruised. She poked at it, grimacing in pain, muttering, deserved it. After enduring such treatment for over 20 years, she indeed deserved it. After finishing her meal, she resumed her studies, but after a lengthy search, she couldn't find her mathematics book for the sophomore year. Reluctantly, she headed to the storage room on the second floor, where she had previously tossed it into a dark corner. Upon entering, she instinctively closed the door behind her. After locating the book, she attempted to open the door only to discover it wouldn't budge. She tugged at it vigorously, frustrated by its sturdy construction. Standing there for a moment, she inadvertently caught sight of Fu Zheng amidst the crowd below, quickly pulling out her phone to call him. Moments later, Fu Zheng rose and moved to a quieter spot. What's wrong? Wenli's voice softened unconsciously as she spoke to him. Fu Zheng, I'm trapped in the dark room of the storage area on the second floor. The door is stuck. All right, Fu Zheng replied. Not long after hanging up, footsteps approached the door, and then the dark room door swung open, revealing Fu Zheng clad in a fitted black V-neck suit. The small space felt even more confined. Wenli hurriedly stood, her profile now facing him directly. Fu Zheng finally noticed her swollen cheek, his pupils narrowing instinctively as he reached out to touch her face, only to retract his hand abruptly. Who hit you? He demanded coldly. Wenrong. Wenli answered truthfully. Fu Zheng's eyes narrowed further, his voice laced with hostility. Has he lost his mind? Before Wenli could respond, footsteps echoed outside, followed by the sound of the door being locked. She glanced at the two individuals outside, engaged in a passionate kiss, one of whom was the ever-composed Wenwan. They appeared oblivious to the presence of the two in the dark room, seemingly lost in their own world. Suddenly, something covered her head, a faint floral scent wafting into her nose. She lifted her hand to brush aside the corner of the fabric, catching a glimpse of the man beside her. But before she could speak, a large hand pulled down the cloth and placed it firmly atop her head. Fu Zheng stepped back slightly, gently closing the door, leaving only a narrow gap. The sound from outside intermittently reached their ears, continuing for several minutes until the door swung open, accompanied by the voice of their housekeeper. Wenli felt an urge to peek, but the hand atop her head held her firmly in place, preventing her from witnessing the inappropriate scene unfolding outside. After a brief moment, Doing arrived, her voice tinged with panic. Nwanwan, Qin Feng, what is going on with you two? Following her was another middle-aged woman's voice, clearly more composed. As she swiftly shut the door behind her, it was evident she was Qin Feng's mother. Moments later, Duing lamented, "It's one thing to embarrass the Wen family, but to disgrace the Fu family is far worse." With this statement, the Qin family had no choice but to address the situation seriously. Qin's mother shot a disapproving glare at Qin Feng, who was utterly unenthusiastic about having Wen Wan as a daughter-in-law. However, given the circumstances of the Wen family, they couldn't handle this carelessly. "Sister Du, we will handle this matter privately later, and we will certainly provide you with an explanation. Little Wan has grown up before my eyes. She would make a perfect daughter-in-law. This isn't solely your fault. Young people can be impulsive, that we must keep this from little Li. Otherwise, she might say something to Fu Zheng, and it would escalate." Duing spoke rationally. Qin's mother, wary of offending the Fu family, quickly added, "Let us keep this from others. It wouldn't be good for the two children later. Our families will visit to propose marriage." "Well, we'll have to settle for that," Duing replied. After half an hour, the guests finally departed. The door closed. Wenli felt the pressure above her head ease, allowing her to remove the suit jacket, her hair somewhat tousled. Her crystalline eyes held a hint of innocence. Fu Zheng took the jacket, draping it over himself, lightly patting it down while casting a fleeting glance at her before turning away. "Do you enjoy the thrill of hidden encounters?" Wenli obediently shook her head. Fu Zheng said nothing, merely allowing his gaze to linger on her face. After a few minutes, he finally opened the door and stepped outside. Upon returning to her bedroom, Wenli took out her phone to search for information about the Qin family's enterprises. She discovered that many of their projects aligned with those of the Wen family, confirming that a union between the two families would indeed be advantageous, if the sole intention was to benefit the Wen family's business. Then Wen Wan and Du Ying need not forge a connection with the Qin family. They could simply render her ineffectual, or perhaps even eliminate her entirely. What value did she possess that warranted their scheming? The Wen family, yes, but also her maternal grandfather's family. She was the sole heir of the Liu family. The Liu family, though slightly inferior to the Fu family, surpassed both the Qin and Wen families by a considerable margin. Suddenly, she recalled that shortly before the car accident, she had inherited the Liu family's assets during a period when her grandfather's health was declining. That it became evident that their ambitions extended far beyond her. Even when Rong was merely a pawn in their game. Of her mother's death, just then, a knock on the door interrupted her train of thought. She quickly tidied her homework and shoved it into a drawer before turning on her gaming console. As she stood up to open the door, she was greeted by the meticulous Fu Zheng. He handed her a bag of medication and recited the doctor's instructions. 1 anti-inflammatory pill at a time. Twice a day, apply the cream 3 times daily. When Li's heart, which had plummeted to the depths, surged with warmth at his care, and she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. In fact, she did just that. Fu Zheng glanced down, his body stiffening. After several moments, his right hand gently rested on her head. Stroking it a couple of times, he assured her, "When Rome will not harm you again." When Li released him, tilting her head slightly to look at him, "I won't allow him to hit me anymore." Fu Zheng acknowledged her with a soft grunt and did not linger at the bedroom door. Quickly making his way downstairs, soon as Fu Zheng appeared among the crowd, several individuals gravitated toward him. But today his demeanor was frigid, radiating an aura that discouraged any approach. These individuals, perceptive enough, refrained from bothering him. However, when Rong, lacking such insight, boldly approached him, accompanied by several business associates. "Fu Zheng, this is General Manager Yi from Liang Sheng, General Manager Li from Tian Yi, and General Manager Bai from the Bai family." Fu Zheng did not even raise his eyelids, offering them no courtesy, which caused Wen Rong's expression to shift, leaving him frozen in place. General Manager Bai attempted to ease the tension. "Wen Zhong, we'll head over to General Manager Yang's side. You carry on." Once they had departed, Fu Zheng turned his attention back to Wen Rong, his gaze landing on his hands as he issued a direct warning. "Wen Rong, if you strike Wen Li again, I will ensure the Wen family faces bankruptcy." Wen Rong immediately grasped that Wen Li had lodged a complaint and hastily began to explain, "She went to a bar yesterday. And that justifies hitting her?" Fu Zheng's tone darkened as he coldly added, "Is your method of education to resort to violence? If so, I, as her uncle, will educate you as well. Chapter 9. Fu Zheng went on a date when Rong, now in his 40s or 50s, felt a surge of indignation at being reprimanded in public by Fu Zheng, akin to being corrected like a grandchild, yet he managed to maintain his composure. He nodded. I won't resort to violence again. Fu Zheng shot him a cold glance and promptly declared, I will be taking her to the Fu residence for a few days. All right, when Rong could only acquiesce. Secretly hoping for a better relationship between Wen Li and the Fu family, a strong connection with the Fu family would elevate the Wen family status. Over the years, the Wen family had attempted to foster a good relationship with the Fu family. But the Fu family only showed concern for matters pertaining to Wen Li, disregarding everything else. By the time the banquet concluded, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Wen Li had just finished a set of exercises and stood up to stretch when there was a knock at her door. Hearing the impatient voice, she knew without a doubt it was Wen Rong. After hesitating for half a minute, she slowly opened the door. Wen Rong's voice boomed. Why are you so slow? Still gaming. Wen Li, uninterested in his outburst, instinctively tried to close the door. Frowning, Wen Rong momentarily felt anger rise within him, but then suppressed it, saying, Your uncle is waiting for you downstairs to take you to stay for a few days. Mind your behavior. If he gets angry, you won't be coming back. He paused before adding, You know full well that Fu Zheng is not your biological uncle. If you offend him, he will not show you any leniency. Without the Fu family support, the Wen family cannot stand firm in the capital. Observing the middle-aged man's face filled with calculating intent, Wen Li harbored no doubts that he had married her mother solely for the Liu family status. Had it not been for Du Ying's appearance, her grandfather would undoubtedly have supported Wen Rong. This villa is under my name. It was a gift from my grandfather, so you should leave. Wen Rong, now in a position to purchase several villas, found it challenging to sever ties with the Fu family. As residing there was advantageous for his networking, he despised hearing her speak in such a manner and instinctively raised his hand. Wen Rong, if you dare to strike me again, I will cut off your hand, Wen Li stated firmly, fixing her gaze on him. Wen Rong, unfazed by her threat, knew Fu Zheng was downstairs, and if he harmed her, he would not escape unscathed. Reluctantly, he lowered his hand and hurried downstairs. Wen Li found it difficult to concentrate on her studies of the Wen residence, so staying with the Fu family would be slightly better. She closed the door and began packing her backpack. After about 10 minutes, she descended the stairs with her heavy backpack, only to find Fu Zheng standing at the foot of the stairs. Currently on a call, she lightened her footsteps. Fu Zheng naturally noticed her, giving a brief before hanging up and slipping his phone in his pocket. He extended his hand toward her, and Wen Li removed her backpack. Handing it to him, he slung it over his shoulder, tilting his chin slightly to signal her to walk ahead. Wen Wan and Du Ying likely had their own concerns or simply did not want her lingering at the Wen residence, as they made no attempt to keep her there. Once outside the Wen family home, Wen Li took a deep breath. Fu Zheng cast a sidelong glance at her, but said nothing. The Fu family had always kept a room for Wen Li. Directly across from Fu Zheng's bedroom, it had been many years since Wen Li had stayed at the Fu residence. The room was immaculate, and even the small toys she had cherished as a child remained on the bed. Fu Zheng set down the backpack and said, I'll have someone bring in a desk shortly. As he spoke, he surveyed the room. Wen Li wished to avoid causing any trouble, pointing instead to the princess desk from her childhood. That will suffice. Fu Zheng said nothing further, stepping out of the bedroom and closing the door behind him. Downstairs, Elder Fu turned to him, visibly displeased. Who hit Shaoli? When Rong, Fu Zheng removed his suit jacket, now wearing only a black V-neck shirt, and tossed his watch onto the coffee table. He must be out of his mind. A child so young should never be struck, especially a girl. What will others think of her at school? Elder Fu stood up and declared, I'll pay a visit to the Wen family. The Wen family is currently preoccupied with preparations for a union with the Qin family. Fu Zheng replied nonchalantly, showing no concern for the matter. Elder Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of man is Qin Feng? Does Wen Rong not understand? He may be young, but it seems he has the mind of an old fool. If he dares to meddle in Xiao Li's marriage, I'll ensure he meets his end before me. Fu Zheng's expression remained cold. Wen Rong understood this better than anyone. Elder Fu, though aging, was still sharp-minded. Upon contemplation, he grasped Fu Zheng's implication. Venturing into an alliance with the Qin family took considerable audacity. Wai Xiao Li does not require such fortune. She should find a man she truly loves. Elder Fu genuinely cared for Wen Li, having watched her grow up in his home. Although their relationship had grown somewhat strained over the years, Wen Li had always treated him and Fu Yu with kindness. At this juncture, he cast a glance in her direction. You should also seek someone you like. Beauty or ugliness matters not. It's entirely up to you that I truly have no preferences and will not turn my back on you. Fu Zheng had heard this so often that he naturally tuned it out, his brow slightly furrowing as he focused on his phone. Elder Fu glared at him until his eyes began to hurt before ultimately giving up on trying to engage him. Out of sight, out of mind, he muttered, maybe why 5 or 6 in the evening. The housekeeper called for Wen Li to come down for dinner. When she arrived downstairs, she did not see Fu Zheng, only Elder Fu. Habitually, she inquired, Grandpa, where did Uncle Fu go? He went out on a date. Elder Fu replied, blinking playfully, sharing a joke at Fu Zheng's expense. Wen Li paused, her chopsticks hovering mid-air. Elder Fu continued to gossip. Your uncle has been acting mysteriously these past few days. He has never done that before. He is too embarrassed to tell me. You should take the opportunity to ask him to introduce you to your future aunt. Upon hearing the last 3 words, Wen Li accidentally bit her tongue, eliciting a sharp pain that caused her to grimace and tear up. Elder Fu quickly asked, Are you all right? Do you need to call the family doctor? Grandpa, it's fine. Wen Li shook her head, indicating that she was okay. Concerned that she might bite her tongue again, Elder Fu fell silent. After finishing dinner, Wen Li accompanied Elder Fu for a brief walk before returning to her room, pulling out her phone to scroll through Fu Zheng's contact. After hesitating for half a minute, she set her phone down. She continued studying as the sky outside gradually darkened, rising to turn on the overhead light and then the small desk lamp. When Fu Zheng returned, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and by this hour, Elder Fu had long since gone to bed. Throughout the villa, only one room remained illuminated. The soft yellow light cascaded down the stairs, subtly revealing the intricate patterns on the floor. He raised his gaze to glance upstairs, standing there for several minutes before finally making his way inside. Just as he pushed the door open, another door unexpectedly swung open, revealing Wen Li's delicate yet unpretentious face. Fu Zheng. In the stillness of the night, a ripple of surprise coursed through the air. Fu Zheng instinctively tightened his grip on the doorknob, withdrawing his hand to rest at his side as he turned to face her, speaking in a gentle tone. Still awake? I'm doing my homework. Wen Li approached him, halting just a step away, her expression earnest. Fu Zheng, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Fu Zheng's eyelids fluttered slightly. I would not. Wen Li beamed, her lovely crescent-shaped eyes sparkling. All right, then I shall go study. With that, she scampered in her bedroom, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Time was of the essence for her. If she failed to perform well in her university entrance exams, she would have no capacity to ponder other matters. Fu Zheng remained silent in place, and after a long pause, his hand rested against his chest, the corners of his lips ultimately suppressing rationality, revealing a faint curve. Chapter 10. Calling Uncle the following day. On a Sunday, Wen Li ventured to the library before anyone in the Fu household had risen, purchasing a few reference books for her first and second years of high school. She arrived at school promptly at 9. And when Pan Mingyan spotted her at the classroom door, he couldn't help but adjust his glasses and quickly glance into the classroom. Confirming it was indeed Wen Li, he was still somewhat incredulous. She had been notably obedient of late. Zhou Qin immediately noticed the marks on Wen Li's face. Although the redness and swelling had subsided, the bruising lingered, even appearing a bit darkened. She whispered, Did your uncle hit you? No, he is not my uncle, Wen Li replied, pulling out her Chinese textbook and flipping to the section she needed to memorize. That I accidentally bumped into him. Guangguan Jujiu, on the islet of the river. Zhou Qin was skeptical, clearly seeing the imprints of fingers, but wasn't the moment to discuss it further, so she joined Wen Li in reciting the classical text. When the last student arrived in the classroom, Pan Mingyan stood at the podium and clapped his hands. Next week is National Day, and we still do not have a program for our class. I asked there anyone willing to volunteer, as this was typically an unpopular task. The class fell into a notable silence, far more subdued than during the sports meet with its rolling screens. After all, 1 in 60 was much less appealing than 1 in 6, seeing no hands raised. Pan Mingyan reluctantly turned on the multimedia projector and mused to himself, "Let us see who our brave volunteer is this time." Instantly, the entire class fixated on the projection as Pan Mingyan clicked the mouse. The names of the students scrolling endlessly until he clicked again, halting the motion. The class turned their gaze toward a particular direction. Zhou Qin looked at Wen Li's name and quietly glanced beside her. The girl was still immersed in memorizing the classical text, seemingly unperturbed. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Wen Li, it's you." Wen Li recalled that during her 3 years of high school, her name had never once appeared in such a random selection. So she felt secure in her recitation. Upon hearing Zhou Qin, she lifted her gaze to the white screen displaying her name. Pan Mingyan clapped his hands, declaring, "Congratulations to our Class S Wen Li. Our brave warrior, just prepare to recite these. Participation is what matters." Wen Li could only nod and resumed her memorization. During the break, Lin Baozhu approached her. "Wen Li, what happened to your face?" "I accidentally bumped into something," Wen Li replied. Seeing the concerned expressions on both their faces, she couldn't help but chuckle, winking, "Don't look so worried. I need my face to... It's nothing," Lin Baozhu said, feeling even guiltier after a moment of contemplation. She offered, "I'll join you in the program." Wen Li had already contemplated what to perform. Achieving a top 3 finish at the National Day Gala would greatly enhance her personal resume, and no need. "I have it all figured out." She produced a first-year mathematics paper and showed it to them. "Oh, you know how to solve this?" "Yes, I can help you with it," Lin Baozhu replied enthusiastically. Meanwhile, at the Fu residence, after dinner, Fu Zheng accompanied the elderly Mr. Fu while they awaited the family doctor for a checkup. Mr. Fu, accustomed to reading the morning papers, exclaimed, "These days, people have no sense of propriety. My nephew loves his niece. If I were his father, I'd rise from the grave to slap him silly." Fu Zheng's eyelids twitched twice. After a brief silence, he coldly remarked, "Why hasn't he arrived yet? If you're in a hurry, just go. I'm no child needing company." Mr. Fu waved him off and soon returned to his newspaper, muttering, "Rascal." The living room fell into silence during her stay at the Fu household. Wen Li had seen Fu Zheng only once at the beginning. The rest of the time, he had been absent. With the National Day Gala approaching, she deliberately left her bedroom door ajar, so she could see him as soon as he returned. After a considerable wait, fatigue began to overtake her. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced at her phone. It was nearly 1 in the morning. After waiting another half hour with no sign of him, she decided to give up. Just as she approached the door, she heard the sound of polished shoes echoing on the staircase, seemingly careful to tread lightly. Standing at the doorway, she waited a few seconds until a tall figure appeared at the foot of the stairs. Dressed in a white shirt with an irregularly open collar and sleeves rolled up high, his handsome features were tinged with a hint of color, the scent of red wine lingering in the air. Fu Zheng seemed surprised to find her still awake. His steps faltered momentarily before he swiftly buttoned his collar and lowered his sleeves. "Why aren't you asleep yet? I was waiting for you," Wen Li replied, dashing across to open her bedroom door and turn on the lights, inviting him inside. Fu Zheng softened unexpectedly, raising a hand to feign rubbing his forehead, his tone a bit brusque. "What is it? Tomorrow at school, there's the National Day Gala, and I'll be performing. Will you come?" Wen Li asked. Hearing this, Fu Zheng parted his lips slightly before quickly closing them again. After a long pause, he finally replied coldly, "We'll see about tomorrow's arrangements. I probably won't have time." His demeanor was noticeably more distant than before, and Wen Li surmised he was attempting to avoid contact with her. No wonder she hadn't seen him these past few days. She dared not pressure him too much, fearing that urgency would only push him further away. "All right then. Sleep well." Fu Zheng stepped into the bedroom, and as he closed the door, the sight of her pale face, affected by the alcohol, inexplicably quickened his heartbeat. After locking the door, he irritably tugged at his collar. "Fu Zheng, you're such a fool." In the capital, the gala was always a grand affair, the expansive playground dazzling with brilliance. Yet when it was time for Wen Li to perform, Fu Zheng remained absent. Wen Li, who had already gained a reputation at school for her looks, now appeared resplendent in a classical white gauzy dress, her dark, smooth hair cascading down her back without any adornments. In the ambience of the lights, she resembled a butterfly shimmering in the night. Initially, her movements were simple, gradually becoming more intricate, yet she maintained a lightness in her form, drawing waves of awestruck gasps from the audience. During her performance, Wenli searched for Fu Zheng's figure amidst the crowd. He seemed to blend into the darkness, much like his thoughts, elusive and inscrutable. As the performance drew to a close, Wenli made a bold decision to feign a stumble, twisting her ankle and falling to the stage floor. She refused to believe Fu Zheng would not show up. He was merely too afraid to appear. Gasps echoed from below, and someone rushed to assist her, but it was not Fu Zheng. Wenli stood up, only to fall again, this time more heavily, the pain in her ankle causing her cheeks to flush. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in her ears, and a pair of polished black shoes came into her view. She looked up to see Fu Zheng, his silhouette slightly obscured by the backlight, his superior features standing out distinctly. He had indeed come. Extending her hand toward him, she called softly, "Fu Zheng." In the next moment, Fu Zheng knelt down, gathering her into his arms, and striding purposefully toward the edge of the stage. At the hospital after the doctor's examination, it was confirmed that there was nothing serious. Just a sprain, and with a few days of medication, she would be fine. Fu Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, and once the doctor had left, his gaze fell upon Wenli's swollen ankle. "Does it hurt?" "It does," Wenli replied obediently, nodding her head. The man remained silent for a few moments before turning his back to her and squatting down. Wenli wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his broad shoulder, a faint smile tugging at her lips. She couldn't help but steal glances at him, her grip tightening around his neck. Fu Zheng looked down at her fair arms, his pupils softening momentarily before returning to their usual coldness, his gaze fixed ahead. "Call uncle." Chapter 11. He should care for her. He should cast her aside. He seemed to be attempting to delineate the boundaries between them. Wenli, however, refused to accept boundaries that lacked blood ties, and so she simply shut her eyes. After a long while without hearing Wenli's voice, Fu Zheng glanced sideways at her shoulder. She was still with her eyes closed, her lips pressed together, reminiscent of how she used to ignore him in their childhood. As the surrounding sounds gradually faded, she finally opened her eyes, realizing she was seated comfortably in the car. With Fu Zheng still in the passenger seat beside her, he never revealed even the slightest hint of romantic feelings in her presence. The scaredy cat, Wenli playfully kicked the back of his seat. Instantly, Fu Zheng turned to look at her, but she closed her eyes again, pressing her lips together. "I accidentally kicked it on their way." Fu Zheng's phone rang, and he spoke in a low voice. Clearly quite busy. Yet, he always found time for her matters. After dropping her off at home, Fu Zheng exchanged a few words with the housekeeper before departing. It was evident he was trying to avoid suspicion. Now that Wenli was staying at the Fu residence, his visits home were becoming increasingly infrequent, as he did not wish to disrupt his life. She thought for a moment, packed her bag, and informed Mr. Fu, "Grandpa, I'm going home. Please tell Uncle for me. Stay a few more days. Your uncle has been too busy lately to spend time with you." Mr. Fu advised, "I'll come back once Uncle is free." "Good night, Grandpa. Sleep early." Wenli genuinely cares for old Master Fu. With a cheerful smile, old Master Fu remarked, "Girls are always so considerate. Your uncle merely knows how to snatch my remote control. I shall escort you home." He accompanied Wenli back, which served to enhance the Wan family's regard for her. Otherwise, the Fu family would undoubtedly support her. "Thank you, Grandpa." Wenli did not decline a tea that moment. Only when Rong and Doing were resting in the living room. Upon seeing old Master Fu enter, both stood up. When Rong greeted warmly, "Uncle Fu," old Master Fu helped Wenli settle onto the sofa and admonished, "I've brought the little girl back. She's twisted her ankle, so please take extra care of her." Hearing this, Doing immediately approached, crouching down to examine Wenli's foot. "What happened? It's quite swollen. You won't be going to school tomorrow." Old Master Fu, however, placed great importance on the children's education and disapproved, saying, "The twisted ankle could be treated with some ointment. It's the final year of high school. Do not let her studies be delayed. By the way, I've already arranged for Xiao Li's marriage, so you needn't worry about that." Naturally, a union with the Fu family would be advantageous, and when Rong had no reason to refuse, nodding in agreement. Very well. After old Master Fu departed, she assisted Wenli upstairs and inquired again, "How did you twist your ankle?" "During the National Day Gala, I performed a dance, but I wasn't very familiar with it and ended up twisting it." Wenli set down her backpack and playfully said, "Mom, please bring me my gaming console. You must also prioritize resting." That doing handed her the console, observing how quickly she became engrossed in the game before stepping out of the bedroom. Upon descending, she remarked to Wenrong, "This child plays games as soon as she gets home." Then she added, "Let her play. What else can she do if not play games?" Wenrong scoffed, already regarding Wenli as a waste. "At this rate, the Wen family will be ruined because of her. You always say such things. Outsiders would think Shaoli is incapable. What evidence do you have of her capability? If it weren't for her grandfather, would the Wen family allow her to inherit? Enough. Wasn't there supposed to be Wanwan? She has now formed an alliance with the Qin family, who will support her in the future," doing patted Wenrong's arm, adding, "Worry less about the child's affairs. It's detrimental to your health." Although Wenli fell during her performance, it did not affect the overall presentation, and she still secured first place in the gala, earning a reward of 3,000 yuan from a school in the following days. Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu took care of her at school, assisting her with fetching water, meals, and even accompanying her to the restroom. Their good rapport allowed her to interact with several classmates. While they might not have been particularly close, they could at least exchange greetings. That a certain man consistently played the role of a turtle. Yet he had the driver pick her up every day. Wenli did not reach out to him. She spent her time studying and practicing dance, her once round face now refined and delicate. She possessed a graceful, youthful poise that exuded a simple beauty even in her plain school uniform. More boys gathered at the classroom door to steal glances, but Wenli remained focused solely on her studies. Her only sensation being that the classroom was growing increasingly cold. One evening during self-study, a sudden thunderstorm erupted outside, followed by a torrential downpour. Wenli despised such weather. She had once gotten lost here as a child, leaving her with some lingering shadows. Instinctively, she glanced out the window to see wildly swaying branches and raindrops the size of beans, with the sky dark and the streetlights barely illuminating anything. Zhou Qin's voice reached her ears. "Oh no, I forgot my umbrella." Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu lived on campus, and their dormitory was a 10-minute walk from the classroom. Wenli retrieved an umbrella from her drawer and offered it to her, saying before she could respond, "I'll have my family come pick us up soon." Zhou Qin, aware that she had someone to pick her up, did not hesitate, replying, "All right." As the evening study session concluded, the downpour intensified. Wenli packed her bag and took out her phone to call Uncle Jiang. The call connected swiftly. "Uncle Jiang, I don't have an umbrella. Could you please come pick me up?" "Be careful," Uncle Jiang promptly replied. "I'll wait for you downstairs." After hanging up, Wenli made her way downstairs. The lobby was crowded, likely with others waiting for their dormitory mates to bring umbrellas. Wenli stood at the edge, and after a few minutes without sight of Uncle Jiang, she was about to check her phone when her peripheral vision caught a tall man in the crowd holding a large black umbrella. Half of his black leather shoes were soaked in rainwater, and as he walked, droplets splashed onto his trousers. She stood in the shadows as the man's gaze searched through the throng. How many times had she overlooked him? Did Fu Zheng never feel disheartened by her repeated neglect? She squeezed through the crowd and dashed into the shelter of the black umbrella, exclaiming, "Fu Zheng!" Her voice, laced with unmistakable joy amidst the rain, made Fu Zheng tighten his grip on the handle. In the next moment, the umbrella silently tilted towards her. Fu Zheng reached over to take her backpack, motioning for her to walk ahead. The light reflected on the ground, creating a shimmering effect on the wet surface. Their shoes splashed through the puddles, water droplets splattering onto each other's shoes. Wenli glanced at him, playfully asking, "What brings you here to pick me up today?" "Just passing by." Fu Zheng tilted the umbrella slightly more to ensure it completely shielded her before his gaze returned to the front. Upon hearing this, Wenli averted her gaze, looking at the ground and responding, "Oh, are you here for business?" There were no commercial areas or restaurants nearby, just the school and residential neighborhoods, with the Fu group being in the opposite direction. The man hesitated slightly before quickly resuming his normal pace. The sound of raindrops grew increasingly urgent in her ears, and his voice was hoarse as he replied, "No, by sign, just drop me off here." "All right then, not a drop to spare." Thunder rumbled, startling Wenli. And suddenly a large hand wrapped around her back, gently patting her arm twice in a comforting manner. Almost instinctively, Wenli raised her gaze, and in the next moment, her head rested against his chest. Fu Zhang's eyelashes fluttered, and he tightened his embrace around her slightly. Noticing them approach, Uncle Jiang hurriedly opened the back door of the C.A.S. when Li and Fu Zheng settled in the vehicle. He returned to the driver's seat. Uncle Jiang started the car and glanced at when Li through the rearview mirror, casually remarking, "It's thundering and raining today, and young Master Fu specifically came to pick you up." When Li shot a glance at the front seat, responding earnestly, he said, "It's just on the way." Uncle Jiang had been with the Fu family for many years, having been their driver since Fu Zheng was a child. So he spoke with a bit more familiarity. He chuckled. "He's just trying to charm you. He called me the moment the thunder started. Are you trying to charm me?" Wenli suddenly leaned between the front seats, tilting her head to look at Fu Zheng in the dim light. Her eyes sparkled with clarity. Perhaps not expecting her sudden movement, Fu Zheng's pupils dilated momentarily, and after a few seconds, he turned to look out the window. "Uncle Jiang, please drive carefully. Of course." Uncle Jiang focused his attention a bit more. When Li, satisfied with her teasing, settled back into the rear seat, pulling out her papers and beginning to write, the car stopped at the one family's doorstep. When Li retrieved her report card from her bag and handed it to Fu Zheng, stating, "Here are my grades from this month's exam." The rain outside had significantly lessened, so when Li decided to forego the umbrella and jogged into the one residence with her backpack. Today, when Wan had returned, dressed in a pure white Chanel outfit, her hair partially tied up, sitting on the sofa chatting with Wen Rong about company matters, she called out Mom, Sister. As usual, she did not address Wen Rong directly. They had all grown accustomed to it. Wen Wan immediately got up and rushed over, ruffling her hair with concern that "You've lost weight. Your chin has become sharper. The school meals are terrible," Wen Li complained. "I'll have Annie bring you meals from now on." Wen Wan helped her take off her backpack and placed it on the sofa, giving her a quick glance. "Teacher Pan praised you for studying hard lately." "I don't want to be scolded," Wen Li replied, sitting on the sofa. Hearing this, Doing shot Wen Rong a disapproving look. "Look at what you've pressured the child into becoming. Studies are important, but health is even more crucial. Tomorrow, I'll make soup to help you recover. By the way, your brother-in-law is coming over for dinner tomorrow." When Rong chimed in, "Invite the Fu family to join us. It was merely a ploy to gain face for Wen Wan or to elevate the one family status." Wen Li leaned back on the sofa, casually replying, "I haven't seen Fu Zheng in days. He won't be coming back. You need to maintain good relations with the Fu family." When Rong chastised, "What kind of name is that?" "It's Uncle Fu." Doing lightly tugged at her arm, displeased. "The child is still young. She doesn't understand these social niceties. Shaoli is tired. Go upstairs and rest." Wen Li stood up with her backpack and went upstairs. After a while, Wen Wan entered with warm water and placed it on the table, praising, "Your grades are quite impressive this time." Wen Li locked the door after getting up and mysteriously said, "I cheated. I copied my deskmate's paper." She pouted, "I really don't want to be scolded again." "Cheating?" Wen Wan couldn't help but chuckle, lightly pinching her cheek and whispering, "You're clever. I won't tell anyone. Do you want me to stay with you tonight?" "No. I want to play games for a while." Wen Li shook her head with a smile. Wen Wan had no choice but to nod. "All right, you play. I'll keep Dad occupied." As soon as she stepped out, the sound of gaming filled the room. Half an hour later, in Wen Wan's room, Doing closed the door. "Did you do this exam on your own?" "No, I copied." Warm gently patted her back and remarked, "She's still in her room playing games. There's no need to worry too much about her." Doing felt somewhat reassured. "How is Qin Feng treating you?" she inquired. "Not too bad, considering the Fu family's reputation. He won't be excessively harsh with me." Warm replied. As the midnight storm raged, the reflection of the girl diligently completing her homework danced in the floor-to-ceiling windows, her ears adorned with earplugs. Meanwhile, in another villa, a man stood before the expanse of glass, his gaze fixed on the distant flashes of lightning, his fingers gripping his phone, slightly turning pale. The following day, Wen Li descended the stairs at 11 o'clock, where the dining table was already set with a sumptuous meal, yet Qin Feng had yet to arrive. She surmised that the previous incident had left him rather displeased in her past life. After their engagement, Qin Feng seldom visited the Wen family, and even after their marriage, his presence remained scarce, as he continued to indulge in a life of debauchery. It seemed he was aware of Warm and Du Ying's schemes. However, by that time, Warm had already ascended to the position of general manager of the Wen family, even overseeing some matters pertaining to the Qin family. When Rong held her in particularly high regard, never shying away from involving her in any issues. Even her grandfather had praised Worm's capabilities. In stark contrast, she, who held the rights of inheritance, appeared mediocre and ineffectual, devoid of any cunning that if she did not perish. Who would? When Rong was currently preoccupied, and with the rare tranquility surrounding her, Wenli ventured into the kitchen to fetch some milk when Qin Feng entered the Wen household, flanked by admirers. His gaze lingered on her for a few seconds, not with the lustful eyes of a man, but with curiosity and scrutiny. Wenli, he drawled lazily. When Rong replied, "She is Worm's younger sister, come to greet you." "Brother-in-law," Wenli greeted before retreating upstairs. Doing smiled and explained, "She has never been fond of socializing." Qin Feng settled himself directly onto the sofa and acknowledged her with a non-committal hum. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wenli planned to head to the library to study and complete her assignments. After packing her bag, she made her way downstairs, only to encounter Qin Feng as he was about to depart. He cast her a sidelong glance and inquired, "Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride. I'm heading to the library," Wenli replied, casting a furtive glance at Wenrong, her expression betraying a hint of unease. "All right, let's go." Qin Feng gestured for her to lead the way. Worm, without uttering a word, accompanied them to the car and quietly advised Wenli, "Come home early." Wenli nodded, and once the vehicle had exited the villa area, she spoke, "Please drop me off just ahead." "Thank you." Qin Feng glanced at her. "What are you afraid of?" "Fu Zheng is your uncle. I won't do anything to you. I'm merely curious why Fu Zheng would forfeit a multi-billion project for a niece he has no connection with." At his words, Wenli instinctively looked at him and softly asked, "What do you mean?" Leaning back his seat, legs at a 90-degree angle, Qin Feng explained, "Fu Zheng approached me and made a deal, asking me, in the capacity of brother-in-law, to look after you. The Fu Corporation has relinquished the overseas export project for the next decade. You may not fully grasp its significance, but to put it in perspective, it is akin to being the top student in the city and then opting out of the college entrance examination. A single pebble had stirred 1,000 ripples." When Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cast her gaze downward. Fu Zheng should not be responsible for her. He ought to have abandoned her. Stop the car. Chapter 12. "Have you met the second last one?" At the Fu Corporation, in the lobby, Assistant Su passed by, holding documents when he caught a glimpse of Wenli on the sofa. Engrossed in her homework, he paused, as he was well aware of many matters concerning her, having monitored her academic progress at school. After ascending the stairs and knocking on the door to the president's office, he stated, "President Fu, the documents from the original assistant have arrived. Please take a look." Fu Zheng gestured for him to place them aside while handing over another set of documents, instructing, "Deliver this to the marketing department." "Understood," Assistant Su replied, taking the documents. He then added, "President Fu, Miss Wen is downstairs." The man, who had not yet raised his gaze, lifted his chin, revealing a stern countenance as he inquired, his tone shedding the formality, "What is she doing downstairs?" "She is completing her homework. Miss Wen may be waiting for you," Assistant Su informed him. Fu Zheng remained silent for a few seconds, setting down the documents and glancing at his phone, which showed no missed calls or messages. He stood up, donned his suit, and strode out of the office. The private elevator descended directly to the first floor. Upon exiting, his eyes naturally fell upon the girl seated on the sofa. Her homework perched on her lap, slightly rising on her toes to facilitate her writing. Her face had shed its youthful innocence, now adorned with a touch of sophistication. He realized that he could no longer perceive her as a mere child. Impure thoughts hindered his ability to take a step forward. Just as his shoe barely left the ground, a familiar male figure entered the scene, playfully tapping her shoulder. The girl turned her head, a crescent-like smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling. He averted his gaze and swiftly retreated into the elevator. Song Yuan had not anticipated encountering Wenli here and expressed his surprise. "Wenli, what brings you here?" They had been classmates in middle school, one consistently at the bottom of the class, the other second from last, thus forging a bond of camaraderie. Their relationship had been quite amicable. However, after Song Yuan went abroad for high school, their communication dwindled, eventually ceasing altogether. Wenli responded with equal surprise, "I'm waiting for someone that you've returned to the country. I came back in my first year of high school." I sent you a few emails, but you never replied, Song Yuan remarked, a hint of reproach creeping into his voice. So, I guess I've met the second last one in high school. Wenli replied, I don't recall receiving any emails about your return. That's impossible. I even visited your home, and your sister mentioned you were out with a male friend. I thought you had met another male friend. Song Yuan settled onto the opposite end of the sofa, glancing at her before quickly averting his gaze. He crossed his legs and boldly declared, What have I done to provoke you? Just say it. I despise being blocked without clear reason. I didn't receive anything. Wenli finally understood why. After her years in a vegetative state, only Fu Zheng had visited her. Others had been dealt with unbeknownst to her. Or perhaps Fu Zheng was the same. He simply chose her. Seeing her earnestness, Song Yuan queried, You truly didn't receive anything? Upon receiving a shake of her head, he pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and said, Let's add each other again. Wenli readily accepted, and after adding him, she noted his name. Song Yuan glanced at it, resting his hands on his thighs, rubbing them together. Shall I treat you to a meal? I have plans today. Let us postpone it, Wenli replied, her mind set on meeting Fu Zheng. After a moment of hesitation, Song Yuan stood and inquired, All right, but when is another day? He paused. I tend to be quite particular. Wenli pondered for a moment. How about tomorrow? Song Yuan readily agreed. Fine. I'll come to your house to pick you up tomorrow. With that, he stood and departed. Within half a minute, Wenli received a message from Song Yuan. Just a comma. Quickly retracted. Assuming it was an error, she paid it no mind. As the clock approached 5 o'clock, employees of the Fu Corporation began to leave, and by 6 or 7, the lobby was sparsely populated. Illuminated solely by the opulent spiral crystal chandelier, Wenli stretched her neck, tidied her completed assignments, rubbed her slightly cold arms, and stood to glance toward the elevator. Checking the time, she noted it was just past 7. At that moment, her phone buzzed from her bag. It was warm. She stood and stepped outside, adopting an affectionate tone. Sister, what is up? I'm playing a game. Are you not coming back? Dad is asking for you. Warm inquired, her voice lowered. Wenli cooed, I won't be back just yet. I'll return later. Please keep him occupied. All right, who are you playing with? Warm asked with genuine concern. Wenli whispered, a group of people, both male and female. Don't mention it to Dad, or I'll definitely get scolded. Okay, just be careful. After ending the call, Wenli rubbed her stiffened face and then glanced up at the towering building. Shrouded in darkness, save for a few lit windows, including the top floor. Returning to the lobby, she settled back onto the sofa to check her phone. Lin Baozhu had sent her a message. Some classmates in the group said you cheated on the exam. Teacher Pan mentioned you would have to retake it on Monday. From the moment she had spoken with Warm, Wenli had anticipated this development, so the message did not surprise her. Yet, it chilled her further as she unraveled the previous facade. The two individuals who cared for her the most were, in truth, the ones who wished for her demise. She felt a tinge of gratitude for the groundwork laid during her 3 years as a vegetative state. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to confront these challenges. Wenli replied to the message. Okay. Lin Baozhu sent a few comforting words. I don't believe you cheated. You've always been diligent in your studies. Wenli felt a warmth in her heart. I might disappoint you. Lin Baozhu. Then I still believe in you. You don't even copy homework. So how could you cheat on an exam? Even if you did, it only proves you are bold and talented. Wenli couldn't help but smile at the last remark. Thank you for your compliment. Simultaneously, the sound of the elevator doors opening broke the silence of the lobby, which was quiet enough for Wenli to hear. She turned her head, expecting to see Fu Zheng, but it was Assistant Su beside him. She stood and asked Assistant Su, Is Fu Zheng still busy? A figure suddenly sprang forth from the shadows, causing Assistant Su to startle momentarily. Once she regained her composure, she remarked, President Fu is still occupied with matters. It may take a while. You may head upstairs to wait for him. Wenli slung her backpack over her shoulder, gestured towards the elevator, and inquired, Is it permissible for me to go up? I can assist you in pressing the button. Assistant Su guided her to the exclusive elevator, swiped her work ID, and the doors opened automatically. Wenli stepped inside, pressed the open button, and with a hint of inconvenience, asked Assistant Su, Could you please order 2 meals for me? The dishes that President Fu usually enjoys that I will reimburse you. Upon hearing this, Assistant Su nodded in agreement. Certainly, I will bring them over shortly. Wenli felt a twinge of embarrassment. I appreciate your help. As they entered the elevator, she transferred 1,000 to Assistant Sue as a token for his overtime work. In the president's office, upon hearing a knock at the door, Fu Zheng did not lift his head. His voice was flat as he instructed. Come in. He then added, please prepare a cup of coffee for me before you leave. Thank you for your hard work. Chapter 12. The importance of discretion at his words. Wenli set down her backpack and approached him. The desk was cluttered with documents, and he appeared quite busy, entirely unaware of her presence. She picked up a black coffee cup and stepped out, feeling somewhat familiar with the Fu group. In her youth, she often engaged in parkour within the company, with Fu Zheng frequently trailing behind her. After preparing the coffee, she returned without knocking this time. She placed the coffee cup beside Fu Zheng and quietly stepped aside. Fu Zheng took a sip, his brow furrowing at the unfamiliar taste. Suddenly, he looked up, his gaze landing on the delicate features of the girl before him, and for a fleeting moment, his expression softened. After a few seconds, he set the coffee cup down. Wenli smiled at him and gestured towards the sofa, saying, you may continue your work. I will wait for you over there. Fu Zheng, regaining his composure, adjusted his collar and asked, when did you arrive? Just now, Wenli replied, moving to sit on the sofa, out of the corner of her eye. She couldn't help but glance at the man seated at his desk. Compared to his usual demeanor, he wore a pair of minimalist black-rimmed glasses while working, giving him a more mature and restrained appearance. His previously unbuttoned black shirt was now neatly fastened, and he had even donned a suit jacket. Perhaps he was concerned about maintaining a composed image in front of her, given his status as her uncle. If it weren't for the fear of startling Fu Zheng, she would have liked to say that, ironically, the more one dresses, the more intriguing they become. After all, a bear man is far less captivating than a well-dressed gentleman who exudes mystery. She patiently sat on the sofa, waiting. Fu Zheng's gaze briefly shifted from the documents to the sofa, only to return to the overwhelming text before him. Minutes later, he removed his glasses with one hand and set them aside. Pinching the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers, I will have Uncle Jiang pick you up, he stated. Under his watchful gaze, Wenli covered her ears with her hands and replied earnestly, I will wait for you. Fu Zheng's movements paused momentarily, and a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes before he said nothing further and resumed his work, though his efficiency noticeably waned. Half an hour later, Assistant Sue delivered 2 meals, to which Wenli expressed her gratitude. After exchanging a few words, Assistant Sue departed for the day. Wenli opened the meal containers and turned to Fu Zheng, suggesting, you may start eating. Fu Zheng acknowledged with a nod, stood up, and approached her, his tall frame casting a shadow as he took a seat across from her. Wenli offered him chopsticks, but he brushed her hand aside and took the ones on the table instead. His tone indifferent as he said, please eat. Undeterred, Wenli withdrew her hand and quietly began her meal. Fu Zheng ate swiftly, laying down his chopsticks within 10 minutes, before returning to his desk to attend to work. Wenli remained on the sofa for a while, feeling drowsy, and decided to close her eyes for a brief nap. After completing all his tasks, Fu Zheng rubbed his aching temples but found his gaze drawn to the sofa. Wenli was half reclined, resting her cheek on one hand, a strand of hair cascading over her face. His gaze softened gradually, infused with an unspoken affection. Abruptly, he averted his eyes and closed them. When he reopened them, his expression was clear, and he stood, walking over to her from an elevated position. Due to her recent habit of waking at the slightest sound, Wenli opened her eyes and immediately stood up. In the next moment, she stumbled forward, colliding solidly against Fu Zheng's chest. Instinctively, he raised a hand but then tucked it behind his back, asking, are you hurt? Wenli straightened herself, shaking her head, and turned to retrieve her backpack, following him closely behind. Once inside the car, they found themselves without Uncle Jiang. Fu Zheng took the wheel, while Wenli naturally settled in the passenger seat. As they drove along the main road, a chill breeze swept through the window. After a minute or two, Wenli leaned her head against the cool air and then closed the window. Approaching home, her phone rang. It was a call from Wenrong. As soon as she answered, his furious voice erupted. Wenli, at your young age, you've already begun to socialize with men. Before Wenli could respond, a large hand seized her phone, and a cold voice interjected. She is with me. When Rong was evidently taken aback to hear Fu Zheng's voice, momentarily at a loss for words before ending the call abruptly, Fu Zheng's brow remained furrowed, evidently displeased, as he was quite protective. "Does Wen Rong speak to you in such a manner at home?" he inquired. Wenli nodded. Pretty much. Fu Zheng's expression tightened, yet he chose to remain silent, personally escorting her to the Wen family home. He watched her ascend the stairs before departing. When Wan entered the bedroom, as usual, to check on her, mentioning, "Someone just called Dad, saying you were playing games with a boy," Wenli rubbed her face with both hands. Her eyes drooping, pouting slightly. "I'm so unfortunate. My classmate discovered I was cheating, and oh worries. I'll stay home for the next few days to help smooth things over with Dad," when Wan reassured her. Patting her back, by the way, "How did you end up with your uncle?" Wenli explained, "I was afraid Dad would scold me, so I asked him to pick me up. Next time, try not to trouble outsiders." "All right. Okay, sis, you're the best. T7 in the morning. Are we eating now?" "All right." Song Yuan sprang out of bed in a flurry, rushing in the bathroom before hastily heading downstairs, just as Song Qi was coming down. She encountered the flustered Song Yuan. "What is going on? Did a meteor collide with Earth?" Song Yuan immediately grabbed her. "Sister, take me to Wenli's house quickly." "Wenli? The one you were close with in middle school? Have you rekindled your romance?" Song Qi asked, intrigued. "I already said it's not like that. Don't make wild assumptions." "Fine, I happen to be going to the Fu residence anyway." Upon receiving Song Yuan's message, Wenli made her way downstairs. As she stepped out the front door, she spotted Song Yuan waving from the back seat. "Wenli, over here." As she approached to open the door, she caught sight of Fu Zheng on the other side, his dark eyes revealing nothing of his thoughts, causing her to hesitate. "The passenger seats," Song Qi gently greeted Wenli. Only after Song Yuan closed the door did she realize that it was a bit awkward for Wenli to be sitting in the middle. "Wenli, why don't you sit here instead?" "No need." Wenli glanced at the quiet man beside her. Song Yuan said nothing further and then pulled out her phone. "I remember you like breakfast from Lao Wangji. Shall we go there?" "Sounds good." Wenli nodded, and just as she was about to call out to Fu Zheng, Song Qi introduced, "Fu Uncle, this is Song Yuan, my classmate." "Wenli, this is Fu Uncle." Wenli hesitated to call Fu Zheng uncle, but addressing him by name felt inappropriate as well, leaving her momentarily speechless. Song Yuan assumed she was nervous and quickly added, "Fu Uncle, my classmate is just shy." Fu Zheng's gaze shifted to Wenli before returning to Song Yuan, coldly stating, "What is there to be shy about? I am her uncle." The car fell into an immediate silence, and Song Yuan stuttered, feeling the pressure of being caught with someone of the opposite sex at their age. He scratched his head. "Hello, uncle." The atmosphere in the car grew tense, and Fu Zheng lifted his eyelids, correcting, "You should call me uncle." Song Yuan quickly complied, "Fu Uncle." Song Qi in the front seat found it hard to watch the exchange, and soon all four headed off to breakfast. While ordering, Song Yuan dragged Song Qi along, leaving only Wenli and Fu Zheng at the table. Fu Zheng poured a cup of warm water and pushed it towards Wenli, adopting a tone of authority as he said, "There is no need to hide early relationships from me. Normal interactions are perfectly fine. Just be mindful of your boundaries." Chapter 13. The desire for possession realizing he had misunderstood. Wenli instinctively clarified, "I am not in a relationship. He is just a friend. Truly just a friend." She nodded earnestly to emphasize her sincerity. That Fu Zheng merely responded with a non-committal, leaving her uncertain of his belief in her words. Just as she was about to speak again, Song Yuan returned, eager to please. "Fu Uncle, do you have any dietary restrictions?" Fu Zheng remained silent for several seconds before replying. "None." Song Yuan then turned to Wenli. Clearly familiar with her preferences, "You don't eat cilantro or green onions, and you prefer half sugar, right?" Fu Zheng's gaze fell upon Wenli for a fleeting moment before swiftly averting. Noticing Wenli nodding, Song Yuan turned and jogged towards the service desk. Just as Wenli was about to utter something, Fu Zheng rose and sauntered towards the tree by the roadside, holding his phone in one hand, his fingers lightly tapping the screen that if someone approached, they would catch a glimpse of the phone's default screensaver. When breakfast was finally served, he walked over with long strides and settled beside Wenli. With elders present, Song Yuan refrained from making any comments, occasionally casting her attention towards Wenli, who had a froth of milk at the corner of her mouth, prompting Song Yuan to hastily offer her a napkin. Simultaneously, Fu Zheng's fingers brushed against the napkin, swiftly taking 2 sheets to wipe his mouth before discarding them in the trash. Song Qi glanced at Song Yuan. Then at the time, realizing it was getting late, she attempted to speak up. Uncle Fu, are we leaving now? Time is running short. Originally, it was supposed to be Fu Yu accompanying her on a field trip, but since Fu Yu had caught a cold, she had to rely on Fu Zheng to go instead. Fu Zheng responded with his usual standing up to head towards the business vehicle. Just before entering, he paused momentarily, then bent down to get inside. Outside the tinted windows, the young man leaned close to the young woman. Whispering something, he closed his eyes, feeling his fingers resting on his thigh, unconsciously tighten. An inexplicable sense of possessiveness attempted to suppress his rationality. Once the vehicle had departed, a tense Song Yuan exhaled deeply, her previously crossed legs now stretching out. In disbelief, she remarked, Fu Zheng is your uncle? No, Wenli replied, taking a sip of milk. Song Yuan responded with a puzzled huh? Without offering further explanation, Wenli finished her milk in a few gulps and stated, I must head to school now. I'm going to be late. Observing her rise, Song Yuan quickly stood up and followed, saying, I'll walk you. She reached out to take Wenli's backpack. Since Jing Zhong was nearby, merely a 10-minute walk, Wenli held onto the straps of her backpack, not allowing him to carry it, and tilted her head, asking, Aren't you going? We only go in the afternoon to Yuliang High School, Song Yuan explained. Unlike Jing Zhong, Yuliang High School was entirely an elite institution, thus operating on a more lenient schedule. Jing Zhong was renowned for its rigor, demanding not only financial resources but also academic excellence. Wenli was an exception, having been forcibly enrolled in Jing Zhong by Fu Zheng years ago, which later became a flashpoint in their relationship. Initially, Wenli intended to continue her education at a private school, as it suited her well. You don't need to accompany me. I can walk alone. After all, she was in her 20s. While she had been oblivious to Song Yuan's feelings yesterday, today she could clearly discern them. She turned to him candidly and said, Song Yuan, we are merely friends. Song Yuan's expression stiffened, quickly scratching his head. Of course, what else could it be? I'll tell you, I've had 2 girlfriends. I'll send you their photos tomorrow. In the next moment, Wenli replied, I already have someone I like. Song Yuan's face fell into a grimace that was more pitiable than tears, feigning indifference. Oh, really? Who is it? Seeing his reaction, Wenli felt a pang of sympathy and gently patted his shoulder in consolation, urging him to keep it under wraps for the time being. T school. Wenli entered the classroom at the last minute, and all eyes turned towards her, their expressions conveying disbelief at her audacity to cheat. Accepting their scrutiny with poise, she took her seat as Zhou Qin quietly reassured her, don't pay them any mind. Wenli signaled that she was fine, and after a few minutes, Pan Ming'an entered. Clapping his hands to instruct the students to recite classical Chinese texts, he then called out, Wenli, please step outside. Wenli rose and followed him back to the office, after a moment of hesitation. Pan Ming'an spoke, a classmate has reported you for cheating on the exam. You know how strictly the school handles such matters. If the accusations are true, it could result in a serious penalty. However, we will not unjustly accuse you either. He handed her a test paper similar to a monthly exam, instructing her to complete it in the office. Wenli remained silent for a few seconds, then replied, If I am innocent, shouldn't the person who reported me apologize publicly, and shouldn't the school impose appropriate consequences? If there are no corresponding measures or penalties, I refuse to take this test. If I don't, who has evidence to prove I cheated? Pan Ming'an seemed taken aback by her assertion. After a moment of thought, he stepped outside to make a phone call, returning shortly. The principal has agreed. Good. Wenli accepted the paper and began her work in the office. During the break, several students gathered at the door to watch. Pan Ming'an stood up and shooed them away, sternly stating, Focus on your own work and stop loitering here. What is so interesting? He slightly closed the door, glancing at the girl immersed in her exam. Don't be nervous. Take your time. Wenli, without raising her head, calmly replied, Mr. Pan, I am not nervous. By noon, when Assistant Su learned of the situation, he immediately called Fu Zheng. Managing to reach him after 2 attempts, Fu Zheng's voice was somewhat cold. What is it? Mr. Fu, the school just reported that someone accused Miss Wen of cheating on an exam, and she is currently in the office taking a test. Assistant Su informed him. Oh, you need me to handle it. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng's brow furrowed, his voice turning even colder. Book the earliest flight. After a brief pause, he added, keep a close watch on matters at the school and contact me immediately if anything arises. But Mr. Fu, Haven TU just arrived in D-City. Assistant Su quickly added, you take care of your affairs. I'll head to the school right away. And no need. Just book the earliest flight. Fu Zheng ended the call abruptly. Turning to Song Qi, he said directly, I have an urgent matter. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Though Fu Zheng was younger than her, Song Qi held her tongue, as this project relied on Fu U.S. connections. That I'll head to the hotel to rest. And we can reconnect tomorrow. All right. Fu Zheng turned and left, his pace slightly more hurried than before. In the afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, Pan Mingyan had been seated for a considerable time. He stood up to stretch, glancing at Wen Li out of the corner of his eye. Upon finishing the first 2 papers, he was certain that Wen Li had not cheated. The burden that had weighed on him was finally lifted. Otherwise, his teaching career would have been marred by a dubious distinction. Noticing Wen Li's water cup was empty, he filled it for her and continued his work. After several minutes, a knock sounded at the office door. He instinctively looked up, spotting a tall figure in the doorway. Momentarily unsure of who it was, he rose to inquire, which teacher are you looking for? Chapter 14. Should she endure injustice? The man's gaze settled upon the girl, who sat quietly in the room, her petite frame appearing even smaller in that moment. He stepped inside and stood beside her, speaking in a tone that was neither too light nor too heavy. I am Wen Li's uncle. I've heard someone accused her of cheating on an exam. Recognizing the familiar voice, Wen Li abruptly turned to him, her eyes sparkling with a hint of joy as she instinctively called out. Fu Zheng's voice softened slightly as he turned to Pan Mingyan, asserting she may retake the exam, but only if she is innocent. He paused, his tone chilling. I will sue the school if unjust suspicions are cast upon my niece. If that is the case, should I also accuse the principal of embezzlement, requiring someone to investigate? It was already questionable to have Wen Li redo her exam based solely on hearsay. Pan Mingyan quickly expressed his apologies. If we do not address this, the rumors will only multiply. You know it's merely a rumor. Are you really going to force her to prove her innocence based on that? The young, handsome man scoffed lightly. His protective intent unmistakable. He placed a hand on the desk, his voice rising slightly. Should she be subjected to such indignities? Do you think she has no one to stand up for her? Wen Li's pen made a dot on the paper, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. In the next moment, she gently tugged at Fu Zheng's sleeve. Wait for me to finish. She desperately wanted to ask him why he had never doubted her integrity. For someone like her, cheating would be a common occurrence. Why had he consistently stood by her side from the very beginning? Fu Zheng fell silent, standing behind her, watching as she worked through the exam. By 9 in the evening, all the tests had been completed, 6 of which had already been graded, leaving only the final subject. Pan Mingyan handed the papers to the math teacher. Li Laoshi, please grade this. The math teacher completed the grading within minutes and returned the papers to Pan Mingyan. Pan Mingyan then handed all the graded tests back to Wen Li. Feeling assured, the scores are not far off from your monthly exam results. The school will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Wen Li rubbed her slightly sore back and asked, Mr. Pan, may I know who reported me? After a moment's hesitation, Pan Mingyan divulged the name. Chiu Yi. Wen Li was taken aback. Chiu Yi was quite well liked in the class and was one of the few classmates who had shown her kindness. Pan Mingyan nodded. She wrote the report. Please do not handle this privately. The school will address it. You should head home and rest. We will discuss this further tomorrow. Wen Li said nothing as she tidied her backpack in the classroom and followed Fu Zheng downstairs. It was precisely the time when classes were letting out, and the staircase was somewhat congested. Several times, Wen Li was jostled against Fu Zheng, and once again, she bumped into his arm. Suddenly, an arm draped over her shoulder from behind, the palm outward, with only the wrist resting on her shoulder. A gesture of concern, yet deliberately maintaining distance. She stole a glance, and then looked away in the opposite direction. From this angle, Fu Zheng's jawline was distinctly defined, his nose straight and prominent, and his eyelashes long and lush. Fu Zheng naturally sensed her gaze, his eyelids lowering. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, he withdrew his hand and inquired, "What do you want to eat?" "I'd like a pineapple bun from the North City." Wenli deliberately chose a distant location, hoping to spend a little more time with him. After today, he would surely begin to keep his distance again. Fu Zheng hardly ever turned her down this time. It was unusual for Fu Zheng not to sit in the passenger seat, likely to comfort her. Wenli recalled something and rummaged through her backpack to produce a paper crane, extending it toward him. "This is a paper crane I folded. I only made one. It's a bit ugly, but I tried my best." Her crafting skills had never been exceptional, and this one had taken her quite some time to perfect. The red paper crane lay quietly in the palm of her hand. Fu Zheng's fingers twitched slightly before he tucked it into his pocket, seemingly unimpressed. It's 10 o'clock in the North City. Most shops had closed, but fortunately, the pineapple bun store remained open. Fu Zheng went inside to buy a few, and Wenli dozed off after eating one or two in the car. The string of early mornings and late nights had left her somewhat drained. She awoke only upon arriving at the one family home, and after getting out of the car, she looked through the window at Fu Zheng, smiling. "Fu Zheng, good night," as she saw the silhouette of the girl vanish into the night. He withdrew his gaze, his hand instinctively reaching into his pocket. There should have been a paper crane there. Now, it was empty. Almost reflexively, he rasped to the North City. An hour later, the understated black luxury car parked again outside the North City bun shop. But the store had already closed, leaving the street eerily quiet. Standing at the entrance, Fu Zheng spotted a paper crane, now flattened. On the ground, he bent down to pick it up, gently brushing away the marks left upon it. With his brows knitted, he attempted to restore the crane to its former shape, but the creases would not smooth out. After a long moment, he regarded it as a treasured possession, cradling it carefully in his palm. At the Wen residence, when Rong and others had gone to the Qin family for a banquet and were not at home, Wenli let out a sigh of relief. After going upstairs, she took out her phone to contact Lin Baozhu. She asked, "Do you have Qiu Yi's number?" Lin Baozhu replied, "I did. I'll send it to you." A while later, Wenli received Qiu Yi's number and dialed it. Before long, the call connected. "Hello," came Qiu Yi's voice. "This is Wenli. Did Teacher Pan say you reported me for cheating?" The other end fell silent immediately. After a few seconds, a faint voice from a nurse could be heard. "Bed 29, checking blood sugar." The call abruptly ended, and Wenli did not attempt to redial. Shortly thereafter, her phone rang again. It was Qiu Yi. It seemed that Qiu Yi was on the roadside, with the sound of car horns in the background. "It's me." "Who told you to do that?" Wenli's tone bore no curiosity. She already knew who was responsible, merely resembling a culprit seeking a verdict. Qiu Yi did not respond and continued, "Tomorrow, the school will make you apologize to me in front of everyone. I can persuade the school not to pursue it further, but you must tell me the truth." Silence persisted on the line for half a minute. Qiu Yi sniffled, a slight catch in her voice. Though not overtly apparent, it was her sister. In her first year, she approached me and asked me to divulge her matters to the classmates, and I'm sorry. My mother is ill, and I need money. Having received confirmation, Wenli's emotions remained steady. "Qiu Yi, I don't need your apology. Just continue to do as you have been. Regarding today's incident, tell her that a man helped me resolve the cheating issue." After hanging up, Wenli's gaze fell upon the family portrait on the table, all four smiling, and no one would believe this was merely a fade. She reached out to cover the frame, rubbing her slightly sore eyes. How could she not feel sorrow? For over 20 years of her previous life, she had lived in a loving family, only to find it all reduced to a matter of money. Chapter 15. He wants to steal at 1 o'clock in the morning. Wenli completed a set of exam papers and, yawning, began to pack her backpack. Before rising, she habitually stood before the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze outside. The night felt different from usual. A shadowy figure stood beneath the street lamp, chin raised, clearly watching her direction. Though the features were obscured, she was certain it was Fu Zheng. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned and dashed downstairs, plunging into the stifling darkness, escaping the courtyard. The road was deserted, with only solitary street lamps standing like sentinels in the night. She lightly kicked the ground with her toes, muttering, playing guerrilla warfare. The villa's gate closed once more, and the figure concealed in the darkness stepped out. Fu Zheng raised his hand to touch his chest, feeling the powerful thump of his heart. Something seemed to be stubbornly crawling out from a minuscule gap, perhaps due to the increased frequency of interactions between Fu Zheng and Wen Li. Du Ying and Wen Wan began to sense a looming crisis and started to take the situation seriously. The next day, Wen Li rose early and went downstairs, where Wen Wan had prepared breakfast, waiting for her. "I'll drive you to school today. Sister, you're too kind. I'm almost dead from sleepiness." After playfully whining, Wen Li grabbed her breakfast and devoured it ravenously. Wen Wan chuckled, feigning concern. "Why not skip the morning self-study? I'll have Mom call the teacher." "Forget it. I'm afraid the duck will quack." Wen Li playfully gestured at A.S. for who the duck was. Wen Wan understood perfectly, laughing several times and whispering, "Keep it down. Don't let Dad hear." Wen Wan drove, with Wen Li in the passenger seat. She took a bite of her sandwich and asked, "Sister, how did you get engaged to the Qin family? He seems quite the flirt." Wen Wan tucked her hair behind her ear, starting the car. "A marriage alliance benefits the family, but you can choose whoever you like to marry in the future." Wen Li responded with a non-committal "oh," leaning against the window when the light turned red. Wen Wan glanced at her. "How's the school handling the cheating incident?" Wen Li explained, "Uncle came to the school." Wen Wan looked relieved. "Next time, don't cheat. No need to report that I couldn't tease all the first question." "What essay set? Who invented math anyway? It's useless in life," Wen Li complained. Wen Wan laughed in agreement. "I think so too. By the way, I heard that Uncle expelled a pregnant woman, one of his secretaries." As she spoke, her voice lowered, clearly hinting at deeper implications. In the past, Wen Li would have automatically assumed this meant Fu Zheng had slept with the secretary and then dismissed her after she became pregnant. But not now. She pretended to be outraged. "Men nowadays are all terrible. You're 18 now. Be careful. On the surface, you and Fu Zheng are uncle and niece, but you don't share any blood relation," Wen Wan stated, her tone turning serious. Upon hearing this, Wen Li feigned fear, clutching her chest. "Then I should keep my distance from him." Afterward, the two fell silent. Upon arriving at school, Wen Li went to Pan Mingyan to inform him that he would not need to apologize in front of the entire school. For several days, whenever Qiu saw Wen Li, she would automatically lower her head to avoid her. But Wen Li paid no mind. On Friday, as Wen Li exited the school, she was called to by Song Yuan, who was riding a bicycle. Wen Li, Song Yuan was strikingly handsome, dressed in a black hoodie, his hair of medium length, captivating attention as he rode his black bicycle with one hand. Wen Li walked over. "What's up? There's a circus performance at Zhongyuan, featuring tigers you like. Hop on." Song Yuan patted the back seat. Before Wen Li could respond, he exclaimed, "What?" "Afraid your crush will misunderstand." "Who is it? Let me see." He glanced around the school gate. Not seeing anyone more attractive than himself, he remarked, "He's not here." "Then it's fine. Hop on." "Wen Li, why are you being so wishy-washy?" Reluctantly, Wen Li climbed onto the back seat. Song Yuan tilted his head to look at her. "Hold on to my shirt." Once she secured her grip, he pedaled off, shouting exuberantly, "Let us go." In the distance, inside a sleek black luxury car, Fu Zheng watched as the bicycle rode away through the crowd. Growing more distant, he pressed the window button, concealing his cold expression. Around 5 or 6 in the evening, at the club, Bai Siyuan arrived to find Fu Zheng already having consumed a fair amount of red wine. Dressed in a white shirt with the collar undone, revealing the contours of his well-toned physique, he bore a cold expression between his brows. "What's wrong? In a bad mood? Who could possibly upset you?" "Wen Li, did she say she hates you again?" Only Wen Li had the ability to stir his emotions. No one else could do so. Upon hearing her name, Fu Zheng's movements noticeably paused. He quickly raised his hand and downed the drink in one go. Placing the glass on the table, the alcohol flushed his face, and the typically composed Fu Zheng now exhibited a hint of irrationality. "She's in a relationship. I find myself on the brink of losing control, consumed by an overwhelming desire to seize the moment." Bai Siyuan, seated, stiffened momentarily, casting a glance in my direction before letting out a sigh of resignation, encouragingly stating, "If you truly desire it, then take the plunge. Life is but a few fleeting decades. To hesitate endlessly is to squander it. If you propose to the Wen family, I dare say they would acquiesce without delay. The prospect of an alliance with the Fu family would surely bring them joy even in their dreams." The man at the booth remained silent, merely raising a hand to brush the corner of his eye. Observing his despondent demeanor, Bai Siyuan felt a pang of frustration akin to that of a mentor disappointed in a mentee. What are you hesitating for? You are merely 8 years older than Wenli. It is not a fault of yours to hold a higher status. Besides, Wenli does not regard you as an uncle. When has she ever addressed you as such? She always calls you Fu Zheng. That I interjected. You two are childhood friends. Fu Zheng suddenly roused from his stupor, replying, yes, just 8 years, assuming he had come to a realization. Bai Siyuan poured him a glass of red wine and added, indeed, being 8 years older is advantageous for a man. It signifies maturity and stability. I shall be traveling abroad. Please keep an eye on Wenli's affairs. After uttering these words, Fu Zheng closed his eyes, reclining against the booth, as if he had exhausted his last reserves of strength. You are truly a coward, Bai Siyuan wished to express, but upon witnessing Fu Zheng's state, he found himself at a loss for words. Wenli had not seen Fu Zheng for several days and felt an undeniable longing for him. The following morning, she brought fruit to the Fu residence. In the courtyard, old Master Fu and old Madame Fu were feeding fish, which, being of a wealthy lineage, had grown quite rotund, their bellies swollen as if pregnant. Upon noticing Wenli, old Madame Fu rose with affection, remarking, "Little Li has grown thin. Your cheeks have lost their fullness. That a little slenderness is indeed lovely." Wenli softly replied, "Thank you." Old Master Fu shot her a disapproving glance, stating, "A bit of weight is preferable. It signifies health. I shall ask the cook to prepare more delicious dishes for you to enjoy." "Very well," Wenli replied, handing the fruit to the cook before scanning the surroundings. My uncle not at home?" Old Master Fu immediately pouted, displaying a hint of displeasure. "Your uncle has taken offense at my urging him to marry and has fled abroad. That be why the time that troublesome project overseas is completed. He will be an old man. He would rather toil for meager earnings than settle down. Just look at how irresponsible your uncle is." Wenli stood frozen, taken aback by the revelation that Fu Zheng had chosen to escape to another country to avoid her. In her previous life, they had met infrequently, and Fu Zheng had never ventured abroad, never fleeing to avoid old Master Fu's marriage proposals. Old Master Fu continued to voice his grievances. "Your uncle is 26. Yet he has no woman by his side. I am beginning to worry about his orientation." Chapter 16. If Fu Zheng wishes to be the other man, he is perfectly normal. Wenli interjected hastily. "Grandpa, Grandma, I just remembered that I have some homework left undone. I must return home to complete it, but I will come back later to join you for dinner." She dashed back to the Wen residence, passing the living room without acknowledging Du Ying, racing up the stairs and shutting the door behind her. She retrieved her phone and dialed Fu Zheng's number. For the first time, he did not answer. After a few seconds, he texted, "I am working." Wenli pouted, poking the phone screen in frustration, then stabbed at it several more times. "Old man, coward." She chose not to reply, glancing at the countdown to the college entrance examination. Realizing time was slipping away, perhaps her eagerness to see Fu Zheng had made the torturous study sessions of senior year seem to pass in the blink of an eye. A heavy snowfall blanketed Kyoto during winter, followed by a series of gentle rains as spring arrived. By June, summer had dawned upon Kyoto. The weather was still mild, yet the atmosphere in the classroom had reached its peak intensity. When they caught sight of Zhou Qin slumped over her desk, her eyelids drooping, she gently nudged her. Zhou Qin jolted upright, rubbing her face, exclaiming, "I am so tired. Just a few more days. I must persevere." Wenli chuckled softly, retrieving a mint from her drawer and offering it to her. Zhou Qin, having tasted its potency before, immediately shook her head and retreated, declaring, "I'm awake now." Tea that moment, Pan Mingan entered through the back door, clapping his hands with vigor. "Let us get energized. We have just a day or two left. Let us give it one last push. This afternoon, we'll take the class photo, a moment to relax." Wenli, too, felt the strain of relentless studying. Enduring such intensity could wear anyone down. She unwrapped 2 mints and popped them in her mouth, feeling revitalized instantly. To T2 in the afternoon, all senior classes gathered on the playground for their class photos. After taking her class picture, Wenli spotted Bai Siyuan, who was waving at her while holding a beautifully crafted cake. Just as she was about to approach him, Song Yuan rushed over, Exclaiming, "Congratulations on your graduation," she handed Wenli a bouquet of pink roses. "What brings you here?" Wenli asked as she accepted the flowers. Feigning indifference, Song Yuan replied, "I climbed over the wall." Her gaze inevitably lingered on Wenli, who was dressed simply in a white collared dress, her hair cascading behind her, with delicate features that held an air of assertive beauty. At that moment, Bai Siyuan approached, glancing at Song Yuan and then at Wenli. Though he was handsome, he paled in comparison to Fu Zheng, that if Fu Zheng desired to be the other man. He stood no chance that he then turned to Wenli and said, "Congratulations on your graduation." Upon hearing this, Wenli realized that Fu Zheng would not be present today. She requested, "Could you take a photo for me to send to Fu Zheng?" Bai Siyuan pulled out his phone and waved to Song Yuan. "Could you please step a little further away?" Once she stood back, he took several pictures, sending them with a single tap to the man who wished to avoid the role of the other man. After tucking his phone away, he decided not to intrude on Wenli's romantic moment, saying, "I'll take my leave now," as he departed. Song Yuan pulled out her phone. "Wenli, let me take a few pictures for you." Since he had climbed over the wall, Wenli readily agreed, allowing her to snap several photos, culminating in a quick selfie of the two of them. "All right, I must head back now," she said, scurrying off as if she had committed a crime. As Bai Siyuan drove away, he caught sight of Song Yuan walking while giggling at her phone. He honked deliberately, and when she jumped in fright, her phone slipped from her grasp. Satisfied, he continued driving. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, situated on the top floor with panoramic glass windows overlooking the playground, a man stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed on the scene below. After a considerable pause, he coldly commanded, "I want a copy of Wenli's report card." The principal nodded and, after a moment, handed him a document. Wenli's grades were commendable. If she performed well, admission to Kyoto University would be assured. "Very well," Fu Zheng replied, neatly folding the report card before adding, "Thank you for your assistance." In the spacious backseat of his car, he retrieved his phone and, after a few taps, a solitary photograph appeared on screen. After several seconds, he raised his finger, hovering above the screen, but just as he was about to touch it, he withdrew his hand and shut off the phone, with a voice tinged with restraint. He instructed the driver to the airport that on the eve of the college entrance examination, Wenli did not return home but stayed at the Fu residence. In her previous life, she had nearly been late for the exam due to a car malfunction, likely orchestrated by those two. During her stay at the Fu house, warmth enveloped her. While doing dared not extend her hand. They likely did not concern themselves with her potential performance in the past 6 months. The school had implemented a policy of confidentiality regarding students' grades to protect their well-being, so Du Ying and the others were unaware of her exact standing. During the 3 days of the entrance examination, Old Master Fu personally escorted her, perhaps in response to Fu Zheng's insistence that Doing occasionally showed up, but was promptly sent away by Old Master Fu's remarks. Wenli successfully navigated through the 3 days of exams. Sighing in relief upon their conclusion, she quickly packed her belongings and booked a flight to country L. Days prior. She had learned Fu Zheng's address from Old Master Fud as she descended the stairs. She encountered Doing, who upon seeing her dragging a suitcase, instinctively asked, "Little Li, where are you going?" Wenli stretched lazily and replied, "I've finally finished my prison sentence, Mom, that I'm going out for a few days." "It's too late today. Perhaps you should leave tomorrow," Doing chided with a smile. Wenli shook her head, playfully pouting, "I have plans with my classmates." "Very well, just be sure to be safe." Doing said indulgently, as she neared the door, when Rong returned, casting a glance at Wenli and habitually frowning. "Where are you off to?" Wenli remained silent, prompting Du Rong to explain, "She just finished her college entrance exams. Little Li is going out to relax for a few days. You can't go anywhere. You have a meeting set up with the Gu family tomorrow." When Rong stated sternly, it was clear that she intended for Wenli to attend a blind date. Du Rong shot Wenli an urging look, silently suggesting she make her escape. Wenli, gripping her suitcase, made her way outside, only for Rong to call out, "Stop right there. All right, let the child go. Meeting someone can happen any day." Du Rong interjected at in Country L. Dacheng. A sleek black business car rolled into a residential complex, coming to a stop in front of a standalone villa. Within the beam of the headlights, a petite figure came into view. The driver glanced at the man through the rearview mirror, saying, "Mr. Fu, there's a woman at the entrance." That Fu Zheng merely uttered a faint hum, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. His peripheral vision inadvertently brushed past a figure nearby, causing him to halt abruptly. He cast a somewhat stiff glance towards the distance. It had been a long time since he had seen Fu Zheng. His appearance showed little change, yet his aura felt markedly more composed. Wenli set down her suitcase and walked towards him, quickening her pace into a run. She finally collided into his embrace, her arms wrapping tightly around him. Fu Zheng, I missed you. In Chapter 17, she suddenly declared, "Fu Zheng, will you marry me?" as she lunged towards him. Fu Zheng was caught completely off guard, taking a half step back to steady himself. Gazing downward, he clearly discerned a cascade of glossy black hair, swaying gently in the breeze, brushing against him before settling back into place. A tingling sensation stirred within his heart. His dark eyes quivered slightly, and ultimately his hand moved to her back, permitting her embrace as he lifted his gaze to the horizon, his voice cool yet tinged with an unnamable emotion. "Have you been wronged?" Wenli tilted her head up, her eyes curving like a crescent moon shimmering in the night sky. "No, it's just that I missed you." The weight of those words, though neither heavy nor light, struck him like a 1,000-pound hammer, reverberating in his chest. Fu Zheng's atoms apple bobbed in the darkness, fingers clenched tightly behind him, jaw slightly raised, before he finally replied in a flat tone, "Let's go inside." Wenli released him, softly stating, "I'm hungry. I came right after my exam." Fu Zheng responded with a noncommittal moving to retrieve her suitcase as they entered the villa, one after the other, before Wenli could reach the living room. A female voice interjected, "Oh, who is this?" Wenli turned to see a woman clad in a black Chanel suit sitting on the sofa, her long, artificially dyed golden curls exuding maturity and intellect. She instinctively glanced at Fu Zheng, who appeared entirely unfazed, clearly having permitted this woman to stay. While she understood that Fu Zheng would not be fond of anyone else, she was also aware of his intent to marry eventually. Yet he had never considered marrying her. "She's my niece," Fu Zheng explained succinctly, then turned to Wenli, adding blandly, "Take a seat on the sofa for a while." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen. Jian Ningxue looked at the kitchen in surprise, then curiously scrutinized Wenli, remarking to herself, "This is the first time I've seen him in the kitchen. I thought he couldn't cook. I'm an alumnus of your uncle." She continued, "Temporarily staying here." Wenli replied with a soft but remained silent, contemplating what advantages she had over this woman before her. After a while, she found none. Half an hour later, Fu Zheng emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of fried rice, signaling Wenli to come eat. As she approached, she found herself unable to finish, feeling a lump in her heart, uncertain of the status between Fu Zheng and Jian Ningxue. The fact that they could live together suggested a mutual interest. Was she to become an unwelcome third party? Distracted, she poked her spoon into the rice, prompting Fu Zheng to glance over and, with pursed lips, ask, "Do you not like it?" Wenli snapped back to reality, shaking her head and quickly finishing the bowl of fried rice. Fu Zheng led her upstairs and opened one of the bedrooms, its decor stark and cold in shades of gray, clearly his room. "You'll stay here for now. I'll have someone prepare the adjacent room tomorrow. And where will you sleep?" Wenli instinctively inquired. Fu Zheng picked up his sleepwear from the downstairs. But as he spoke, he noticed her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, and he found himself involuntarily lowering his gaze. "If you need anything, just call me." "Are you sleeping with her?" Wenli stared at him, unmoving. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng's brow furrowed in realization, and he explained, "She's by Sion's ex-girlfriend, just arrived here, and hasn't found a place yet. That she'll move out in a few days. That I'll sleep on the sofa downstairs." Wenli's heart, previously in suspense, settled in the next moment. She swiftly closed the door and locked it, leaning against it. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled and looked at Fu Zheng. "Fu Zheng, you are not my uncle." The bedroom fell into silence. Perhaps he had heard this too many times before. As Fu Zheng's eyes dimmed slightly, yet his expression remained stoic. Let's sleep." He reached for the doorknob, but just as his hand touched it, Wenli's voice broke the quiet. "Fu Zheng, can you marry me?" Fu Zheng's gaze instinctively locked onto hers, his expression filled with astonishment. Even a man of his experience could not mask the shock in his eyes. After a long pause, he straightened up, his voice hoarse yet restrained. Wen Li, do you understand what you're saying? I do. Fu Zheng. I like you. Wen Li herself was uncertain. After uttering those words, her heartbeat quickened, yet she dared not retreat that if she did, their relationship would remain merely that of uncle and niece for eternity. While Fu Zheng could maintain that boundary, she could not, for her feelings for him were genuine. The room fell silent once more, the air thickening, her heart racing as she leaned against the door. Under the dim light, half of Fu Zheng's face remained in shadow, the other illuminated, his voice low and raspy. Today, I will pretend you never said that. I'll not bring it up again that I will have someone take you home tomorrow. Anticipating his rejection, Wen Li felt no sorrow. She softly replied, not this year. I will ask again next year, until you agree. Silence enveloped the room again, though it did not last long. Fu Zheng's tone turned stern as he admonished. I am your uncle. Regardless of blood relation, that will not change. If you need anything, just ask me directly. He assumed Wen Li was seeking something or had been influenced by something to utter such nonsense. Yet, Wen Li remained resolute. You are not my uncle. I just wanted to inform you, why feelings will not change. If you do not return to the country, neither will I doubt with that. She stepped aside from the door. Fu Zheng, without a word, opened the door and left, seemingly disturbed by her words. Wen Li let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the bed, patting her chest, and finally covering her flushed face with her hands. Her heart raced from her first confession, an experience fraught with anxiety. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng drove away. Finally stopping at a desolate roadside, he rolled down the window, retrieving a pack of cigarettes, and soon, the smoke enveloped the car. He rarely smoked, only resorting to it on occasions when his rationality faltered. With a cigarette pinched between his fingers, half of his hand protruding from the window, his face shrouded in smoke appeared dim and complex. A mix of restraint, possessiveness, and moral turmoil coursed through him. An inexplicable urge to possess surged to its peak. He took a deep drag, finding it somewhat uncomfortable, leading him to cough several times before regaining composure. After a while, he discarded the cigarette, but, leaning back in the seat with his eyes tightly shut, Wen Li's delicate face suddenly intruding upon his thoughts, he abruptly opened his eyes, bloodshot with emotion. The following morning, Wen Li expected Fu Zheng to avoid her for a few days. However, he acted as if nothing had transpired, sitting at the dining table to share breakfast with her. Jian Ningxue was also present. But after finishing her meal, she hurriedly left for work. Wen Li was the last to finish, and as Fu Zheng cleared the dishes, he stated flatly, the flight is at 3 this afternoon. I will take you to the airport. Under his gaze, Wen Li covered her ears with her hands, her expression serious. Unless you carry me to the airport, I will not go. With a loud crash, the bowl Fu Zheng was holding shattered on the floor. He closed his eyes, then quickly opened them again, coldly asking, do you even realize what nonsense you are saying? This was the first time he had spoken harshly to Wen Li. She pouted slightly, responding, I do. Afterward, she crouched down to pick up the broken pieces. Just as her fingers brushed the shards, a large hand grasped her wrist, pulling her aside before quickly releasing her. The man said nothing more. Cleaning up the fragments before donning a suit and leaving T2 in the afternoon, Fu Zheng arranged for a driver to take her to the airport, but Wen Li feigned ignorance. The driver could not forcibly take her there. With some local currency in hand, she headed to the supermarket to shop. When Jian Ningxue returned from work, Wen Li had already prepared a table full of dishes, lacking in appearance, but fragrant nonetheless. Seeing flour smeared across Wen Li's face, Jian Ningxue couldn't th before she could utter a word. She added, I am pursuing him. Jian Ningxue turned her head and coughed lightly, then glanced at Wen Li, whose dirty little face bore a serious expression. Unable to suppress another cough, she remarked, this is the first time I've heard of a girl pursuing him. It's easy to chase, but one can never be certain. I pursued Bai Xian for 6 months, and eventually succeeded. Wen Li picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and confidently declared, I am prepared. Indeed, the flavor is satisfactory, Jian Ningxue praised, then, drawing from her own experiences, advised, a person like Fu Zheng is unlikely to be impressed by cooking. He has dined at countless high-end restaurants, and a mere meal would hardly move him. Wen Li met her gaze and inquired, how did you manage to pursue Bai Xian? His charm must be quite difficult to resist. Jian Ningxue nodded in agreement, His tongue, if placed in a time of war, would render the nation devoid of ammunition. She recounted, "I once picked him up when he was at his most disheveled." When Li responded with an "oh," and after finishing their meal, she left some leftovers in the kitchen and waited in her bedroom until 2 in the morning. Fu Zheng still had not returned. Reluctantly, she decided to sleep. Half an hour after the bedroom light was turned off, a car drove into the villa, and a tall figure appeared in the living room. Eventually making his way to the kitchen, several dishes lay on the counter, and Fu Zheng's gaze lingered for a moment before he picked up a pair of chopsticks and lowered his head to eat a bit. He scarcely disturbed the food. Without a careful inspection, one would hardly notice any signs of him having eaten. He set down the chopsticks and leaned against the counter, tugging at his collar, his peripheral vision catching sight of the meal. A faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips for several consecutive days when Li did not see Fu Zheng. The weather in L country fluctuated between chilly and warm, and she struggled to acclimatize, inevitably succumbing to a fever. One day, she rose from her bed, feeling a sudden dizziness, and promptly collapsed back onto the mattress, reaching up to touch her forehead. An abnormal warmth greeted her. She sniffed her stuffy nose, retrieved her phone, and attempted to call Fu Zheng, but after a prolonged wait for a connection that never came, she gave up, wrapping herself in her blanket and drifting back to sleep. Jianningshu noticed when Li's absence that afternoon and instinctively searched for her. After calling out a few times at the bedroom door with no response, she assumed Li had gone out. When 10 o'clock came and still no sign of her return, concern crept in, prompting her to call Fu Zheng, advising, "Li is not home. Might you want to come back and check?" Before she could hear a reply, the call was disconnected, and she glanced at her phone, a vague sense of unease settling in. Soon after, Fu Zheng hurried back home, making no stops as he ascended the stairs. He opened the bedroom door, and the light flooded, and on the bed lay a mound of blankets. With a tuft of hair peeking out, his anxious heart settled upon seeing her. But just as he turned to leave, his eyes caught the flushed hue of her cheeks. He strode over, bending down to check her temperature, and was startled by the heat radiating from her. Instinctively, he retrieved his phone and dialed for assistance. Jianningshu rushed downstairs to fetch a fever-reducing patch, applying it to Li's forehead, her concern palpable as she murmured, "I wonder how long she's been burning with fever." Fu Zheng observed the unconscious Li and turned to retrieve a set of her clothes, handing them to Jianningshu to help change her. After issuing the instruction, he stepped outside. An hour later, the doctor returned to check her temperature, which had thankfully lowered. He advised, if she has another fever during the night, administer more medicine, and should it not subside by morning, take her to the hospital. Fu Zheng nodded, and after the doctor departed, Jianningshu also left the room. Only the two of them remained in the bedroom. Li continued to sleep soundly as Fu Zheng switched off the main light, leaving only the bedside lamp aglow, then sat by her side, vigilantly watching over her. In the dim light, her face still glowed with a feverish blush, her lips more vibrant than usual, a few strands of hair falling across her face. Obscuring her eyes, he reached out, his hand hesitating for several seconds before inching closer to tuck the stray strands behind her ear, revealing her delicate features. His fingers, which should have retreated, lingered greedily on her face, gently caressing her with a soothing touch. In the dead of night, when Li awoke, her eyes instantly met Fu Zheng's presence beside her bed, and her gaze brightened. She instinctively grabbed his hand, placing it against her chest, feeling reassured, and closed her eyes once more, murmuring that it must be a dream. The softness of his fingers startled Fu Zheng, who had been drowsily squinting, suddenly wide awake, his breath hitching as he instinctively withdrew his hand. When Li blinked her eyes open, the figure before her swaying slightly before coming into focus, her voice resembling that of a little duck. Fu Zheng, Chapter 18. To be honest, she wished to be his aunt. Fu Zheng responded with a nonchalant rising to pour himself a glass of water. As he lifted the cup, his fingers slipped slightly, causing water to spill onto the table. Betraying a flicker of emotion, he switched hands to pour the water, then presented the cup to her, asking as usual, "What would you like to eat?" Li took a few sips, finding her throat less parched than before, and shook her head. "I don't feel like eating." As she spoke, she quietly observed him, noticing that his gaze never met hers. Fu Zheng remained silent, took the cup from her, and went downstairs. After a while, he returned with a bowl of clear noodle soup. Wenli shot him a glance, struggling to sit up and lean against the headboard, and boldly requested, "Feed me." Fu Zheng paused, his expression as emotionless as ever. Responding with a simple with little appetite, Wenli managed to consume half of what he fed her before feeling nauseated and finally declaring, "I can't eat anymore." Her head still felt a bit fuzzy, her eyelids growing heavy, but she feared that if she closed her eyes, Fu Zheng would leave. They had finally found a moment to be together. "Fu Zheng, could you stay?" Her illness rendered her voice soft and fragile, and Fu Zheng's throat tightened slightly before he replied, "All right." Hearing this, Wenli lay back down, casting a sidelong glance at him, then reached out to grasp the hem of his shirt. Before long, she succumbed to sleep. Fu Zheng looked down at where her delicate fingers had held onto his shirt, his pale fingers gradually loosening their grip, then tightening again, before finally releasing entirely. Her soft little hand dangled off the edge of the bed, slender and delicate. Moments later, his large, defined hand reached out to gently grasp her wrist, carefully laying her hand back on the bed before withdrawing his own. The warmth from their brief contact lingered in his palm as he gazed down at it, lost in thought for a long while, before finally leaning against the bedside table to rest. The following morning, the gray light of dawn filtered through the window, gradually revealing a hint of white. Wenli opened her eyes and immediately spotted the man close by, his weary eyes betraying the long night he had spent watching over her during those 3 years of her vegetative state. He must have sat in a similar vigil, looking even more haggard than he did now. He had endured far more than she had. She rose quietly, her feet still bare, when his cool voice broke the silence. "Awake?" Wenli opened her mouth to speak, but her throat was scratchy, prompting a few coughs as she replied, "I need to use the restroom." Fu Zheng stood up, retrieving a pair of slippers from nearby and placing them before her as she entered the bathroom. Moments later, a thud resonated from within, and he instinctively rushed to the door, his voice laced with urgency. "Wenli?" A few seconds passed before the door swung open, revealing Wenli with a slightly pale complexion. She lifted her chin slightly and asserted, "Fu Zheng, you actually like me." Her unabashed revelation pierced through the hidden thoughts he had kept concealed. Fu Zheng's expression shifted for an instant before returning to his usual cool demeanor. "Wenli, we can only remain as uncle and niece." Wenli pouted and closed the door with a gentle push. Leaning against the wall, Fu Zheng placed his hand on his chest, feeling an unusual rhythm in his heartbeat. He took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. It was clear he struggled against Wenli's influence. He remained stationed by the door until Wenli emerged safely from the bathroom, sweaty and disheveled. She rummaged through her clothes and headed back to the bathroom, casting a glance at the man still standing in the bedroom. "I'm fine now. You can go to work," she stated before closing the door once more. When she finally exited, Fu Zheng was still at the door. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, and Fu Zheng glanced at his watch. It was already 5 minutes past 8. He turned to Wenli, who remained silent for a moment before reaching out to touch her forehead, confirming that her temperature had finally dropped. "Tomorrow's plane ticket," he informed her. Just then, rain began to fall outside, and soon droplets began to cascade down the window, chilling the room further. Wenli turned her head, sneezing several times. Suddenly, she felt a weight draping over her shoulders, and upon looking down, she found a black suit jacket resting on her. It fit Fu Zheng perfectly. But on her, it appeared as though a child had borrowed an adult-esque clothing. Simultaneously, Fu Zheng's voice broke through, "I will return as well." Upon hearing this, Wenli lifted her gaze to meet his, rubbing her nose and wearing a triumphant expression. "All right." With a sly demeanor reminiscent of a pet cat, Fu Zheng averted his gaze, pressed his lips tightly together, and swiftly turned to exit the bedroom. As the two departed El Country, the rain continued to fall, a penetrating chill suggesting the onset of winter. Wenli was enveloped in another oversized suit belonging to Fu Zheng, the hem grazing her thighs, rendering her figure particularly petite. At the airport, numerous eyes were drawn to her. Wenli quietly adjusted her scarf, leaving only her eyes visible. In first class. Fu Zheng indicated a seat for her, and as she settled in, her peripheral vision caught sight of him positioned in the left rear. It was evident that he had deliberately arranged this, perhaps believing it would create a barrier between them or shield his thoughts. She turned her head to gaze out the window, covering her eyes with the scarf, and resumed her rest. Intermittently dozing until the plane landed, Wenli felt a noticeable warmth as the oppressive heat enveloped her, prompting her to remove her scarf and shed the suit jacket. Upon exiting through the VIP passage, her gaze fell upon Bai Xian, resplendent in a white suit, waving in their direction. He was still somewhat surprised that Wenli had sought out Fu Zheng the previous day, unable to resist casting a few curious glances at her, teasingly remarking, "Little niece, you certainly have a bold spirit." Seeing Wenli shake her head, he chuckled. "Isn't that a bit daring? When I was 18, I wouldn't even venture out of the province." Wenli corrected him, "I am not your little niece, in truth, she aspired to be his aunt." She cast a sidelong glance at Fu Zheng, about to speak when he abruptly interjected, "Let's go to in the garage." Bai Xian instinctively moved toward the front passenger seat, intending to create an opportunity for the two, but Fu Zheng suddenly halted him, instructing, "You sit in the back." Bai Xian had no choice but to join Wenli in the back seat, where the atmosphere felt oddly strained, though they often shared a quiet demeanor. It had never felt so stifling. He couldn't help but glance back and forth between them, pondering how they resembled a couple in a Cold War. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Wenli, what prompted you to seek out your uncle?" "I'm pursuing him," Wenli replied, her voice barely above a whisper, yet akin to a ticking time bomb. Bai Xian's mind went blank. "Huh," he exclaimed, clearly taken aback and momentarily confused by her implication. Wenli continued, "Please refrain from calling me your little niece in the future. I do not wish to engage in incest." Realizing her meaning, Bai Xian responded, "Wenli." Fu Zheng's tone was low and icy, unmistakably laced with anger. Taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions, he added, "Pull over, you'll be returning with her." The car came to a steady halt at the roadside, and Fu Zheng strode out, swiftly disappearing from view. After a long pause, Bai Xian gave Wenli a thumbs up, asking, "When did you start having feelings for your uncle?" "No." Fu Zheng. Wenli remained silent, her shoulders slumped as she leaned her head against the seat, her delicate features betraying a hint of despondency. Fu Zheng's attitude was a clear rejection of her feelings. Noticing her prolonged silence, Bai Xian crossed his legs, advising, "Be more affectionate. Show some vulnerability. Fu Zheng won't be able to resist you." He glanced at her, his expression turning serious as he continued, "Wenli, do not toy with Fu Zheng, or I will ensure that when family has a difficult time." He understood better than anyone that despite Fu Zheng's seemingly cold exterior, he was deeply sentimental, and if Wenli were to deceive him for any ulterior motive, it would be detrimental. "I would never deceive him," Wenli replied firmly, though in residence. It was 8 in the morning. Wenli entered the living room with her suitcase, dressed in formal attire, where her sister Wenwan was preparing to leave. After a moment of surprise, Wenwan exclaimed, "You're back? Why didn't you stay a few more days?" "I am tired," Wenli replied. Wenwan approached and embraced her, smoothing her hair. "I've started my internship at the company, and I'll be working overtime these days, so I can't accompany you. I'll ask Mom to take you out instead. By the way, I've selected a few foreign schools for you. They have a more relaxed administration. I think you'll like them. I'll email you the details shortly. Let me know once you've made your choice." Wenli nodded. "All right, sister. I'll head upstairs now. I'm exhausted." She dragged her suitcase upstairs, changed into a different outfit, and planned to visit the library. An older man was pursuing her, but her studies must not cease. In her recollection, Wenwan had just joined the company this year and was set to sign a multi-billion project with the Fong Group. Since then, Wenrong had placed complete trust in Wenwan's abilities. She intended to dismantle Wenwan's schemes from the very beginning, much like the machinations they had devised against her throughout her life. Before that, however, she needed to uncover the truth behind her biological mother's death. This matter was rather delicate. The Liu family must have investigated it thoroughly in the past, and it was unlikely they would have let the Wen family off the hook without good reason. Reflecting on this, she picked up the phone and made a call. The line connected, but silence greeted her. Her eyes reddened as she softly spoke. Grandfather, at this age, not only had her relationship with Fu Zheng soured, but her bond with her grandfather Liu Zhongwei had also deteriorated. Perhaps it was the permissive education from Wenwan and Duing that caused her to instinctively dislike Liu Zhongwei's sternness, even believing he harbored ill feelings towards her. The two individuals she should have trusted most had become the ones she wished to avoid on the other end of the line. Lu Zhongwei immediately inquired. What's wrong? Is someone from the Wen family bullying you? I'll come pick you up. No. Wenli paused before adding, Grandfather, I'll come and visit you in a few days. Lu Zhongwei, having lost his wife in his early years and his daughter in midlife, had only Wenli as his remaining blood relative. How could he bear to neglect her? All right, if you want to come, then come. After a brief pause, he asked, Do you want to attend Jing University? Though he was irritated that she was focusing on her studies, he still sought the best path for her. Wenli wiped her eyes, sniffing back her emotions. I can get in by myself. Surprised by her declaration, Lu Zhongwei paused. Grandfather believes in you. Knowing her academic performance, he still chose to trust her. Tears streamed down Wenli's face uncontrollably, though she made no sound, forcing a light-hearted tone. She said, Okay, I'll bring my report card when I come see you in a few days. Meanwhile, Xian located Fu Zheng at a private club, knowing after 2 decades of brotherhood that his mind was likely more tangled than a ball of yarn. He clapped Fu Zheng on the shoulder, sitting beside him to offer counsel. The more you think about it, the more complicated it becomes. Wenli likes you, and you like Wenli. Everything else is inconsequential. You share no blood relation, nor have you even gone through a recognition ceremony. That be why your logic wouldn't we be uncle and nephew as well. Should I be calling you uncle from now on? I see that Wenli is quite serious. Fu Zheng remained silent, merely lighting a cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling slowly. After a long moment, he finally spoke. She's 18, still nodding. Does that mean I should also be Navi? Before Bai Xian could respond, Fu Zheng's handsome face appeared weary amidst the smoke. She's 52. I'm 60. Who will take care of her? If I were a few years younger, I would pursue her, no matter how. Unfortunately, he was 8 years her senior. Bai Xian pondered his words, realizing he had a point that in youth, age was inconsequential, but in old age, it presented a significant issue. When young, one was handsome, wealthy. When old, one was deemed mature. In old age, one became unattractive, plagued by illness. Age brought with it a sense of decrepitude. You raised her, and she'll take care of you until death. I find that quite fair. The day after Wenli's return, Wenrong proposed a matchmaking outing for her, but Fu Zheng acted even more swiftly. That morning, Wenli discovered a slew of news articles about Fu Zheng dating another woman. Overwhelming coverage, with multiple reports detailing his escapades. Before she could confront Fu Zheng, the elder Mr. Fu called her first, his voice brimming with excitement. Little Li, come over for lunch. Your uncle has finally brought your aunt back. Will you come help me keep an eye on things? Upon hearing this, Wenli felt a weight lift from her heart. She had anticipated this situation from the outset. Before heading to the Fu residence, she made sure to dress up, opting for a more mature dress and curling her hair. Upon arriving at the Fu household, she found Fu Zheng and his aunt already there, feeding the plump fish in the yard. Qin Wani sat on the stone railing, several fish eagerly crowding around her. Fu Zheng, your fish are quite plump. Fu Zheng replied, casting a quick glance in her direction before returning his focus. Be careful. Fortunately, Wenli had prepared herself. Fu Zheng would likely put on a performance to dissuade her. Rather than approaching them to endure discomfort, she made her way to the elder Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu. Perhaps it was the joy of the occasion that invigorated the elder Mr. Fu. As he appeared particularly spirited, he leaned in, speaking softly. Little Li, what do you think of this aunt? I feel she's rather good. Well, it's South not my place to choose. I'm simply glad your uncle has found a partner. Wenli replied sincerely, refraining from expressing her feelings for Fu Zheng in front of the elder Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu. I think she's quite lovely. If Fu Zheng genuinely harbors affection for another woman, she finds it quite agreeable. However, should he express any semblance of interest in her, she would never relinquish her hold. During dinner, under the scrutinizing gaze of the onlookers, Fu Zheng served some dishes to Qin Wani, eliciting a beaming smile from old Master Fu, who usually consumes but one bowl of rice, yet today devoured 2. Wenli, seemingly indifferent, did not cast a glance in his direction. Nevertheless, she was somewhat perturbed. Suddenly, Qin Wani spoke up. Fu Zheng, why don't you serve your niece some dishes? It was only then that Wenli lifted her gaze towards them. To which Fu Zheng retorted in a low tone, she can serve herself. He then proceeded to serve more food to Qin Huani. Chapter 19. Fu Zheng is gay. This was all a deliberate act to provoke her. In that brief moment, Wen Li discerned that the woman opposite her detested bell peppers. Yet, Fu Zheng remained blissfully unaware, persistently serving that very plate of bell pepper stir-fry before him, reluctant to venture beyond. "Aunt, do you enjoy bell peppers? Allow me to serve you some," she said, thoughtfully using the public chopsticks to add a portion to her plate. Old Master Fu, oblivious to the underlying tension, simply noted Wen Li's thoughtfulness. Chuckling, "My little Li truly understands." Wen Li smiled sweetly and continued to serve Old Master Fu and Old Madame Fu dishes they favored. Ultimately, she served Fu Zheng as well, pursing her lips with a mischievous grin. "Uncle, let me help you to ask if you were incapable of serving himself." That old man. With that, she turned her gaze away and resumed eating. Only when Old Master Fu set down his chopsticks did she do the same, politely stating, "Grandfather, I shall take my leave now. Stay a while longer. Your uncle and the others are going out to watch a movie. You should accompany them," Old Master Fu insisted, clearly wishing for Wen Li to keep an eye on his niece, as it would be imprudent for him to follow at his age. The presence of a child would pose no hindrance to their date. Fu Zheng's sudden return to the country and his unexpected introduction of a woman into the family stirred a sense of disquiet. Yet, little did they know that the root of this unease was Wen Li herself. Fu Zheng set down his chopsticks without a hint of hesitation, firmly declining on Wen Li's behalf. "She won't go. We won't return tonight." Upon hearing this, Old Master Fu could not suppress a cough, signaling him to temper his words, for Wen Li was still a child. "Then let us take little Li to the movies," he suggested. Wen Li had no desire to hear Fu Zheng's protestations. None of his words were to her liking. "Grandfather, I have homework this afternoon that I'll go to the movies when I have time." Old Master Fu instinctively inquired, "Is there still homework after the college entrance exams?" "Just some preparations," Wen Li responded, offering no falsehood. Her major had been decided, and she was obliged to inherit the one family's legacy, a bequest fought for by her grandfather and mother. Whatever Wen Wan and Du Ying desired, she too would claim. Old Master Fu nodded in approval. "Very well. There's a dog in the yard. Fu Zheng, you will escort little Li outside." The Fu family owned a large wolf dog, which had recently returned from the veterinary hospital after being struck by a car. Although Wen Li was not particularly afraid of dogs, she had developed a slight phobia due to the Fu family's dog, which loved to chase her, leaping up to lick her face, leaving her with a bit of a psychological scar. This time, Fu Zheng did not refuse. He merely nodded and stood, walking ahead while Wen Li lagged behind. The leashed wolf dog stood up, wagging its tail, prompting Wen Li to muster her courage and approach it. Gently patting its head, as it leaped up, she swiftly dodged, then glanced at Fu Zheng, sticking out her tongue and making a face. "Old man." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. The petite figure vanished at the entrance of the villa, and Fu Zheng, with his lips pressed into a straight line, felt an involuntary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he lowered his gaze. Once back in the living room, he addressed Old Master Fu. The dog should be kept in the backyard. Old Master Fu had similar thoughts, considering the only frequently visited, and nodded, "Have someone take it to the backyard later. You may go out to watch the movie. Huani, do visit often when you can." Qin Huani nodded with a smile. "All right, grandfather and grandmother, we shall take our leave now." As the luxury car pulled away from the villa, Fu Zheng's demeanor shifted back to a cold and businesslike tone. "Regarding the Qin family matters, I will have my assistant handle it this afternoon." Qin Huani expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, President Fu. Should there be anything else, do not hesitate to contact me." "Understood," Fu Zheng replied. Not long after when they returned home, when Rong knocked on her door, this time unexpectedly speaking in kind tones, mentioning a meeting with Gu Lianming in the afternoon. Fearing she might be unaware of the stakes involved, he added, "The Gu family is the Wen family's largest partner. A union could be beneficial for you." Wen Li chose not to provoke Wen Rong at this moment. It was too early, and she lacked the ability to counter him. "Very well, send me the address." Originally, she had anticipated a rebuttal, but to her surprise, she readily agreed. When Rong's expression softened slightly, "Gong Yuef, speak with restraint and try to say pleasant things." "Understood." After closing the door, she retrieved a photograph from her drawer, revealing Fu Zheng's stern visage. She poked at it and huffed, "Old man, Moments later, she gently touched the spot she had just poked, letting out a soft sigh. Just wait until I marry you. An hour later, at Rongyuaf, when Wenwan arrived at her seat, Gu Yinming had yet to appear, and she busied herself with half a cup of coffee. As the coffee neared its end, she contemplated leaving. Suddenly, a shadow fell before her, and someone sat across from her. Upon glancing up, she was taken aback by the man's unexpected handsomeness. His features were softer than Fu Zhang's, lacking any semblance of aggression, resembling a typical scholar. Yet the upward tilt of his eyes hinted at a languid demeanor. He seemed somewhat familiar, but she could not place him. Yu Lianming regarded her with an oddly familiar gaze and teased. Does your uncle know you're out on a blind date? At this, Wenli deduced he was part of Fu Zhang's circle of friends. Stirring her coffee absent-mindedly, she chose not to respond. You know I'm Fu Zhang's niece. Why would you agree to Wenrong? Gu Lianming chuckled softly, lifting his coffee cup to take a sip. My family has been nagging me about marriage, and running into an acquaintance seemed a convenient way to placate them. Wenli mused. The Wen family is in a rush. They send you out for a blind date right after the college entrance exams. If your uncle finds out, he might skin him alive. Mentioning Fu Zhang caused Wenli's eyes to flicker as she connected the dots. If you're not interested in a blind date, let's strike a deal that we can help each other out. Fu Zhang, that old fossil, clearly needed a little push, for he would never cross boundaries on his OWN. Yu Lianming raised an eyebrow, considering her proposal before smiling. Are you certain your uncle won't take issue with this? Not at all. You must keep it a secret. Only the two of us will know, and Fu Zhang must remain in the dark. Wenli thought, if Fu Zhang could find someone to play act, so could she. Let us see which of the two men would yield first. The family had been pressing her for years, and for Gu Lianming, this indeed seemed a favorable option. However, the fact that Wenli was Fu Zhang's niece gave him pause. While others might be unaware, he and Bai Xian were keenly aware that Fu Zhang was particularly concerned about his niece, who bore no blood relation to the Wen family. When he hesitated, Wenli teased, Are you afraid of my uncle? That tactic won't work on me, but I'm willing to agree. Yu Lianming cast her a sidelong glance and continued, If feelings develop, I won't take responsibility. I am gay, he added, a confession that would have remained unspoken had she not been Fu Zhang's niece, as he had never disclosed this in his social circle. Wenli looked at him in surprise. And Gu Lianming crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Is that so surprising? Isn't your uncle also gay? Chapter 20. Old man, both old and stodgy, Wenli nearly spat out her coffee. Looking up at him with incredulity. Where did you hear such rumors? There has never been a woman around him. Surely men have needs. Yu Lianming raised an eyebrow and replied, A fake gay. Wenli finished the last sip of her coffee. I am full. I must take my leave. Yu Lianming lightly tapped his fingers on the table before rising. Accompany me to the Jin family's banquet. It's a fortunate coincidence. Wenli had no reason to refuse him. Glancing at her outfit, Is this attire suitable? Perfect, Gu Lianming affirmed, gesturing for her to lead the way. The banquet was held at a nearby hotel, and upon entering the hall, numerous individuals approached them with inquiries. Gu Xiao. Who is this? My companion, Gu Lianming replied, raising his hand. Noticing Wenli's lack of response, once the crowd dispersed, he leaned in and teased, feeling shy. I'm worried your male companion might mind, Wenli retorted. Grasping his sleeve and speaking just loudly enough for them to hear, Yu Lianming glanced at her. I never associate with people from the circle. I'll introduce you to others. Just as Wenli was about to agree, a voice interrupted. Littly, she turned to see Wenwan, dressed in a black spaghetti-strap dress, walking over with Qin Feng. Wenwan glanced between Gu Lianming and Wenli, pulling her aside to ask in a hushed tone. What is going on? Wenrong set me up on a blind date. He seems quite suitable, Wenli replied, pouting slightly. Suitable? He is 9 years older than you. Just be obedient and tell him it's not a match. I'll speak with Dad. Wenwan's typically gentle expression turned serious. Wenli shook her head. Let us leave things as they are for now. As the conversation unfolded, a fleeting glance caught the attention of Wenwan, who, even in times of illness, had never displayed such an expression. Shaoli, you must heed my words, she asserted, her tone imbued with a hint of gravity, only to soften swiftly as she added, Shaoli, be obedient. I would never harm you. Wenli, with an earnest demeanor, expressed her fondness for Gu Yinming, praising his attractive appearance and respectable family background. At the tea that moment, Qin Feng approached, reminding Wen Wan, "Mr. Wang has arrived. You ought to go greet him." With that, Wen Wan chose to remain silent, gently patting Wen Li's hand. "I will fetch you home shortly." Once Wen Wan and Qin Feng departed, Gu Yiming approached, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon her. "Shall we continue?" he inquired. Wen Li nodded, and the two intermittently mingled with several individuals from their circle, marking Wen Li's debut in the social scene as a member of the Wen family. Among them was a friend of Fu Zheng, who promptly excused himself to the restroom to call Fu Zheng to Fu Yi. "Old Gu has brought your niece to the banquet as his companion." After a prolonged silence on the other end, Fu Zheng finally responded, "Has Gu Yinming overindulged?" The friend chuckled. "You can't fault him for that. His family is pressuring him to marry, and perhaps he has taken a liking to your niece. I think it's acceptable. With your connections, Wen Li would surely not be wrong to union with Gu Yinming." The call abruptly ended, clearly disapproving of the match. Wen Li met various acquaintances, and Gu Yinming suggested she take a seat in the nearby lounge to enjoy some refreshments while she discreetly glanced at Wen Wan. At this banquet, leveraging the Qin family's connections to network with others, her striking beauty served as a significant advantage, complemented by her commendable capabilities. Qin Feng, well-versed in socializing, willingly introduced her to others. It seemed that Wen Wan's mind was clouded. Yet she had made the wisest choice in selecting Qin Feng. While his flirtations were secondary, the primary factor was that he was the sole heir of the Qin family, ensuring his unambiguous succession. However, the Qin family paled in comparison to the Gu, Fu, and Bai families. Otherwise, Wen Wan would not have exhibited such an expression, fearing the support of the Gu family. After a while, Gu Yinming, holding a glass of red wine, settled beside her and casually remarked, "I hear you often score at the bottom of your class? Is that a crime?" Wen Li quipped, taking a bite of her dessert. "Tea this." Gu Yinming regarded her with interest. "Not a crime, merely what others say. Compared to your sister, you appear to be lacking. Shall we go? I'll escort you home." He set down his glass and was about to rise when his gaze fell upon a man in a navy suit striding towards them. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come?" Fu Zheng did not look at him, his deep-set eyes fixated on Wen Li, a flicker of anger passing through before he calmly replied, "Should I report to you?" Gu Yinming chuckled softly, feeling a bit testy. "Are we?" Speaking with such intensity that he glanced at Wen Li again and asked, "Shall your uncle take you home, or shall I?" "You can take me," Wen Li replied decisively. She cast a sidelong glance at Fu Zheng before quickly averting her gaze as she made her way outside. Gu Yinming, adjusting his suit jacket, raised an eyebrow at Fu Zheng and said, "I'll be leaving. Let us arrange to meet tonight." Just as Wen Li was about to enter the car, she glanced back and saw that Fu Zheng was still absent. Unable to contain herself, she lightly kicked the car door. Let Fu Zheng take on the role of a patient ninja turtle. He is quite adept at enduring. Gu Yinming entered the car behind her, and as the door closed, he shot her a look. "What is the matter? Did your uncle intimidate you? Let us forget about this collaboration." Wen Li turned her head to face him. "What does that even mean? Are men not supposed to honor their word?" "Ah, it seems you are indeed family. You speak with the same fiery spirit as your uncle. Fine, if you're not cowed, then neither am I." Gu Yinming appeared amused, chuckling several times. Wen Li cast a few glances at her phone, finding no messages or calls, and decided to shut her eyes. "Old man, may you choke on your own breath." The entrance of the Wen family home, Wen Li disembarked from the car, waiting for it to pull away. Once the vehicle was gone, she turned to see Fu Zheng not far off. "Wen Li, do you realize what you were doing?" he asked, his voice raspy and cold. "I know, I'm going on a blind date," she replied, pressing her finger against the fingerprint lock, causing the gate to slowly open. Suddenly, her wrist was tightly grasped, and with a firm pull, she was led away from the Wen family gate and into a car. The door clicking shut behind her, Fu Zheng released her wrist, his voice restrained and controlled. "You're only 18 and already going on blind dates. Are you taking responsibility for yourself? If you don't wish to marry me, then do not concern yourself with my affairs." Although Wen Li was rather unsettled by Fu Zheng's demeanor, she steeled herself and continued, "If you agree to my terms, I will never go on another blind date." Fu Zheng's gaze darkened to an almost palpable intensity. After a long pause, his expression returned to normal that Ji Lianming is not a bad choice. Bring him to meet me sometime. Wenli was genuinely angered at this point. Her beautiful almond eyes locking onto him as she pushed the car door open. Fu Zheng, you old man. So old and so rigid. With that, she slammed the door shut, feeling unsatisfied, and kicked the car before striding towards the Wen household. In the living room, when Rong was resting at home, when he saw Wenli return and instinctively asked, "How did it go?" Wenli was in no mood to engage with him. Dashing upstairs, locking her door, and rolling around on her bed. Old man. That evening at 8 o'clock, in a private bar on the second floor, the lighting flickered, exuding an air of extravagant revelry. It was the first time Fu Zheng had taken the initiative to invite someone for drinks. Bai Siyuan was somewhat puzzled. By the time he arrived, Fu Zheng and Gu Lianming were already deep in their cups, with several empty wine bottles scattered across the table, indicating that their drinking was far from casual. He loosened his suit jacket and tossed it onto the sofa. "What is going on? Are you two drowning your sorrows? What could possibly trouble you both so?" Gu Lianming tilted his head, his voice slightly gravelly from the alcohol. "My blind date is his niece, and she is currently causing me trouble." It was no wonder that the usually composed Fu Zheng appeared irrational. Bai Siyuan cleared his throat, that he instinctively glanced at Fu Zheng, whose half-shadowed face betrayed no emotion. "You know that you should still go on the date? It's obvious she's just there to stir up trouble. The family is pressuring me to marry. Having a little girl to act as a buffer isn't the worst idea." Ji Lianming took a sip of wine and looked at Fu Zheng with a knowing expression. "To be fair, Wenli has matured and aligns well with my taste. This." The man beside him suddenly stood up, crossing the space between them to grab Gu Lianming by the collar. The normally steady Fu Zheng's eyes were filled with a crimson hue. Though he retained some semblance of composure, his tone was dangerously low. Anyone is acceptable, but Wenli is off limits. The two had never clashed before, revealing the significance Wenli held in Fu Zheng's heart. Bai Siyuan quickly positioned himself between them, urging, "Calm down. Let us discuss this rationally." However, Gu Lianming, undeterred, met Fu Zheng's menacing gaze with a relaxed demeanor, his words sharp as he inquired, "Do you truly believe Wenli is just your niece? There is no ulterior motive?" Fu Zheng regained his composure, loosening his grip and resuming his seat, coldly retorting, "What does it matter to you?" Gu Lianming raised an eyebrow. "I initially thought you had feelings for Wenli. Had I known you didn't, I would have proceeded without hesitation." A heavy silence enveloped the room as Fu Zheng downed the remaining wine in his glass and scoffed from now on. "When you see me, call me uncle." Gu Lianming's expression remained unchanged. The two then fell into a rhythm of drinking, neither willing to concede, until both were thoroughly inebriated. Bai Siyuan observed them with exasperation, contemplating calling their assistants, but ultimately deciding to reach out to Wenli instead. "The issue lies with Wenli. Let her handle it." Once the call connected, he stepped out of the private room. "Fu Zheng is drunk. Please come pick him up." Before Wenli could respond, he added, "If you're pressed for time, I can send someone else that I have time. I'll be there shortly." Wenli ended the call and quickly tidied up before heading downstairs to tea that moment, when Rong and Duing were conversing in the living room. Hearing the commotion, they turned to look at her, when Rong instinctively frowned. "Where are you off to at this hour?" Duing tugged at Wenrong's arm, signaling him to allow Wenli her freedom. "The child is an adult now. Let her go where she pleases. Shall Li be safe out there?" Wenli dashed out of the Wen residence, realizing that the family driver had already turned in for the night. She had no choice but to hail a cab. Half an hour later, at the bar, the door to the private room swung open. Bai Siyuan was the only one who lifted his head. The other two had closed their eyes, either resting or choosing to ignore one another. He slapped his thigh and stood up. "Who do you wish to take with you?" Wenli's gaze was fixed on Fu Zheng, whose cold expression bore traces of intoxication. His eyes slightly reddened. She instinctively called out, "Fu Zheng!" In an instant, the man's eyes shot open, momentarily clear before drifting back into a haze, clearly having drunk too much. His mind unable to control his body. After a few seconds, his gaze shifted to Bai Siyuan, issuing a warning devoid of any threat. Bai Siyuan cleared his throat, pretending he hadn't seen anything. At that moment, Gu Lianming also opened his eyes, chuckling softly. "You're still fearless, Wenli. Take me home." Wenli was supposed to support Fu Zheng, yet she did not. Instead, she approached him and extended her hand to assist him in standing. Her gaze fell upon the small hand resting on his arm, causing Fu Zheng's pupils to constrict momentarily. His fingertips twitched before he closed his eyes again. In the next instant, he staggered to his feet, relying on Wen Li's support to exit the private room. Bai Xiyin observed the scene and realized that, in Fu Zheng's current state, he was entirely unable to resist Wen Li, sitting beside Gu Yanming. He remarked, "Did you see that? They are clearly enamored with each other." Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "How do you know Fu Zheng's feelings?" Gu Yanming let out a low chuckle, tilting his head slightly to reveal his prominent Adam's apple. His gaze towards Wen Li had not been innocent. While he may not excel in business, when it came to women, he was far superior. If I don't provoke him, he might never admit it in his lifetime. Should they marry, I must occupy the main table. Bai Xiyin clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "You truly are impressive. Come, I shall escort you home." As Wen Li assisted Fu Zheng out of the door. The June breeze carried a hint of chill, causing the warmth on her cheeks to diminish slightly. Her small hand wrapped around his lower back, attempting to draw his jacket closer. "Fu Zheng, are you cold?" Fu Zheng's eyes fluttered briefly before he straightened his leaning form, gently pushing her hand away. His voice remained flat. "No need to support me." As he spoke, he removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, then closed his eyes once more. Catching sight of the coat resting on her, Wen Li softly hummed and linked her arm with his, insisting, "If you're drunk, there's no need to be stubborn that I won't take advantage of you." Fu Zheng's eyes opened momentarily before they quickly shut again, the warmth in his earlobes unmistakable. Attempting to withdraw his left hand, he found it firmly held by Wen Li, whose head rested against it. His breath hitched sharply. "Taxi!" Wen Li called out, waving to the side of the road, and as the car came to a stop, she guided the man towards it. Fortunately, Fu Zheng retained some awareness, making it relatively easy for him to get into the vehicle. Nevertheless, Wen Li found herself slightly breathless as she instructed the driver, to Qian Yunjing. "All right," the driver replied, seemingly in a jovial mood, glancing through the rearview mirror. "Little sister, are you here to pick up your brother?" The moment his words fell, the car's interior fell silent. Fu Zheng, with his eyes closed, shifted slightly, his previously restless heart instantly cooling. What was he thinking? Wen Li clarified, "Yes, not my brother." "Uncle, then?" "He looks quite young," the driver remarked in surprise. "No, he is my future boyfriend," Wen Li stated confidently. The driver cleared his throat, hesitating to reply, unsure of how to address the apparent lack of chemistry between the two. "You two do seem quite well matched," he commented awkwardly. After this, silence enveloped the car until they reached the entrance of the Fu residence. Before Wen Li could open the door, Fu Zheng had already pushed it open and exited. Wen Li retrieved her phone to settle the fare, and the driver glanced at the man outside, kindly advising, no matter how wealthy a man is, if he doesn't pay, he is not worth it. Wen Li responded earnestly, "I prefer men who don't pay. Take care on the road, uncle," she added before stepping out and closing the door. As the taxi pulled away, leaving just the two of them. Fu Zheng, for the first time in her presence, unfastened his collar. Though it was unclear if it was due to intoxication or other factors, he found himself unable to control his actions, pulling at his collar again. "Let us go back. I'll take you to your bedroom before I leave," Wen Li insisted. "No need," Fu Zheng replied in a low tone. Wen Li stood her ground, staring defiantly. "I insist." Chapter 22. She kissed him after a tense half-minute. Fu Zheng turned and walked towards the Fu residence, with Wen Li hastily following alongside him. The living room was shrouded in darkness, and the hallway was devoid of light, clearly indicating that the elderly couple was not home. Wen Li, familiar with the surroundings, turned on the lights, and they ascended the stairs directly into the bedroom. As Fu Zheng crossed the threshold, he turned to Wen Li and said, "You should go home." Without a word, she slipped into the bathroom and quickly emerged with a slightly damp washcloth, pointing towards the bed. "Sit here. I'll help you wash your face, if you don't let me." "I want tea, leave." Fu Zheng took a deep breath, rubbed his temples, and ultimately relented, sitting at the edge of the bed with his head tilted back and eyes tightly shut, his hands pressed against the bed, leaving imprints on the satin sheets, exuding an air of restrained coldness. Wen Li's heart raced unexpectedly as she stole a few more glances at him. He certainly appeared captivating while intoxicated. The washcloth fell upon his face, causing his long lashes to flutter before he quickly returned to normalcy. Wenli meticulously wiped his face clean before retreating to the bathroom once more, soon reappearing with a basin of foot bath water. "You should wash your feet," she suggested. The after effects of the red wine weighed heavily on Fu Zheng's mind, causing his throat to tighten repeatedly. "Let us go back. I'll leave once you finish washing," Wenli assured him. Raising her hand in promise, Fu Zheng remained silent for several seconds, seemingly at a loss, and soon completed the foot bath. Wenli took the basin back to the bathroom and returned shortly, instructing, "You should lie down and sleep. Shower tomorrow." Fu Zheng replied, his voice tinged with an unidentifiable restraint. Wenli cast a glance at him, her gaze lingering on his cheek for a few seconds. Suddenly, she leaned in and planted a kiss on the side of Fu Zheng's face, causing him to turn abruptly towards her. She spun around and dashed away, calling out, "Fu Zheng, good night." She realized that mere words were ineffective with someone as traditional as him. Bold actions were the only way to engage with such a stoic older man. Her footsteps gradually faded, leaving Fu Zheng's handsome face flushed with surprise, frozen in place for a long moment. He raised his hand to touch the lingering warmth on his cheek, feeling as though he had been momentarily paralyzed, devoid of any sensation. Wenli, emboldened in that fleeting moment, retreated to the bedroom, only to feel her courage wane. She touched her lips and lay down, wrapping herself in the blanket. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, prompting her to quickly emerge from the covers, rubbing her face to appear more presentable. "Who is it?" "It's me," came the warm voice from outside. After a brief pause, Wenli opened the door, gesturing for her sister to enter, yawning as she did so. "I'm so tired, sister. I just have a few questions. Do you really like Gu Yinming?" Wenwan gently patted her back, offering comfort. Wenli sat at the edge of the bed, visibly weary. "I senti that how blind dates work. If you don't like someone, then you don't." Wenwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice becoming hoarse. Noticing her sister's unusual demeanor, Wenli turned to her and asked, "Sis, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I just don't want you to follow my path. Look at me and Qin's family. It's a blind date with no feelings and no common ground," Wenwan said, wiping her eyes. She grasped Wenli's hand gently, continuing, "Our family has me to support you. You should choose what you love and whom you love. Jiu Yinming is fine, but he is 9 years older than you. It's not suitable. Once you go abroad, you can meet handsome boyfriends. And Dad can't control you while you're there. For these days, I'll cover for you. If Dad insists on a blind date, let us know secretly. If it weren't for Wenli's rebirth, she might have believed those words again. Indeed, if she hadn't lived again, how could she have realized she was merely a pawn in a game of interests? Instantly, she embraced Wenwan, resting her head on her sister's shoulder. Her eyes veiled. "Sis, you're so wonderful. Have you looked at schools abroad?" Wenwan inquired. Wenli nodded. "I have, but I haven't decided on one yet. I want to choose a school that is quite fun." "All right, take your time in choosing. There's no rush," Wenwan replied before rising to leave. Wenli relocked the door, rubbing her stiff face, uncertain how long this charade would continue. Late into the night, the man tossed and turned before finally rising to the balcony, the cigarette glowing like stars in the darkness, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. The pungent smell of smoke provoked an involuntary cough. The night breeze chilled him until he felt numb all over. And only then did he mechanically lower his hand to his cheek. 8 years. How could he be 8 years older? As expected, Fu Zheng began to avoid her, refusing even to return to the Fu residence. Old Mr. Fu cheerfully informed her that soon he would be welcoming a younger brother or sister. Wenli dared not press too hard. A cornered monkey might grab anyone, and if Fu Zheng felt cornered, he might impulsively marry someone else. She could not bear the thought of such an outcome. Coincidentally, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin invited her to go shopping together. Both had just finished their college entrance examinations and received supplementary card from home. Naturally eager to indulge, taking this opportunity, Wenli replaced all her student attire in the closet, purchasing clothes without a thought to the price. Even Du Ying, who usually supported her spending, could not help but ask, "Xiaoli, why didn't you invite your mother to go shopping with you?" While the Wen family was affluent, they still could not shop without regard for prices, especially since Du Ying's card had limited funds. After all, The family's finances were still under Wenrong's control. I have classmates, Wenli replied, lounging on the sofa while watching television. Doing chuckled, some of these clothes may not suit you. You should return them tomorrow. And I'll accompany you to buy some that fit better. Appearing fatigued, Wenli replied, Mom, I don't want to go anymore. I feel quite satisfied with what I've got. She cast a furtive glance at Du Ying and then said, Mom, isn't my graduation gift supposed to be my choice? Go ahead, Du Ying replied, naturally unwilling to refuse her. Wenli immediately pulled out her phone and showed her a picture, eagerly exclaiming, Mom, please buy me this. All right, I'll buy it. Du Ying's words faltered as she saw the image. A limited edition necklace valued at over 10 million, she had the means to afford it, yet hesitated to part with such a sum. Pretending not to notice her mother's expression, Wenli smiled brightly and said, Mom, that's wonderful. Thank you. Du Ying hesitated before speaking. Little Li, that necklace doesn't suit you. It's too mature that if you like necklaces, go to your sister's room and pick one. She has plenty to know. I want this one. Wenli pouted, rising in displeasure. I'm going upstairs. With that, she dashed up the stairs. As she reached the second floor, she caught a glimpse of Du Ying below, who appeared somewhat stunned. Likely taken aback by her request for such an extravagant item, that it was only when they crossed her limits that her true nature emerged. If she was to indulge her, then it should be done wholeheartedly. Chapter 23. Fu Zheng. It hurts at noon. Wenwan returned home and asked Du Ying, who was in the living room, haven't you eaten? Du Ying shook her head, glancing upstairs with a look of concern. Noting that Wenli had not come down for lunch despite the maid's attempts to call her, in a hushed voice, she added, she wants a necklace. Wenwan looked toward the upper floor and softly inquired, which necklace? The KF Collector's Edition. Over 10 million. Du Ying sighed, acknowledging that she truly could not casually produce such a valuable item. Hearing this, Wenwan's expression turned incredulous. Why had Wenli suddenly desired something so expensive? She had never shown much interest in such luxuries. Since childhood, Wenli had not been fond of clothes or jewelry, wearing whatever the family purchased. The only extravagant purchase she had made was for a gaming console, which Du Ying found manageable. Perhaps now that she was an adult, she had developed a sense of competition. Just days ago, she had bought several $100,000 worth of clothes, which had left Du Ying astonished. Wenwan remained silent for a moment before declaring, I'll give her the necklace from my bedroom. No, that's a gift from the Qin family to you. Du Ying instinctively refused. We can't let her stay angry forever. Can we? After saying this, Wenwan ascended the stairs and soon knocked on Wenli's door. Typically, a knock would prompt an immediate opening, but today she knocked for quite some time before it finally opened. Wenli, pouting and lying on her bed, displayed an obvious disinterest in engaging. Wenwan sat on the edge of the bed, leaned in to observe her, and then retrieved a box from behind her, saying, Look at this. Wenli's eyes lit up as she sat up to open the box, only to be met with disappointment. She quickly pushed the box away, exclaiming, I don't like this necklace, that I want that one. Sister, does Mom not like me? She won't even buy me a necklace. As she spoke, she turned her head to gaze out the window. How could she? Mom loves you the most. She just thinks that necklace is too old-fashioned. Wenwan raised the necklace in her hand, explaining, This one suits you and is even a bit more expensive. Just wear it for now, and in a few years, I'll buy you that one. After a few seconds, Wenli reluctantly looked at the necklace her sister held, accepted it with a pout, and said, Fine, thank you, sister. Wenwan secretly sighed in relief, reaching out to ruffle her hair. What are you thanking me for? Let's go eat. You haven't had anything, and neither has Mom. Okay. Wenli placed the necklace in her drawer and followed her downstairs. Du Ying looked at her with reddened eyes, saying, Let's eat. Wenli approached her, taking her hand and playfully swaying it. Mom, let's eat together. Du Ying wiped her eyes, and a smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. After Wenwan left, Wenli went back upstairs, retrieved the necklace, and searched for it on her phone, discovering it was worth 15 million. That Wenwan and Du Ying were willing to spend money and thoughtfulness on her, apart from the Liu family. She could not fathom who else would be worthy of such investment. She contemplated this for a moment before tucking the necklace away and visiting the Fu family, where only the maid was present. She placed the necklace in her bedroom. Just as she was finishing, she heard footsteps and her eyes brightened as she opened the door. The man before her was dressed in a well-tailored suit, one hand resting on the doorknob, poised to push the door open. Though it was her home, she felt as if she were a thief. Fu Zheng appeared equally surprised to find her at the Fu residence at this hour. Standing stiffly for a few seconds before turning to look at her indifferently, after he spoke, he stepped back slightly. Wenli noticed this and was about to say something when he pushed the door open and entered, swiftly closing it behind him. After a moment of silence outside the door, Fu Zheng took his clothes and headed to the bathroom. Half an hour later, he emerged and opened the bedroom door, finding Wenli squatting on the floor, initially engrossed in her phone until she heard the sound, at which point she looked up, her face brightening. Her eyes sparkled with vitality and beauty, evoking a tingling sensation within him. He pressed his lips together and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" Wenli instinctively stood up, but having squatted for too long, she stumbled forward, her head colliding with the wall. She dramatically clutched her head and exclaimed, "Fu Zheng, my head hurts." Raising her head, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The pretense accounted for 3 parts, while genuine pain accounted for 7. Fu Zheng instinctively bent down to examine her forehead. Noting a small bump had formed, his brow furrowed, and in the next moment his palm rested gently on her forehead, rubbing it softly. After half a minute, he withdrew his hand and said, "Let us go to the hospital." "Okay." Wenli nodded obediently, casting a furtive glance at him, her lips curling into an involuntary smile before she quickly pressed them together. She whined, "Fu Zheng, it hurts." Fu Zheng paused for a moment, then suddenly turned to face her. Wenli's heart skipped a beat. She thought he had discovered her secret and was preparing to shed a few tears. In the next instant, she found herself lifted into Fu Zheng's strong, warm embrace, the scent of wood enveloping her, providing a sense of security. She wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his chest, and continued to whimper, "Fu Zheng, it hurts," feeling her breath against his neck. Fu Zheng's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, and he tilted his head back, taking larger strides than usual. The driver opened the car door for them, and Fu Zheng placed Wenli in her seat, releasing her, yet her arms remained firmly around his neck. That he looked down at her petite face, her eyes closed in apparent feigned sleep. His expression shifted to one of mild exasperation, mixed with an emotion that was hard to decipher. "Mr. Fu, do you need help?" The driver inquired upon witnessing the scene. Fu Zheng's voice was even hoarser as he replied, "No need." He then settled into the back seat with Wenli on his lap. As the door closed and the car started, Wenli cracked her eyes open a slit, but Fu Zheng dared not look at her, instead turning his gaze toward the window. How amusing. He could avoid her, but not discard her. "Old man, at the hospital," the doctor conducted a CT scan of Wenli's brain at Fu Zheng's request, finding no issues, and prescribed several medications. "Apply this 4 to 5 times a day, and take the painkillers twice a day. Do you understand?" Wenli looked at Fu Zheng, who blinked, feeling an inexplicable heat rising within him. He reached up to unbutton his collar, but quickly reconsidered and rebut-toned it. The two exited the hospital. The black luxury car parked roadside with its hazard lights flashing. "Wenli," a male voice called from a distance, quickly drawing closer. "Wenli, what happened to your forehead?" Song Yuan rode up on his bicycle, feet planted on the ground, tilting his head to look at her. Just moments ago, Wenli had seemed soft and vulnerable, but she straightened her posture and replied in a normal tone, "It's nothing, just a bump. That looks quite severe. Your forehead is swollen." Song Yuan expressed his concern at AS when Li was about to respond. Fu Zheng suddenly handed the medication to Song Yuan, his tone cool. "I have something to attend to. Please take her home." Song Yuan quickly accepted, assuring Uncle, "Don't worry. I promise to get her home safely. You can go now." Fu Zheng entered the car without looking back. Outside the window, the young man removed his shirt jacket and placed it in the back seat. He withdrew his gaze, closing his eyes, his fingers resting on his thigh, feeling somewhat stiff. The luxury car vanished down the road, and when Li turned her gaze back to Song Yuan, taking the medication from his hands and sincerely stating, "Song Yuan, I like Fu Zheng." Song Yuan instinctively looked at her, seeing her serious expression, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally responding awkwardly, "Isn't he your uncle?" "He is not my uncle. There is no blood relation between the Wan and Fu families." Wenli did not want him to harbor any false hopes. In a past life, she might have considered Song Yuan, but in this life her heart was set solely on Fu Zheng. She added, "To me, Fu Zheng is the most important person in my life. Although Lu Zhongwei treated her well, Fu Zheng was the only one who continued to care for her despite her malicious behavior. He seemed never to have expected any reciprocation from her. The news struck Song Yuan like a bolt from the blue. He had prepared for the worst, thinking that at most, the boy Wenli liked would also have feelings for her. He could wait a few more years. He was confident he could surpass all other boys. Yet he lacked the assurance to outshine Fu Zheng. With an illustrious family background and impressive business acumen, Fu Zheng was often praised at home. He felt he could not even measure up to his sister, let alone Fu Zheng. For a moment, he stood in a daze, unsure how to process this revelation. Wenli said nothing further, simply raised her hand to hail a taxi, and departed to owe her. Song Yuan was indeed a friend, and she did not wish to harbor any deceit regarding their relationship. Just as she stepped out of the car, Song Yuan arrived on his bicycle, panting as he asked, "Wenli, can we still be friends?" Wenli nodded, and Song Yuan sighed in relief, affirming that being friends was sufficient. Before riding away, it seemed he was not yet ready to give up. Wenli quietly approached the Fu family's entrance, standing silently for a moment before delivering a kick to the grand door. Followed swiftly by another, Fu Zheng's actions had displeased her, and she needed something to blame. Today, the Fu family's entrance appeared particularly irksome to her, unattractive and unappealing on the day the college entrance examination results were released. When Rong waited at home, accompanied by Du Ying and Wen Wan, all presenting a picture of maternal affection. Yet Wenli was aware that it would not be long before their true colors were revealed. At 10 o'clock, Wen Wan logged in to check the scores, inputting numbers while offering reassurances. "It's all right, don't be nervous." Without a moment's hesitation, she clicked confirm, and the screen instantly displayed a score of 0. "How could it be 0? Sister, how could you score 0? Wenli was momentarily stunned, instinctively frightened, but as she thought it over, her panic subsided. She timidly hid beside Wen Wan, murmuring, "I don't know, I answered every question." When Rong slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Which family gets a 0 on the college entrance exam? You've brought disgrace upon me. You might as well forget about going to university." "Wen Rong, don't say that. Grades aren't everything. We can pay to send her abroad for college," Doing consoled from the side. "Pay for what? With this score, no amount of money will help. The one family will inevitably fall into your hands one day," Wen Rong retorted angrily. "The company will be handed over to your sister. While you laze around," she added, "Dad, how can you say that about my sister?" Wen Wan defended. Wenli cast a glance at the three of them, lowering her gaze, and stated nonchalantly, "I don't care for your company. Fine, if you don't care, then get out. This home is mine. Without me, you wouldn't even be able to pay the property fees. From today on, I won't give you a single penny." When Rong was so furious that she stood up, her hand raised in a threatening manner. Yet it remained suspended in mid-air. "If you don't give, then don't I have my own money." Wenli turned and went upstairs. Just as she reached the upper floor, the living room erupted with the sound of loud commotion. Fueled ascending the stairs, she changed into a new outfit before descending once more. As she passed through the living room, her peripheral vision caught sight of a young woman eating in a remarkably proper manner. Suddenly, the girl looked up, their gazes locking. Without averting her eyes, she called out, "Fu Zheng!" A jolt coursed through him, and without turning back, Fu Zheng walked out of the Fu residence, stumbling slightly on the flat ground before quickly striding towards his car and shutting the door. His large hand grasped the collar of his shirt, tugging it with an unrestrained force, causing a button to pop off and fall onto his Pita Tico the Wen family, he instructed. Wen Rong's assistant recognized Fu Zheng the moment he arrived and promptly ushered him to Wen Rong's office. Wen Rong and Wen Wan were discussing company matters. Upon Fu Zheng's entrance, both paused their tasks and turned their attention towards him. Wen Rong addressed Wen Wan, "You may step out." Wen Wan glanced at Fu Zheng. Clutching her documents as she exited, and the office door clicked shut behind her, Fu Zheng settled himself on the sofa, crossing his long legs and leaning slightly forward, his hand resting on the armrest. He looked up, his tone frosty. "Wen Rong, are you not aware of our agreement? What gives you the right to expel Wen Li? The Wen family does not belong to you, nor to Du Ying and Wen Wan. It belongs to Wen Li." Wen Rong's complexion paled, clearly taken aback. Yet he persisted. "She scored 0 on her college entrance exam." Fu Zheng scoffed lightly, his gaze laced with incredulity. When has anyone ever received a 0 on their exam? Kyoto has a policy to protect against 0 scores. Wenrong was well aware of this policy, yet it was implausible for Wenli to place in the top 10 of the city. Only those in the top 10 received such protection. Wenli could never achieve that. Fu Zheng's narrowed eyes radiated an icy glare, his voice chilling. Why is that impossible? You can engage in an affair while married. Yet Wenli cannot place in the top 10. If Bai Xiyan were here, he would surely record this. His tongue may be sharp, but yours is far sharper. Despite his silence, when Fu Zheng spoke, it was like a death knell. Many doubted him, claiming he spoke nonsense and the mention of marital infidelity. When Rong's expression soured Fu Zheng. This is my private matter. Private matter? What right do you have to speak of privacy? Fu Zheng retorted scornfully. He raised his gaze to him. The moment I withdraw my investment, the Wen family will face bankruptcy by tomorrow. It is not Wenli who is merely coasting along. It is you. Wenrong, these words left his lips. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Wenrong's face flushed crimson, rendering him speechless. The Wen family had indeed relied on the Fu family support to advance. Fu Zheng paid no mind, his words sharp as pearls. You live off Wenli. If anyone is to leave, it should be you. With that he rose, casting a disinterested glance at Wenrong before striding out. Wenwan, waiting outside, instinctively called out, "Uncle." Fu Zheng halted, his voice cutting. "Since when have I been your uncle?" With others present, Wenwan's expression shifted, quickly morphing into a forced smile. In the afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock. Fu Zheng received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello. Are you Wenli's guardian? I'm the director of the admissions office at H University. Is there any interest in having Wenli attend our school? Our campus is exceptionally beautiful, and the faculty and students are quite amiable." "Yes, we will consider it," Fu Zheng replied, exchanging a few pleasantries before hanging up. Not long after, he received calls from 3 or 4 other universities, clearly indicating that Wenli had performed admirably on her entrance exam. Fu Zheng noted the names of these institutions and conducted a search on his computer. When his assistant knocked and entered, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the screen and instinctively inquired, "Has Miss Wen's score been released?" "Yes," Fu Zheng replied, his demeanor softer than usual. "What do you think of these schools? They're quite competitive. Almost didn't make the cut myself. However, these are out-of-town institutions. Are you comfortable with Miss Wen attending university out of town?" the assistant asked. Upon hearing out of town, Fu Zheng's eyelids flickered, and he pressed his lips together. She should be independent. The assistant wanted to express that he was undoubtedly worried, yet refrained from doing so. Meanwhile, Wenrong received a notification from the Education Bureau about checking Wenli's scores and proceeded to verify them on his computer. The screen displayed a total score of 723. After a moment of shock, he meticulously checked the name, confirming it was indeed Wenli. After regaining his composure, he rubbed his eyes, a hint of joy crossing his face. For him, Wenli inheriting the Wen family's company was the most fitting outcome. With the support of the Fu and Lu families, the Wen family would only continue to flourish. This was why he had consistently monitored Wenli's academic performance. He dialed the number, "Wan, come in." Minutes later, Wan entered the office. "Dad, what's wrong?" "Come look, Wenli's college entrance exam score is not 0. Wenrong's tone conveyed evident relief. Wan paused, somewhat perplexed by his words, and inquired as she approached, "What did she score?" 723, third in Kyoto, Wenrong replied. Wenwan's expression shifted dramatically, quickly reverting to normal as she gazed at the score on the screen, struggling to comprehend how this was possible. Yet the numbers were undeniably real. She murmured, "How could she score so high? Is it a system error?" Wenrong considered this possibility and quickly logged out, attempting to log back in, only for the screen to display a refresh error. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "How could Wenli possibly score 723? Am I going mad?" Just then, the screen finally refreshed, showing Wenli total score 723. Wenwan refreshed the page multiple times, each time returning the same score. Her previously gentle demeanor now tinged with unease. Ultimately, she forced a smile. Little sister really scored 723. She could clearly see the joy on Wenrong's face, a man who had always been devoid of paternal affection. Driven solely by self-interest, he valued those who benefited him. Wenrong smiled, Have your mother unfreeze the bank card. Let her use it. All right, Dad. I have things to attend to. I will head out now. Wenwan turned to leave. Simultaneously, Wenli checked her own results, finding her score slightly higher than her mock exam, which could be deemed an extraordinary achievement. This score would secure her admission to Kyoto University, or even have a university vying for her enrollment. She felt she had completed her first step. Lin Baozhu called to inquire about her score. Li, has your score been released? Zhou Qin's just came out, 706. I figured yours would be out by now. Did you score better? 723, Wenli replied. Lin Baozhu gasped, genuinely impressed. Li, you're amazing. You have to treat us. Absolutely. Dinner's on me tonight. Wenli eagerly agreed, having long wanted to treat them for their support throughout school. Great. Zhou Qin, and I'll come pick you up. Are you at home? I'm next door. Just call me when you arrive. Before Wenli could finish her sentence, Wenrong's call came through. After ending her call with Lin Baozhu, she dialed him back, needing to appease him. Her tone was noticeably curt, betraying her lingering displeasure. What is it? Your college entrance exam results are out. You didn't score 0, but rather 723. Come home tonight. I've had your mother unfreeze the bank card. Wenrong's tone was unexpectedly gentle. She exclaimed, clearly taken aback. I have plans to dine with classmates today. I won't have time. Then tomorrow, Wenrong offered generously, if you want anything, feel free to ask. I want a necklace. A limited edition worth over 10 million, Wenli stated without hesitation. All right, send me the picture. Wenrong agreed without a moment's pause. Okay. After hanging up, Wenli removed Wenrong from her blacklist and sent him the image. She could almost envision the expressions on Du Ying and Wenwan's faces upon seeing the necklace. They would surely be anxious to be why 4 or 5 o'clock. Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin arrived to pick her up. The moment she entered the car, they leaned in. Little Li, you're truly impressive. Wenli chuckled. It's nothing much, just third in the city. Instantly, the three burst into laughter. Their scores were all quite similar, ensuring they could attend the same university without issue. Zhou Qin, aware of Lin Baozhu's desired university, asked Wenli, Li, are you applying to Kyoto University? Yes, for a major in management. Wenli nodded. Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin chimed in unison. So are we. Lin Baozhu, seated in the middle, held on to both girls, glancing left and right. Looks like we can all be together again. That M.Y. brother said I could go to bar today. Are you in? Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Wenli decided to accompany them. Let's go. But my brother wants to come with us. Do you mind, Li? Lin Baozhu inquired. Wenli shook her head. I don't mind. After dining, they headed straight to the bar. Lin Baozhu's brother had already booked a private room. Upon entering, Lin Baozhu lamented, why a private room? It would have been so much better outside. And Kati, at least we can have some drinks now. My brother loves to drink. And I want to try the taste, she added to the tall, handsome server entered, carrying several bottles of red wine, pouring a modest amount for each of them, likely having been instructed not to overindulge. Young Master Lin will be here shortly. Having had red wine in her past life, Wenli wasn't particularly curious, but seeing the two girls indulge, she took a glass and sipped. The flavor was rich and aromatic, clearly of fine vintage. Zhou Qin, who seemed particularly sensitive to alcohol, had barely drunk any before she clutched her head. Looking dazed, I feel a bit dizzy. Lin Baozhu burst into laughter. Qin, you're no fun. Just look at me. After finishing the red wine in her glass in one gulp, both of them turned their gaze towards Wenli. Wenli, fully cooperative, drained her glass, likely aware that no danger awaited her. She accompanied Lin Baozhu, toasting and drinking glass after glass. With a variety of wines consumed, it wasn't long before they were all finished. Despite Wenli having tasted red wine before, her body was experiencing its effect for the first time, and she unfortunately found herself slightly intoxicated. Lin Yichen, realizing that it was inappropriate for a grown man to drink with several young women, naturally brought along Fu Zheng and a few others. Fu Zheng had initially hesitated to join, but agreed to come once he learned when Li would be present. As they entered the room, the group paused in surprise. The three girls huddled together, their cheeks noticeably flushed, appearing somewhat dazed. Fu Zheng furrowed his brow in concern, and before he could speak, Lin Baozhu suddenly exclaimed, "There's a male model." Zhou Qin chimed in. "Let me take a look." Wenli, too, struggled to sit up, directing her gaze towards the door, scanning left and right, before drunkenly pointing at Fu Zheng and declaring, That male model is handsome. I like him. Bai Xian burst into laughter, playfully patting Fu Zheng on the shoulder. Urging him to approach. Male model. She's calling for you. In the 25th chapter, Fu Zheng's lips pressed into a straight line, and he turned to Lin Chen with a cold, icy voice. Who allowed you to give her wine? Lin Chen, fully aware of Fu Zheng's precious niece, felt guilty and awkwardly replied, I thought a little wouldn't hurt. Then, recalling something, he strode over, frowning as he asked, Lin Baozhu, did you order a male model? I've ordered hundreds of them. Lin Baozhu boasted, her expression earnest, before adding, don't worry, I have money. She then pointed at Wen Li and Zhou Qin, saying, you two pick, and I'll pay. My brother gave me several million upon hearing Fu Zheng's voice. Wen Li's intoxication faded slightly as she struggled to focus on him, her vision hazy with 3 or 4 indistinct figures. She shook her head, trying to see clearly to others. It appeared as though she was earnestly selecting a male model. Bai Xian laughed so hard he couldn't stand upright, playfully nudging Fu Zheng. Male model, hurry up. Fu Zheng shot him a warning glance, and Bai Xian promptly quieted down, realizing these young ladies needed to be dealt with. They dared to order a male model. It seemed the drinking session was doomed. In the midst of the chatter, he patted Gu Lianming's shoulder. Let us head out first. Don't leave yet. Take Zhou Qin back to the Zhou family. Lin Chen instructed. Bai Xian glanced at him knowingly, saying, we should steer clear of this mess. If Zhou Qin finds out we took her sister to drink, neither of our families will have a peaceful life. Zhou Qin's gentle and obedient demeanor stemmed from having a fiery older sister, Zhou Qin, who was fiercely protective. Anyone who dared to harm her sister would face a swarm of bodyguards. She was a force to be reckoned with. Rivaling Fu Zheng. Help me get the car. I'll drive them home, Lin Chen said. With 3 men escorting 2 young women out, the private room was left with only Fu Zheng and Wen Li. Unable to discern Fu Zheng's expression, Wen Li inexplicably sensed that he was angry. As older men often fixated on people in silence when upset, she instinctively attempted to rise, but after several failed attempts, she realized her stubbornness had been exacerbated by the alcohol. After a few moments of silence, she suddenly stood up, only to have a large hand rest on her head, causing her to tumble back onto the sofa. Just as she had managed to stand, she was pushed down again. As the thought of anger flickered in her mind, it dissipated the moment she found herself enveloped in a solid chest. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Fu Zheng is holding me, she reassured herself. She looked up, but the man's face was blurred under the lights, swaying in a way that irritated her. How dare he sway like that? Suddenly, Fu Zheng halted, his eyelids lowering as her delicate hand cupped his face. The girl widened her eyes, earnestly instructing, don't move. Fu Zheng's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, his gaze deepening, the corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of red. He freed one hand to remove hers, but she stubbornly placed her hand back on his face, her tone serious. Don't move. Let me see clearly. Where are your eyes? Don't move. Her hands roamed over his face, and Fu Zheng's voice became hoarse as he tightened his grip around her wrists. Wen Li instinctively struggled, but the hand that restrained her remained steadfast. She opened her eyes wide, her pupils blooming like flowers in a whirlpool. Feeling the pressure, Fu Zheng's breath hitched, and he released her hands, shielding her eyes before taking a step back. Hurried and flustered, I can't see, Wen Li complained, grasping his hand as her gaze barely peeked through. Only for a moment before his hand covered her eyes again. In the few minutes it took to drive, Fu Zheng's handsome face flushed slightly as he leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. Exhaling in relief before settling into the driver's seat, he caught a glimpse of her face beside him, quickly averting his gaze. Wen Li leaned against the seat, tilting her head to watch the driver for a while before feeling drowsy enough to close her eyes. Before long, she opened her eyes again, rubbing her temples. Feeling dizzy, Fu Zheng glanced at her, slowing the car down before rolling down the window. Wen Li leaned against the window, letting the breeze revive her, and turned to look at the man in the driver's seat. His usually meticulous hair was now tousled over his forehead, likely a result of her earlier antics. His suit was also wrinkled, and she couldn't help but stare, repeatedly grateful for the opportunity to respond to Fu Zheng. She even dared not to think about how heartbroken he would be if she were to die. Fu Zheng, can I sleep next to you tonight? Is that all right? She meant she would sleep on the sofa, though sleeping in the bed would be even better. Suddenly, the car slammed to a halt, causing her to lurch forward and hit her forehead against the windshield, tears streaming down her face. Fu Zheng quickly pulled over to the roadside, unbuckled his seatbelt, and leaned down to check on her. Her forehead, which had been slightly better, was now swollen again. He pressed his lips together, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes as he reached out to rub her forehead. Wenli exaggeratedly whimpered. It hurts. Seizing the moment, she added, Fu Zheng, can I sleep at your place tonight? No, Fu Zheng replied without hesitation, his lips pressed firmly together. It hurts. Knowing she was being deliberately dramatic, Fu Zheng took a deep breath and conceded. You can sleep in the bed, and I'll take the sofa. All right, Wenli agreed eagerly, her eyes brightening, her pain forgotten. Fu Zheng fastened his seatbelt once more, saying no further words. Wenli's intoxication began to return, and she decided to close her eyes and rest. As they arrived at the Fu residence, Fu Zheng parked the car steadily, unbuckled his seatbelt, and glanced at the girl beside him, who had tilted her head against the window. Clearly asleep, he opened the car door and gently lifted her from the passenger seat, her entire form collapsing against him. Even with such a significant movement, Wenli remained oblivious, lost in her drunken slumber. Fu Zheng supported her back and leaned into the car to unfasten her seatbelt, carefully cradling her in his arms. In the living room, Grandpa Fu and Grandma Fu were watching television, initially not recognizing Wenli. They only noticed Fu Zheng carrying a woman home, and Grandpa Fu's eyes lit up as he nudged Grandma Fu. The couple sat silently in the living room, wary of Fu Zheng's modesty, fearing he might not bring a woman home again. While others worried about bringing women home, the Fu family was concerned that Fu Zheng wouldn't as Fu Zheng ascended the stairs with her in his arms. Grandpa Fu quietly asked, Is it that girl from last time? I couldn't see clearly. Grandma Fu shook her head. Grandpa Fu didn't dwell on the matter. Fu Zheng had brought someone home, which meant preparations for a marriage could commence. Grandma Fu, however, was not in a rush for Fu Zheng to marry, believing that one should marry only when in love. Grandpa Fu had contemplated this, but Fu Zheng had never shown interest in any woman growing up, and he feared that by the time Fu Zheng developed feelings, he might be long gone. With a sigh, he wished for a few more years of life. Grandma Fu patted his hand, reminding him not to dwell on such thoughts, as the doctor had advised him not to worry. All right, I want to live a few more years, Grandpa Fu reassured her. Upstairs, as Fu Zheng passed by Wenli's room, he hesitated for a moment before swiftly carrying her into his own bedroom and laying her down on a large bed. He crouched down to remove his shoes and then pulled a thin blanket over her. Standing at the bedside, he gazed down at Wenli, his profound eyes softening gradually, but soon he turned and entered the bathroom. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, softly landing on Wenli's eyelids. She awoke to find the gray curtains somewhat unfamiliar. Instinctively sitting up, she touched the fabric of her clothing, and the next moment, her gaze fell upon Fu Zheng, who was still asleep on the sofa. He leaned back against the sofa, his silk black pajamas slightly open, revealing his well-defined abs. How had she fallen asleep last night? Under normal circumstances, she would have taken the chance to steal a kiss while intoxicated. That moment, Fu Zheng opened his eyes, and their gazes met. After a few moments of silence, Fu Zheng stood up and said coolly, If you're awake, go back to your own room. Wenli obediently replied, Oh, and just as she was about to leave, Fu Zheng suddenly called out, Did you order a male model? Wenli momentarily paused, and upon regaining her composure, before she could utter a word, Fu Zheng continued with self-absorption. Now that you have graduated, you are free to pursue romantic relationships. I wish to date. Wenli cast a sidelong glance at him, softly yet audaciously responding, You won't date me. Fu Zheng's jaw tightened, his voice deepening, reiterating, Wenli, I can only be your uncle. He added, I shall not interfere with your romantic endeavors. You may do as you please. Upon hearing this, Wenli opened the door and stepped outside, slamming it shut with a resounding bang. Entering the opposite bedroom, she muttered, Old man, not interfering with dating. Indeed, how absurd. She pulled out her phone, noting that the Wen family had made over a dozen calls. Temporarily setting aside the thoughts of the old man's stubbornness, she selectively returned a call to Wenwan. Sister, what is it? Wenwan's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Little sister, Have you seen the news? It claims your exam results are fraudulent, and they're going to review the papers. Upon hearing this, Wenli was not at all surprised. She had anticipated that Wenwan and the others would take action, likely believing it was the handiwork of the Liu and Fu families manipulating her scores for behind the scenes. She replied, her tone flustered, I did not cheat. I do not understand why I scored so highly. If you haven't cheated, let them investigate. It will vindicate you. Do not be afraid, Wenwan reassured. However, Wenwan could not quite believe that Wenli had indeed scored 723 points, especially since she had been at the bottom of her class during her senior year. Regrettably for her, she was about to be disappointed. Wenli admitted in a fearful tone, I am a bit scared. Do not worry, sister, I will accompany you to review the papers and restore your reputation. There are several media outlets waiting outside. They will follow us, Wenwan said. Listening to her, though she sounded caring, Wenli could sense the ulterior motive behind it. Sister, I do not wish to go, and I cannot even recall how I answered the questions. What if the teacher made an error? Impossible. How could a teacher make a mistake? Someone is undoubtedly framing you that if you do not attend, your scores will be questioned, Wenwan comforted. Even if the teacher did make a mistake, that is the teacher's fault, it will not affect you. Persuaded by her sister's words, Wenli reluctantly agreed. After hanging up, she changed her clothes and went downstairs. Upon exiting the Fu residence, Wenli immediately spotted a throng of reporters at the entrance. Around a dozen in number. If her scores were indeed fabricated, she would find it impossible to establish herself in the capital. Her dear sister had revealed her true intentions. As she approached, the reporters swiftly surrounded her, bombarding her with questions. Wenli, did you cheat on your college entrance exam? Is it true that you ranked last from freshman to senior year? Is it true that your grandfather is Liu Zhongwei? Wenli remained silent, and when Wenwan emerged from behind her, shielding her from the barrage of inquiries, we refuse to answer these questions to demonstrate her innocence. We will review the papers together. I believe my sister would never cheat. If she did, I would publicly apologize to all college entrance exam candidates on her behalf. Wenli looked at her sister, feeling a mix of realization, discomfort, and relief. Finally, lowering her gaze, she entered the car under Wenwan's protection. During the journey, Wenwan kept her arm around Wenli's shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right. Don't be nervous. I will always be by your side. But if she had looked closely, she would have noticed Wenli's eyes were red, gradually confirming her suspicions. This entire ordeal was difficult to accept. While she held no strong feelings for Wenrong, she shared a profound bond with Duing and Wenwan. She muttered, Who reported me? My scores are confidential. Only family knows, but mom and dad, sister would never report me. Wenwan affectionately pinched her cheek. Why would we ever report you? We only wish for you to score even higher. Perhaps someone found out. Then I truly am unfortunate, Wenli said with self-deprecation. The public outcry surrounding this matter was significant. The principals for various schools and the head of the Education Bureau had arrived, determined to deliver a fair conclusion regarding the college entrance exam. The conference hall was filled with dozens of reporters, all fixated on Wenli, leaving her no place to hide her emotions. Wenwan spoke up, We can now review the papers. The principal interjected, Please hold on for a moment. After several minutes, hurried footsteps echoed through the quiet hall as the principal rushed over. Mr. Fu. The Fu Corporation had always been an investor in the capital, thus qualifying them to partake in this review. Fu Zheng cast a glance at Wenli before quickly averting his gaze, aligning himself alongside her. The principal addressed the reporters. Everyone is present. We shall commence the review. Please ensure accurate documentation. Wenli lifted her eyes to Fu Zheng. Her heart, like floating duckweed, settled momentarily, her posture straightening as she declared, I am willing to undergo the review, but I will not tolerate slander. The head of the Education Bureau nodded. If we find no evidence of cheating, we will demand all media outlets to clarify and apologize, and we will investigate the source of the rumors. Very well, Wenli acknowledged. Amidst the dozens of cameras, sealed envelopes were opened, revealing the examination papers for all to see. The teachers responsible for grading the 7 subjects simultaneously re-evaluated the papers, subsequently displaying their findings to the reporters. The scores were consistent, if not better. The principal was not at all surprised by this outcome. The college entrance exams were machine-graded, adhering to strict standards. When Li's paper scored 723 points, without any discrepancies. Wenwan's gaze fixated on the papers, tracing Wen Li's handwriting from start to finish. How could this be? How could she possibly score 723 points? Chapter 26. Admit it, you also like me. Once the review was completed, the principal and the education bureau chief prepared to make a statement regarding the matter in the conference hall. Fu Zheng, Wen Li, and Wenwan exited the hall ahead of the others. Wenwan linked arms with Wen Li, her tone imbued with comfort and praise. It's all cleared up. You need not worry, Li Li. You are truly remarkable. Despite her outwardly calm demeanor, Wen Li discerned a hint of forced cheerfulness. If what Wenwan desired was an alliance between the Wen and Lu families, then Wen Li undoubtedly posed a significant threat to her now. They did not fear her existence. They feared her ambition. She exhaled, patting her chest. What a fright. I was so scared. I'm truly fortunate. Yet Wenwan did not believe her as she usually would. 723 points requires not only time, but also effort. Sheer luck is insufficient. I will continue to be lucky, Wen Li replied, knowing full well that her sister would harbor doubts. But she chose to feign ignorance. Upon reaching the ground floor, Fu Zheng's private car awaited them. He turned to Wen Li, stating coolly, "Get in. The old man wishes to see you." Presumably concerned after seeing the news, Wen Li nodded and entered the vehicle, while Wenwan instinctively followed suit. Fu Zheng's voice turned cold. "My car does not accommodate strangers." Wenwan's expression froze momentarily before she quickly mustered a smile. "Sister, you go ahead with your uncle." Wen Li glanced at Fu Zheng, secretly pleased, but maintained a soft tone. "Fu Zheng, let my sister come along." She understood that Fu Zheng would not allow it. He had always been indifferent towards Wenwan and Duing, showing them his least favorable side, were it not for her surname being Wen. She had no doubt Fu Zheng would have obliterated the Wen family. Fu Zheng emitted a non-committal sound, but once inside, the driver promptly closed the door and drove away. Wen Li stole a glance out the window, vaguely observing Wenwan's expression shift. After this incident, she could only expect that Wenwan would be more guarded around her. Perhaps another scheme was brewing. Nevertheless, Wen Li was prepared. Suddenly, a deep voice broke the silence. "Which school are you planning to apply to?" "Jing University, majoring in management." Wen Li replied candidly. Fu Zheng fell silent for a moment, crossing his legs and unfastening his suit jacket. "You do not like management. Why choose that?" Regardless of the past or present, Wen Li had never favored management, but this time she would not shy away. She intended to uphold the Wen and Lu families. Furthermore, she aspired to walk alongside Fu Zheng. She would strive to become the kind of woman worthy of him, ensuring he felt no regret. "For me, management is the most suitable." Perhaps it was her statement that made Fu Zheng realize she had indeed matured. No longer the naive girl she once was, he lifted his eyelids slightly, glancing at her before returning his gaze. He acknowledged her sentiment that I wish to continue dancing. "Could you assist me in finding a better teacher?" Wen Li asked without any reservations. Du Ying had indeed found her a teacher, but he was merely average, offering little opportunity for growth and wasting her time. Fu Zheng responded with another Wen Li then checked her phone, discovering multiple missed calls from Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin. She decided to return Zhou Qin's call first. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Qin's worried voice came through. "Li, have you seen the news?" "I have. The review is underway. Do not worry." Wen Li reassured her. "It is strange. Who would report you? Your grades in the last semester were excellent." Zhou Qin continued earnestly. "I can ask my sister to help you check that, and no need. It has already been resolved." Wen Li trusted the Zhou family and the Fu family to uncover the identity of the whistleblower. But she did not wish to raise any alarms just yet. After hanging up, she returned Lin Baozhu's call. As soon as the phone rang, Lin Baozhu's concerned voice echoed. "Li, are you all right? I heard my brother say you pointed at your uncle and called him handsome. Did he not scold you?" It is evident that she remains unaware of the report made against her. Wen Li discreetly cast a glance to her side, once again affirming her own thoughts. "Indeed, he is quite handsome. Were it possible to contact Fu Zheng, she would be off borrowing money from everywhere. No, as long as you don't draw me into this. It's fine to him why brother nearly drew me in." Questioning where I had found that male model, Lin Baozhu, feeling frustrated, added, "He believes everything a drunkard says. I can't fathom how the company hasn't gone bankrupt under his management." Wenli chuckled softly, conversing with her for quite some time before hanging up the phone. Before long, the car came to a stop at the Fu family residence. That moment, Old Master Fu was seated beside the fish pond, feeding the fish, upon seeing Wenli exit the car. He hurriedly rose and inquired, "How did the exam go? Did you face any injustices?" Wenli smiled and shook her head, sincerely asking, "Grandfather, why don't you suspect that I cheated?" Old Master Fu chuckled heartily. Expressing genuine pride, "I know what kind of character my own grandchild possesses. When you were young, we forbade you from eating candy. You sneaked one, and when your uncle inquired, you confessed. Besides, who could cheat in the college entrance examination? It's not like the old days. There are surveillance devices everywhere. Scoring 723 is commendable. Almost catching up to your uncle. Yes, a reward. I shall buy you a house. Wherever you study, I will purchase one there. Once you've selected it, I will have your uncle pay for it. No need to be frugal, buy what you like." The Fu family had always treated Wenli with kindness, and Old Master Fu regarded her as his own granddaughter. Wenli felt a twinge of fear about potentially disappointing them in the future, yet she was unwilling to give up on Fu Zheng. The thought of this pressure caused her shoulders to droop momentarily. But she quickly straightened up. She could bear this burden. "Thank you, grandfather." "For what?" "Come here and help me see if the pearl is ill. It has been lying at the bottom of the tank." Wenli had always had a keen interest in fish since childhood, frequently assisting Old Master Fu in feeding them, which allowed her to discern when they were unwell. She leaned over to observe the white fish in the pond. Its belly round like a dumpling. "It's nothing. It must have overeaten." Old Master Fu chuckled at this. "Perhaps I fed it too much last night. I was in a good mood." "Why?" Wenli instinctively asked. Old Master Fu glanced at Fu Zheng and then beckoned Wenli to follow him a bit further away. He whispered, "Last night, your uncle brought a woman home, and she hasn't come down yet. Go check on your aunt. Make sure she eats something before sleeping, and tell her that we are quite open-minded." Wenli immediately understood that Old Master Fu had mistaken her for someone else. Just as she was about to speak, Fu Zheng's voice came from behind. "I'm heading to the company." Old Master Fu shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Why are you only concerned about your own affairs? The company won't run away. Come home for a meal. Your mother has bought plenty of groceries." Fu Zheng said nothing, and the three of them entered the living room one after the other, while Wenli excused herself to use the restroom. Only Fu Zheng and Old Master Fu remained in the living room. Old Master Fu glanced at him, thinking to himself how composed he was, bringing a woman home without a word of explanation. Finally, he couldn't help but speak up. "It's already 10 o'clock. Tell her to come down for breakfast and eat before she sleeps." Fu Zheng's brows furrowed slightly. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? You brought a woman home yesterday. Your mother and I were watching from the living room," Old Master Fu asserted, his expression revealing his keen insight. "It's Wenli," Fu Zheng replied coolly. Old Master Fu did not believe him, retorting, "Don't use Wenli as an excuse. Do you think I wouldn't recognize her? We're not old-fashioned. If you bring a woman home, we won't say anything, as long as the relationship is legitimate." At that moment, Wenli emerged from the restroom, and Fu Zheng caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye, quickly averting his gaze, his grip tightening on his thigh. "Which family do you think is suitable? I'll go meet them." Wenli paused for a moment, staring directly at Fu Zheng. This older man was clearly speaking to provoke him, or perhaps he genuinely wished for a marriage alliance. Hoping to dissuade her, Old Master Fu, momentarily confused by his intent, finally asked, "Did you two have a quarrel? It's normal for couples to argue. You are a man. After today, I won't agree to you anymore." Fu Zheng stood up and headed upstairs. Hearing this, Old Master Fu quickly exclaimed, all right, I'll look right away." Once Fu Zheng was out of sight, he turned to Wenli and complained, "What has gotten into your uncle lately?" "Perhaps he's just getting old," Wenli replied with a smirk. After a while, she too went upstairs, knocking on Fu Zheng's door. The door opened swiftly, revealing Fu Zheng in a casual outfit, a black short-sleeved shirt paired with deep gray trousers. His hair was still styled handsomely back, and his facial features were strikingly defined. His eyelashes were longer than average, and in the backlight, his eye color was obscured, giving him a deep and mysterious gaze. The next moment, Wenli stood on her tiptoes and, catching him off guard, kissed his cheek. Without allowing him to react, she quickly declared, "Fu Zheng, let us go on a blind date." she introduced herself earnestly. Wen Li, 1.67 meters tall, good-natured, capable, young, and beautiful. The warmth of her cheek against his was startlingly hot. Fu Zhang's pupils constricted sharply as he took a half-step back, staring at the girl by the door. His expression darkened as he raised his voice. Wen Li, I am your uncle. Wen Li stepped closer, tilting her head to look up at him, boldly stating, if you hit me, I'll stop pursuing you. Fu Zhang instinctively raised his hand but hesitated to bring it down. Wen Li's smile grew, and she said, you can't bear to do it. Fu Zhang, admit it. You like me too. He retreated another step, turning his head away to avoid her gaze. Finally, pressed by her, he coldly commanded, get out. Wen Li stood her ground. Fu Zhang, you can marry whomever you like, but it cannot be a hasty marriage. Would you consider me? By the end of her statement, her eyes brimmed with sincerity. Get out. Fu Zhang's voice was both icy and hoarse. Wen Li regarded him for a few seconds before turning to leave. Just as she was about to exit, she heard him say, I don't like you. From the beginning to the end, I have only seen you as a niece. Though she knew he was lying, Wen Li felt a heaviness in her chest as she shot him a glance and departed. Upon returning home, she informed old Master Fu and the others that she was going back. Once at the Wen household, she found Du Ying, Wen Rong, and Wen Wan in the living room. Wen Rong's voice brooked no refusal as she said, go fill out your college application. Peking University, management major. Dad, let my sister decide about her application. Wen Wan added from the side. Du Ying echoed, let the child make her own choices. Let her make her own choices? She'll undoubtedly choose something useless, Wen Rong retorted. The necklace has already been bought. Once you finish your application, it's yours. Originally reluctant, Wen Li's eyes brightened, and she cautiously added, let me see it first. Wen Rong rose to fetch it from her bedroom, quickly returning with a box and opening it for Wen Li to see. All right, I'll fill out right away. Wen Li's expression conveyed her sole desire for the necklace under Wen Rong's watchful gaze. She submitted her application for the management major at Peking University. True to her word, Wen Rong presented her with the necklace, advising, excel in your studies, and I will buy you whatever you desire in the future. Wen Li noticed that Du Ying and Wen Wan both wore displeased expressions, but she feigned ignorance. Acting as if she hadn't noticed, she picked up the necklace and said, sister, help me put it on. Sure. Wen Wan took the necklace and, after a minute or two of struggling, finally helped her wear it, albeit awkwardly saying, it looks nice. Wen Li glanced down for a moment before looking up at Wen Rong. Confused, Dad, why didn't you buy sister one? She will get one if she does well, Wen Rong replied, maintaining a neutral stance. However, his attitude only deepened Du Ying's frown, though she quickly regained her composure. Should we hold a banquet? Absolutely. The more splendid, the better. Wen Rong insisted, clearly valuing face. He then turned to Wen Li, stating, let your grandfather know to come stay for a few days. Wen Li pouted, clearly reluctant to get closer to the Liu family. I won't say anything. If you want to, you can. I'm heading upstairs. With that, she dashed up the stairs. You. Wen Rong wanted to explode but restrained himself. Glancing at Wen Wan, you informed the Liu family. Liu Zhongwei was not particularly fond of Wen Rong and Du Ying, but he treated Wen Wan slightly better. Wen Wan nodded, I enter bedroom. Wen Li held Fu Zhang's photo, flicking it a few times with determination. Knowing there were marks on the photo brought her a modicum of comfort, and she gently stroked it, trying to smooth it out. She grinned at the photo, saying, old man, what are you staring at? Your nose is longer than the Great Wall, and to see you, I have to take a flight. Moments later, she couldn't help but laugh, carefully placing the photo back in the album. Before long, Wen Wan knocked on her door, and after closing it behind her, she gently stroked Wen Li's head, softly asking, do you not want to attend Peking University? As she spoke, she scrutinized Wen Li's expression. The girl pouted and nodded, appearing extremely unwilling. The odd feeling in Wen Wan's heart dissipated considerably. She softly suggested, you can change your application. Do it secretly by the time the acceptance letter arrives. Dad won't be able to do anything. But will he hit me? Wen Li pondered, feeling slightly tempted. She had previously believed that such indulgence was love, a proverbial frog boiled in warm water. He won't. Dad wouldn't dare hit you. How do I change it? Sister, I truly have no desire to pursue a degree in management. Wen Li opened her laptop and gestured for Wen Wan to assist her with the modifications, urging, apply to K University for the dance program. Hurry up, Wen-Wan revised her application and submitted it, revealing a faint smile as she softly said, "It's done, Dad. I'll keep it a secret. You must do the same, or else Dad will find out." Chapter 27. An incident occurs. The older man arrives before anyone else after Wen-Wan left. Wenli made further changes to her application and then altered her login password to prevent Wen-Wan from checking her application again. She realized she could no longer stay in the Wen household. In the afternoon, she packed a few belongings, intending to visit the Liu family and see her grandfather, that stubborn old man who surely missed her. Initially, due to her lack of academic focus, Liu Zhongwei had declared he would no longer concern himself with her. Yet in secret, he had visited her a few times. Previously, she had been too embarrassed to face him due to her poor grades, but now that her scores were out, it felt like a form of accountability to him. She descended the stairs with her backpack, finding Du Ying and Wen-Rong in the living room discussing the graduation banquet. She would not let Wen-Rong and the others know about her visit to the Liu family. If they discovered her association with them, both parties would likely have ulterior motives regarding the Liu family. "I'm going out to have some fun for a few days," she declared. Wen-Rong, who had previously shown no interest in cultivating her ambitions, suddenly expressed, "Your sister will be going out to discuss business shortly. You should accompany her to learn. She's still young. Why rush her into learning such things? Let her enjoy herself," Du Ying remarked, glancing at Wenli and then at Wen-Rong with a reproachful look. However, Wen-Rong did not acquiesce this time, insisting, "Let your sister take you along today to explore business matters. Go change into something more formal." "I don't want to go," Wenli protested, reluctant. Despite Wen-Rong's lack of anger, his tone was resolute. Whether she wanted to or not, she must go. This was an opportunity to broaden her horizons. Otherwise, the next time you wish to buy anything, you can forget tea that moment. When Wen emerged from her room, donned in a fitted white suit that perfectly complemented her poise, exuding an aura of grace with a hint of maturity. "Sister, you should go," she encouraged. Wenli felt a flicker of doubt. It was unusual for Wen-Wan to invite her to such occasions. She responded with a soft "oh" and retreated upstairs. However, she did not change her attire before coming back down. As her clothes were all quite similar, changing would be futile. Wen-Rong frowned, saying, "Wan, find something for her to wear. Tomorrow we'll take her shopping for a few decent outfits." This was a treatment she had never received before. Indeed, value often dictated one's treatment. Wen-Wan led Wenli to her bedroom, retrieving a black halter-neck dress. "Go change into this, perhaps to suit the clientele." Wenli glanced at it and asked, "Sister, do you think it might not be appropriate?" "It will be fine. This black dress has never been worn, and it will suit you perfectly. Hurry and change. I'll help you with your makeup," Wen-Wan urged, gesturing towards the bathroom. Wenli entered the restroom with the dress, and after changing, she looked in the mirror. The dress was modest yet beautiful, akin to a vase, but she was not merely an ornament. As she stepped out, Wen-Wan paused momentarily, taken aback. Having shed her casual attire for the elegant black dress, Wenli's tall frame was accentuated, her delicate features radiating a striking charm, reminiscent of the woman in the photographs in Wen-Rong's room. Liu Muyu. A sense of threat washed over her, but she swiftly suppressed it, beckoning, "Come here, let me do your makeup." Wenli had a good complexion. A light layer of foundation sufficed, her skin luminous and smooth. Complemented by a vibrant lipstick, paired with heels, she appeared more mature as they descended. Wen-Rong cast a glance and was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his face, revealing some lingering feelings for Liu Muyu. He suddenly voiced a concern for Wenli. "Take good care of your sister." Upon hearing this, Du Ying's expression shifted subtly as she looked at him, but quickly regained her composure, reiterating, "Wan, take good care of your sister." Wen-Wan nodded and ushered Wenli into the car. Unlike before, where Wen-Wan would engage her sister in conversation, she now closed her eyes as soon as they got in, a change undoubtedly influenced by Wen-Rong. Wenli turned to gaze out the window, a thought striking her. She picked up her phone, extending her arm to take a full-length photo, capturing her figure from head to toe, enlarging the image. She admired her long, straight legs, finding them quite appealing, and sent it to Fu Zheng. After a minute of waiting without a response, she mused on how the older man was both sullen and timid, wondering how he could possibly be interested in someone as vibrant as herself. Time passed, and the car halted outside a hotel. The driver turned to Wenwan, stating, "Miss, we've arrived." "All right, it might be a bit busy today. You can head back first," Wenwan replied, nudging Wenli, signaling her to exit the vehicle. Wenli, roused from her reverie, followed her out, feeling somewhat awkward in the heels, walking with a slight limp. She resorted to a duck-footed gait. Upon entering the hotel, Baisayan noticed them immediately. They headed straight for the elevator without acknowledging him. Baisayan pulled out his phone to record a video of Wenli's awkward walk, sending it to Fu Zheng with a message. "Your little girl is waddling like a duck." "Ha, it's my first time seeing someone walk in heels like this." At that moment, Fu Zheng had just finished a meeting and, hearing his phone vibrate, opened it to see the first message was from Wenli, accompanied by a photo of her. Instinctively, he clicked on it, and her delicate, radiant face along with her long, straight legs filled his screen. His breath caught in his throat. Assistant Su was about to discuss the next work items with Fu Zheng when he caught sight of him colliding with a valuable potted plant in the office. The expensive plant swayed slightly, indicating the force of the impact was significant. "Hurry, Fu Zheng, are you all right?" he asked quickly. Fu Zheng switched off his phone, stepped back, and dusted off his suit, replying coolly, "Move the potted plant aside." Assistant Su hesitated, but didn't you say moving it would affect the feng shui? Fu Zheng merely acknowledged him with an "oh" and said nothing further, striding toward his office and finally entering the break room. He tossed his heated phone onto the bed, turned, and entered the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face repeatedly. After several cycles, he braced himself against the sink and looked into the mirror. His handsome face was marked with water droplets. His deep-set eyes hinting at a blend of desire and restraint, he lowered his head, revealing a tightly pressed lip line that he could deceive others, yet he could not deceive himself, since when he turned 18. He could no longer view her as merely a niece. That youthful visage was becoming increasingly vibrant. After a lengthy pause, he glanced at the mirror again, noting his mature features now appeared dull and uninspired. The youthful exuberance and courage long gone that if he were 3 or 4 years younger, he would not hesitate to pursue a relationship with Wenli that he had the means, the time, and the ability to care for her for a lifetime. But alas, she was 22, and he was 30. She was in the prime of her youth, freely indulging, while he had reached the age of establishing a family and maintaining a steady mindset, an 8-year gap. Devoid of shared interests or common thoughts, how could she possibly love him in the decades to come? His gaze dimmed. Just then, his phone rang incessantly on the bed. After tidying himself up, he stepped out, picking up the ringing phone. "What's wrong?" "You sound off," Baisayan inquired, his voice laced with concern. Fu Zheng replied tersely, "I'm fine. I just saw Wenli. She looked stunning heading to the Sky Restaurant." "Did you see the video I sent?" "It made me laugh." Baisayan chuckled, then turned serious. "But on a more pressing matter, I just saw that scheming old fox, Chun Sheng, going upstairs. The Wen family is currently collaborating on a project with him. You should keep an eye on him. I have some urgent matters to attend to." He was deliberately creating an opportunity for Fu Zheng to encounter Wenli before Fu Zheng could respond. Baisayan added, "I have to hang up. Mr. Wang has arrived." Fu Zheng opened the video Baisayan sent, watching as Wenli walked awkwardly, her posture evoking an indescribable delight. After replaying it several times, he let out a soft chuckle in the 39th floor Sky Restaurant, at a circular table by the window overlooking Kyoto's bustling district. Wenwan turned to Wenli and cautioned, "Just do whatever Mr. Wei says. This is one of the company's major projects this year." "Understood," Wenli nodded. Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed in a deep blue suit approached, exuding a certain mature charm. Wenwan immediately stood, extending her hand. "Mr. Wei, it's a pleasure to meet you." Mr. Wei shook her hand, his gaze lingering on her face for a few seconds before shifting to the familiar Wenli beside her. "You seem familiar." "Wait a moment. Aren't you Lu Zhongwei as granddaughter?" Before Wenli could respond, he continued, "You look just like your mother." Wenwan's expression stiffened momentarily before she nodded, replying, "Yes, this is my sister." "Wenli. Wenli, greet Mr. Wei," Wenwan prompted. Wenli stood and said, "Hello, Uncle Wei." Wei Chunxing chuckled, taking a seat. "I used to hold you when you were little at your grandfather's place. It's been years since I've seen you at the Lu family home. Yesterday, I overheard your grandfather mentioning that you scored an impressive 723 on your college entrance examination. You truly surpass your mother in talent. That my mother particularly accomplished in her studies. Wenli felt a twinge of curiosity. Having never previously inquired about her mother, who had left no trace in her life since her birth, rendering her a stranger, Wei Chunxing nodded, praising her mother. Indeed, she was remarkable, having achieved the top score in the liberal arts during her entrance exams. Had she not passed away so early, the Liu family would surely have ascended to greater heights. Back then, when your mother was romantically involved with your uncle Wen, we all jested about their formidable union. What a pity it turned out to be. Currently, the Wen family is led by a single head. When shitting, in recent years, the Fu family has dominated, one standing shoulder to shoulder with the Wen family. The Wen family has intentionally withdrawn from the limelight, allowing Fu Zheng, with his business acumen, to rise to prominence. Wenli had encountered Wen Shitting once in a past life. Though he was middle-aged, his appearance and stature remained strikingly handsome. In his youth, he must have been exceptional. Wen Rong was no slouch either, but she paled in comparison to Wen Shitting. She couldn't fathom how her mother, who had likely encountered astonishing individuals in her youth, could have settled for Wen Rong. It's she who cannot step back at all. Fu Zheng is simply Fu Zheng. Yes, the two conversed when Wan stood nearby. And after a while, she spoke up. Mr. Wei, shall we discuss the project at hand? No need for discussion. Considering this young lady's involvement, we can proceed directly to signing, retorted the cunning Wei Chunxing, swiftly agreeing to the project. When Wan was momentarily taken aback, she had invested considerable effort for the Wei family's project, yet paled in comparison to Wen Li's mere presence. The stark contrast warped her feelings. She glanced at Wen Li and quickly forced a smile, saying, Mr. Wei, I look forward to our cooperation. Please have a young lady bring the documents to my company tomorrow. Wen Li instinctively looked toward Wen Wan and obediently replied, Let my sister handle it. I'm not well versed in these matters, Mr. Wei. My sister has just graduated from high school and is unfamiliar with the project. Wen Wan added, If it's not this young lady, I won't sign, Wei Chunxing teased. Yet the seriousness in his tone was unmistakable. Wen Li was indeed somewhat astonished. The Wei and Liu families were not particularly close, merely collaborators. Even if their relationship were amicable, such a substantial project could not be signed off so casually. Yet, she couldn't discern the underlying reasons at that moment. Wei Chunxing, not wishing to waste any more time, rose and declared, Young lady, see you tomorrow. With that, he fastened his suit and departed. Wen Li leaned against Wen Wan's shoulder, her innocent demeanor reflecting a lack of worldly experience, and blinked her eyes, saying, Sister, securing the project was so easy. It took less than 10 minutes. She was aware that her words would sting Wen Wan. For what came to her effortlessly required Wen Wan tenfold effort. She understood the nature of jealousy, but could not comprehend or forgive the intent to harm, especially since she harbored no ill will. As expected, Wen Wan's expression darkened, and she struggled to muster a smile, saying, Sister, I'm not feeling well. I need to visit the restroom. And the next moment, she stood and walked away, disappearing from Wen Li's view. Instead of reveling in her success, Wen Li gazed out the window, lost in thought. The weather had warmed, yet she felt an icy chill that June's summer clashed with December's winter, unable to coexist. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Wen Wan dialed a number, speaking to someone in the restaurant. After hanging up, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, revealing a smile that did not belong to her face. Moments later, a man approached, saying, Miss Wan, the young lady has left. Allow me to escort you back. Wen Li turned to regard him for a while in silence before suddenly smiling and replying, All right. She stood and walked ahead, her smile vanishing, hands clenched at her sides, fingertips digging into her palms. Soon, she paused, apologizing, I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me. After saying this, she smiled. The man nodded, of course. Wen Li entered the restroom, locked the door, and sent a message to Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng, an unfamiliar man has come to pick me up. I'm at the Sky Restaurant. She knew that in times of danger, Fu Zheng would be the quickest to arrive. Fu Zheng responded almost immediately. Where are you? Wen Li replied. I'm in the restroom. After a brief wait, Fu Zheng messaged again. I'm at the door. Come out. Her eyes lit up as she opened the restroom door and hurried out. Spotting a tall figure in black, his meticulously styled hair was now slightly disheveled. She felt a swell of warmth. Old man, Though he claimed not to care, he was more concerned about her than anyone else. She turned to the other man and said, "Someone is here to pick me up. You may return." The man glanced at Fu Zheng, instinctively nodding before turning to leave. However, he had barely taken a few steps when two tall bodyguards flanked him, causing him to display a look of alarm. "Miss Wenli spoke sternly. Mother always said not to follow strangers. Didn't your mother teach you the same?" Fu Zheng cast a glance at the two guards and commanded in a low voice, "Take him to the police." "Miss, I assure you, it was the young lady who instructed me to escort you home. You can call her to verify." The man quickly interjected. Wenli was well aware that they could say anything at this point, as they had yet to do her any harm. However, she could not gamble with her safety. She understood that a normal person would not quietly send someone to fetch her, especially not a stranger's face. She would guard her life with utmost caution, not only for herself, but also to accompany the old man in his twilight years, and why sister would never send a stranger to pick me up. Moreover, you look like a bad person. Remember to cooperate with the police during their investigation. Chapter 28. The old man is just stubborn, not unfond of her. The man was taken away by Fu Zheng's bodyguards. And Wenli shifted her gaze to the man beside her, knowingly asking, "Are you here to use the restroom as well?" Before he could respond, she smiled mischievously, like a little fox. What a coincidence. Clearly setting a trap for him to step into. Fu Zheng's gaze shifted from her face to the front, and he replied mildly, "Just handling some matters here." Wenli exclaimed, "Oh, how fortunate. You arrived just in time," gesturing with her fingers as she spoke. She then feigned a pitiful look, saying, "I was probably about to be abducted." Fu Zheng's peripheral vision was irresistibly drawn to her expressions, and he couldn't help but glance at her. Quickly pressing his lips together and rubbing his brow, "I'll have Uncle Jiang take you home. But I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry," Wenli said, fixing her gaze on him unblinkingly. Fu Zheng fell silent for a few seconds, but ultimately relented. "All right." Initially thinking that Fu Zheng's mention of work was a mere pretense, she was surprised to find it genuine as he led her into a private room. Bai Siyuan and two other younger men were present, discussing matters over drinks, with the dishes on the table largely untouched. Instantly, her demeanor shifted, standing straighter, her previously soft expression fading. Fu Zheng noticed this and pulled out a chair for her. Once Wenli sat down, he took the seat next to Bai Siyuan. Wenli glanced around, then stood up under their watchful gazes, pulling out the chair beside Fu Zheng and silently taking her seat. Fu Zheng lowered his eyelids slightly, gesturing for the server nearby to pour red wine. Soon, he gently swirled the glass and took a sip. Bai Siyuan shot Wenli an approving glance, realizing that with a man like Fu Zheng, who was so complicated, a straightforward approach was the only way. He then introduced her to the two men beside him, saying, "This is Wenli, the granddaughter of Lu Zhongwei." Upon hearing this, the two men raised their glasses in her direction. Wenli instinctively lifted the glass of red wine that the server had poured for her, glancing at the man beside her. She tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. Before she could finish, a large hand snatched the glass from her, placing it aside. "She doesn't drink," Fu Zheng's cold voice stated. Wenli flashed a bright smile, affirming, "I don't drink," her lips curving upwards. Bai Siyuan shot Fu Zheng a glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if to say that Fu Zheng was completely under Wenli's spell. He then added, "She just graduated from high school that will handle the drinks." As a few individuals engaged in conversation, Wenli sat nearby, partaking in her meal. Once she had finished the dishes before her, she turned the table to select food that suited her palate. This was her first visit to this restaurant, and the fish was tender and fresh. Fu Zheng, who had never been fond of pork since childhood, had a particular liking for fish. With a spoon, she scooped a generous piece and boldly placed it into Fu Zheng's bowl. In the midst of speaking, Fu Zheng paused, instinctively glancing at his bowl, his thick eyelashes fluttering slightly before he resumed, mentioning that Sun Ming's batch of materials was subpar. After a minute, noticing that Fu Zheng hadn't taken a bite, she discreetly tugged the corner of his shirt from beneath the table. When he turned to look at her, his brows arched and his eyes curved. She pointed towards the bowl with a gentle motion. Her soft hand grasped the edge of his suit, as if tugging at his heartstrings. Fu Zheng froze momentarily, and after a brief pause, he lifted his chopsticks to eat the fish from his bowl. Wenli smiled softly, lowering her head. Once satiated, Wenli remained seated, listening to the ongoing discussions, secretly absorbing some business acumen. Previously, she had believed Bai Xian to be inept in business, yet now she was surprised by his adeptness and eloquence. As he spoke with confidence about business, she found herself increasingly intrigued by his words. Fu Zheng, in contrast, spoke sparingly, only voicing useful remarks, and her gaze gradually fell upon his profile. His angular silhouette, with a prominent nose and defined brow ridge, accentuated the depth of his eyes. His handsome features were chiseled to perfection. When devoid of expression, he emanated an air of aloofness that often deterred others. In simpler terms, he was devoid of frivolous romantic entanglements. After another half hour, the two other men rose to leave. Bai Xian unfastened his button, draping one arm over the chair, appearing somewhat languid after consuming alcohol, and was about to speak. However, a figure in a suit obstructed his view. He reached out to retrieve something and cast a glance to the side. Understood, he said, sitting upright, fastening his button and donning his coat. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wen Li, he is entrusted to you. As he concluded, he shot her an encouraging glance. All right. Once he departed, Wen Li turned to Fu Zheng, asking, would you like to eat something? Fu Zheng shook his head, then took out his phone. Before he could dial, Wen Li preempted him, blinking her eyes. I'm scared. Besides you, I won't leave with anyone else. She added quietly, today, Uncle Jiang is also not an option. I have a psychological barrier. Upon finishing her words, she stared at him with wide eyes, feigning genuine fear. It was evident that he recognized her act. The man tugged at his neatly pressed black tie, loosening it before ultimately removing it. Let us go. Wen Li's eyes sparkled, and she quickly stood to follow him. Though her high heels proved uncomfortable after a few steps, she decided to bend down, carrying her shoes in hand, and hurried barefoot to keep pace with Fu Zheng. Her fair feet appeared even more pristine against the clean tiles, causing Fu Zheng to halt abruptly upon noticing. After taking a step, he quickly stopped again. He removed his suit jacket and draped it over Wen Li's shoulders, then bent down to lift her effortlessly, his hand resting deliberately on her thigh, partially over the suit. Wen Li cast him a sidelong glance, gently leaning her cheek against his chest, the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat betraying his emotions. Thankfully, the older man merely enjoyed maintaining a tough exterior. He did not dislike her. It seemed to sense the unusual quickening of his heartbeat, taking larger strides than usual. Once in the car, Fu Zheng set Wen Li down and instinctively moved towards the passenger seat. Uncle Jiang promptly interjected, "There's a potted plant belonging to the master in the passenger seat, young Master Fu. You should sit in the back." Upon hearing this, Wen Li suppressed a smile, subtly shifting to the other side. Once Fu Zheng settled beside her, she gazed out the window, allowing a smile to grace her lips. This potted plant is exquisite. Grandpa has an excellent it's not only beautiful, but also quite discerning. Uncle Jiang responded cheerfully as he took the driver's seat. Miss Wen, I heard you scored 723 on your exam. Congratulations, I bought you a gift. It's in the trunk, and I'll give it to you later. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, Wen Li expressed her gratitude. Uncle Jiang chuckled, signaling that there was no need for thanks. Considering all the items she had gifted him in the past, Wen Li turned to Fu Zheng, playfully extending her hands. Fu Zheng, where's my graduation gift? In the pocket of my suit, Fu Zheng replied, glancing out the window. Initially believing he had forgotten to prepare anything, Wen Li felt a surge of delight upon hearing his words. She reached into the pocket, discovering a simple sapphire necklace that, while not large, was suitable for everyday wear. Previously, she might have thought Fu Zheng lacked creativity, but now she understood that he would not bestow her with something without significance. Distracted by the necklace, she refrained from pestering Fu Zheng until they reached their destination. Still unable to discern its meaning, Fu Zheng, I'll be visiting my grandfather tomorrow. Fu Zheng nodded. Upon returning home, Wen Li had barely entered her bedroom when her sister, Wen Wan, called, her tone laced with concern. Sister, have you returned home? The police just called me. Dear sister, you scared me. A strange man said you sent him to pick me up, but thankfully, I'm clever and secretly called the police. Wen Li replied smartly, It was a last-minute arrangement. I didn't have time to inform you, so I had someone bring you back. It's all my fault. Don't be afraid, Wen Wan reassured her. Wen Li responded with a soft "oh," describing, Sister, you frightened me. I didn't think that man seemed trustworthy. He had tattoos on his fingers. I thought he intended to kidnap me for ransom. After all, I am quite valuable. Sister, why did you suddenly have something to attend to? Was there an urgent matter at work? Wenli inquired, noticing their mother, Du Ying, at home. The line went quiet, as if her question caught Wenwan off guard. Wenli continued, Is it the Qin family that is seeking you out? Yes, your brother-in-law has some matters to discuss with me. This is your sister's fault. Forgive me, Wenwan soothed her gently. Wenli quickly felt reassured, smiling as she replied, All right, I forgive you, sister. Just don't do this again. What if the police misunderstood and thought you were the one who sent someone to take me away? Wenwan's heart sank. And before she could respond, Wenli added seriously, My sister would never do that. She is the best sister in the world. All right, I want to do this again, that I'll bring you something delicious when I get home later. I want a hamburger. After hanging up, Wenli's expression turned pensive as she tossed her phone onto the bed, quickly pulling out the necklace Fu Zheng had given her. She raised her hand, scrutinizing the necklace. Apart from its beauty, it bore no unique markings, not even a small engraving. Suddenly inspired, she snapped a photo and sent it to Lin Baozhu, who was more knowledgeable about such matters. Baozhu, what do you think of this necklace? Lin Baozhu replied promptly, How did this necklace come into your possession? It was auctioned off a few days ago and is said to be a royal heirloom from abroad, believed to have healing properties. Many attended the auction, and the price was quite high. My brother wanted to bid for it, but he couldn't compete with those of greater means. Wenli glanced at the necklace again, pondering the idea of healing. She leaned in to kiss it gently before swiftly removing the one around her neck and replacing it with the one Fu Zheng had gifted her. It was likely that way Chun Sheng and Wenrong had discussed their collaboration, as Wenrong specifically instructed her to meet with his assistant to sign documents the following day. He did not inquire how Wenli had secured the contract. Given the reputations of the Wen and Lu families, the Wei family readily agreed for her sake, deeming it inconsequential. Wenli reluctantly put down her chopsticks, expressing her discontent. Why must I go again? I don't want to. You must go, even if you're unwilling. Your little temperament has been spoiled by others, Wenrong reproached, glancing at Du Ying with a hint of admonishment. Why blame Mom? It is not her fault. Wenli retorted petulantly. Don't glare at Mom. I'll glare at you instead, she declared. Mom, don't be upset. Du Ying, who had initially pretended not to notice Wenrong's gaze, felt a bit stiffened but still kindly remarked, Little Li is wonderful. Wenli chuckled, suddenly inspired, and asked casually, Sister, has that uncle been released from the police station? Wenwan paused, instinctively looking at Wenrong, who intended to dismiss the matter. Yes, out. What are your plans for the next few days? However, Wenrong interjected, What police? Today, I had a stranger bring me home. I thought he was a bad person and called the police. Wenli playfully stuck her tongue out, adding, It wasn't intentional. Upon hearing this, Wenrong frowned, casting a reproachful look at Wenwan. How could you be so careless? Dad, I'm sorry. I had an urgent matter. Wenwan expressed her guilt. Wenrong replied sternly, No matter how urgent, you cannot be reckless. What if something went wrong? I had planned to make you the project manager, but it seems you still need some training. She stated decisively to her words. Both Du Ying and Wenwan's expression soured, but Du Ying quickly regained her composure, supporting Wenrong's critique of Wenwan. She is still young. She just needs more training. Unaware of how much they both coveted the project manager position, Wenli leaned back in her chair, cheerfully stating, Sister, you have time to play with me this summer. We don't care about being project manager. It is too much work for too little pay. Wenwan took a while to muster a stiff smile, responding, All right, I'll play with you. Wenli pretended not to notice and turned to Wenrong. Transfer me some money. I want to go out to play tomorrow. That I'll have my assistant transfer it to you once the contract is signed. Wenrong has now become someone who fulfills Wenli's every request. Upon hearing this, Wenli rose and ascended the stairs. After closing the door, she reached for the necklace resting at her neck and let out a long sigh. The following day, at the Wei Group's presidential office, Wenli and Wenrong's assistant entered to find Wei Chunsheng seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation over tea with another middle-aged man. The man looked up, his mature features exuding an unmistakable masculine charm, and Wenli recognized him. When shitting, his gaze lingered on her face for an extended moment, revealing a hint of something unusual before he withdrew his eyes and took a sip of tea. Wei Chunxing stood and introduced little girl. This is Uncle Wen. Wenli nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Wei, Uncle Wen. Wei Chunxing gestured toward the sofa. Please, take a seat while I fetch the contract. Reluctantly, Wenli settled on the opposite side of the sofa, her peripheral vision drawn to the man beside her. She felt a spark of curiosity about her mother's college boyfriend. At his age, he bore no signs of aging, appearing far younger than his peers. How did she ever come to be enamored with Wen Rong? Just then, when Shitting spoke, Wenli, she instinctively nodded, noting the man's gaze was somewhat dazed, perhaps lost in nostalgia. He then spoke softly, your mother adored pear blossoms. After that, he fell silent. A while later, Wei Chunxing handed her the signed document, and once the others had departed, he turned to the man on the sofa. Doesn't she bear a striking resemblance to her? When I saw her yesterday, I momentarily thought it was her. Indeed, but she lacks her mother's vivacity, Wen Shitting replied, closing his eyes and rubbing his aching temples. Wei Chunxing sat beside him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Have you noticed how this little girl shares the same lip shape as you? You both have quite similar mouths that I truly cannot believe Mu Yu would go so far as to terminate your child. Perhaps a DNA test is in order. Upon hearing the name Mu Yu, a flicker of pain crossed Wen Shitting's eyes as he replied hoarsely, she's exceedingly petty. Chapter 29. Fu Zheng, is the moon brighter, or am I? Once the contract was finalized, Wen Rong had $1 million transferred to her bank account. The moment Wen Li received the funds, she rushed to the mall, purchasing several outfits and a few bags in less than an hour. The entire sum was spent. Wen Rong likely received word of her spending spree. She had no intention of saving money for Wen Rong. At dusk, at the Liu residence, upon hearing the doorbell, the elderly butler emerged to open the door. He paused for a moment, his face lighting up with joy. Young miss. As he spoke, he swung the door wide. Wenli felt a pang of guilt upon seeing him. In her previous life, when Liu Zhongwei fell ill, the butler had come to her, urging her to reconcile with her grandfather. Tragically, he had perished in a car accident on his way back. Had she been a bit more considerate, perhaps he would still be alive. Her eyes reddened as she softly uttered, Grandpa Sunday. Butler's son had served the Liu family since he was in his 20s, watching both Liu Mu Yu and Wenli grow up, forming a deep bond with him. Seeing the young girl with tear-stained eyes, Butler's son felt his own eyes mist over as he rasped. Come in. The master has been yearning for you, but lacks the courage to seek you out. I apologize. When Li's I'm sorry was directed at Butler's son, for all the concern he had shown her. Butler's son shook his head. There's no need for such words. Your presence alone brings joy to the master. I heard you were coming a few days ago, and he's been waiting in the yard every day. He waited for 2 hours today before retiring upstairs. His health has been poor lately, and he refuses to go to the hospital. Young miss, perhaps you should persuade him. Since Liu Mu Yu's death, Liu Zhongwei's health had steadily declined. The doctor had said it was due to emotional distress, and unless he found a way to move on, his condition would not improve. Wenli had never been particularly close to the Liu family and had never paid much attention to these matters. Or perhaps she had known, but had chosen to disregard his feelings. Liu Zhongwei had wished to pave a path for her, yet she had always overlooked the kindness of those who cared for her. The one who had created this deadlock was herself, and no one else could be blamed. Fortunately, she still had the chance to make amends. She recognized that Liu Zhongwei must have aged, yet she was unprepared for the sight before her. His hair was gray, his eyelids drooping, and his entire frame appeared alarmingly frail as he emerged from the bedroom, moving slowly, but his eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing her. An invisible guilt bent when Li's feigned composure, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. One after another, she nearly collapsed to her knees, choking out, Grandpa. Liu Zhongwei would never hold past grievances against her. He had never blamed her. His only concern was what would become of her should he pass away. He reached for her hand, gently patting the back of it, and comforted her, my dear child. Noticing her relentless tears, his voice quavered as he continued. Did Wen Rong and the others bully you? Wenli shook her head but quickly wrapped her arms around him. In her memory, he had always been a tall man, commanding and decisive. Yet now he was so thin, reduced to mere bones. Grandpa, I'm so sorry. I have wronged you. It was my ignorance that led to your suffering. She could make amends for their losses, but she could never absolve her guilt. She knew all too well that they had already faced death once because of her. Lu Zhongwei hurriedly reassured her. "It's all right, my dear. Grandpa is healthy. Don't cry." Yet Wenli buried herself in his chest, releasing her pent-up sorrow without any regard for decorum. Akati took a long while before her sobs began to subside, and she lifted a hand to wipe her tears. Soon after, she looked up, a smile breaking through as she announced, "Grandpa, I bought you some clothes." But the moment the words escaped her lips, she found herself unable to contain her tears once more. Stammering, "They're too big. I'm sorry, Grandpa." Lu Zhongwei's eyes glistened as he chuckled, his wrinkled hands gently patting her back. "It's all right. Grandpa can wear them, but don't cry. It's not a big deal that if it truly doesn't fit. We can go shopping together tomorrow." Wenli nodded, forcing herself to quickly compose her emotions, unwilling to dampen Lu Zhongwei's spirits. She took hold of his hand and led him outside. "I'll accompany you to the hospital for a checkup." Lu Zhongwei had no choice but to follow, turning his head to wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye. "I'm fine. No need for a checkup." "Yes, we must," Wenli insisted. The three of them arrived at the hospital, where Lu Zhongwei underwent a comprehensive examination, the results of which would not be available until the following day. They returned to the Lu residence, where, with Wenli's presence, the housekeeper prepared several additional dishes. Lu Zhongwei, typically one with a small appetite, ate an extra bowl under Wenli's watchful eyes. Wenli had initially hoped to take a stroll with Lu Zhongwei and share a few words, but he seemed too fatigued after the meal. Sinking into the sofa, she remained silent. Once Wenli ascended the stairs and returned to her room, Lu Zhongwei turned to Butler's son. "Old son, please bring me the clothes that Lily bought." Butler's son nodded and soon returned with the garments. Speaking softly, "The young miss has matured significantly this time. She must have faced some tribulations." Lu Zhongwei pressed his lips together, then held up a short-sleeved shirt, measuring it against himself. "It's not too large. It fits quite well." "Indeed, it fits well. The young miss is quite attentive. She knows you dislike wearing light-colored clothing and didn't purchase any," Butler's son remarked. Lu Zhongwei carefully set the clothes aside, letting out a quiet sigh. "This child is just like Mu Yu, so perceptive and kind-hearted." His voice faltered slightly as he spoke the last words, "that I must have committed numerous wrongs in my past life." Butler's son, having witnessed the demise of both Lu Mu Yu and her daughter, empathized with the Lu family, who were inherently kind-hearted yet met with such tragic fates. He consoled, "Master, the young miss is here. If she sees your eyes swollen tomorrow, she will certainly worry for you." "Very well. We shall refrain from further discussion. Tomorrow, let us procure some of her favorite treats," Lu Zhongwei said, casting a gentle gaze upstairs. Upstairs, Wenli rummaged through an old photo album, recalling that it contained pictures of Lu Mu Yu in the past. She had viewed them without much emotion, but now, seeing the woman who resembled her brought a pang to her heart. She gently traced her finger across the images, murmuring, "Silly mother, if her death was connected to Du Ying and the others, why had they chosen the unremarkable one wrong?" The silence of the room answered her questions. After a prolonged moment, she returned the album to the drawer and turned her gaze to the window, where the crescent moon shone brightly. She wondered what Fu Zheng might be doing. She took a picture of herself against the moonlight and sent it to Fu Zheng, asking, "Am I brighter, or is the moon brighter?" Meanwhile, Fu Zheng, amid socializing, opened his phone to find the photo unexpectedly displayed on his screen. The girl's eyes arched like the moon, yet shone even more brightly. The headache induced by the alcohol lessened slightly, but the feelings he had been suppressing began to surge uncontrollably. When Lethe saved the photo, closed his phone, and stood, declaring, "I'm tired. Let us discuss this tomorrow." He grabbed his coat and left, only to pull out the photo once seated in the car. He quickly opened a video and, after a short while, let out a low chuckle when Lee awaited Fu Zheng's reply. She tapped his avatar and quickly initiated a video call. Just as it was about to end, the call connected. The handsome face of the man appeared on the screen. She discarded any semblance of shyness. Her voice soft as she confessed, "Fu Zheng, I miss you." After a few seconds, the screen went black as the man flipped the camera, prompting a soft huff from her. She then brought her face close to the phone, filling the screen with her visage. She was certain Fu Zheng could not remain unmoved. With sincerity, she articulated, "Fu Zheng, I truly miss you." Through the screen, her delicate face appeared as if she were right in front of him. Fu Zhang felt a momentary pause in his heart. His eyelids fluttered, yet he indulgently kept his gaze fixed. After a prolonged silence, his large finger lightly grazed the screen before swiftly retracting. He turned to look out the window. His voice cool and detached. Wenli softly replied, aware of his impending words. She was not fond of hearing about uncle and preemptively interjected, Fu Zhang, good night. With that, she ended the call. The visage on the screen vanished, and gradually the display dimmed. Fu Zhang lifted his gaze to the night, a full moon shining brightly, only to be replaced in his mind by Wenli's face. The wind outside whistled past his ear, seemingly carrying a voice. Fu Zhang, I truly miss you. The following day, the hospital results were in. Lu Zhongwei still suffered from a heart condition that required family intervention. Wenli had initially intended to seek the Lu family's assistance in investigating Lu Muyue's complications during childbirth. However, she dared not let Lu Zhongwei know. If someone else was responsible, it would only deepen his guilt and sorrow. She also did not wish to approach the Fu family, nor would she. She believed that her relationship with Fu Zhang should remain untainted by such matters. Ultimately, she decided to confide in Gu Lianming in the afternoon. At SF, as soon as Gu Lianming entered, he spotted Wenli waving at him. He strode over with long strides, taking a seat opposite her. Raising an eyebrow, aren't you afraid Fu Zhang will get jealous? Wenli replied earnestly, I wish to discuss serious matters. The 18-year-old girl's declaration of discussing serious matters elicited a chuckle from Gu Lianming, who initially dismissed her words, crossing his legs and questioning, what serious matters? I no longer require your assistance in dealing with my family. May I propose another request? Wenli stated with sincerity. Gu Lianming lightly tapped his fingers on the table. What request? Wenli hesitated for a moment before softly saying, you cannot disclose this to anyone else, not even Fu Zhang. Otherwise, I shall reveal your secret to the media. Gu Lianming chuckled lightly, now taking her seriously. He straightened his posture. Having said that, what else can I say? Go on. I would like your help in retrieving my mother's hospital records from her delivery. Wenli explained. Upon hearing this, Gu Lianming paused, his hand reaching for his coffee, hesitating momentarily. He took a sip and fixed his gaze on her. Why not ask Fu Zhang? This matter would be a mere trifle for him, but I like him. Wenli's voice was soft yet resolute. Gu Lianming took another sip of his coffee, regarding Fu Zhang's little niece with newfound respect. You don't want to owe him a favor? We are collaborators. If you need assistance, I will certainly help. Wenli's petite face bore a hint of pleading that if Gu Lianming declined, she would struggle to find someone to investigate this matter. After a moment of silence, Gu Lianming finally agreed. All right. Thank you. Wenli expressed her gratitude, her demeanor clearly appreciative. Just as Gu Lianming was about to speak, his gaze shifted, a smirk appearing on his lips as he glanced behind. Wenli instinctively turned her head, her eyes landing on Fu Zhang, who had just entered the CF, his black casual shirt tucked loosely into his trousers, his long legs accentuated. Beside him stood a woman in a sleek black dress, her figure alluring and her features strikingly beautiful. The two made a striking couple. Simultaneously, Fu Zhang noticed the two as well. His deep-set gaze inscrutable, he averted his eyes and sat not far from the woman. Gu Lianming's voice broke the silence. Jiang Shuyi, a renowned beauty in Kyoto. She has pursued Fu Zhang for 3 years. He anticipated seeing Wenli flustered. However, she merely took a sip of her bitter coffee, calmly stating, fair competition. Were it not for the presence of others, she would have likely glanced down at her chest again, her only source of insecurity being her still developing figure. Gu Lianming chuckled. You possess quite a bit of confidence. At his words, Wenli straightened her back and replied with a firm Gu Lianming found her amusing, crossing his arms and tilting his head, chuckling several times at her. Yet, Wenli was unable to share in the laughter. Though her words were confident, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Fu Zhang. Fortunately, the atmosphere between them remained cool and distant, as though they were merely discussing business. But why not conduct such discussions at the office? Suddenly, she stood up, failing to notice a waiter approaching, resulting in a collision that caused scalding coffee to spill on her. The waiter quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. That's all right. It was my fault. How much for these 2 cups of coffee? Wenli asked while dabbing at her soiled clothes. Just then, she noticed a pair of black shoes before her and looked up to find Fu Zheng standing there, having shed his black shirt, leaving only a black tank top that showcased his well-defined arms, exuding an air of strength. In an instant, his shirt was draped over her shoulders, shielding her from the coffee stains. His gaze fell upon her reddened arm, and he frowned. "We need to go to the hospital." Wenli was not seriously hurt, but she instinctively clutched her arm, feigning pain. As she prepared to leave, she glanced at Gu Yinming. "Please pay for the other 2 cups of coffee." Once in the car, Wenli whimpered softly, attempting to elicit concern from Fu Zheng. His brow furrowed deeper, and finally, he commanded, "Jiang Shu, drive faster." Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor gestured for her to indicate the burn. Wenli looked at her unblemished arm, now devoid of pain or redness, her eyes widening slightly. "I can't point it out," she said, touching her nose awkwardly, "and my body has a remarkable healing ability. Doctor, I'm fine." She cast a sidelong glance at the doctor, a smile that seemed to conceal something, then added, "Fu Zheng, I've saved you some money." The doctor chuckled at her remark, and after confirming her well-being, indicated that they could leave. As they took the elevator to the parking garage, stopping at the basement level, Wenli suddenly seized Fu Zheng's wrist, meeting his turned gaze with a serious expression. "Fu Zheng, are you superficial?" His eyes dropped to where she held him, but he quickly withdrew his wrist. Before he could respond, she timidly asked, "Do you think my chest is too small?" "I mean, it's not that bad, just a little." Haha. Can you guess Fu Zheng's expression? Chapter 30. They only wanted to spoil her, raising her left foot slightly. Upon hearing her words, Fu Zheng abruptly withdrew his foot, his expression shifting from shock to feigned anger. Raising his voice, Wenli replied softly, "We are adults now. There's no need to be shy." "Wenli." Fu Zheng inhaled deeply, then coldly retorted, "Who taught you to say such things to a man? I did not ask anyone else. I only asked you." Wenli raised her hands in a gesture of sincerity. Her palms clasped together as she gathered her courage to inquire, "Will you think less of me for having a small chest?" If Fu Zheng did not respond, she would likely grapple with this question for a long time, as her small chest was not something she could resolve at the moment. Suddenly, she felt a sharp tap on her forehead, causing her to wince and look up at the man who had just retracted his hand. Fu Zheng's face was tight, embodying a stern elder, as he admonished, "There better not be a next time. If I hear such words again, I will deal with you." He escorted Wenli to the car and instructed Jiang Shu, "Take her back to the Liu family." He then closed the car door with a sense of urgency, seemingly anxious to prevent her from saying anything further. The car window soon rolled down, revealing her fair face with a noticeable red mark on her forehead. His fingers twitched slightly, and he coldly diverted his gaze. Wenli pressed her palms against the window, blinking at him somewhat stubbornly. "If you're too embarrassed to say it, just blink once. That if you blink, it means you don't mind." Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, a hint of helplessness evident in his thin line of mouth. Just then, Wenli's voice chimed again. "You blinked, so you can't mind my small chest." She formed the last 2 words with her lips. "Jiang Shu, drive her away." The man's voice was as cold as ice shards. The car swiftly departed, disappearing around the corner, leaving Fu Zheng standing there for quite some time, motionless. After what felt like an eternity, he raised his hand, contemplating the act of hitting when Wenli frowned, then lowered his hand, ultimately lifting it to touch his burning earlobe. The Liu residence. Wenli found no sign of Liu Zhongwei in the living room. She ventured to the study, but still found it empty, prompting her to seek out Butler Sunday. Butler's son explained, "The master was taken by Miss Wen. They're likely out for a meal. Does she often take grandfather out to eat?" Wenli inquired, a thought crossing her mind. "She comes by every few days to take the master out." Butler's son hesitated before adding, "Miss, there are some matters I am unsure whether I should mention." He paused again, then continued, "Each time Miss Wen takes the master out, he returns home rather despondent for several hours. I do not know if she has said something to him." Wenli had heard this sentiment before. Butler's son had come to find her previously to relay such concerns that it felt too coincidental. Could Butler's son's demise be connected to Wenwan? If so, Wenwan had clearly lost her sanity. With this thought in mind, Wenli spoke earnestly, "Butler's son, do not share this with anyone other than me." Butler's son quickly nodded, "I have not spoken of it, Such matters should not be mine to convey. I am merely worried about the master's health. Wenli was well aware of his good intentions, yet perhaps it was precisely this benevolence that cost him the chance to enjoy his twilight years. After waiting in the bedroom for 2 or 3 hours, she finally heard the sound of a car coming from downstairs. She pulled back a corner of the window and saw Wenwan supporting Lu Zongwei as he got out of the car. It seemed that Wenwan had never truly contemplated the possibility of her demise. Perhaps it was through endless flattery that the old patriarch decided to bequeath his estate to her, which ultimately sparked her murderous intent. Once the car at the entrance departed, Wenli turned and descended the stairs. Approaching the staircase, she touched her face, reminding herself not to be swayed by the emotions of her past life. She hurried down the stairs, colliding with Lu Zongwei as he entered. Softly, she greeted grandfather. Lu Zongwei's eyes exhibited a complex array of emotions, yet when he looked at her, a hint of joy flickered. "Have you eaten?" he inquired. "Not yet. I was waiting for you to return so we could eat together," Wenli replied, moving beside him and grasping his arm. Beside them, Butler's son interjected, "The young lady has been saying she would wait for you to have dinner." Lu Zongwei responded with 2 affirmative goods. "All right, let us eat." During the meal, Wenli occasionally served Lu Zongwei dishes, but he hardly touched his food, likely having already dined elsewhere. After finishing, Lu Zongwei turned to Butler's son, instructing, "Old son, you may return to the bedroom." Understanding immediately, Butler's son glanced at Wenli before heading off. Wenli surmised that Lu Zongwei wished to speak with her, and indeed, he soon spoke in a low tone. "All of the Lu family's assets will be left to you in the future. Whatever you desire, grandfather will do his utmost to fulfill it. I understand that young people often disdain the elderly. Therefore, tomorrow, you may go wherever you wish. I will arrange for funds to be transferred to your account." He likely thought Wenli sought to coax money from him. Wenli hesitated, remaining silent for several seconds before looking up and asking, "Grandfather, do you believe me if I say I have no interest in those things?" She was uncertain how much trust Lu Zongwei still held in her, as she had disappointed him greatly. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zongwei nodded. "I believe you." A wave of emotion surged within Wenli, and she lowered her gaze to the pristine white table, devoid of any blemish, in a hushed tone. She confessed, "Grandfather, everyone in the Wen family is false to me. They seek to take advantage of me. Du Ying and Wenwan had always treated Wenli well throughout her life, which Lu Zongwei recognized, leading him to exhibit some tolerance towards Wenwan. After all, children should not bear the burden of adults' mistakes. Upon hearing this, he lifted his gaze to Wenli, preparing to say something, but she interjected, "I do not know what Wenwan has told you, but grandfather, please believe me one last time that I harbor no ill intentions towards you." The words of an 18-year-old were no longer mere whims. Lu Zongwei found himself at a loss for words. He turned away to wipe a tear from his eye, and after a long pause, he hoarsely stated, "If the Wen family dares to bully you, grandfather will not allow them to go unpunished. They have not bullied me. They have merely rendered me useless." Wenli replied, her gaze meeting his. Her innocent eyes held thoughts not typical for her age. And she added, "Grandfather, let me resolve this on my own." She wished for Wenwan and Du Ying to understand that it was not their cleverness that had ensnared her, but rather her love for them. Love can blind one's judgment. For the first time, Lu Zongwei felt the weight of Wenli's maturity. He had always wished for her to be more sensible, but now that she had reached this juncture, he could not help but feel his eyes welling with tears. "It is I who have wronged you, for I have shown you too little care. You have already done much. I simply failed to see it," Wenli replied, wiping his tears with a tissue. "Grandfather, let's not see our YAS." Their emotions gradually stabilized. Wenli accompanied Lu Zongwei in watching television for half an hour. After escorting him back to his bedroom, she turned to return to her own. After 2 consecutive days of emotional turmoil, Wenli's eyes were noticeably swollen. She splashed cold water on her face and, looking into the mirror, patted her cheeks. "Wenli, it will be all right. You have one more chance." Chapter 31. How is this little ant? With 2 minutes left to submit her college application, Wenli dialed Wenwan's number, pouting as tears filled her voice. "Sister," Wenwan's voice came through the phone, instinctively filled with concern. "What is it?" "Grandfather knows about my application. I've changed it to Jing University again." "Sister, I did not want to go to Jing University." I want to dance, Wenli lamented. You changed it? Wen seemed to blurt out. Yes, otherwise grandfather said he wouldn't buy me jewelry, and I've recently spotted a 20 million yuan necklace. Wenli explained, her tone quickly shifting to one of excitement. Sister, I will ask grandfather to buy you one too. If I have to go to Jing University, I can still learn to dance there. Sister, I am so bored here. Grandfather won't let me return. There was a prolonged silence from Wen on the other end of the line. When he called out a few times, Sister, Sister, your signal is bad. Never mind, I will hang up now. After ending the call, she realized that this conversation might have shattered Wen's dreams, and she and Du Ying might not sleep well tonight. In a surprisingly good mood, she called Fu Zheng. After the incident with her illness, he had never again ignored her calls. His voice, tinged with sleepiness, revealed he had clearly just woken up. What is it? Wenli, feeling no guilt for disturbing him, softly replied, I miss you. The line fell silent. If it were not for the call indicator, she might have thought he had hung up as she awaited the older man's response. After staring at the phone for a moment, she hung up and quickly got out of bed. She genuinely missed him at the Fu residence. The bedroom was enveloped in darkness. After a while, a soft footfall broke the silence, followed by the curtains parting to let in the streetlights glowed. Fu Zheng retrieved a cigarette from a pack, lighting it and taking a slow drag, releasing the smoke into the night air. Beneath the haze, his eyes reflected inner turmoil, which soon gave way to calm. After an indeterminate amount of time, he discarded the cigarette, but intending to return to sleep, when suddenly his phone on the bedside table vibrated, displaying the name Wenli. The emotions dulled by nicotine began to stir again. He rubbed his temples and reached for the phone, attempting to mask his feelings with a cold tone. However, Wenli's unexpected request caught him off guard, revealing his facade. Fu Zheng, I am at your doorstep. Let us meet for 5 minutes. He strode towards the other side. Stepping out onto the balcony where, under the streetlight, a petite figure awaited. His throat felt dry as he turned and hurried down the stairs, slowing his pace as the iron gate gradually opened. He gazed at the silhouette beneath the streetlight, his brow furrowing in concern, but before he could react, the small figure leapt into his embrace. Perhaps due to the effects of nicotine, he felt momentarily dazed. Given the proximity of the Wen residence, upon sensing Fu Zheng's presence, Wenli quickly withdrew her hands. In their close encounter, she could distinctly smell the scent of smoke on him. She had never seen him smoke, nor did she know he did. She looked up at him, even rising on her toes in an attempt to discern his expression, instinctively asking, Are you feeling down? Did something happen at the company? An unsettling sensation clawed at Fu Zheng's throat. As if struggling to escape, he pressed his lips tightly together, then tilted his head back, crossing his arms over his chest, exuding an air of detachment and coldness. His voice, cold enough to pierce through the night, carried a weight of sorrow as he questioned, Wenli, is it amusing? Is pursuing your little uncle entertaining? At his words, Wenli's toes lowered to the ground. The man before her wore a distinctly frosty expression, his earlier joy dissipating. She refrained from responding and simply stated, I am going home. Once back in the car, her shoulders slumped, and she rubbed her face in an attempt to encourage herself. From the very beginning, she had known that pursuing Fu Zheng would be challenging. He held many reservations. Had it not been for his time in a comatose state, she would not have been aware of his feelings towards her. Sensing Fu Zheng's aversion, Wenli refrained from contacting him for half a month, focusing on her studies at the Lu residence. When Wen learned of her whereabouts, she frequently called, urging her to return home. Wenli declined, citing Lu Zhongwei's disallowance. During this time, when Rong visited once under the pretense of checking on her and exchanged a few words with Lu Zhongwei. One morning, she habitually checked Fu Zheng's chat window, her fingers hovering over the keyboard before quickly deleting her message. She softly reassured herself, just give him a little more time. Grabbing a book nearby, she resumed reading. After a while, her phone rang, and instinctively, she turned her head, immediately feeling disappointed. It was Gu Lianming. Gu Lianming informed her. I have found the information. You can come to the company to collect it. All right, Wenli replied, changing into a different outfit as she headed downstairs. Lu Zhongwei had gone to the company that day, leaving the house empty. She addressed Butler's son, grandfather's son. I am stepping out for a while. I will return for lunch. 40 minutes later at Gu Corporation. Following the assistant's lead, when Li entered Gu Lianming's office, he was busy with work and only lifted his head to look at her after a few minutes. He handed her a document from his drawer, stating, "All the information is in here." After glancing at her, he bluntly added, "Old Master Fu is ill. Are you aware?" At this, Wen Li instinctively raised her head, clearly unaware. "When did this happen? Is it serious?" "About half a month ago." "It's quite serious. He is still in the hospital," Gu Lianming replied, standing to pour himself a glass of warm water. Taking a sip, he continued, "In recent days, Jiang Shui has been frequently accompanying Fu Zheng. In moments such as these, men are often most susceptible to emotions that it is no wonder that Fu Zheng spoke harshly to her that day. When Li turned and fled, the office door swayed back and forth for quite a while. Old Master Fu has a designated doctor and ward, as his health has been poor for an extended period, sometimes requiring him to stay for 2 or 3 months at a time. Wen Li naturally knew the location, and upon arriving at the ward, she found Jiang Shui conversing with Old Master Fu. Fu Zheng sat on the sofa, his head bowed as he peeled an apple, while old Madame Fu sat beside him. At first glance, they appeared to be a family. She paused her steps, hesitating to enter, when suddenly, the man on the sofa lifted his gaze towards the doorway. Their eyes locking, the long strand of apple peel snapped, falling to the pristine floor. Fu Zheng's eyelids flickered as he bent down to pick up the peel and tossed it into the trash bin. At that moment, Wen Li stepped into the ward, addressing Grandpa, Grandma. She then glanced at Fu Zheng, her uncle. At this juncture, she could not afford to add to Fu Zheng's burden. She had previously been too eager. Perhaps it had been a long time since she called him uncle, as Fu Zheng looked at her before quickly excusing himself to the restroom, returning only after a while. Jiang Shui had already vacated her seat for Wen Li, sitting beside old Madame Fu. She looked up at Fu Zheng and remarked, "So, she is your niece, and no wonder you were anxious last time." Fu Zheng merely acknowledged her with a sound, then settled into a chair nearby. Old Master Fu leaned towards Wen Li, winking as he whispered, "What do you think of this little aunt?" Chapter 32. Will she be granted a chance? Jiang Shui is renowned in Kyoto for her beauty and talent. Hailing from a respectable family, Wen Li could not speak ill of her simply because she was a rival. She nodded and expressed honestly, "She is good." Old Master Fu was familiar with the Jiang family, deeming Jiang Shui more suitable than the woman Fu Zheng had brought home before, as her lineage was more fitting. Of course, this all depended on Fu Zheng's own wishes, regardless of how much they hoped for Fu Zheng to find a woman he cherished. It was imperative that they could at least converse comfortably. Fu Zheng, why don't you take Shui out for a meal? Little Li is here. It was evident that he wished to facilitate an opportunity for the two to bond. At that moment, Wen Li felt akin to a third party, lacking the courage to even lift her gaze, her eyes fixed on her fingers. Initially expecting to hear Fu Zheng's agreement, she was met instead with his distant refusal. "I have matters to attend to at the company." Old Master Fu shot her a disapproving look, and before he could speak, Jiang Shui, seemingly unfazed by Fu Zheng's demeanor, or perhaps accustomed to it, graciously stood and said, "Fu Zheng has company obligations. Uncle Fu, do not worry about me. I will prepare some soup to bring for you later. Shui, you need not trouble yourself. I appreciate the thought," Old Master Fu replied warmly. Jiang Shui smiled. "It's no trouble at all. I'll take my leave now, Uncle Fu." "Very well, Fu Zheng, see Shui out," Old Master Fu instructed. This time, Fu Zheng did not refuse and stood to escort her out. Once they were gone, Old Master Fu sighed. "Shui is quite a remarkable girl, beautiful, capable, and she can cook." Little Li later, "Discreetly inquire about your uncle's thoughts. He never confides in us, and I am unaware of who he truly favors." Old Master Fu could discern that Fu Zheng held no particular feelings for Jiang Shui. Yet he could not dismiss the possibility that Fu Zheng was simply reticent. This child had always been one to keep his own counsel. Wen Li, of course, did not decline his request. "All right, Grandpa, I will step out for a moment." She rose and left, heading to the doctor's office to inquire about Old Master Fu's health. The doctor explained that it was a lingering ailment from his youth and could only be managed gradually. In his younger days, Old Master Fu was known for his tireless spirit, especially after Fu Zheng was born, as he continued to expand the family business even at an advanced age to secure a future for Fu Zheng. She understood and empathized with old Master Fu's desire to hold a grandchild soon, and contemplating her own age, she sighed. 18. A truly unfortunate age. The difficulty she faced with Fu Zheng was not merely due to their tenuous uncle-niece relationship, but rather the 8-year age gap, compounded by the fact that old Master Fu was already 67 and in poor health. Thus, it was understandable that old Master Fu was anxious for Fu Zheng to marry. He had few regrets in life. He simply wished to see Fu Zheng wed and starting a family. Lowering her gaze, she exited, only to collide with a wall of flesh, stumbling backward. Looking up, she found Fu Zheng gazing down at her, his eyes cast low. Wen Li, who usually greeted everyone with enthusiasm, silently skirted around him, as she had yet to devise a compelling argument to persuade Fu Zheng to grant her a chance. A pursuit without preparation was merely an act of folly. She could not afford to be reckless simply because Fu Zheng was an older man. Sincerity was essential in any pursuit. Noticing Fu Zheng's silence, the doctor took the initiative, saying, "Mr. Fu, is there something you need?" Fu Zheng raised his gaze toward him, pondering why she was there. The doctor, recognizing Wen Li from their previous encounters, explained, "Miss Wen is here to inquire about old Master Fu's condition." "Indeed," Fu Zheng replied, turning to re-enter the ward, his eyes instinctively drifting to the petite figure by the bedside before taking a seat on the sofa. Wen Li engaged old Master Fu in conversation for a while, and at 11:30, she stood and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, I must return to the Lu family. My grandfather will be back for lunch. Let your uncle drive you. I worry about you traveling alone." Old Master Fu gestured meaningfully, hinting that she should seize the opportunity to inquire why uncle has matters at the company. While Wen Li wished to spend time with Fu Zheng, she felt it prudent to return and contemplate her approach carefully. Once she had clarity, she would pursue Fu Zheng. She could not allow Fu Zheng to think her interest was merely a fleeting whim or a youthful impulse. Upon her remark, old Master Fu recalled something. Expressing his discontent, he ought to set aside those trivial company matters. Yet he only uttered this in passing, well aware of the immense pressure Fu Zheng faced. Exiting the ward, Wen Li stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. Just as the doors were about to close, a tall figure strode in. "Fu Zheng, it's difficult to hail a taxi here. I'll drive you," he said in a low voice. Wen Li, feeling somewhat despondent, merely replied with a soft acknowledgement, leaning against the elevator wall in contemplation. Petite 22 years of age. With old Master Fu at 72, it seemed she would need to have children by 23 at the earliest. That would be cutting it close, yet hinged on whether Fu Zheng would consider marrying her by then. Older men could be as impervious as stone, devoid of any cracks or openings. The elevator chimed, and instinctively she stepped out, but before she could fully exit, a large hand grasped her wrist, pulling her back into the elevator. "Not yet, oh." Wen Li resumed her position against the wall, thinking how much easier it would be if Fu Zheng were an egg. Allowing her, like a fly, to create a small opening, they exited from the basement level, with Wen Li taking the initiative to sit in the back seat while Fu Zheng drove. He gripped the steering wheel. His hands tightened momentarily before relaxing, driving towards the Lu family home. The car was enveloped in silence, the sound of their breathing audible. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at the Lu residence. Wen Li alighted from the vehicle, still grappling with her thoughts and lacking a solid plan, so she restrained herself from unnecessary chatter, simply stating, "I'm back." Fu Zheng responded with a sound of acknowledgement, his gaze lingering on her as she walked away, without looking back. An inexplicable tightness formed at his throat as he tugged at his shirt collar, a wave of irritation washing over him. At that moment, a white car pulled up behind them, and Lu Zhongwei emerged. Recognizing Fu Zheng's vehicle, he approached with warmth, saying, "Fu Zheng." "Uncle Lu." Fu Zheng greeted through the window. Lu Zhongwei smiled. "Join us for a meal." "It has been a while." Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, unsure of the reason, but nodded in agreement. The two entered the Lu residence, where Butler's son greeted them, saying, "Miss just went upstairs. I'll fetch her." "Where did she go?" Lu Zhongwei inquired instinctively. "I'm not sure. She went out for a bit this morning," Butler's son replied, ascending the stairs and soon returning with an L.I.as when Li prepared to greet Lu Zhongwei. Her gaze fell upon Fu Zheng, and her already tumultuous heart felt even more chaotic. Feelings are strange. She could not pinpoint when she had developed affection for him. Yet she was acutely aware that it was not mere sentimentality. Such feelings would only lead her to regard him as she did her uncle. Grandfather, Lu Zhongwei raised the item in his hand, adding, "Your favorite pineapple cake." When Li's eyes sparkled as she approached to open it, taking a piece and savoring a bite, exclaiming, "Delicious!" As long as it's tasty, Lu Zhongwei chuckled, then gestured for Fu Zheng to join him at the dining table. He made small talk, asking, "How has your father been lately?" "Not too well," Fu Zheng replied. Lu Zhongwei, aware of old Master Fu's condition, sighed. With age, one's health is prone to issues. Fu Zheng nodded, about to say something when a piece of pineapple cake caught his eye. He turned his head to see when Li's unadorned face before him, and his heart momentarily faltered. He reached out, took the piece, and bit into it, the overly sweet flavor not particularly to his liking. Lu Zhongwei observed the two with a smile, saying, "In the blink of an eye, you two have grown up. When Li was little, she would follow you around, calling you uncle. I was quite jealous back then. She called you first," as he reminisced about the past. Fu Zheng's expression softened as he savored the last morsel of pineapple pastry. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Zhongwei suddenly interjected. "Fu Zheng, my health has not been great these past few years, and I might depart at any moment. Uncle Lu knows how fond you are of Li, so I shamelessly ask you for a favor. After I'm gone, please look after her." When Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she resolutely replied, "You and Grandpa Fu will live to be 100. 100 years will suffice." Lu Zhongwei chuckled at her childlike words. Reaching out to pat her head, his gaze tinged with reluctance as he said, "Very well, In that moment, he glanced at Fu Zheng, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to signal butler's son to bring out the dishes. During the meal, Lu Zhongwei and Fu Zheng exchanged a few words, but when it was over, Fu Zheng did not linger at the Lu residence and soon took his leave as he retrieved his car keys. He discovered several of his favorite chocolates had mysteriously found their way into his pocket. Staring at them in silent surprise for several seconds, he unwrapped one and popped it into his mouth. Meanwhile, when Li accompanied Lu Zhongwei in the garden, sipping tea, she clasped and unclasped her hands, casting glances at him, her mouth poised to speak yet hesitating. After several attempts, Lu Zhongwei naturally noticed her unease. "What is the matter?" he inquired. When Li cautiously looked at him, weighing her words before finally speaking, "Grandpa, what I'm about to say might be hard for you to accept, but I still want to express it." "Go ahead. Your grandfather is strong-minded and can handle it," Lu Zhongwei reassured her. Lowering her gaze to the table, she murmured, "I like Fu Zheng." Noticing his silence, she lifted her eyes to find his expression one of astonishment. Gathering her courage, she added, "It's the kind of liking that leads to marriage. That I'm not joking." Having navigated the business world for decades, Lu Zhongwei was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment's reflection, he turned to Wen Li. Sipping his tea, he finally asked, "Does Fu Zheng know?" "Yes, but he doesn't agree," Wen Li replied, her spirit deflating. Lu Zhongwei wanted to say something, but seeing the seriousness and caution in her demeanor, he ultimately said, "As long as you like him, that's enough." Wen Li had anticipated he wouldn't agree or wouldn't know what to say, so when she heard those words, she was momentarily stunned. "Really, Grandpa?" Having experienced the loss of both a wife and daughter, Lu Zhongwei wished only for Wen Li's health and happiness. Everything else was up to her. Besides, he thought, Fu Zheng was a good man. With him around, no one would dare bully to be honest. He had his selfish motives. "I only hope that you remain healthy. Everything else, I respect your wishes." Wen Li's nose tinged with emotion as she softly said, "What should I do if you don't agree? If you oppose it, there will be an additional hurdle between Fu Zheng and me, and I cannot disregard your feelings. Your choice in a partner or pursuit is something I will support." Lu Zhongwei insisted earnestly, "But marriage is not a game. I hope you think carefully before you decide." Your mother stopped speaking at this point before, having gained Lu Zhongwei's support when Li felt her confidence restored, and the two spent the next half hour in the garden. Upon returning to her bedroom, Wen Li opened the file Gu Yinming had given her, which contained all of Lu Muyu's prenatal examination records and a list of doctors for the delivery. The examinations during her pregnancy appeared to be normal. She noted down the names of the doctors and nurses and then placed the documents in a drawer, pressing something down on top of them. Later, she sat at her desk, pen in hand, writing furiously, occasionally frowning and biting her lip, as if struggling to articulate her thoughts as dinner approached. Wenli picked up the soup the aunt had prepared and drove to the hospital to visit Grandpa Fu. To her surprise, Jiang Shui, her rival, was also in the hospital room, though Fu Zheng was absent. "Grandpa, Grandma, I brought soup. Would you like some?" She gently asked. "Just had some. Let your little uncle have it. He is on his way and hasn't eaten yet." Grandpa Fu replied. Wenli said nothing in response, placing the food container on the table before sitting down on the sofa. After about 10 minutes, the door to the hospital room opened, and Wenli instinctively looked up, only to hear Jiang Shui call, "Fu Zheng." Jealousy began to bubble within Wenli, who already harbored a dislike for vinegar, and now it amplified. She resolved to have the aunt throw away any vinegar at home. Fu Zheng responded coolly before taking a seat. Grandpa Fu pointed at the food container and said, "You haven't eaten, have you?" "I've already eaten," Fu Zheng replied, not even glancing at the container. His legs crossed elegantly. Grandpa Fu, likely considering Wenli's kind offer, spoke up, "If you won't eat, I will. The soup that Xiaoli brought must be delicious. Tea this." Fu Zheng instinctively looked toward Wenli, then at Grandpa Fu, before pursing his lips and saying, "The doctor said you shouldn't eat too much," that he then took the food container and began to eat in silence. After a while, Jiang Shui's phone rang, presumably an urgent matter, and after hanging up, she quickly excused herself. Not long after, Fu Zheng finished the last drop of soup and got up to wash his hands. He emerged shortly. Checking the time and then looking at Wenli, "It's getting late. You should head back." Wenli slowly stood up, looking at him. "Will you give me a ride?" "Sure," Fu Zheng replied, taking the car keys from the coffee table and striding toward the door. This time, Wenli shamelessly settled into the passenger seat, quickly fastening her seatbelt. Meeting Fu Zheng's gaze, her eyes sparkled, and her lips curved into a smile that Fu Zheng's eyelids flickered for a moment before he averted his gaze. Turning the steering wheel as they drove along the wide road, the wind rushed past her ears, tickling her senses. Wenli rolled up the window, stealing glances at him before focusing ahead, gently patting her thigh as if to encourage herself. "Fu Zheng, I've made up my mind." Pausing for effect, she continued, "I'll be 22 when I graduate from university. We can get our marriage certificate first, and then have children. This won't delay my graduate studies. And it will also satisfy Uncle Fu's desire for children." Suddenly, the tires screeched against the pavement, and the sleek black luxury car came to a halt at the roadside. Mustering her courage, Wenli met Fu Zheng's piercing gaze and said, "I've seriously considered our situation. This is a solution I've contemplated all afternoon. What I mean is, I want to marry you, and it's not a whimsical thought. Can you give me a chance to pursue you?" Chapter 33. She is attracted to mature older men in her periphery. Wenli's youthful face radiated with vitality, seemingly unaware of the profound implications her words held for her future. Marrying and having children at 22 was the prime of life. Did she not understand? Did he not understand? Fu Zheng's hands rested on the steering wheel, his brow furrowed as he struggled to articulate a response. The word "good" almost slipped from his lips. The logo on the dashboard blurred into insignificance. With a tone both flat and somewhat stiff, he replied, "Wenli, I can only be your uncle." Wenli anticipated this response and felt no dismay. Instead, she intertwined her fingers and boldly asked, "Are you planning to get engaged to Jiang Shui?" Before he could respond, she added, "Fu Zheng, I could be better than her. Give me 2 years, all right? If you still feel the same in 2 years, I'll let it go. Perhaps by then, I may have moved on." She spoke with intention, fearing Fu Zheng might refuse her. Silence enveloped the car, and after half a minute, Fu Zheng closed his eyes before quickly reopening them. His dark gaze revealing a mixture of resignation and determination. In a cool tone, he said, "I agreed. In 2 years. We can only be considered uncle and niece." Upon hearing his agreement, Wenli's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to look at him, admiring the perfect contours of his profile. "For these 2 years, you cannot treat me as your niece, nor can you refer to yourself as my uncle," she declared. Seeing him nod, she suddenly reached out her hand, intertwining 4 fingers while extending her pinky. Let us make a pinky promise. Liars are little dogs. A child. Wenli loved making pinky promises with Fu Zheng. He had never broken a promise made during such moments. Fu Zheng's fingers stirred slightly before he extended his right hand. Their fingers locking together in an instant, a jolt of emotion surged through him, and instinctively, he wanted to withdraw his hand. To retract this absurd gesture. Why had he agreed? What was he yearning for? Fu Zheng, you're not a child anymore. Yet, Wenli clutched his pinky tightly, tugging playfully as she recited, a pinky promise lasts 100 years. If it changes, Fu Zheng becomes a little dog. Content with their exchange, she withdrew her hand, sneaking glances at him throughout the drive. Fu Zheng, not blind to her furtive looks, kept one hand on the steering wheel while absent-mindedly loosening and then redoing his shirt collar. Ultimately rolling down the window. The wind tousled his hair, adding a hint of heat to the atmosphere. With the entrance of the Liu residence, Liu Zhongwei was taking a stroll, waiting for Wenli to return home, and naturally noticed Fu Zheng dropping her off. Once they had departed, he turned to Wenli, observing her radiant smile. He chuckled softly before addressing a more serious matter. Yuan Rong called. She wants you to return home tomorrow. She said she received the admission notice. Their SA celebration banquet at Lanyue Hotel tomorrow. Wenli nodded, wrapping her arms around Liu Zhongwei's as she spoke earnestly. Grandpa, I'm going back now. And I might not be able to visit you often, but I'll sneak back to see you, she added. Liu Zhongwei gently patted her arm, signaling that he understood her sentiments. Do you really not want my help? No need to worry. Rest assured that I have inherited the high intelligence of my grandfather, you, and mother. The one family cannot compete with me. Wenli half joked. She merely possesses a divine perspective. Liu Zhongwei chuckled at her jest. Yet he remained somewhat uneasy, advising her to go to the Fu family at the first sign of trouble, as grandfather Fu and Fu Zheng would undoubtedly protect her. I understand. Grandfather, you needn't worry. Wenli replied earnestly. The following day, in the morning, upon returning to the living room of the one family, Wenli noticed several people present, including a makeup artist styling Wenrong's hair, while Du Ying and Wenwan were conspicuously absent. Upon spotting Wenli, Wenrong gestured for the makeup artist to attend to her, indicating the significance she placed on this graduation banquet. After all, how many children from various families managed to gain admission to Jing University? Furthermore, this gathering represented a commercial collaboration. Wenli, temporarily at the mercy of others, donned a pink spaghetti-strapped long dress, its fabric silky, tailored to fit snugly at the top while flowing gently at the bottom. Simple yet elegant. Her hair was entirely swept up into a bun, adorned with a petite crown designed with petals. Every detail, from the attire to the embellishments, showcased Wenrong's considerable investment in this occasion. As she caught a glimpse of the crown in the mirror. The diamonds sparkled brilliantly, leaving her to ponder its worth. A question she would soon answer. Du Ying and Wenwan emerged from the bedroom, immediately drawn to the apparent value of the crown atop Wenli's head. Pretending ignorance, Wenli adjusted the crown and feigned discontent, declaring to the two, Mother, sister, this crown is so tacky. Who wears crowns anymore? This crown is a new style from H Jewelry, specially bought for you by your father as a gift for your graduation banquet. Du Ying discreetly patted Wenwan's arm before retracting her hand. Wenli pouted, retorting, it's hideous. Turned to Wenwan. She pressed, Sister, why aren't you wearing a crown? Do you think it's ugly? If you don't wear one, then neither will I. Wenwan's expression stiffened momentarily before she regained her composure, reassuring her. Only our little princess gets to wear it. It's not ugly. It's beautiful. Why didn't you buy one for sister? Wenli glanced at Wenrong, irritation evident in her gaze. This. The living room fell silent for a few seconds, yet Wenrong appeared unfazed, adjusting her suit as she replied, I already gifted her one during her own graduation banquet. Indeed, sister, wear it. It's lovely, like a little princess. Wenwan chimed in to ease the tension. Though she was on the verge of frustration, she forced herself to maintain composure, and Wenli lifted her chin slightly, adjusting the crown with a hint of disdain, conceding, fine. The four of them boarded a business vehicle heading to Lanyue Hotel, where the grand hall was already graced by several attendees. Wenrong glanced at Wenli, taking her for her first introduction to others, as it was usually Wenwan who accompanied her for toasts. Wenli pointed to Wenwan, playfully stabbing at the hearts of others. Let sister go. I don't want to. What do you mean, your sister? The one family legacy is yours to inherit, not hers, Wen Rong asserted, causing the expressions of Du Ying and Wen Wan to shift drastically. Wen Li feigned ignorance, reluctantly responding with an O, and followed Wen Rong to make the toasts. Behind her, Wen Wan unconsciously gripped Du Ying's arm tightly. Du Ying glanced down at her, placing her hand gently over Wen Wan's, softly suggesting, "Ask when Qin Feng will arrive, that he is already on the way." Wen Wan replied, taking a deep breath, withdrawing her hand, and added, "I'll just step into the restroom for a moment." She cast a quick glance at Wen Rong and Wen Li, her grip remaining instinctively tight. That moment, Wen Li was surrounded by a chorus of Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, Mr. Sun, and others, until she heard in unison, Mr. Fu, causing her to lift her gaze with evident surprise. Fu Zheng, clad in a white shirt, a form-fitting black vest, and an open black suit jacket, held a glass of red wine in one hand. He raised it slightly before taking a sip, a gesture that honored Wen Rong's status. Wen Li approached Fu Zheng, holding her wine glass with a playful glint in her eyes. Mr. Fu. The pink dress, while not overly revealing, was accentuated by Fu Zheng's elevated position, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her décolletage. Instinctively, he raised his eyes, and upon hearing the clink of their glasses, Wen Li tipped her head back to sip some red wine. Many were watching, and Fu Zheng would not abstain. He took another sip from his glass. Just then, a male voice interjected. Wen Li. She turned to find Song Yuan, also clad in a black suit. He was quite handsome when considered on his own, but standing next to the mature Fu Zheng, he resembled a child donning adult attire. Throughout her life, she had never been particularly fond of her peers. Otherwise, numerous suitors from her past would have captured her interest, yet none did. This led her to believe she might prefer women, only to realize she was drawn to older, more sophisticated men. Song Yuan had recently learned Wen Li's remarkable academic prowess and raised his wine glass, stating, "Congratulations." Wen Li sipped more red wine, and Fu Zheng cast a sidelong glance, pursing his lips before striding away to mingle elsewhere. Once he departed, Song Yuan produced a small box from his pocket and offered it to Wen Li, saying, "A gift for you," he added. "I'm heading abroad." His tone turned slightly disappointed towards the end, as he had initially expected Wen Li to study overseas, but was surprised to find she had gained admission to Jing University through her own merits. "All right, congratulations to you too," Wen Li replied with a generous demeanor. That moment, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin approached, with Lin Baozhu assessing her from head to toe, exclaiming, "Lily, you look stunning. You all look beautiful as well." Wen Li replied, blinking playfully. Lin Baozhu scanned the area for her brother, and upon finding him absent, she grabbed a glass of red wine from the table, clinking it with Wen Li's glass. "Congratulations, Li Li, on your admission to Jing University." Zhou Qin hesitated to drink, recalling a lesson from her sister, yet still chimed in, "Congratulations, Li Li, on your admission to Jing University." After conversing with them for a while, Wen Rong reappeared, guiding Wen Li to meet various executives, likely owing to Fu Zheng's influence, as Bai Siyuan and his group of elite heirs had also arrived, greatly enhancing Wen Rong's reputation. Wen Rong's face flushed with pride. Although Wen Li had only sipped sparingly, the sheer number of guests left her feeling slightly dizzy, prompting her instinctively to seek refuge in the restroom. As she stepped inside, she heard a loud thud, the sound of the restroom door being locked. Turning sharply, she found a young man standing there, his expression indicating he was not intoxicated. She stepped back, glancing at the open stalls. Confirming they were empty, this was the ladies' restroom. Before the young man could speak, Wen Li dashed into a stall, slamming the door behind her just as it was forcefully struck. She stumbled to the other side, but quickly regained her balance. With no phone on her, she had no way to call for help. She couldn't even scream. If anyone learned she was trapped with a man in the restroom, it would tarnish her reputation irreparably, possibly serving someone as ulterior motives. The door continued to be battered, and Wen Li forced herself to remain calm, observing the rhythm of the impacts. She removed her high heels, mentally counting, and prepared to unlock the door at the next strike. The moment came. Fu Zheng instinctively strode toward her with large steps, showing not the slightest hint of hesitation, as he reached out to lift her from the garbage bin. After surveying her from head to toe and noting the absence of any injuries, he spoke in a low voice, What happened? I had just entered the restroom when he came in, attempting to take advantage of me. Fortunately, I managed to knock him out with my high heels. Wen-li replied, glancing down at her dress, which bore several stains, realizing that some things, much like this dress, were indeed beautiful yet soiled. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng's brows furrowed once more, his lips pressing into a cold, straight line. He then took out his phone to make a call. Star Series, new model, size M, delivered to the ladies' restroom. He frequently had clothing sent to Wen-li, naturally paying attention to the brands and styles. After approximately 10 minutes, a knock echoed through the room. Fu Zheng opened the door and took the bag from Assistant Su's hands, waiting for another 10 minutes before cutting the power to the hall. Once he closed the door again, Wen-li hurriedly entered the restroom to change into a clean dress, placing the soiled one into the B-A-G-T. That moment, the lights in the restroom went out, and the commotion from the hall seeped in. Fu Zheng opened the door and softly said, "Come out." Wen-li stepped out of the restroom, and the hall was shrouded in darkness. She glanced sideways, her eyes darting, and quickly tiptoed to plant a kiss on the man's cheek. Feeling a pang of guilt, she scurried around to the outside, unable to suppress a light chuckle at the sight of Fu Zheng. Frozen in surprise, shortly after, she requested ice cream from a server and carried it into the hall, where the lights had already been turned on. The moment when Rong spotted her, he strode over with a stern expression, asking, "Where have you been?" "I want to find a server to get some ice cream," Wen-li replied, feigning ignorance as she took 2 spoonfuls of ice cream. That moment, when Wan approached, eyeing her up and down with a peculiar expression. "Sister, a man was drunk in the ladies' restroom just now. I thought you were inside, and it scared me to death." "What man?" Wen-li asked curiously, offering her a spoonful of ice cream. "Sister, this ice cream is delicious." At that moment, Bai Xian's astonished voice rang out. "Fu Zheng, how come there's a lipstick mark on your face? Surely a bold woman didn't take advantage of you in the dark." Before he could finish, laughter erupted among the crowd. It was a rare sight to see Fu Zheng embarrassed, and it was only natural for them to tease him. Wen-li silently glanced over, noting the unmistakable lipstick mark on the man's handsome profile. Feeling guilty, she bit her lip and quickly took another spoonful of ice cream, then licked her lower lip, hoping no trace of her lip color remained. Just then, Fu Zheng's cold voice pierced through. "Be quiet." He swiftly vanished from the crowd's view, carrying an air of retreat. Wen-li continued to eat her ice cream, finding its taste quite pleasant. She mused that Fu Zheng's face appeared as cold as ice. Yet it was surprisingly soft. If the older man knew what she was thinking, he would surely scold her with, "Wen-li, I am your uncle." Bai Xian patted Gu Lianming on the shoulder, barely holding back his laughter. "This time, Fu Zheng has truly been taken for a ride. I wonder who had the audacity to do that." Gu Lianming glanced over at Wen-li, placing his wine glass down. "You should worry about your ex-girlfriend." "What kind of person are you?" Bai Xian kicked him lightly, his expression suggesting that he had touched a sensitive topic. As the banquet drew to a close, in a secluded corner, when Wan glanced at the missed calls on her phone, her expression tense. She then stood up to inquire with the hotel security. "Excuse me, which hospital was the man from the restroom taken to?" The security officer replied, "We reviewed the surveillance footage and found that he deliberately entered the ladies' restroom. So he was sent to the police station." "Police station?" When Wan's tone involuntarily rose, but she quickly regained her composure. The security officer nodded. "Yes, Mr. Fu has already arranged for someone to take him there. We will certainly provide an explanation for this matter." When Wan's expression shifted slightly as she realized the hotel was under the Fu family's name, she tentatively asked, "May I see the surveillance footage?" "Yes." The security officer showed her the footage of the man entering the restroom. "Can't you see the footage before that?" When Wan inquired. The officer shook his head. "We do not have access to that part of the footage. It has been sent directly to the police station. Rest assured, Miss Wen, we will handle this matter properly." Just as when Wan was about to say something, Wen-li suddenly leaned in beside her. "Sister, what are you talking about?" "Nothing, just inquiring about a guest." When Wan replied with a smile to the security officer before leading Wen-li away. After walking a few steps, when Wan turned to Wen-li with a hint of concern in her voice. "Sister, I didn't see you when you came out of the restroom just now." Wen-li, with a mischievous glint in her eye, whispered, "Sister, I actually knocked that man out. He followed me in as soon as I entered the restroom and startled me. Luckily, I had my high heels. A few hits, and he was down. With so many people around, I didn't dare admit it for fear of others thinking I was harmed. She shook Wenwan's hand. Sister, am I clever? She had no intention of hiding it from Wenwan, knowing that she would soon be found out if the connection to that man was made to be why confessing first. Wenwan would not suspect her and would instead think her lucky. Wenwan immediately displayed a worried expression. Did he do anything to you? Let me see. She scrutinized Wenli, attempting to discern any signs of the man's assault, if there were even the slightest hint. Wenli knew she would undoubtedly make the headlines the following day. No, he was just a scrawny guy. What could he do? Her little face displayed a hint of pride as she continued. Why was that man following me? If I weren't worried about my reputation, I would have gone to the police station to report him. Humph, who knows? Maybe someone is resentful of my acceptance into Jingda. Wenwan felt a jolt in her heart, instinctively looking at her. Her angry demeanor seemed to be a mere casual remark, but she insisted, you absolutely must not go. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, the media will distort the truth. Wenli wore a knowing expression, saying, I understand, which is why I didn't dare speak up earlier at tea that moment. Lin Baozhu jogged over, calling out, Li, come play at my house for a while. She didn't glance at Wenwan at all, clearly not fond of her. Wenli nodded. All right, sister, I'm going out to play. Please let Ga know. With that, she linked arms with Lin Baozhu and left. The Lin family's villa was significantly larger than the Wen family's, resembling a small castle. Wenli had never seen anyone's home so extravagantly grand. Lin Baozhu was accustomed to the expressions of visitors to her home, and sheepishly remarked, My family is of the flamboyant kind, and why grandfather says I'm a little princess and should live in a castle. Lin Baozhu clearly was the cherished little princess of her family. Her personality carefree and straightforward, reminiscent of her past life. However, the Lin family was not the Wen family, and Lin Baozhu was not her. Wenli echoed, indeed, little princesses should reside in castles. The exterior was luxurious, and the interior was no less impressive. Lin Baozhu had an entire floor to herself, complete with a study, game room, and cinema. She led Wenli directly to her bedroom, shut the door, and then faced her. Li, I have something astonishing to tell you, but you mustn't share it with anyone. Wenli's expression turned serious as she raised her hand in a promise. I won't tell anyone. Despite this, Lin Baozhu hesitated a bit, sitting on the bed. After a long pause, she finally said, What if I told you that Zhou Qin likes my brother? Would you believe it? Would it surprise you? If Wenli were not fond of Fu Zheng, she might have been shocked to hear this news. However, with Fu Zheng as a comparison, she could fully accept Zhou Qin's feelings for Lin Yichen. She sat beside Lin Baozhu, attempting to lessen the shock through comparison that if I said I like Fu Zheng, would you be less surprised about Zhou Qin's feelings for your brother? Lin Baozhu stared at her. Her playful face momentarily blank, mechanically responding, You like your uncle? Wenli earnestly explained, There is no blood relation. He is simply of a higher generation than I. Lin Baozhu responded with an O, then fell silent once more. Eventually managing to articulate, Now I have another shocking piece of news. Does your uncle know? Yes, but he rejected me. Wenli admitted, feeling both candid and wronged. Lin Baozhu, recovering from her shock, asked curiously, What will you do now? Continue to pursue him, Li. I realize you truly have a bold spirit. Zhou Qin's feelings for my brother are all kept under wraps. If I hadn't accidentally seen her diary, I wouldn't have known. Lin Baozhu pouted in confusion, adding, I don't understand why she likes my brother. He is both arrogant and unattractive. Affections are complex and cannot be easily explained or controlled. Wenli remarked, True, Lin Baozhu pondered. Should I try to matchmake them? Let Zhou Qin decide for herself. Some people prefer to keep their feelings hidden. We shouldn't meddle in their affairs. Upon hearing this, Lin Baozhu thoughtfully nodded. She didn't want to lose Zhou Qin as a friend over this matter. All right, I'll pretend, don't know. Exiting the Lin residence at 4 in the afternoon, Wenli found herself in close proximity to Minxing Hospital and decided to make a brief visit. On the 7th floor, in the obstetrics and gynecology department, Wenli meticulously scanned the doctor's introduction board, but to her dismay, she did not find a single attending physician named Liang Mei. She then proceeded to the doctor's office, where she approached an older female doctor. Hello, doctor. May I inquire if you know Dr. Liang Mei? The older doctor adjusted her glasses and looked up at Wen Li, seemingly pleased that she had asked the right person. Dr. Liang? She resigned many years ago. May I ask why you're looking for her? She has been gone for quite some time. Wen Li replied, Oh, it's nothing urgent. I got into university this year, and my mother mentioned that I should thank Dr. Liang for her assistance during my birth. Wen Li smiled innocently. Upon hearing this, the doctor congratulated her and added, Dr. Liang has not been at the hospital for many years. I'm not sure if her old phone number is still active, but I can give it to you. Wen Li's eyes lit up, and she thanked the doctor. By the way, do you know when she left the hospital? My mother speaks very highly of her, and I'm curious about her reasons for resigning. With no patients in the office at the moment, the doctor had the time to elaborate. It has been about 17 or 18 years, quite a long time. At that time, she left because her mother was ill and returned to K-City that if she knew someone was still thinking of her, she would surely be delighted. After saying this, she handed the written number to Wen Li. I can't guarantee it will connect, but you can try. Thank you, Doctor. Wen Li exited the office, contemplating the coincidence of the timeline. 17 or 18 years, which was roughly her age, and both had recently experienced significant family health issues. It seemed peculiar, especially considering that it was difficult for local medical students to secure positions at Minqing Hospital, let alone those from other regions, who could resign with relative ease. Wen Li dialed the number on the slip of paper, only to find it was a disconnected line. No surprise there. Soon after, she called Gu Lianming to AT that moment. Gu Lianming was seated in a private booth with Fu Zheng and a few others, enjoying their weekly gathering, which fortuitously aligned with everyone's schedules. He glanced at his phone, instinctively casting a look toward Fu Zheng before answering. Shaoli, what's the matter? As soon as he spoke, Fu Zheng and the others turned their attention to him. Haji, Yu Lianming lounged with one leg crossed over the other, resting one arm on the sofa, while listening to Wen Li's request. Could you help me with one more thing? Can you find out the current address of Dr. Liang Mei from Minqing Hospital? Wen Li's voice was soft, as she was aware of the delicate nature of her request and felt slightly embarrassed since she had not been able to assist Gu Lianming in any way. Gu Lianming replied with a nonchalant hum, stealing a glance at Fu Zheng. Let us discuss it tomorrow, and oh need. Just find out and send it to me. Before Wen Li could finish her sentence, the call ended, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Though she did not dwell on it, Gu Lianming placed his phone on the table, and Lin Chen nudged him on the shoulder, exclaiming in surprise, You're not seriously considering having feelings for Fu Zheng's niece, are you? The girl seems quite interesting, and besides, Uncle has already given his blessing. Bai Siyuan nearly spat out his red wine, looking at Gu Lianming in disbelief. You can actually call him Uncle? I'm genuinely impressed. But honestly, being with Wen Li seems quite good. At least you don't have to worry about her being mistreated. As they spoke, both men cast furtive glances at Fu Zheng, who remained silent and indifferent. However, the fingers gripping his wine glass turned slightly pale before he loosened his grip. For Gu Lianming, tracking down an individual was a simple task, and that very night he sent her the detailed information, an address in the city center of K-City. Residing in a villa district, it was not uncommon for doctors at Minqing Hospital to be well off. Wen Li noted the address and was just about to tidy up when she heard the faint sound of footsteps. Instinctively, she closed her phone, shielding the paper with her arm, and turned to see Wen Wan standing behind her. Pouting in dissatisfaction, Wen Wan said, Sister, why didn't you knock? I thought you were doing exercises and didn't want to disturb you. What are you being so secretive about? Do you have secrets for me? Let me see. With a gentle smile, Wen Wan reached for the paper beneath her sister's arm. Wen Li quickly leaned over it, feeling a bit shy. Sister, you're not allowed to look? Why? Are you in love? Wen Wan's gaze was inquisitive. Wen Li buried her face in her arm, her voice muffled with a hint of embarrassment. I am in an online relationship, and I'm going to meet my online friend tomorrow. After saying this, she pulled out the paper and handed it to her sister, adding, I'm meeting here. Thankfully, she had only scribbled down a general location, leaving no room for suspicion from Wen Wan. After glancing at the location, Wen Wan found nothing particularly unusual and smiled as she returned the paper. All right, I'll keep it a secret. You need me to help you book your flight for tomorrow. Our little Li is all grown up and dating now. What does the boy do? He seems to own a tattoo shop. He looks quite cool. Sister, please don't tell Dad. I'll be back in a few days. Wenli-S pleading gaze and clasped hands signaled her earnest request for discretion. Okay, but do remember to take care of yourself and exercise caution, Wen-Wan gently reminded her. Wenli-S face flushed crimson as she covered her cheeks and retorted, Sister, you're an adult now. There's no need to be shy, Wen-Wan said before turning to leave, eventually entering Du Ying's room, where Wen-Rong had yet to return. After locking the door, she whispered, Wenli is going to K-City to meet her online friend. Who is a tattoo artist? Let her go, Du Ying replied, glancing at her. Oh, you think Su Changchun will expose you? He won tea. He was too drunk, and the police have no evidence. Wenli, how does she always manage to evade capture? Du Ying questioned, somewhat bewildered. Wen-Wan was equally perplexed but knew that Wenli never concealed anything from her, perhaps attributing it to sheer luck. The next day, Wenli wheeled her suitcase out the door, and just then, Du Ying happened to be in the living room. She stood up and asked, Where are you off to? Mom, I'm going out to have some fun. Wenli replied, her expression slightly guilty, clearly wishing to keep the true nature of her outing under wraps. Feigning ignorance, Du Ying smiled and said, Go ahead, enjoy yourself for a few days, I'll talk to your dad about it. Thanks, Mom. Wenli dragged her suitcase out the door. 2 hours after Wenli left, Du Ying called Wen-Rong, her tone tinged with concern. Xiaoli left this morning with a suitcase. Is she going to meet someone online? I've noticed her glued to her phone these past few days. Wen-Rong frowned. Why didn't you stop her? I didn't think of it at the time. It only just occurred to me. I asked Wen-Wan, and she mentioned that Xiaoli has a tattoo artist as her online boyfriend. Feeling guilty, Du Ying added, You need to find her quickly. What if she is being deceived by some man? Wen-Rong immediately hung up, able to trace Wenli to K-City, but unable to pinpoint her exact whereabouts. He quickly called Fu Zheng. Xiao Fu. Wenli has gone to K-City to meet a male friend. Can you help me track her down? Chapter 35 can be reserved for future reference. Upon answering the call, Assistant Su noticed Fu Zheng rising quickly and heading outside, his pace brisk, clearly indicating urgency. He turned to the executives in the meeting and said, Mr. Fu has an urgent matter to attend to. We will postpone the meeting and I will inform you later. After speaking, he hurriedly followed Fu Zheng into his office. Before he could speak, Fu Zheng glanced at him, his voice low and serious. Find out Wenli's current location. Upon receiving the order, Assistant Su immediately pulled out his phone. With Wenli's phone equipped with location tracking, it didn't take long to pinpoint her whereabouts. She was currently in Longxing Alley in K-City. Mr. Fu, do you want me to head over there? I'll go. Book a ticket at IT that moment. Fu Zheng's phone rang again. It was Wen-Rong. Gritting his teeth, he responded, Xiao Fu, Wen-Wan told me that Wenli's online boyfriend is a tattoo artist. I can't reach her by phone. Do you think something has happened? I'll handle it. Fu Zheng hung up, yanked off his tie, and tossed it on the table, loosening his shirt collar to reveal a portion of his collarbone. He then dialed Wenli's number, but it displayed as unreachable, a flicker of urgency crossing his brow. Hurry. Understood, Mr. Fu. The ticket has been booked. I'll take you to the airport right away. Su's assistant spoke swiftly. As soon as the words left his lips, Fu Zheng strode purposefully out, and shortly thereafter, within the car, Assistant Su distinctly sensed the atmosphere was less charged than usual. A glance at the man in the back seat revealed a face taut with tension. He dared not inquire further. In K-City, Wenli intended to stay for a few days. Thus she was in no rush to seek out Dr. Liang Mei. At the very least, she needed to acclimate to her surroundings. Otherwise, gaining entry into the villa district where Liang Mei resided would be a challenge. She had booked a room in a 5-star hotel, and after stowing her luggage, ventured out for a leisurely exploration. Halfway through, she discovered an issue with her phone card, which indicated an S-card malfunction. Reluctantly, she made her way to the service center, where it took her half an hour to resolve the issue. Concerned that her performance might lack authenticity, Wenli made a special trip to a tattoo parlor, applying a series of English words on her arm with a sticker that resembled a tattoo, easily removable with a solvent later. You are the love of my life. Subsequently, she visited a supermarket, purchasing a box of condoms, for which she opened and kept only a few, discarding the rest to imply prior usage. After gaining admission to Jing University, Wen-Wan and Du Ying had grown cautious of her. Her current abilities were insufficient to contend with the two women, and she possessed no Tangib with a fleeting glance. Fu Zheng observed that Wenli was exceptionally suited to wear a white dress, her already fair complexion appearing even more radiant. Her lustrous black hair cascaded behind her, tucked neatly behind her ears on either side. Her delicate face was no larger than a palm, and her pair of eyes sparkled with clarity and vivacity. Once he withdrew his gaze and rose to fetch another outfit. Wenli watched him enter the bathroom. And as the door clicked shut, she could not help but pout, muttering, "Old man." She was certain he would not dare. Upon exiting the hotel, Fu Zheng caught sight of the girl's small face, puffed up with an air of indifference towards him. He lowered his head, suppressing a smile, before quickly regaining his composure. The renowned landmark of K-City was a mall shaped like a dolphin, bustling with visitors eager to capture the moment. Numerous photographers were present, and upon spotting the two of them, several approached, inquiring, "Would you like a photo? I take lovely couple pictures. Feel free to have a look. Please take a picture of her," just as Fu Zheng prepared to stand aside. A small hand seized his wrist tightly, followed by Wenli leaning against his arm, holding him firmly. "Please help us take a picture." Fu Zheng pursed his lips, attempting to retract his hand, yet Wenli clung to him, her weight resting on his arm. She addressed the photographer, "Please hurry. My boyfriend is shy." Fu Zheng's pupils constricted sharply, his lips parted in surprise. Before he could utter a word, he caught sight of the girl's uplifted smile, her eyes curving enchantingly, momentarily disorienting him. By the time he regained his senses, the photographer had already captured the moment. He withdrew his hand, his expression turning cold. Once the photographer departed, he turned to Wenli and remarked, "Wenli, I was wrong. I shall amend my ways next time." Wenli, with a playful smile, interrupted him, effectively silencing his unfinished sentence. Fu Zheng took a deep breath, pressing his lips together, feeling utterly at a loss in the face of her spirited demeanor. The two strolled nearby, passing through the villa district of Longqing Alley. Wenli cast a glance at the opulently decorated security booth. With Fu Zheng present, she had no time to inquire. Upon returning to the hotel in the afternoon, Fu Zheng had work-related matters to attend to. Seizing the opportunity, Wenli declared, "I'm going out to buy something." Noticing Fu Zheng rise, she quickly added, "I'm just going to buy sanitary pads. I'll be back in half an hour." Fu Zheng halted, then resumed his seat, replying indifferently, "All right, don't stray too far." Hearing the door close, he ran his fingers through his hair, rubbing it slightly, before tugging at the already loose collar of his shirt. Meanwhile, at the security booth, Wenli stood at the entrance. "Hello, I'm here to find someone." Dr. Liang from Building 7. The guard instinctively scrutinized her, asking, "What do you need with Dr. Liang?" "She is my mother's physician. I need to speak with her about something." "You need to register." Wenli nodded, thanking him. After completing the registration, the guard permitted her entry. Upon reaching the entrance of Building 7, Wenli pressed the doorbell. Shortly after, an elderly woman appeared, inquiring from behind the iron gate, "Child, who are you looking for?" "Hello, I'm looking for Dr. Liang," Wenli replied softly. Seeing her youthful appearance, the elderly woman opened the door, saying, "She's upstairs. I'll go call her." "Thank you, grandmother." Wenli entered the living room, and not long after, footsteps echoed from the staircase. She turned her head to see a slightly gaunt middle-aged woman. Liang Mei's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the striking resemblance in Wenli's face, involuntarily taking a step back. If it were not for the fact that she was a person of great malice, one would feel panic upon encountering the visage of a deceased victim. The resemblance was strikingly evident. For a fleeting moment, Wenli felt anger on behalf of her mother, whom she had never met. She stood and declared, "Dr. Liang, I am Wenli, the daughter of Lu Muyu." Upon hearing the name Lu Muyu, Liang Mei's aged face grew even paler. "I don't know her." Her acknowledgement was inconsequential. Wenli merely sought to uncover whether there was any hidden truth surrounding her mother-esque complications during childbirth. Now, she felt assured without needing to ask. You should remember that she suffered complications under your care. "Dr. Liang." Liang Mei stood frozen, her body trembling slightly, her voice hoarse as she replied, "Come upstairs with me." Yet, Wenli remained rooted to the spot, pulling out a note from her pocket and placing it on the table. "If you wish for a lighter sentence, call me once you've come to terms with it, that I believe you want to spend the rest of your days in prison. You may also disclose the identity of the person who coerced you into this." "But, Dr. Liang," These years must have been difficult for you. Residing in such a grand villa, do you find no sense of enjoyment in it? Do you often regret the decisions you've made? She turned to leave, but just a few steps away, Liang Mei called out to her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wait. Wenli turned to face her, and Liang Mei's posture slumped slightly, filled with fear and guilt. Years ago, when my mother was gravely ill, requiring substantial funds for surgery, just days before your mother gave birth, someone approached me, requesting that your mother's child be delivered as a stillborn. She continued, your mother had indeed been in a breech position. During the complications, I should have prioritized saving the child, but your mother gripped my hand tightly, pleading for my help. The situation was urgent. I could only choose one. When Li's expression faltered momentarily, as Liang Mei's voice continued to echo in her ears. Afterward, that person gave me 3 million. I was in dire need of money and tacitly accepted the responsibility. That's impossible. If the position was indeed breech, it should have been evident during the prenatal checkups. When Li responded, maintaining her composure. Liang Mei coughed, her face reddening slightly from the effort. Once she regained her breath, she explained, your mother's position was consistently abnormal. I suggested several times that she terminate the pregnancy. The prenatal examination results were falsified. She insisted on protecting the unborn child from external harm. In that instant, when Li's vision blurred, her head hung low as she focused on her toes, filled with loathing for herself for not having visited Lu Muyu even once over the years. She lifted her toes slightly, questioning, why didn't you save her? I wanted to save your mother. She said that if you didn't survive, she would ensure I lost my job. She truly loved you. Liang Mei said weakly, guilt-ridden. It became clear to Wenli that the true cause of Lu Muyu's demise lay with Liang Mei. Had it not been for her, perhaps her mother would still be alive today. Essays often extol the virtues of maternal love, a concept she had always dismissed, having grown up without a mother's affection. Little did she realize that her mother had bestowed all her love upon her the moment she gave birth. A wave of sorrow washed over Wenli, and she inquired, do you recall who that person was? I don't know her identity, but she has a small mole near her earlobe. Liang Mei's voice was hoarse as she added, if necessary, I can testify. She had worked diligently throughout her youth, striving to enter the best hospital in Kyoto. Now, at just under 40, she had become a renowned director within the institution, her future glowing with promise. Yet, all her efforts were rendered futile for the sake of money. If given the chance to start new, she would still make the same choices. At that time, she could not foresee her mother's passing. But her conscience would forever bear the weight of her actions. That doing had a small mole on her earlobe. As a child, Wenli often asked her why she had it, innocently praising her. Mom, your little mole looks like a fairy. With her head bowed, Wenli took a long moment before finally raising it to say, I will contact you later. After uttering those words, she turned and exited. As she knocked on the door, Fu Zheng stood up and walked toward it. Upon opening the door, he had yet to see who it was when he suddenly felt a tightening in his embrace. Looking down, he found a head of dark hair. He pursed his lips and asked nonchalantly, What's wrong? Did someone bully you? The little head shook gently, and after a moment, it slowly lifted, revealing a serious expression on her small face. Fu Zheng, when we have children in the future, will you accompany me to the delivery room? Fu Zheng furrowed his brows, his tone measured with a hint of warning. Wenli, Wenli's eyes sparkled with mischief as she quickly withdrew her hand. Adopting a demeanor of innocence, glancing around the room, she noticed the table piled high with documents, indicating Fu Zheng was quite busy. She spoke understandingly. Let us head back. Fu Zheng closed the door and, with long strides, walked back into the room, resuming his seat on the sofa. I only have a few more documents to review. He paused, crossing his legs. There's a cruise tonight. I see this. When Li's eyes lit up, and she turned to him, instinctively asking, Are you taking me along? Her eyes sparkled like grapes, yet Fu Zheng merely fluttered his lashes, averting her gaze as he focused on the documents, his tone strictly professional. I am going to inspect. Unfortunately, his affection had already been laid bare in a previous life. Wenli chimed in with an exaggerated, playful tone. Oh, so the president has to inspect the cruise too? Fu Zheng, you're working too hard. as she extended her final note. Fu Zheng's hand holding the documents paused momentarily before he continued reading, the sound of her soft, playful voice echoing in his ears. So the president has to inspect the cruise too? Fu Zheng, you're working too hard. A warmth crept to his ears, prompting him to unconsciously touch his earlobe before quickly dropping his hand, feeling a wave of irritation as he tugged at his collar. He picked up the phone and headed to the balcony, speaking as he walked. Assistant Sue, please email me today's documents. Assistant Sue, who had just arrived downstairs, was taken aback. Didn't you just have the documents brought over? President Fu, do you need them emailed? Is there something unclear? Fu Zheng leaned against the balcony, his brow furrowed. No need. Didn't old Fu purchase a tree? Assistant Sue felt rather perplexed. When had General Fu ever inquired about old Fu's tree? Especially since it had already arrived yesterday. It was blatantly obvious in the office that it seemed like an attempt to fill the silence with idle chatter. Was General Fu perhaps dissatisfied with his work lately? With that thought, he cautiously replied, the tree has arrived at the office. Good. Fu Zheng hung up the phone and then turned to return to the living room. The old man was putting on a facade. And Wenli made a face at him. Though Fu Zheng was oblivious to it as she contentedly lay on the bed, she had likely fallen asleep at some point, after handling the documents. Fu Zheng stood up and caught a glimpse of a pair of fair, long legs. The white skirt, which was already somewhat short, appeared even shorter as she lay on the bed, her unguarded demeanor causing a slight ache in his brow. He approached and draped a thin blanket over her, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the tattoo on her arm. He paused for a few seconds before diverting his eyes on the balcony. Fu Zheng settled into a wicker chair. Retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, he pulled one out, lit it, and took a gentle puff, exhaling softly towards the outside. His craving for cigarettes had intensified recently, seemingly beyond his control. The bright sky suddenly turned overcast, followed by a flash of lightning and a rumbling thunderclap. The man instinctively stood up and, through the glass window, observed the girl still peacefully asleep on the bed. His gaze trembled slightly as the cigarette burned down. Singeing his fingers, coming back to his senses, he discarded the cigarette but into the ashtray. Rubbing his temples, he resumed his seat in the wicker chair. After a few rumbles of thunder, the sky quickly brightened again. Sunlight streaming through the clouds at 8 in the evening. Aboard the cruise ship on the top deck, a waiter opened the door to the room and addressed Fu Zheng and Wenli. General Fu, this is your room. Once the waiter left, Wenli stood by the transparent glass window, gazing out at the brilliantly illuminated scenery, the lights reflecting beautifully on the water's surface. Fu Zheng, let us hold our wedding on the cruise ship. Perhaps due to her frequent nonsensical remarks, Fu Zheng paused momentarily, pretending he hadn't heard, and sat down on the sofa. Wenli cast a glance at him, shaking her head in satisfaction. She called out aimlessly, Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng raised a hand to rub his temples and turned to look at the girl, her small face radiating joy. He swallowed hard. Wenli, the girl seemed oblivious to the warning in his tone, instead beaming at him and insistently saying, Fu Zheng, let us go outside to watch the performance. Fu Zheng, perhaps unwilling to be alone with her in the room, stood up and walked outside, with Wenli hastily following him. They traversed the long corridor. There were few people on the top floor, but plenty of activities. After choosing a good spot, they sat down to watch the performance from the stands. Those who could afford to be on the top deck were either wealthy or influential. And naturally, some harbored ulterior motives. Before long, a woman in a red spaghetti-strap dress, holding a glass of red wine, sat beside Fu Zheng. Her enviable figure was fully exposed. She raised her wine glass and said, Handsome. Fu Zheng's demeanor remained aloof as he kept his chin raised, gazing at the stage. Suddenly, the woman reached out, her fingers landing on Fu Zheng's arm. Almost reflexively, he tried to shake her off. But before he could react, a soft hand audibly slapped the woman's hand away. The woman gasped in pain as Wenli intertwined her arm with Fu Zheng's, her politeness tinged with rudeness. Sister, this is my boyfriend. The sight of the girl asserting her claim made Fu Zheng's throat tighten. Just as he intended to withdraw his hand, her soft hand slipped into his, gripping it tightly. He looked down sharply at her fair and delicate fingers resting on his arm, his heart racing unexpectedly, and his Adam's apple moved uncomfortably that moment. The woman stood up, shaking off her hand and casting a somewhat provocative glance at Wen Li's chest before tossing her long black waves as she sauntered away. Exuding allure, Wen Li glanced down at her still-developing figure, momentarily contemplating breast enhancement. Just then, Fu Zheng withdrew his hand, frowning slightly. Wen Li. Under his gaze, Wen Li extended her right hand to lightly pat her left hand, declaring, "That's what happens when you're disobedient." She looked at Fu Zheng with a sincere expression. "I taught it a lesson," her demeanor. Fu Zheng slowly closed his eyes and quickly reopened them. His voice low. "Wen Li, is this amusing to you?" Hearing this, Wen Li sheepishly retracted her hand and quietly watched the performance beside him, occasionally sneaking glances at him. The tension in the man's jaw remained taut, his icy demeanor intensifying. After 2 hours, the cruise concluded, and the evening breeze gently stirred by the riverside. Wen Li instinctively placed her hand over her skirt, preventing it from being blown up. In the next moment, the man who had been behind her silently walked to face the wind, casting a shadow over Wen Li. A tingling sensation coursed through her as her gaze fell upon his broad shoulders. Stepping forward into his shadow, the following day, at the Wen family's doorstep, Fu Zheng accompanied Wen Li to her home. Wen Wan, who was alone at home, looked surprised to see them enter, then smiled. "Sister," Wen Li rushed over, grasping her hand. "Sister," her expression morphing into one of feigned grievance. After placing the suitcase down, Fu Zheng said nothing and turned to leave. Once he had exited the door, Wen Wan turned to Wen Li. "How did Uncle come to pick you up?" "I got caught by him," Wen Li replied, feeling wronged. Wen Wan exclaimed in surprise, "How did he know?" She then reassured her. "What happened?" Didn't T scold you?" "Did he?" "He did." Wen Li pouted at T that moment. A figure appeared at the entrance. Wen Wan's eyes widened momentarily before she smiled warmly. "It seems you've grown closer to Uncle recently, of course. The old duck said our family's business relies entirely on the Fu family. So, I just wanted to help share the burden and win him over." Wen Li wore a look of cleverness, completely unaware of the man's return. Meanwhile, the figure at the entrance halted, then quickly walked in. Hearing this, Wen Li turned abruptly towards the door, locking eyes with Fu Zheng's stern face, her heart skipping a beat. The man retrieved Wen Li's phone from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. His gaze did not linger on Wen Li, nor did he utter a word, striding straight out the door. Wen Li's gaze followed his departing figure, her lifted foot falling back down. Just then, Wen Wan whispered in her ear, "Sister, Uncle seems to have heard." Realizing this, Wen Li stomped her foot in alarm. "Oh no, he'll definitely come after our family. I need to explain." With that, she hurriedly dashed outside. Just as she stepped out, Fu Zheng had already entered his sleek black luxury car, which then drove away. Instinctively, she dialed Fu Zheng's number, but it went unanswered, her fingers tightening unconsciously at that moment. When Wan stepped outside, concerned, "What should we do?" "Forget it. I don't really want to placate him anyway. He can't possibly hold a grudge against a child like me." Wen Li stretched lazily, shaking her head as she yawned. "I'm exhausted. I am going upstairs." After walking a few steps, she quickly rolled up her sleeve to show Wen Wan, proudly exclaiming, "Sister, look at my tattoo. I sent it beautiful." Wen Wan smiled warmly, complimenting, "It's lovely. Why didn't you get more?" "I was afraid the old duck would see it. I'll get more when I go to university." "Sister, I'm going to sleep now." As soon as Wen Li reached upstairs, she pulled out her phone to call Fu Zheng again. Although it didn't indicate that the phone was off, no one answered. It was evident that her earlier words had upset him. She shut the door and dialed several more times, still receiving no response. And she lightly slapped her own mouth. Great, the old man was already hard to pursue, and now it's even more difficult. With that thought, she slapped her lips once more. Chapter 37. Wen Li forcefully kisses Fu Zheng in a private club. In a booth, Cyan pushed the door open to find several empty bottles of red wine on the table. He raised his head to look at the man in the booth. His expression, as usual, it was precisely because of this that he sensed something was amiss. "What's with all the red wine? You don't even like it?" He unbuttoned his coat, tossed it aside, and sat next to Fu Zheng, asking kindly, "What is going on?" "Nothing." Fu Zheng gently swirled the red wine in his glass, leaning back against the booth. He downed the wine in one go, yet his throat still felt uncomfortably parched. "Of course, The old duck said our family's business relies entirely on the Fu family, so I just wanted to help share the burden and win him over. The veins on the back of his hand were visibly pronounced, yet his expression remained unchanged. Well, seeing you like this, it must be about Wen Li. Could she really be meeting her online boyfriend with a tattoo? Bai Xian had heard his mother mention this matter. Initially, he thought it was impossible since Wen Li had claimed to like Fu Zheng. But seeing Fu Zheng now, it seemed likely. Without waiting for him to speak, he winced. When did this little girl learn to play hard to get? As the conversation progressed, the tone grew somewhat colder. It was not merely because Fu Zheng was his brother, but rather due to the exceptional kindness Fu Zheng extended towards Wen Li, his non-blood-related niece. If one were to claim that Wen Li was Fu Zheng's biological daughter, it would not be an exaggeration. If one were devoid of conscience, it would indeed be a true lack of morality. Especially when it came to manipulating Fu Zheng's emotions, that if Fu Zheng did not harbor any feelings, it would be a different matter. The crux of the issue lay in his affection for her. The man's dark, cold gaze fixated on him, prompting Bai Xian to hastily raise a hand in acknowledgement of his error. Casting a sidelong glance, he remarked, "I still intended to play matchmaker for you both. But perhaps that is best left aside. Wen Li is simply not suitable for you. She is far too young, and I can foresee you treating her like a revered ancestor. It is not that I intend to speak harshly, but the Wen family is currently leveraging you, hoping to profit from the Fu family. If I were in the Wen family's position, I would be too ashamed to act in such a manner." Such remarks should not be uttered again. Fu Zheng's voice was low and carried an unmistakable warning. All right, I shan't speak of it again. Who would dare to criticize the little tyrant, Wen Li? Bai Xian raised his glass to clink with Fu Zheng's, adding, "How can you manage your online romance? The stirrings of adolescence are beyond anyone's control," glancing at him with a hint of derision. For example, this individual only began to stir at the age of 26. Observing that he was unable to manage his own affairs, let alone Wen Li's, it was likely that she would eventually learn who truly cared for her after running into a wall. "You have spoiled her excessively. She is already 18, yet remains entirely naive. Bringing up Wen Li's online romance is clearly not a good person. Ironically, Wen Li believes that her stepmother and stepsister have her best interests at heart, which will inevitably lead to her downfall. That I must say, if it weren't for your connections with the Liu family over the years, she would be in a far worse predicament now." Just as he was about to continue, his phone rang from his pocket. He glanced at it, dissatisfied, and muttered, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." He answered the call, shot a glance at Fu Zheng, and stepped outside, only to quip sarcastically, "Little ingrate. What do you want from me? Where is Fu Zheng? I can't get through to him." Wen Li's anxious voice came through the line. Bai Xian leaned against the railing, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "What business do you have with him? Is your online romance not enough? Do you wish to board another ship? I have urgent matters to discuss with Fu Zheng." "Thank you." Wen Li's tone was unusually soft. However, Bai Xian remained unmoved. He harbored no fondness for Wen Li. Had it not been for her previous assurances that elevated his opinion of her, he would have dismissed the call entirely. His voice grew more serious. "Wen Li, if you do not genuinely like Fu Zheng, do not play with his feelings. He is a man of deep affections, and if you possess any conscience, at the very least, do not deceive him. Of course, if you lack a conscience, then I have nothing more to say." A few seconds of silence passed on the other end before Wen Li's earnest voice responded, "I did not deceive him." "Enough of that. You may deceive Fu Zheng with such words, but not me," Bai Xian interrupted. Abruptly ending the call, he returned to the private room, noticing Fu Zheng pouring another glass of red wine. He strode over and took the glass from his hand. "And oh, more drinking. If you continue, you will have a hard time explaining yourself to the Fu family." Fu Zheng remained silent, and moments later, he produced a cigarette from his pocket. Upon seeing this, Bai Xian recognized that Fu Zheng was in a particularly foul mood. That Fu Zheng rarely drank or smoked unless he was extremely agitated. Bai Xian did not stop him from smoking. If he didn't tea, it was likely he would suffocate from the pent-up emotions of tea at a young age. He bore the demeanor of a man in his 40s or 50s. Bai Xian had never witnessed Fu Zheng cry, not even during his heartbreak. After more than half an hour, the door suddenly swung open, and Bai Xian instinctively looked up, only to encounter Wen Li. Breathless and flustered, he raised an eyebrow. "Oh, quite clever of you to find your way here." Ignoring his sarcasm, Wenli gazed at the man beside him, who was shrouded in darkness, a lit cigarette clearly visible in his hand. She softly called, "Fu Zheng." The man instinctively lifted his head to meet her gaze, his deep-set eyes dimmed with disappointment. Merely observing her, it was evident that he felt let down by her. Wenli's heart felt as though it had been forcibly tugged, aching and constricted. The sight of Fu Zheng in such a wounded state was the last thing she ever wished to see. She wished she could slap herself for her foolishness. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. But words eluded her as she faced the cold, desolate figure of the older man, her mind a blank slate as she mechanically approached him. Their gazes locked, frozen in that moment. Bai Xian was about to speak when his eyes widened in shock. For Wenli cupped Fu Zheng's face and kissed him directly, lips meeting lips. The magnitude of her action was more startling than when he had lost billions. Fu Zheng's eyes flashed with astonishment. Instinctively pushing her away, in that moment, he lacked the strength, causing Wenli to stumble backward and fall to the ground. She couldn't help but let out a hiss of pain, but quickly stood up. Wincing from the pain in her ankle, unable to stand straight, she looked at the furious man and softly said, "Fu Zheng." Bai Xian, regaining his composure, cleared his throat and stood up, saying, "I'll step outside for a smoke to calm down." He was most likely intoxicated today, yet he had witnessed Wenli forcefully kiss Fu Zheng as he left the room and the door closed behind him. Wenli remained motionless, gazing at Fu Zheng with reddened eyes. "Fu Zheng, I did not deceive you. My feelings for you are genuine. If I were to lie, I would be a vegetable for life." As she spoke, her eyes unconsciously glistened with unshed tears that in her perspective. There was no curse more potent than the vow of becoming a vegetable. Lying in a hospital bed, unable to move or speak, the man remained silent, prompting her to lower her head and say, "Fu Zheng, they all wish to extract something from me related to you that I do not consent." In an instant, Fu Zheng's head shot up, his voice sharp. "What have they done to you?" Wenli spoke steadily, striving to suppress her emotions. "I do not wish to burden you with these matters. You have already borne enough that I do not want to depend on you from childhood to adulthood, that I want to strive to stand alongside you, to protect you in the future. That I am sorry." Before he could respond, she continued, "I sought Gu Yinming's assistance to investigate my mother's medical records from when she gave birth and my trip to K-City was to find the doctor from that time. The online romance was merely a pretext, as was the tattoo." Having laid her cards on the table, she stood awaiting Fu Zheng's response. She had revealed everything, whether it was due to excessive smoking, drinking, or the unexpected kiss. Fu Zheng's usually clear mind felt clouded. The heartbeat in his left chest was painfully evident. Noticing his silence, Wenli felt a pang of anxiety. She was not a trustworthy person, having uttered many hurtful words to Fu Zheng in the past. Yet, she knew that Fu Zheng would continue to treat her kindly. "Fu Zheng, I do not wish to become a vegetable." Her intention was clear. She would not deceive him. Suddenly, Fu Zheng stood up, then bent down to lift her into his arms. Placing her on the booth, he crouched down to examine her swollen ankle, his voice hoarse. "Stay here and wait for me." "All right." Wenli nodded. The door, Bai Xian, eavesdropping, unexpectedly met Fu Zheng's gaze, forcing a dry laugh. "I heard nothing at all." Fu Zheng circumvented him, walking straight away, soon returning with 2 ice packs and closing the door to shield them from Bai Xian's scrutiny. Bai Xian clicked his tongue. It was evident that Wenli had somehow bewitched Fu Zheng. Inside the private room, Fu Zheng elevated her foot onto the booth, placing the ice pack against her ankle, using his large hands to secure it in place. The room fell silent, with faint music echoing from outside. After a long time, Fu Zheng finally spoke in a low voice. "I have never perceived you as a burden. Wenli, as your uncle, it is my duty to protect you." "You are not my uncle," Wenli insisted. She quickly glanced at him before lowering her gaze again, stating, "I will only marry you in this lifetime. Of course, if you encounter someone you genuinely like, I will not interfere. However, as of now, you do not, so I am free to pursue you. I am willing to marry and have children at 22. Fu Zheng's Adam's apple bobbed, attempting to reason with her, his tone cold. "You wish to marry and have children at 22. Do you not have your own life aspirations?" "I do," Wenli replied cautiously, pointing at him with unwavering conviction. "You. Fu Zheng, having consumed too much alcohol, felt his heart hammering like a heavy bell, resonating fiercely. Yet he would not allow himself to act recklessly. He was 8 years her senior. A fully grown adult with a sound mind, fully aware of the implications that it is impossible. Song Yuan is quite decent, and the Song family is also respectable, but it was evident that he had done his research on the Song family. I do not like him. I only like you. With these words, silence enveloped the private room once more. After 20 minutes, Fu Zheng retrieved the ice pack, placing it on the table before bending down to lift her into his arms. I will take you home. Wenli cast a cautious glance at him, gently wrapping her arms around his neck, resting her head on his broad shoulder as her gaze lingered on his face. She quickly pecked him on the lips before shutting her eyes. Fu Zheng's body swayed slightly before he strode towards the elevator, descending swiftly. When the elevator doors opened, he placed Wenli in the back seat, stating nonchalantly, "Uncle Jiang will take you home." Wenli understood that his heart was likely in turmoil at this moment, needing solitude, and thus said nothing. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Fu Zheng's hand, which had been hanging loosely at his side, suddenly lifted and rested upon his lips, only to be swiftly withdrawn and discreetly tucked into his pocket. What was he contemplating upon arriving at the Wen household? Wenli caught sight of the family of 3 in the living room and could roughly predict the impending confrontation. She lowered her eyelids and ascended the stairs. "Stop right there, Wenli. I see you've truly lost your way, engaging in online romance. You're capable of anything." When Rong stood up and approached her, accurately pointing at her wrist, "That you've truly gone mad." At that moment, Wen Wan approached with an apologetic expression, saying, "Sister, I'm sorry. Dad has been asking about you." Before Wenli could respond, Wen Rong, filled with rage, scolded, "You might as well forget about attending university and just stay home waiting for death. Look at the other children. They start working in their family companies right after the college entrance examination, and you're the only one running off into an online relationship. Tell me, have you been intimate with that man?" "Dad, my sister is grown and has the right to make her own decisions," Wen Wan gently advised. With a sharp slap, Wen Rong aimed for her, exclaiming, "What right? At such a young age, not learning properly." If she appended a pitiful emoji, attempting to soften the heart of the older man with a mere glance. The dialogue box indicated that she was typing, but soon fell silent. Immediately, she sent another message. "Lin Baoju's brother and Zhou Qin's sister will accompany them. But I am all alone, I am afraid. Fu Zheng. I will have someone take you. I have matters to attend to." Wenli tapped her phone screen and then set it aside, feeling no urgency. There were still 4 years of university ahead, and she did not doubt her ability to catch up with Fu Zheng. After all, the older man feared a fierce woman. She was fiercer than any fierce woman. The next day, at 10 o'clock, when Rong and the others were all preoccupied and unable to escort her, leaving only a housekeeper to accompany her. If it were in her previous life, she might have cared. But now, she was indifferent. She told the housekeeper, "Auntie, you needn't see me off at the entrance of the Wen residence." Fu Zheng's black business car stood quietly at the gate. Uncle Jiang opened the car door for her and took her suitcase to the trunk. As Wenli got into the car, she glanced inside, only to find no sign of a man, prompting her to hum softly. Kyoto University was located in the outskirts of Kyoto, requiring 2 to 3 hours of driving. Wenli glanced at her phone for a moment, where Song Yuan had messaged her, "Happy first day of school." She replied, "Thank you." Then she opened Fu Zheng's chat box, contemplating sending a message, but ultimately refrained. She believed that if Fu Zheng truly had no pressing matters, he would certainly have accompanied her to school. She decided to be a little more understanding at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The car finally halted at the entrance of Kyoto University. Uncle Jiang unloaded her luggage and said, "Miss Wen, I will go park the car. Please wait here." Wenli replied, "Uncle Jiang, you may head back. I can manage on my own." "Thank you." Concerned for his safety in returning late, she took out several hundred yuan from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Uncle Jiang, have a meal nearby before you go back." Uncle Jiang quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need, I have money. Just wait for me to park the car and I'll escort you inside." "It's not necessary. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Please be careful on your way back." Wenli gestured for him to get in the car, then pulled her suitcase towards the school's entrance. Many upperclassmen were welcoming the new students. noticing when Li's beauty, 3 or 4 boys quickly approached her, their sweat mingling with the heat of the day. "Junior, may I help you with your suitcase? Which major are you in?" Wenli waved her hand, indicating she could manage on her own. "Let me show you. Kyoto University is quite large, and you might not know the way. Come, I'll take you." One boy with curly hair reached for her suitcase handle, posing in what he thought was a charming manner. Wenli did not release her grip, replying, "Senior, no need," before she could finish. A distinctly defined hand pressed gently on the suitcase, accompanied by a cool, magnetic voice. "She has someone to accompany her. It's not necessary." Recognizing the familiar voice and scent, Wenli turned sharply to her side, noticing the man's slightly gaunt profile. Dressed in a white diagonal-collared shirt that revealed a hint of collarbone, adorned with a simple silver necklace, and wearing loose black trousers, he appeared more youthful than usual, having trimmed his previously meticulous hairstyle into a shorter, tousled cut. Stripped of some maturity, he exuded a youthful charm fitting his age. Wenli, who had previously doubted the power of someone's appearance to cloud intellect, now believed that Fu Zheng could indeed render her foolish. A smile tugged at her lips. Fu Zheng's lashes fluttered as he murmured, reaching for the suitcase before proceeding ahead. Wenli unabashedly gazed at him, her eyes sparkling in the sunlight. Fu Zheng's gaze remained fixed ahead. Wenli let out a soft hum, a hint of boldness in her tone. "I knew you would come to see me off." Fu Zheng paused momentarily, but remained silent. Being a student at Kyoto University, he was naturally familiar with the surroundings and guided her to the school of management. After completing her enrollment, they made their way to the dormitory. Wenli's room was a double, and her roommate was already organizing her belongings in a double dormitory. Only personal items were necessary. After seeing Wenli inside, Fu Zheng retracted his hand and said in a low tone, "I'll be going now." The next moment, the girl grasped his wrist and, in a gentle tone, said, "I'm hungry." The girl opposite them glanced over, but quickly averted her gaze. Fu Zheng furrowed his brow, instinctively trying to pull away, yet remained motionless. Even when Li's other hand joined in, conveying a sense that he wouldn't be allowed to leave without eating. "Let us go." Fu Zheng relented with pursed lips. Wenli immediately released his hand, and they descended the stairs one after the other. As fate would have it, they encountered Lin Yichen and Lin Baozhu. Lin Yichen, surprised to see Fu Zheng, greeted him. "Oh, you're back. Didn't you go on a business trip to P-City? Is the matter resolved? I asked by Siyuan yesterday, and he said you wouldn't be back for another half-month." "She's starting school," Fu Zheng explained succinctly. Lin Yichen glanced at Wenli and quickly understood. With his niece starting school, he would undoubtedly return. "Haven't eaten yet? I'll treat you both to a meal. Wait for us for 10 minutes. Didn't you say you'd take me shopping soon? Lili, I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Let us hurry." Lin Baozhu tugged at Lin Yichen towards the dormitory. Lin Yichen replied, "Child, how rude. If you've eaten, you can buy clothes later. You have the audacity to talk about manners. I don't see what good traits you possess." Lin Baozhu pouted. "You're as foolish as a pig. Yet you can still win Zhou Qin's affection." Lin Yichen recently noticed her tendency to tease him. "What have I done to offend you? I'm your brother. Show some respect." With that, he playfully tapped her on the head. Meanwhile, Wenli and Fu Zheng casually sought a nearby restaurant. Wenli took the initiative to order and handed the menu to the waiter. She noticed Fu Zheng was engrossed in replying to messages, and remained silent. After a while, she realized he was still typing. This confirmed her suspicion that he simply did not want to converse with her, or perhaps he was afraid to. Quietly, she took out her phone and messaged him. "Am I not as pretty as your phone?" The next instant, the man abruptly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes locking onto her, the bright, made-up face radiating sunshine, piercing into his heart. An uncontrollable heartbeat surged through him. He quickly averted his eyes, placing his phone aside, and excused himself to the restroom. In the restroom, he turned on the faucet, cupping water in his hands and splashing it onto his face in an attempt to stabilize his emotions. Yet a fire still burned within him, threatening to consume his rationality. Her petite face continued to dance before his eyes. At that moment, 2 boys entered, chatting amongst themselves. "Did you see? That girl in the skirt is stunning. Long, straight legs, and so fair. I wish I could touch her." Just as the words left his mouth, he was suddenly struck in the face, staggering slightly, and thankfully was steadied by the boy beside him. They turned to the towering figure of the man who had delivered the blow. The struck boy, defiant yet somewhat intimidated, retorted, "Who the hell are you? Picking fights with anyone." Before he could finish, he received another punch, and this time, none could contain their anger as the two boys lunged at him. Wen Li, still guessing how long Fu Zheng would hide in the restroom, suddenly heard someone shout, "There's a fight in the restroom. Quick, someone come." She couldn't imagine it was Fu Zheng, but he was indeed in there. Instinctively, she sprang to her feet and dashed over. The boys' restroom was now encircled by a crowd. She squeezed her way through to enter line of sight. Fu Zheng wore a cold and fierce expression, pressing one boy against the wall, while another boy sat on the floor, clutching his head, appearing dizzy. She had never seen Fu Zheng in a fight. He was typically quite mature among his peers. Instinctively, she called out, "Fu Zheng," the sound of her voice. He turned to look at her, and today she wore a pair of white casual long pants, revealing not a hint of leg. His expression froze for a moment. Slowly retracting his hand and lowering his gaze, "I'll cover the medical expenses. If Bai Siyuan were present, he would surely remark that Fu Zheng had lost his rationality." Chapter 39. The older man deceives her. The boy clutched his neck, coughing repeatedly, and pointed at Fu Zheng. "Call the police. I want to report him." Wen Li rushed to stand in front of Fu Zheng, her stature significantly shorter than his. Yet her demeanor radiated the fierce protectiveness of a mother cow shielding her calf. "What happened? Did they bully you?" Quickly, she turned to the two boys, asserting, "Go ahead and report it. Let us see if it's your fault or his." He wouldn't hit someone for no reason. Before the boys could make a call, the police had already arrived. Two officers burst in, commanding, "Everyone calm down." "Who was fighting?" One of the beaten boys continued to point at Fu Zheng. "He attacked us as soon as we entered the restroom. I suspect he has mental issues." "You're the one with the mental issues," Wen Li retorted. "Enough. Follow me to the police station. All non-involved parties. Please leave," the police instructed, signaling for everyone else to disperse. Wen Li instinctively wanted to accompany Fu Zheng, but he calmly said, "You stay here and eat." Wen Li shook her head, gesturing towards the police. Her voice low, "They will definitely need family members to claim them." After pausing for a moment, she added, "I am family." Fu Zheng swallowed hard, his gaze shifting away from her as he strode out. The four of them were split into two police cars, stopping at the police station entrance. The officers began taking statements. "Why were you fighting in the restroom? What was the reason?" The beaten boy spoke up. "As soon as we walked in, he started hitting us. I suspect he might be mentally unstable." "You're the one who has a problem," he shot back. Wen Li's expression was fierce, with her small face looking particularly fierce. Fu Zheng lifted one leg and crossed it over the other. After shedding his irrationality, he appeared cold and composed, prepared to accept any punishment that was due. Wen Li instinctively glanced at him, unable to believe he would strike someone without cause. He was not the type to endure humiliation without a fight, unless there was something he could not voice. Upon hearing this, the two boys spoke up, "Compensate for medical expenses. 20,000, and then apologize to us." The police officer frowned and remarked, "You cannot just arbitrarily state medical expenses and take a tea that moment." A boy in a white sleeveless shirt rushed in, his buzz cut neat. "Officer, I am here to testify. Just now, these two were in the restroom insulting a girl, saying things like her legs were long and straight, wanting to touch them, that I originally intended to teach them a lesson, but this older brother acted first." Wen Li immediately looked at Fu Zheng, realizing that he had fought because of her. The older man always liked to put on a facade, but in truth, he could not conceal his feelings at all. He cared for her far too much. The beaten boy argued, "We were just talking. We didn't lay a finger on her." The police officer rapped the table, stating, "You must learn to respect women and refrain from excessive talk. However, it is not right for him to hit you. You will receive reasonable compensation for your medical expenses. Do you agree?" The two men found it difficult to respond that Fu Zheng's phone was still at the restaurant, and when they paid the 5,000 for the medical expenses, she then turned to the boy who had testified, saying, "Thank you." The boy, likely a sports student, responded casually, "No need for thanks. Those kinds of scum should indeed be taught a lesson. I have something to attend to, so I'll be off." With that, he turned and dashed out of the police station. Wen Li and Fu Zheng walked side by side out of the police station. As she stole a glance at him, just as she was about to speak, her eyes suddenly fell on his arm, which had a scraped spot. Instinctively, she raised his hand. Fu Zheng, you're hurt. Their skin touched, and a feeling akin to a desert receiving rain surged within her. Emotions that were hard to suppress. Fu Zheng withdrew his hand. It's nothing. You wait here. Wenli looked around. There was a pharmacy diagonally across the street, and she instinctively ran toward it. Suddenly, a large hand grasped her wrist, and a hoarse voice said, "There's a car." Their eyes met. Wenli, with her bright eyes, pointed toward the sidewalk. "I'll go that way." She could clearly sense that Fu Zheng was no longer resistant toward her this time. Perhaps the past 2 months of business trips were a pretense, while contemplation was his true purpose. An unexplainable joy fluttered within her heart. The girl's south silhouette crossed the road and entered the pharmacy. Fu Zheng, craving a cigarette, called out to a passing man who was smoking, "Could you spare me a cigarette?" The man clicked his tongue but generously handed him one, even lighting it for him without asking for money. Fu Zheng took a puff of the cheap, harsh smoke, its acrid taste causing discomfort yet momentarily numbing his troubled heart. However, overwhelming emotions soon engulfed him. He took another deep drag, slowly exhaling, his gaze falling on his arm. After a few seconds, he extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into the trash bin. Before long, Wenli returned with a Band-Aid. Tearing it open and applying it to his arm, "Let us head back to the restaurant." The two remained silent on the way back. Upon arriving, the restaurant staff immediately handed them a phone. "Someone has been calling repeatedly. It seems urgent." "Thank you." Fu Zheng took the phone. "It was a call from Grandma Food." He returned the call. "Mom, what is the matter?" "Your father suddenly collapsed. He is being taken to the hospital now." Grandma Fu's voice was choked with emotion. "You needn't worry. Your sister is here. I'll be back soon." Fu Zheng hung up, glancing at Wenli, his eyes complex, his lips pressed tight. "There is something at home. I need to go back." "All right, be careful." Wenli noticed his troubled expression and guessed it was due to Grandpa Fu's illness. She wanted to accompany him, but she still needed to report to school that evening. At 5 p.m, at the hospital, Fu Zheng strode into the ward, gazing at Grandpa Fu, who was hooked up to an oxygen machine, for fluids dripping into his wrinkled hand, leaving behind some bruises. His fingers instinctively clenched. What happened? Fuyu, with red-rimmed eyes, gestured for him to step outside. They stood at the staircase, and Fuyu spoke, "Cerebral infarction. There's no immediate danger to life, but one side of his body is immobile. The doctor said the chances of full recovery later are slim. It cannot happen again." These words. Fu Zheng instinctively reached into his pocket. Finding nothing, that he lowered his brow. "I will contact doctors overseas." Fuyu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, softly saying, "Xiao Zheng, I didn't want to mention your marriage, but you know Dad wants to see you married. You should consider it. It would ease Dad's worries." The Band-Aid on his arm was particularly conspicuous, and Fu Zheng appeared somewhat powerless, leaning against the wall. After a long while, he finally spoke. "All right, you can go back. I'll stay here and I'll go get Dad some clothes." Fuyu gently patted Fu Zheng's shoulder before leaving. Fu Zheng silently remained at the staircase, his expression unreadable, leaving others unsure of his thoughts. After a few minutes, he tore off the Band-Aid from his arm and tossed it into the trash. Returning to the ward, Fu Zheng sat on the sofa, turning to look at the man in the bed. After a long time, he glanced at Grandma Fu. "Mom, you should rest. I'll keep watch." Grandma Fu gently shook her head. Speaking softly, "Your father has had a hard life. He worked hard when he was young and has often been ill in his old age." Fu Zheng remained silent, his hand resting on his thigh, his fingertips pressing tightly against the fabric of his trousers. Once he is discharged, he will go to the Jiang family to propose. Grandma Fu glanced at him, momentarily speechless. "Your father wants you to marry, but what he desires most is your happiness. Mom knows you don't have feelings for Shu Yi." She paused, her voice softening. "Tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for Xiao Li?" Fu Zheng stiffened, raising his gaze to her, neither affirming nor denying that moment. Grandma Fu understood everything. For over a year, he had intentionally avoided Wenli, yet he cared deeply about her affairs. She sighed softly. "I too hope for your happiness. You needn't worry too much about other matters. However, for now, don't mention this to your father. His views are old-fashioned, and he might not be able to accept it right away. That we can talk once he recovers. Xiao Li is a good child, trustworthy, and I am at ease." Mom's thin lips parted slightly, attempting to deny it, but failing to voice her thoughts, her eyes brimming with moisture. He buried his face in his hands, feeling overwhelmed that, is it truly possible? Is he really going to ruin Wenli's youth? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wenli hurried into the hospital, panting, and immediately spotted the man standing by the window. Despite Fu Zheng's cold demeanor, he was deeply sentimental. Grandpa Fu had been ill so many times. It was no wonder Fu Zheng had never revealed his emotions in the past at that time. He must have been in great inner turmoil, forced to choose one side over the other. She clenched her fists, softly calling out, "Fu Zheng." The man slowly turned around, his expression somewhat dazed, perhaps still thinking he was imagining things. Making no move, just staring straight at her. When would this dissipate? The next moment, the girl jogged over, just as before, burrowing into his chest, the clear action causing his body to stiffen. Her small hand gently patted his back, offering comfort. After a long time, the man raised his hand, for the first time slowly resting it on her back, and in the next moment he tightly embraced her, his voice hoarse. "Wenli, why do you have to provoke me? Can you bear the consequences? Can he bear the consequences?" "I can, Fu Zheng. I can take responsibility for my actions." Wenli's voice was light yet firm. The once crumbling walls now collapsed entirely, as Fu Zheng tightened his hold, ultimately allowing desire to outweigh reason. Very well, then no one is allowed to retreat. He would shoulder the pressure from the Fu family and the outside world. She only needed to avoid retreating at the last moment. Wenli struggled to extricate herself from his embrace, extending her pinky finger. In the dim light, the faint glow from outside illuminated her indistinct features. "Whoever retreats is a little dog." Fu Zheng closed his eyes, quickly opening them again, extending his finger until their fingers touched, tightly intertwined. "All right." At that moment, footsteps echoed outside, and the two immediately separated. The next second, Fu Yu walked in, seeing only two figures, one tall and one short. "Xiaoli, it's me, Aunt Fu." Wenli replied softly. Fu Yu responded gently, "ISNT today, the start of school. Why are you back?" "I heard Grandpa Fu ISNT well, so I rushed back." "You child, it's unsafe to return so late. You have military training early tomorrow, right? Let Uncle John take you back. I'll stay a while longer." "All right, keep watch for us. I'll go with your uncle to see the doctor." "Okay." Once they left the ward, Wenli sat beside Grandpa Fu's bed, looking at him, and finally gave the blanket a gentle tug. Approximately half an hour later, they returned. Fu Yu softly said, "Xiaoli, you should go home. It's too late. You need to rest well. Otherwise, you won't have the energy for military training tomorrow." Wenli stood up and had taken only a few steps. Fu Zheng quietly said, "I'll see you down." Two individuals descended the stairs, one following closely behind the other, and soon found themselves entering the parking lot where a sleek black business vehicle awaited not far off. Fu Zheng halted in his tracks, his dark gaze briefly resting upon her before swiftly diverting away. "If anything arises, contact me immediately." "Understood." Wenli nodded obediently, casting a glance around. At that moment, they were alone. She tiptoed and planted a kiss on the man's cheek. "Fu Zheng, no backing out." Before he could utter a word, she dashed towards the black car, climbed in, and shortly thereafter rolled down the window. "Fu Zheng, good night." During the military training over the past few days, temperatures soared to an oppressive 38 degrees, leaving nearly all participants a few shades darker. That afternoon, Wenli finally managed to meet up with Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin. The moment they came together, laughter erupted uncontrollably among them. Zhou Qin was particularly amusing, sporting glasses during training that left the skin around her eyes fair, while her other features were tanned. Lin Baozhu chuckled, Qin, you've become a national treasure." Zhou Qin covered her face, proclaiming, "Once the training is over, I'm heading for a whitening treatment." "Haha." Lin Baozhu, standing in the middle, grasped one girl with each hand and added, "Lili, I've seen requests in the school group chat daily for your contact information. Truly, your beauty shines wherever you go. Our school does boast some handsome boys. I've spotted quite a few to test my brother. He forbids me from dating, insisting that with my intellect, romance will only lead to deception." Wenli and Zhou Qin couldn't contain their laughter, with Wenli agreeing, "Your brother has a point." "Oh, Lili, you're doomed," Lin Baozhu teased, tickling her. Wenli, sensitive to tickling, instinctively recoiled, inadvertently bumping into someone. "I'm so sorry." It turned out the speaker was the same boy who had acted as a witness for Fu Zheng last time. Wenli instinctively nodded. "Thank you for the last time." "And oh need for thanks," Su Muin replied, clad in military training attire, his tan skin exuding health and charm. Once the boy departed, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin turned their gazes towards Wenli simultaneously. She raised her hands in surrender. "I have no intentions whatsoever." Lin Baozhu seemed about to speak, but held back, glancing at her and then at Zhou Qin, perhaps puzzled as to why someone so young would fancy older men. After finishing their meal, Wenli returned to her dormitory and snapped a photo to send to Fu Zheng, when suddenly a news alert popped up: heir of the Fu group and heiress of the Zheng group spotted on a CAF date. A match made in heaven. She clicked on the image, where the profiles of the couple were so exquisitely sculpted they could rival stars from the entertainment industry. Quietly, she opened the chat with Fu Zheng, crafting a lengthy message, but ultimately sending just one word: dog. She knew Fu Zheng would not easily concede. That old man, both aged and deceitful, particularly targeted innocent girls like her. Old man. She was genuinely incensed. Chapter 40. Wenli, still playing? Shortly after sending the message, her phone displayed a low battery warning before shutting off without hesitation. Staring at the blank screen, Wenli poked it, then got up to search for a charging cable, only to realize moments later that she had lent it to her roommate. However, her roommate had yet to return, and she couldn't rummage through her drawers. She simply tossed her phone onto the table. As the afternoon military training approached, her roommate finally returned. "Li Qin, my phone is dead." Upon hearing this, Li Qin immediately rummaged through her belongings, then sheepishly apologized. "Oh no, it's with my boyfriend. I'm sorry. Can I give it to you this afternoon?" School had only just started, and Li Qin was already dating a senior. Although Wenli found it a bit dubious, it was ultimately Li Qin's affair. Besides, she had her own emotional turmoil to sort out. "That's fine, just bring it to me later." With military training imminent, Wenli didn't dare waste time. Donning her hat, she made her way to the training grounds. Around 3 in the afternoon, as they stood at attention, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. She sneaked glances at the heavens, fearing a sudden clap of thunder might catch her off guard and embarrass her. The instructor appeared beside her, without her noticing, and murmured, "Hoping for rain. Should I fetch you a podium to pray? I can offer you 2 incense sticks." Fortunately, there was no sudden thunderstorm. However, by 6 o'clock, the weather grew grim, unmistakably signaling impending rain. The evening's military training was tentatively postponed. If it hadn't rained by 7, they would proceed. Perhaps too many students wished for rain before she could return to her dorm. It started to drizzle lightly, soon leaving her face dotted with raindrops. Wenli quickened her pace, but as she neared the dorm entrance, she hesitated. Amidst a group of girls clad in military uniforms, a man holding a large black umbrella stood out like a crane among chickens. Dressed simply in a white short-sleeved shirt, he appeared to have just stepped out of a fashion magazine. His hair expertly styled, he approached her, naturally tilting the umbrella to shield her from the rain. Their eyes met. Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, revealing a hint of emotion, and in the soft patter of rain, his voice resonated coldly. "Who is the dog?" Wenli hadn't anticipated his sudden visit to the school. Momentarily stunned, she stared at him, pouting, "You are the dog." "Old dog." Fu Zheng's gaze shifted to her attire. "Go change your clothes." He paused before adding, "I'll be waiting." Wenli responded with an "oh," and in the next moment, she sprinted towards her dorm. Minutes later, she ascended the stairs and retrieved a white dress from her wardrobe. After changing, she quickly applied some lipstick, glancing in the mirror, satisfied, though her skin appeared a tad darker. Just as she was about to leave, Li Qin returned, handing her the charging cable. "Are you heading out?" Wenli had intended to grab her phone, but realized it was dead and decided against IT that moment. Li Qin interjected, "Wenli, my boyfriend's roommate wishes to add you on social media. Are you interested?" "No, thank you." Wenli replied politely with a smile, then opened the door and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the dorm entrance, she noticed 2 girls giggling and chatting with Fu Zheng, even pulling out their phones, clearly attempting to add him as a friend. She prepared to approach. Fu Zheng suddenly looked in her direction, his voice carrying an unyielding weight. "My girlfriend." Wenli froze, staring at him in disbelief. The stark contrast in the old man's demeanor was too evident. However, Fu Zheng did not allow her time to react, advancing towards her with the umbrella, calmly asking, "What do you wish to eat?" Wenli snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling with disbelief as she asked, "Fu Zheng, what did you just say?" Fu Zheng remained silent, gesturing for her to move along as the rain intensified, the downpour sounding as if it might shatter the umbrella. When Li's dress billowed in the wind, revealing her fair thighs, she instinctively grasped the hem of her dress, taking smaller, awkward steps, noticing her discomfort. Fu Zheng paused, offering her the umbrella before effortlessly lifting her into his arms, one hand securely holding the fabric of her dress. Beneath the umbrella, his handsome face was partially obscured, yet his deep-set eyes appeared softer than usual. It seemed the old man hadn't deceived her after all. He had indeed followed through, in a low tone. He explained, "It's not a date. I was telling her not to come to the Fu residence anymore. I have a girlfriend now." When Li's heart skipped a beat, she switched the umbrella to her other hand and wrapped her arms around his neck, murmuring, "I thought you were deceiving my feelings." "How is grandfather Fu?" "He's undergoing rehabilitation. He can walk now." Though his hands are still immobile, Fu Zheng replied that I'll visit him when I have time. When Li said earnestly, Fu Zheng glanced at her, noting how much tanner her fair face had become. Yet her beautiful eyes remained bright. He bit his lip and asked, "Are you tired from military training?" "Tired. I've gotten quite dark." "Healthy," Fu Zheng commented. Just as warmth flushed his cheeks, he paused for a moment before striding forward. Once inside the car, Wenli took the passenger seat while Fu Zheng settled into the driver's seat. "What do you feel like eating?" "Anything goes, as my boyfriend decides." Wenli playfully winked, despite the rainy weather. She felt an inexplicable warmth as Fu Zheng started the vehicle and turned the steering wheel. The two conversed little, but with the rain pouring down, Wenli felt relieved that they wouldn't have military training that evening. As they approached a high-end residential complex, Wenli instinctively inquired, "Are we having private cuisine here? Have you dined here before?" "Yes." Fu Zheng opened the umbrella to help her out of the car, then led her toward one of the buildings. The elevator stopped at the 5th floor, which featured single-unit apartments. Just as Wenli sensed something amiss, she beheld Fu Zheng using his fingerprint to unlock the door. "I'll do it." He placed the umbrella at the entrance and bent down to retrieve a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet, handing them to her. "This place belongs to Mai." Realizing he had misspoken, he pressed his lips together and corrected himself. "It was given to you by my father." When Li responded with an "oh," changing into the slippers and surveying the room's decor, which appeared to be a recently purchased European-style furnished apartment. The furniture looked brand new, suggesting it had only recently been acquired. "Are there any dishes prepared?" "Yes. Next time you wish to come, just let Annie know in advance, and she'll prepare everything," Fu Zheng replied as he entered the kitchen. Wenli lingered at the kitchen entrance, tilting her head to admire the silhouette of the man as she smiled foolishly for a moment. "Fu Zheng, may I borrow your phone? I want to check with Baozhu if we need to train later." Fu Zheng flicked away the water from his hands. "Come get it." Wenli stepped closer, extending her hands towards him like a little bunny, and Fu Zheng, catching sight of her, paused momentarily before quickly retrieving his phone from his pocket and placing it in her hands. "The password is 6 zeros. It would be better not to set it up. Shall I assist you in changing a password?" Wenli unlocked her phone and heard the man respond with a sound of acknowledgement. Without a hint of embarrassment, she swiftly modified the password to her birthday. Subsequently, she dialed Lin Baozhu's number, and a serious voice came from the other end. "Uncle Fu, is there something you need?" "It's me." "Wenli," she replied. Lin Baozhu let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought it was your uncle. Has he arrived?" "Yes, my phone is dead. I wanted to ask if you have military training later." "No military training. A notice was just sent in the group." "All right. Thank you." Wenli hung up the phone and placed it back in his pocket, relieved that there would be no military training in the evening. The vegetables in Fu Zheng's hand fell into the washing basin as he picked them up again, rinsing them under the water, seemingly oblivious to her words. However, his body betrayed him, with a faint blush adorning his earlobes. Wenli naturally caught sight of this and playfully poked his earlobe, teasingly saying, "Fu Zheng, it seems your ears are allergic. Oh dear, they're getting redder. Should we see a doctor?" As she spoke, she poked him again. In the next moment, a damp hand grasped her wrist, and Fu Zheng's voice turned hoarse, laced with a hint of warning. "Wenli, go sit on the sofa." The older man was clearly flustered, and Wen Li, recognizing the moment, nodded decisively and withdrew her hand, turning to exit the kitchen. Just before reaching the door, she glanced back and remarked, "Your face is red too, Fu Zhang. Am I your first love?" She was unsure if he had ever dated during his school years. But from her past life, she knew he had a female college classmate with whom he had been quite close to. It seemed they were genuinely considering an engagement at that time. Fu Zhang inhaled deeply, drying his hands before approaching Wen Li, his gaze fixed on her, exuding a cold demeanor tinged with a hint of mature danger. Sensing the peril, Wen Li instinctively retreated, only to find her waist ensnared by something, preventing her from moving back. With a gentle tug, she found herself pressed against his chest, instantly feeling her cheeks flush, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Are we still playing?" Fu Zhang leaned slightly closer, his tone indifferent. After all, he was an adult, and in this regard, Wen Li could not hold a candle to him. Her heart raced as if it were not her own, nearly leaping from her chest. She quickly shook her head, retreating like a timid turtle. "I don't want to play anymore." Upon hearing this, Fu Zhang released her, but in the next moment he swept her off her feet and strode towards the sofa, placing her down behind it before retrieving his phone and handing it to her. "If you need anything, buy it yourself." Without waiting for her response, he turned and returned to the kitchen. Wen Li stared at the phone, clutching her chest, whispering, the allure of an older man. The aroma wafting from the kitchen filled the living room, and she tilted her head to observe the man's busy figure. This moment, Fu Zhang's phone rang. It was a call from Old Master Fu, prompting her to rise and head toward the kitchen. "Uncle Fu is calling." "Answer it." Fu Zhang continued to stir the vegetables while holding the recipe. Old Master Fu's voice came through the phone. "Today, the Zhang family stopped by and mentioned that you've been bullying Shui. What have you done to her?" "I told them I don't like her." Fu Zhang replied, placing the dishes on a plate. Old Master Fu did not seem to hold it against him. "Even if you don't like her, you should be a bit more tactful. Have you seen Xiao Li?" "Yes, right here," Fu Zhang answered. Wen Li instinctively chimed in. "Uncle Fu, how is your health?" "Much better. How are you doing at school?" "Pretty good. Have your uncle buy you what you need? Just ask him." Old Master Fu's tone was both cheerful and concerned. "Don't just focus on studying in college. If you meet a suitable boy, you can consider dating. Otherwise, like your uncle, he still doesn't have a suitable girlfriend." Wen Li momentarily did not know how to respond. She did not wish to deceive Old Master Fu, but given his poor health, she felt it was inappropriate to be entirely candid at this moment. Just then, Fu Zhang interjected, "You need to take your medicine. Don't watch TV tonight." Old Master Fu seemed to have grown tired of his remarks. "Xiao Li, I'll hang up. Your uncle is rambling. Just don't find a boyfriend like him. Otherwise, you'll be under his thumb." Wen Li had indeed found someone just like that, and feeling guilty, she replied, "Grandpa, please take care of yourself and rest well." All right, don't worry about me. I'm fine." Old Master Fu reassured her warmly. After hanging up, Wen Li held her phone and asked, "When can we be honest with Uncle Fu? It doesn't feel right to keep it from him." "Wait until you reach the legal age," Fu Zhang replied. He would naturally inform Old Master Fu, but not at this moment. They had only just begun that it was best to wait until things stabilized before sharing with Old Master Fu, as he would likely be the most upset if something were to go awry. Of course, Wen Li had no way back now. It was she who had stirred the pot. "All right," Wen Li nodded. After a while, dinner was served. Fu Zhang preferred silence during meals, creating an uncomfortable stillness at the table. Wen Li stole a glance at him and tentatively asked, "Could you say a few words?" Fu Zhang paused with his chopsticks, placing some food in her bowl, and casually inquired, "Are the boys in college handsome?" Wen Li responded with surprise, gazing at him, uncertain of the intent behind his question, and replied honestly, "Some are quite handsome." Fu Zhang responded with a nonchalant hum, placing a piece of food in his mouth, and then stating matter-of-factly, "You have no chance to regret it." Upon hearing this, Wen Li finally grasped his meaning, blinking in surprise. "I won't regret it." Afterward, Fu Zhang did not speak further. After finishing the meal, he went to wash the dishes. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Li checked the bedroom, finding a wardrobe filled with pristine clothes, almost all prepared. When Fu Zhang emerged, she searched for a movie to play, a youthful romance drama, only to find the opening scenes filled with vigorous energy. She quickly fast-forwarded, glancing sideways at the man, whose expression remained unaffected, as if he had grown accustomed to such matters. She was still too young, after all, having never experienced it in her past life. 1 or 2 hours passed, and Wenli began to feel a bit bored with the plot, several times on the verge of dozing off, while Fu Zheng remained fully engrossed. Once the show concluded, she stood up and declared, "I'm going to take a shower." Fu Zheng said nothing. By the time Wenli emerged, the living room was empty, and the door to the secondary bedroom was closed, clearly indicating that the older man had retreated to his room. She glanced down at her unremarkable chest and quietly approached the door to knock. After a few seconds, the door opened from the inside, revealing Fu Zheng clad in a black satin nightgown, blocking the entrance. "What is it?" Wenli was well aware that they would not be rushing into intimacy. Fu Zheng would never take such a step with her at this moment. He shared the same traditional values as old Master Fu. However, this did not deter her from teasing him, pointing towards the inside of the room. "Fu Zheng, shouldn't we sleep on the same bed?" Chapter 41. Why not steal a kiss now? The man's eyes narrowed slightly, their corners elongated, both alluring and perilous. In the next moment, Wenli felt a sharp pain in her forehead, instinctively covering it and taking a step back. Looking up at Fu Zheng with wide eyes, incredulous, as no one would ever expect their partner to playfully hit their forehead, exclaiming, "Old man." With that, she turned and dashed into the opposite bedroom, just as she was about to close the door. Fu Zheng's calm voice drifted from behind her. "If you're trying to tempt me, wear less. Wearing more is of no use to me." Such irreverent words had never crossed Fu Zheng's lips before. And caught off guard, Wenli collided with the door with a thud before quickly slamming it shut with a loud clap. All right, so the old man is actually an old wolf. She wondered how he had managed to hold back for so many years. Leaning against the pure white door, Fu Zheng chuckled softly, before eventually turning back to his bedroom. That a short while later, Fu Yu called, and after discussing old Master Fu's situation, she fell silent for a moment before saying, "I heard from Mom that you have romantic feelings for Wenli." Fu Zheng remained quiet but did not deny it, simply responding with an mm. Fu Yu fell silent again, rubbing her forehead. "How could you have feelings for Wenli? Forget it. Matters of the heart are unpredictable. How do you plan to explain this to Dad? Or how do you think he will react? You are 8 years apart, and Dad's health is not the best right now. I know," Fu Zheng said, standing by the window, gazing up at the moonlit sky, the crescent moon resembling a pair of human eyes. "Sister, I want to fight for this once. I will bear the consequences, whatever they may be." He was willing to accept any outcome. Upon hearing this, Fu Yu sighed. "You've shouldered a heavy burden for many years. We could discuss this matter later. I hope you find happiness." T7 in the morning. Wenli rose from military training at 8, tiptoeing to avoid waking Fu Zheng. However, upon entering the living room, she found Fu Zheng already seated on the sofa. Engrossed in his phone, he looked up at her. "I've eaten. I'll send you to school." The mature man's approach to romance was devoid of flowery language. With a serious demeanor, he bore no resemblance to the man who had uttered such words the previous night. Indeed, older men could be quite enigmatic. She responded with an "oh," taking a seat at the dining table, and inquired, "Will you be returning later?" "Yes, the company has matters to attend to. I will come by when I can." Fu Zheng set down his phone and rose to his feet, approaching her and taking a seat beside her. Wenli cast a fleeting glance at him, noting that the fitted black suit he wore accentuated his physique. She wondered if it felt as good to the touch as it appeared. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. She was hardly an innocent soul herself. She took a generous sip of milk before silently consuming her bread. After a span of 10 minutes, the two boarded a vehicle. Arriving at the school entrance in about 7 or 8 minutes, Fu Zheng drove directly into the campus, parking beneath the dormitory building. Wenli unfastened her seatbelt, announcing, "I'm getting out. Be careful on your way back." Fu Zheng responded with a nonchalant suddenly reaching out to press his hand against her shoulder, his Adam's apple bob as his gaze softened. "Why not steal a kiss now?" Wenli's round eyes widened in surprise. Before she could fully process his words, she felt a gentle warmth brush against her lips. In an instant, Fu Zheng straightened up. "Get down now." Despite being in her 20s, a youthful shyness still lingered within her, and her cheeks flushed, betraying her. She feared the rigidity of older men, but what she truly dreaded was the charm they wielded. How had she ever thought Fu Zheng was dull and uninteresting? He was, without a doubt, a wolf in sheep's clothing. She pushed the car door open and stepped out, reminding him to be cautious on the road and to message her once he got home. Without waiting for his reply, she closed the door and walked towards the dormitory. The man in the driver's seat rested his hands on the steering wheel, his long brows curving slightly as he chuckled softly before driving away. In the dormitory, after changing into her military training uniform and donning her cap, Wenli glanced at her phone, noticing multiple missed calls from Wenrong, Du-Ying, and Wenwan. She selectively returned Wenwan's call, hearing her sister's drowsy voice on the other end. "Sister, where did you go last night? Dad called your advisor, saying you weren't in the dorm." Wenli was hardly surprised. It was reminiscent of her years studying abroad. Wenrong seemed to know everything she did, though it was usually the unfavorable incidents. She cleared her throat and replied, "I was at the clinic getting 4 fluids." Li Qin, seated across from her, shot her a glance before quickly exiting the dormitory. When Li's expression turned cold as she muttered, "Sister, I have military training now." "All right, be careful," Wenwan replied, by the time Li arrived at the training ground. Most of her peers had already gathered. As she stood in line, her advisor called out, "Wenli, come here for a moment." Stepping out of the formation, the female advisor quietly inquired, "Where were you last night? Your family couldn't reach you. I was at the clinic. I was unwell," Wenli explained. The advisor nodded. "Go ahead and join the training." Wenli returned to her place in line at 10 o'clock. A 20-minute break was announced, and Lin Baozhu approached her, pulling her aside. "You weren't in the dorm last night? How did you know?" Wenli asked, surprised. "I heard from a classmate that Wenli from finance class 1 didn't return last night." Lin Baozhu continued, "I already told her not to mention it." Wenwan and Du-Ying were clearly scheming to tarnish her reputation, but Wenli had grown accustomed to it. She candidly confessed, "I was with Fu Zheng that I guessed as much, but I didn't say anything. I was worried others would embellish the story." Lin Baozhu seemed perplexed. Staying out late in college is quite normal. "Why is everyone focused on you?" Wenli shrugged and teased. "Perhaps it's because I'm exceptionally beautiful. This." Lin Baozhu chuckled, appreciating her spirited attitude. "Let them be jealous. I'm heading back now. You must tell me everything." "All right." Wenli had intended to mention her relationship with Fu Zheng, but with time being short, she decided to wait until after military training, after several hours of standing in military posture. When they were finally released, Wenli plopped down to rest her legs. That moment, Li Qin approached, crouching beside her. "Wenli, let us have lunch together. My boyfriend is treating us." Knowing she had likely been coaxed by Wenwan's money, Wenli stood without hesitation. "Sure." They walked out of the training ground side by side, and Li Qin waved at a couple of boys, who soon came running over. Li Qin's boyfriend, Bai Songshi, was tall and slender with an artistic vibe, while his roommate was strikingly handsome, embodying the trendy little milk dog aesthetic. His fair skin and long eyelashes gave him an air of refinement that paled in comparison to Fu Zheng. Bai Songshi introduced them. "This is my roommate, Liang Wenshen. Wenshen, this is my girlfriend's roommate, Wenli." Liang Wenshen shyly extended his hand towards Wenli. "Hello, I'm sorry. My hands are a bit dirty." Wenli politely declined the handshake. As they strolled towards the school entrance, Wenli noticed Liang Wenshen's lingering gaze. She couldn't fathom why Wenwan thought she would be interested in such a boy who lacked even a hint of substance. She had never been attracted to that type in her previous life, and she certainly wasn't now. Halfway through their walk, she collided with Su Muen, who was dressed in military training attire. Su Muen glanced at Bai Songshi and his companion before addressing Wenli. "I need to speak with you for a moment." Instinctively, Wenli followed him aside. Though Su Muen typically shied away from meddling in others' affairs, he had formed a favorable impression of Wenli after their last encounter. He lowered his voice. "Those 2 upperclassmen are not good people. They specifically target freshman girls. Be cautious. I appreciate the warning." "I'll be careful," Wenli replied gratefully. Observing her response, Su Muen didn't say anything further but recalled, "Save my number. If you ever need help, call me." Wenli, not wishing to put him in a difficult position given the public setting, took out her phone and saved his number before rejoining Li Qin and the others. Li Qin, linking arms with her boyfriend, glanced at Wenli and asked, "Is Su Muen pursuing you?" Wenli shook her head. "How do you know him?" "I don't really. I just heard his name mentioned." Li Qin clearly didn't want to discuss Su Muen further, and Wenli didn't pry. The group soon arrived at a restaurant near the window, where a chill lingered in the air. Bai Songshi removed his jacket and draped it over Li Qin's shoulders. Seeing this, Liang Wenxin followed suit, likely trying to impress. Without even asking Wen Li, he placed his jacket over her shoulders as well. "Thank you," she said, then sniffed the fabric, grimacing. "Why does it smell like body odor?" As soon as the words left her mouth, the table fell silent. Realizing her faux pas, Wen Li quickly backtracked. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply you smelled that. I meant the jacket might have picked up other people's scents during training." She returned the jacket and added, "There is a laundry detergent that works wonders for odors. You should pick some up at the supermarket." Liang Wenxin's fair complexion flushed red, and he struggled to respond, but Wen Li seemed oblivious as she continued, "I'm just sensitive to these smells." Li Qin, snapping back to reality, attempted to defuse the situation. "It's probably just a jacket for military training." "Wen Li, you should order," she suggested. "All right." Wen Li took the menu and ordered, "No pig intestines. They smell too strong." She swiftly selected 2 dishes, handing the menu to Li Qin as she pulled out her phone to check messages. Fu Zheng had texted her at 10, letting her know he had arrived at the company. She glanced at the boys beside her, who remained silent, and discreetly sent Fu Zheng a message that "It seems that he found a little milk dog to entice me." Meanwhile, Fu Zheng was in a meeting. Speaking while glancing at his phone, "If the project goes poorly, resign and make way for someone else." His voice trailed off as he fixated on the screen, and the next moment, another message appeared. "No little milk dog can compare to your allure. Fu Zheng, you are the most captivating." His pupils involuntarily constricted, and he lightly drummed his fingers on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he flipped his phone face down on the table. "Revise the project details. Submit them by tomorrow." His previously icy demeanor softened unexpectedly, catching his senior executives off guard. After the meeting concluded, Fu Zheng returned to his office and addressed Assistant Su. "Concentrate this afternoon's tasks before 3 o'clock. Has Wen Rong come by these past few days?" "She has, but I told her you were on a business trip, so she left," Assistant Su replied. "The Qin family has been negotiating business on behalf of the Wen family lately." "Should I say something?" "No need." Fu Zheng paused, remaining silent for a while. Assistant Su, observing him intently, assumed he was mulling over work matters. In the next moment, Fu Zheng inquired in a business-like tone, "What do you typically gift a girlfriend?" Assistant Su thought he had misheard, responding with a startled, "Huh," before quickly adding, "I've spent my entire salary on my girlfriend. After work, I usually take her to the movies and occasionally buy her flowers with my own pocket money." Fu Zheng acknowledged him with a nod. "You may leave now." Meanwhile, Wen Li, not receiving a reply from Fu Zheng, decided to enjoy her meal. After finishing, she announced, "I'm heading back now," choosing not to take a nap. Wen Li made her way to the library instead, aware that there were eyes in the dormitory, particularly from Wen Wan. She wasn't afraid of being discovered. Rather, she relished the thought of their frustration as they struggled to control her life. A feeling that must have been agonizing for them. Having been raised in a stifling environment, the notion of her defiance must have been enough to drive them to despair. Furthermore, in her past life, the accident that befell her, was it a mere twist of fate, or was there malice involved? To maintain appearances, after completing her evening military training, Wen Li changed outfits and prepared to head out. Just as she was about to leave, Li Qin inquired, "Where are you going?" "I went out to have some fun, and Wen Ti be returning tonight." Wen Li glanced at her reflection in the mirror, admiring her long black and white floral dress paired with a delicate black knit cardigan and a pair of sandals adorned with fine rhinestones. Her hair cascaded casually down her back. After turning left and right, she applied a subtle shade of lipstick. She stepped out of the dormitory. A minute later, Li Qin called her, inquiring about her whereabouts. Having completed her preparations, she mentioned that she would not return tonight. Just as she finished speaking, the dormitory door swung open unexpectedly, prompting Wen Li to hurry back inside, snatching the phone from the table, nearly forgetting it. She exited once more, and only after leaving the dormitory did she check her phone, which indicated that a recording was in progress. After saving it, she replayed it from the beginning. She had left after getting ready, stating she wouldn't be back tonight. Wen Li stored the voice message in a file, which also contained a recording from her previous visit to Dr. Liang's home. These pieces of evidence would later serve as critical proof for Wen Wan and Du Ying in their legal troubles. Now, she was not only fighting for herself, but also for her mother, whom she had never met but loved dearly. In the community, the lights shone brilliantly. Wenli entered the password to unlock the door, revealing a lavishly lit living room with a vintage chandelier that dazzled brightly. She instinctively thought that Fu Zheng had forgotten to turn off the lights when he left and snapped a photo to send to him, saying, "You forgot to turn off the lights." And no sooner had she sent the message than she heard footsteps approaching. She looked up to see the story's male protagonist, clad in a bathrobe, with droplets of water glistening on his hair and face. He coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" He had been occupied with work at the company and had come over quite late, intending to reach out to her the following day. When Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "They are arranging a spy in the dormitory, and I'm playing along." Fu Zheng furrowed his brow slightly, but said nothing, respecting Wen Li's thoughts and actions, understanding that some matters should not involve outsiders. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me. I won't hold back." Wen Li pointed in his direction, her face radiating anticipation, though she feigned modesty as she asked, "Fu Zheng, may I hug you?" Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, his hands slightly lifting, and Wen Li suddenly leaped forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, the scent of his bath enveloping her senses. "Fu Zheng, you smell wonderful. May I give you a kiss?" Chapter 42. Not going to kiss? Fu Zheng, a person who had seldom exhibited emotional fluctuations since childhood, had always yearned to return home after school to see Wen Li, rather than indulging in the fleeting interests of his peers during their adolescent years. Later, in college, while his male classmates developed certain desires, he remained indifferent, even amidst the distractions of managing a company. The allure of women and their fragrances repulsed him. Bai Siyuan and the others labeled him as frigid. He had believed this to be true until when Li's 18th birthday party, where she appeared in a stunning white puff dress, her hair flowing gracefully and her eyes sparkling like the moon. An inexplicable flutter filled his heart, suddenly transforming his feelings for Wen Li from familial affection to something far deeper. This abrupt shift often plagued him with anguish during the night. He found himself unable to act on his feelings, even hesitant to acknowledge his affection for her, as he was her uncle. Were it not for Wen Li's initiative, he would have never allowed anyone to glimpse into his heart, though Wen Li never uttered a provocative word. Her presence ignited a fire within him. Leaving him flushed, he dared not lower his gaze to the girl in his embrace. Instead, he gently pushed her away, his voice restrained. "Go take a shower. You'll smell delightful afterward." Wen Li was taken aback by his words. Clearly, the mindset of older men was quite different. Her outfit, while not overtly seductive, was an effortful display, and she had garnered considerable attention from boys since middle school. Surely, she possessed some charm. Puzzled, she looked up and asked, "Fu Zheng, tell me the truth. Do you dislike me for my modest bust?" Fu Zheng buttoned his bathrobe, rubbed his temples, and then, in a swift motion, scooped her up, placing her atop a nearby 1-meter-high cabinet. "That you're taller than me," he stated, tilting his chin slightly as he spoke in a low, serious tone. "Wen Li, I am perfectly normal, and you are quite appealing to me. However, you are still young. Wait a few years to be wise then. There will be no need for you to voice your desires." His voice gradually softened, becoming more restrained and rational like tea that moment. Wen Li felt as if she were pinned against the wall. Rendered obedient, her legs together as she softly murmured, "Please put me down." Fu Zheng gently lowered her, but before he released her, their lips met briefly, and in the next instant, Wen Li had already stepped towards the bedroom. "Good night, Fu Zheng," she called, her voice filled with a triumphant yet bashful tone. Fu Zheng turned to her, and with a snap, the door closed, a portion of her skirt caught in the doorframe, fluttering like its owner, bold and free-spirited. Soon after, the door swung open again, revealing a fair leg first, followed by her delicate face, now tinged with a hint of pink. A small smile crept onto his lips as he spoke in a low, magnetic tone. "Wen Li, good night." As the door closed once more, Wen Li flopped on her bed, rolling back and forth in delight, only to tumble to the floor with a thud. She feigned innocence as she searched for clothes to take a shower. In the opposite bedroom, the phone on the table was on speaker, and Bai Siyuan's voice echoed through the room, somewhat exasperated. "Fu Zheng, where have you been? I haven't seen you around lately, if it weren't for the fact that you're single. I do think you were in a relationship." Fu Zheng chose not to discuss his romantic entanglements, especially since it concerned Wen Li. He wanted to leave her a way out, but he allowed her one chance to reconsider. But he would not waver. "Speak your mind. I'll come find you." He replied that I'm out of town. Bai Siyuan responded with an "oh," then after a moment of silence asked, "Is Jian Ningxue still living with you?" "I'm not sure." Fu Zheng answered he had never paid much attention to Jian Ningxue. Had Bai Siyuan not insisted on helping her out, she would not have been allowed to stay. Nowadays, women could change their affections in an instant. She had not acted this way when she pursued him. Bai Siyuan expressed his confusion. "So what should I do?" She just packed her bags and left. "I'm working things out with my mom." What as her running away to me? Though he had feelings for Jian Ningxue, his family disapproved due to her humble background. They had fought countless times over this matter, leaving Bai Siyuan feeling helpless. Caught between his mother and his girlfriend, and no matter which side he chose, someone would be hurt. Fu Zheng, hypothetically, if your girlfriend acted this way, what would you do? The glass window reflected Fu Zheng's sturdy physique as he leisurely changed into sleepwear. Responding nonchalantly, "With my capabilities, she wouldn't be able to escape from Jingdu." Bai Siyuan mulled over this. Wouldn't it be utterly humiliating to chase after someone? If I were to make a fuss over a woman, Gu Yinming and the others would have a field day laughing at me. I know you wouldn't, as you don't even have a woman to your name, thus lacking the qualification. Fu Zheng retorted, "You want to maintain your purity while also seeking accolades. You wish to have all the good things for yourself." Fu Zheng stated the facts before adding, "Gu Yinming is currently too preoccupied to mock you. His life is in disarray." "What do you mean?" Bai Siyuan inquired. Intrigued, Fu Zheng abruptly hung up the phone, and almost immediately a new message arrived. "Fu Zheng, I think I miss you a little. Can you come out so I can see you?" Moments later, another message followed. "Just a quick glance is all I need." Her youthful face sprang to mind. Invigorating his previously weary body, he chuckled softly and typed back, "Open the door." Yes, he opened his door. The opposite door swung wide, revealing Wenli clad in a gray sleep shirt, adorned with a black bow at the collar, her damp hair cascading down either side of her face. "Come in," Fu Zheng suddenly said. Wenli, momentarily stunned, hadn't anticipated Fu Zheng inviting her into his bedroom. She felt a surge of nervousness, contemplating retreat, but then remembered that Fu Zheng was nearly 27 years old. In their previous life, he had cared for her for 3 years. It was only right for her to contribute a little more in this life. It's all right. It's all right. Wenli, don't be nervous. Just close your eyes and the night will pass. Before she could utter a word, he had already turned and entered the bedroom. Wenli glanced down at her unremarkable sleep shirt and wondered how it could elicit such a reaction from Fu Zheng. She hesitantly stepped into the bedroom, attempting to relax, only to see Fu Zheng emerging with a hairdryer in hand. He pointed to the bed and calmly instructed, "Sit here that I'll dry your hair." Wenli stared at the hairdryer in disbelief. The older man had no ulterior motives. He simply wished to help her dry her hair. "Okay," the Fu Zheng plugged in the dryer, took it up, and stood beside her, his fingers weaving through her dark locks. After several minutes, with most of her hair dry, he set down the dryer and remarked, "It's late. You should get some rest. We have military training tomorrow." Wenli realized she couldn't linger too long. A poor night's sleep would make the next day's training unbearable. She recalled a male classmate who had fallen asleep standing and toppled onto the instructor. She certainly didn't want to embarrass herself. "All right." She stood up, took a few steps, and tentatively asked, "Can I really not sleep next to you?" She merely wished to draw closer to Fu Zheng, as the two had no opportunity to meet during the day. Leaving only this moment at night, Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, exhaling a sigh. Ultimately, he found himself at her mercy and conceded, "Go fetch the pillows and blankets," when Li's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned and left, soon returning with the bedding, only to find Fu Zheng already seated on the sofa, clutching the same items. "That I should return to sleep. You have work tomorrow." Though she uttered these words, her feet remained firmly planted. Fu Zheng's deep-set gaze remained fixed upon her, and before long, he placed the pillows and blankets onto the bed. Wenli nimbly climbed into bed, drawing the covers around her and shifting closer to the edge to make room for him. Moments later, Fu Zheng joined her, the main light extinguished, leaving only the bedside lamp aglow. Wenli could distinctly see the man's thick eyelashes, yet felt a twinge of unease. Perhaps it was the 3 years of companionship. Being near Fu Zheng always brought her a sense of security. She whispered, Fu Zheng, I had a dream where I became a vegetative state, and you cared for me for 3 years, secretly wiping away your tears in the dream. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng did not immediately respond, his peripheral vision capturing Wen Li's small face. You will not become a vegetative state. Of course not. I have my grandfather in you. No one in Kyoto dares to harm me. Wen Li smiled brightly and added, but if I really did become a vegetative state, Fu Zheng, please don't cry, all right? Fu Zheng turned to face her. Wen Li, I dislike such hypotheticals. Sleep now. With that, he reached out, gently stroking her head a few times. Oh. Wen Li closed her eyes. The faint fragrance in the room mingled with Fu Zheng's scent. Her taut nerves began to relax, and she gradually drifted into slumber. However, Fu Zheng found it difficult to sleep. As a normal man, any thoughts he had at that moment felt disingenuous. Yet, reason ultimately prevailed. The next day, the outside world remained shrouded in mist. Wen Li awoke before her alarm, her eyes immediately landing on the man just inches away. His angular features were both striking and refined. Fu Zheng was the most handsome man she had ever encountered. She propped herself up on her hands and boldly placed a kiss on Fu Zheng's cheek. In the next instant, the man abruptly opened his eyes. Wen Li prepared to smile. Her hand faltered, causing her to tumble onto him. Feeling somewhat guilty, she quickly got up and exited the bedroom with purpose. A certain part of her body had already awakened, prompting Fu Zheng to helplessly rise and enter the bathroom. After several minutes, he emerged from the bedroom. Wen Li had yet to return, so he turned to the kitchen to heat some milk and toast. Before long, he heard footsteps behind him and turned to glance over. The girl was clad in a sleeveless collared shirt adorned with a lovely floral pattern, paired with a black high-waisted pleated skirt. Even in slippers, her legs looked exquisite. Fu Zheng shifted his gaze back to the toaster, gradually losing himself in the sight of her legs, taking a deep breath as his hands pressed against the kitchen counter. You should step outside. Yet, Wen Li did not comply. Instead, she reached up to pinch her neck, then proceeded to knead. Do you see any redness on my neck? Hearing this, Fu Zheng turned to look. Noting a slight red mark on her neck, he furrowed his brow in concern. Is it itchy? No. Staying overnight is bound to leave some marks. Wen Li cast him a sideways glance before muttering. You're too timid to kiss my neck, so I have to do it myself. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng felt a pang of difficulty. He considered her age, having restrained himself for years, while she, unbothered, showed no regard for a man's desires. He rubbed his temples and ultimately waved her off. Just go. Wen Li quipped, it seems I should have any expectations of older men. She turned to leave, only retracting her hand once a clear mark had formed on her neck. Once again, he accompanied her to the dormitory entrance, and this time, without waiting for Fu Zheng to say anything, she took the initiative to plant a kiss on his cheek before departing. In the dormitory, when Wen Li entered, Li Qin had just risen, sitting on her bed and regarding her. Wen Li busily tied her hair up, exposing the red mark on her neck, and then changed in her military training uniform, the collar of which conveniently concealed the blemish. After all, she had no desire to tarnish her reputation throughout the school. Li Qin got off the bed. Wen Li, are you in a relationship? Wen Li felt a sudden rush of shyness at being guessed. Avoiding her gaze. How did you know? There's a hickey on your neck. Li Qin's expression was one of curiosity, and she continued. Is your boyfriend from school? No, he didn't go to school. Wen Li donned her military training cap. Glancing at Li Qin in the mirror, Li Qin gasped. Your boyfriend is a member of society? Yeah, his family situation isn't great. He started working at 18, but fortunately, I have money to support him. Wen Li gestured for her to keep it a secret, then placed her phone on the table to charge. I'm off now. After a month of military training, Wen Li had tanned 10 shades darker, but thankfully, Fu Zheng had never expressed disdain upon seeing her. During this time, they met every few evenings, and their feelings slightly deepened, at the very least. When she brought pillows and blankets to Fu Zheng's room, he no longer insisted on sleeping on the sofa. Following the military training, the school announced a 5-day National Day holiday, and Wen Li promptly made her way to the Fu Corporation as Fu Zheng was at work. She was fortunate enough to run into Assistant Su downstairs, who allowed her to accompany him to the top floor with his work badge. Assistant Su led her to the president's office, informing her that President Fu was currently in the marketing department and would likely return in about 10 minutes. Miss Wen, I need to go downstairs to deliver some documents. All right, you go ahead. Thank you. Wenli glanced around Fu Zheng's office, which was draped in a rather austere black decor, after sitting on the sofa for a while. She ventured into the restroom. Just as she was about to exit, she heard footsteps. Upon opening the door, her mouth fell slightly agape as she caught sight of the man unbuttoning his long shirt, his hands working on the fifth button, revealing his well-defined chest. That moment, Fu Zheng caught sight of her and instinctively closed his shirt, feigning calmness as he asked, "Why didn't you wait for me to pick you up?" "I wanted to surprise you," Wenli replied, feigning shyness, pointing at his chest. Quite the surprise. Having spent some time together, Fu Zheng had realized that she enjoyed playful banter. Whenever he made a move, she would become flustered. He didn't respond. Instead, taking a clean shirt into the bathroom and shutting the door a few minutes later, he emerged, saying, "I have a meeting in half an hour. Wait for me here." "Okay, you go ahead." Wenli nodded. Fu Zheng approached her, leaning slightly forward, his profile turned as he met her gaze. Wenli's lips curled into a smile, but she mischievously chose not to kiss his cheek, instead tilting her head to plant a kiss on his lips. The girl sported a mischievous demeanor, and the adoration in Fu Zheng's eyes was palpable. He chuckled softly, cradling her face in his hands, compelling her to look at him, his cool voice laced with a teasing undertone. "You don't know how to kiss? Let me teach you." Chapter 43. She went out to have fun with her uncle. Upon hearing this, Wenli closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly. After a moment of silence, she opened one eye, only to find the man gazing at her with a smile. The normally aloof man now exuded an inexplicable allure, just as she was about to tease him. The world around her dimmed as their lips met, an electric thrill coursing through her, igniting an insatiable desire within her. Sensing his pause, she looked up at him, and Fu Zheng, removing his tie and tossing it onto the nearby bed, proceeded to unbutton his shirt, exposing his long neck. Although Fu Zheng's expression was well controlled, Wenli could discern his inexperience. She whispered, "You don't know how to?" Fu Zheng's body stiffened, his eyes darkening slightly before he hoarsely admitted, "No, I've never kissed before." Wenli responded with a soft "oh," and was about to say something when a large hand grasped the back of her head, followed by a tightening around her waist. Though Fu Zheng had never kissed, it did not mean he couldn't learn. On the contrary, he was quite clever. The moment their lips met, he felt a surge of heat rising within him. Wenli, however, found herself growing weak, and if not for Fu Zheng supporting her waist, she might have collapsed to the floor. After a minute or two, Fu Zheng released her, only letting go once she had steadied herself. His voice hoarse as he instructed, "Wait for me here." Wenli nodded vigorously, and once he left, she sat on the bed, clutching her chest, feeling as though she had consumed a fine wine, warmth flooding her cheeks. Her hands covered her face, while the upward curve of her lips betrayed her emotions. Meanwhile, Assistant Su observed President Fu exiting the office, sensing something amiss. The usually meticulous man appeared somewhat disheveled, unable to resist. He stole a few more glances, finally noticing something and promptly reminding, "President Fu, you forgot to wear your tie." Fu Zheng halted, instinctively touching his collar, clearing his throat as he buttoned his shirt like a tea that moment. He lacked the courage to return home. He was an adult, yet a hint of trepidation lingered. "And no need to wear IT. And no one is allowed to enter the office without my permission." "Understood," Assistant Su replied. In the break room, Wenli lay on the bed, responding to messages from Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu. "Zhou Qin, I'm throwing a birthday party tomorrow and have prepared beautiful dresses for you all. Come to my house to change. They're stunning and designed by a stylist my sister brought back from abroad." Lin Baozhu, "I'll come early tomorrow." Wenli, "I'll be there too." After a while, Zhou Qin sent a somewhat veiled message. "Are you both coming alone? I am preparing things." It's obvious that Wenli wants Lin Yichun to come, and Lin Baozhu has guessed it too, although she cannot appreciate her friend's taste. Nevertheless, she will still fulfill her birthday wish. Lin Baozhu, "That little pest of a brother will definitely come with me tomorrow." Wenli, "Is your uncle coming?" Just as Wenli stifled a laugh, she pondered over the last question. After much deliberation, she decided against revealing to them the matter of her uncle being her boyfriend. After all, old Master Fu is still unwell. If he were to hear about this from outsiders, it might cause him to fall ill again. It's not that she doesn't trust them, but she must exercise caution. She has no more chances for a second life. She replied, I don't know. After chatting for a while, Wenli set her phone down, feeling a bit bored. She rose to stand by the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze at the scenery outside. Time passed, and she was unaware of how long it had been when footsteps approached from behind. Instinctively, she wanted to scare Fu Zheng, so she hid behind the curtains, leaving a small gap to peek outside. If Fu Zheng came over, she would embrace him and give him a kiss. However, the person who entered was not Fu Zheng, but Bai Si Yin, dressed in formal attire. Now, she felt awkward about coming out, yet also about staying hidden. After all, who would hide behind curtains unless they were up to no good? She thought it best to wait for Fu Zheng to enter before revealing herself. He would likely return soon. Bai Si Yin sat on the sofa and began to take a phone call. A minute or two later, more footsteps echoed. Fu Zheng noticed Bai Si Yin on the sofa, frowned slightly, and turned toward the bathroom. Still not seeing anyone, he instinctively asked, Where's Wenli? Bai Si Yin replied with a bemused him, and incredulously responded, Are you asking me about Wenli? Is there something wrong? I haven't spoken to her yet. Just then, Wenli's voice came from the other side. I'm here. Both men turned to see the curtains rustle as Wenli emerged, her face flushed. Looking down at her toes, she wished she could just disappear. Bai Si Yin, astonished, asked, What are you doing hiding behind the curtains? Stealing something? Before Wenli could respond, Fu Zheng interjected, Get out. Bai Si Yin glanced at Wenli, seeing she remained still, and reminded her, as if watching a play, I said to get out that, I mean it. Fu Zheng's gaze remained cool as he focused on Bai Si Yin. Bai Si Yin, taken aback, exclaimed, Huh, with disbelief, feeling as though the blame for stealing lay on him. Fine, I'll leave. Once he stepped out, Fu Zheng closed the door, locked it, and folded his arms across his chest, his cold voice laced with curiosity. What were you hiding for? Wenli explained, I thought it was you, and I wanted to scare you. When I saw it was him, I felt it wasn't he right to come out. Hearing this, a flicker of amusement crossed Fu Zheng's features as he gently ruffled her hair. Let us go. I'll take you out for dinner. Just then, Bai Si Yin, still seated on the sofa, caught sight of them emerging and curiously glanced at when as expected. Fu Zheng showed no signs of displeasure. He clearly preferred those who could mask their true intentions. Fu Zheng turned to Bai Si Yin and stated plainly, Any matters can wait until the afternoon. All right, you're busy. Bai Si Yin waved them off. Once they left the office, Bai Si Yin sighed, realizing that Fu Zheng was, in essence, caught in Wenli's web. Remembering something, he pulled out his phone to dial, but was met with the cold, automated voice. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. He too was ensnared. The two dined on Western cuisine at a mall near the company. Wenli, knowing Fu Zheng was busy, refrained from bothering him further and suggested, You should head back to the company. I'll buy some things for my grandfather. And oh, hurry. I'll take you to buy a few outfits. Fu Zheng, devoid of sweet talk, was direct. Wenli could not help but glance at him, playfully asking, Should we get matching outfits? Fu Zheng responded with a nonchalant hum. Just then, a couple strolled by, hand in hand. Displaying their affection, he looked down beside him and then took Wenli's small hand in his, gently tightening his grip. This hand had held hers since childhood, but now it felt distinctly different. Wenli instinctively lowered her eyes, but quickly raised them to look at him, silently inching closer until their shoulders brushed against one another. After buying some items for Lu Zhongwei, they proceeded to browse for clothes. The sales attendant seemed to lack proper vision, or perhaps Fu Zheng's formal attire made him appear exceptionally mature. When it came time to check out, the attendant attempted to flatter them, though her words fell short. Your brother treats you so well. Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, She's my girlfriend. Wenli nodded in agreement from beside him, causing the attendant's expression to falter, realizing how youthful Wenli appeared. Here are your clothes, and we hope to see you again. However, by the end, her gaze lingered on Wenli, perhaps suspecting her to be a pampered college student. Fu Zheng lightly tapped the counter with his fingers, his gaze icy as he questioned, Is there something wrong with your eyes? The attendant's face blanched, and she quickly apologized. Sir, I'm so sorry. Wenli tugged Fu Zheng out of the clothing store. Once outside, Fu Zheng caught a glimpse of her. Coincidentally, she was also looking at him. He lowered his voice, addressing her with the seriousness of someone who had seen the world. In the future, when you're with me, you'll encounter situations like this. Given their age difference, there would undoubtedly be many voices and opinions, both good and bad, that I'm prepared for it, Wenli affirmed, her expression unwavering as always. Fu Zheng paused momentarily, but soon resumed his stride. Wenli delivered the items to Lu Zhongwei, but Steward Sun informed her that Lu Zhongwei had gone to the company and would not return until evening. She decided to hand the items over to Steward Sunday Grandpa. I bought 2 vests for you to wear when you go out in the mornings. It's been a bit chilly lately. All right, young lady, you're not staying here tonight? Steward Sun inquired kindly. I must go back tonight. I need to perform at the family gathering tomorrow, that I'll come back in the afternoon and stay for a few days. We have a 7-day break. All right, I'll ask the aunt to prepare some dishes you like. Young lady, you've tanned a bit from the military training, but you look healthy, Steward Sun remarked while escorting her out. Just as Wenli departed, Lu Zhongwei returned, and Steward Sun assisted him out of the car. The young lady just left. She bought you 2 vests and said she would return tomorrow afternoon to stay for a few days. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongwei sighed, lamenting, what luck I have, I'll go buy some of the young lady's favorite snacks. Yes, sir. This morning, Miss Wen stopped by. I told her you were at the company. Steward Sun replied. Lu Zhongwei's expression darkened slightly. What did she say? She mentioned she was worried about the young lady dating someone, Steward Sun answered. Lu Zhongwei scoffed. I see Wenli's reputation outside is poor. All thanks to them. Next time she visits, don't let her in. Understood. Steward Sun's eyes sparkled. He held no favorable opinion of Wenli, the one family residence. All the family members were at work, and after changing her clothes, Wenli settled at her desk to study. Around 6 in the evening, when Rong and 2 others returned home, the aunt immediately announced, the young lady is back. When Rong removed his suit jacket and handed it to Du Ying, instructing her to bring it downstairs, the aunt promptly ascended the stairs and returned a while later with Wenli, who caught the attention of all 3 seated on the sofa. Though it was her home, it felt as if she were the outsider. When Rong scolded, I heard you've been out overnight for several days. Who have you been fooling around with? He directly pinned the blame on her. Du Ying and Wenwan's behavior was largely tolerated by Wenrong, for he regarded her not as a daughter, but merely as a tool for taking over the one family. Wenwan gently advised, Dad, let us discuss this calmly. Don't be angry. Calmly. Do you think she'll listen? Wenrong retorted. Wenli, I see you've grown in body but not in mind. He pressed further. I am asking you, which man have you been fooling around with? Wenli met his gaze directly. Am I supposed to admit to that? Admit that I've been fooling around? Old Master Fu bought me an apartment near the school. Is that a problem? If you claim I've been out with a man, then I've been fooling around with my uncle. If you don't believe me, I'll call him. She pulled out her phone. But Wenrong immediately barked. No calling. Wenli retorted, you scold me whenever someone speaks ill of me. Don't you have the capacity to think? Maybe you should check your brain at the hospital tomorrow. With that, she turned and ascended the staircase. Wenrong furrowed his brow and then looked at Du Ying and Wenwan, admonishing, what nonsense are you 2 saying? Don't just listen to others. Du Ying's expression shifted, her eyes reddening as she replied, I only mentioned it because I was worried about her, and you blame us instead. Wenwan even suggested we speak calmly, she added, turning and leaving in a huff. Wenwan softly reassured Wenrong, Dad, it's all right. I'll go comfort my sister. You should go comfort Mom. She spent 2 hours making you chicken soup today. Wenrong sat on the sofa, rubbing his temples, and said to the aunt, prepare some dishes the young lady likes. Wenwan's hands clenched subtly, and after a moment of hesitation, she headed upstairs to Wenli's room. Once inside, Wenli closed the door and repeatedly patted her chest, winking at Wenwan as if she had escaped a near disaster. Sister, that was close. I almost got scolded by that old hag. Thankfully, I'm clever. He definitely wouldn't dare ask my uncle. After speaking, her gaze fell upon the warm face, and perhaps she never anticipated that she too would resort to the tricks they often employed. In her gentle and warm smile, there lingered a trace of reluctance as she reached out to gently pinch Wenli's small face. You've learned to lie now, which is not good. Please refrain from lying in the future. Regardless, your mother and I will always speak on your behalf. Wenli shook her head defiantly. I refuse. Old Duck's insults are unpleasant. Your father is merely concerned for you. If you come clean, he will not hold it against you. What were you doing out of the dormitory the other day? Wen Wan inquired. Wenli shyly replied, I was dating. His family is not well off, and he hasn't attended university. He's a bit older. The old duck will surely disapprove, so I'll tell him after a few years. Sister, he said he wants to marry me, she added, her face radiating innocence and longing. Wen Wan scrutinized her expression and eventually chuckled softly. As long as you are happy, it doesn't matter if his family is less fortunate. In the future, our family will support him. Sister, you are truly wonderful. Wenli could tell that Wen Wan felt a sense of relief. But if she were to discover that the old man was Fu Zheng, it would likely be more distressing than death itself. Wen Wan gently patted her hand. Let us go downstairs to eat. She then took her hand and led her outside. Once when Li was seated on the sofa, Wen Wan headed to Du Ying's room, and soon they emerged together. Wen Rong cast a glance at Du Ying, recalling something and asking, Has the young lady from the Zhou family sent you an invitation? Du Ying, clearly not angry with him, responded, I am not familiar with Mrs. Zhou. She is not easy to get along with. The Zhou family rarely hosts a banquet. Wan, could you ask Qin Feng if he can take us? Wen Rong needed to collaborate with the Zhou family for business, which naturally required building connections. Previously, they had the support of the Fu family, so business was thriving, but recently it had been less favorable. Wen Wan shook her head. The Qin family is not familiar with the Zhou family either. This time the Zhou family only invited those they are close with. Wen Li, leaning back against the sofa, interjected, Is it Zhou Qin? She invited me to her birthday party tomorrow. She did not look at Wen Wan and Du Ying, likely anticipating their frustration, as she effortlessly obtained what they desperately sought. This was just the beginning. Chapter 44. Fu Zheng, you are in a relationship instantly. Wen Rong's trio turned to her, and Wen Wan smiled gently, turning to explain, It's the Zhou family from Beihai. The young lady from the Zhou family has not appeared in Kyoto. She is said to be abroad. Initially, Wen Li was unaware that Zhou Qin belonged to the renowned Zhou family of scholars in Kyoto. It was only during the bar outing that she learned Zhou Qin had an older sister. Coupled with Zhou Qin's demeanor, which exuded an air of literary elegance, Wen Wan had likely guessed the truth. The Zhou family probably kept it under wraps for Zhou Qin's safety, considering there are many who wish to associate with them. Not fewer than the Fu family, its her, Wen Rong mused. Harboring an unfavorable impression of her friends' acquaintances, who were merely pleasure seekers and lacked diligence, she skeptically asked, When did you meet the young lady from the Zhou family? I know her, and so does my sister. We went to the library together. You instructed them not to bully one of my friends. Wen Li remarked, glancing at Wen Wan with a look of realization. Wen Wan, eager to cultivate good relations, would likely regret offending someone from the Zhou family. Predictably, Wen Wan's hand stiffened, forcing a smile. Is that so? I didn't pay much attention at that moment. The housekeeper entered, holding an invitation. Sir, miss, here is the invitation. Wen Rong, initially skeptical, promptly raised her hand, signaling for it to be handed over. Upon receiving the invitation, she recognized the distinctive design as belonging to the Zhou family. Only their invitations featured hand-painted ink wash illustrations, crafted by the patriarch of the Zhou family. Upon opening it, she indeed found Wen Li's name inscribed, affectionately referring to her as Li, indicating a close relationship between them. Wen Rong regarded Wen Li with a hint of unfamiliarity, realizing that she was not someone who lacked awareness of her status. The daughter of a prominent family was no fool and would not seek favor from someone of lesser standing. He handed the invitation to Wen Li, his tone gentle. Since you've been invited, you should go tomorrow. Do you have a gown? No, I'll buy one now, she affirmed. Wen Rong pondered for a moment and then turned to Du Ying. Go fetch that set of jewelry we photographed last time. That set of auction jewelry was priced over 60 million, a staggering amount even for families like theirs. That Du Ying's expression shifted, typically eager to provide for Wen Li. She clearly hesitated. That set is for Wen Wan's wedding. It wouldn't be right for her to wear it first. Surely, they will think we undervalue Wen Wan. She reasoned. It was evident that when it came to matters of wealth, the truth would ultimately surface. Wen Li shot a glance at Du Ying, feigning ignorance, saying nothing. We can buy another set later. Can you not discern the priority? With the Zhou family connection, business will improve significantly. Wen Rong admonished. Wen Wan's hands clenched tightly together before she quickly released them, tenderly advising Mom, let my sister wear it. It represents our family's image. Reluctantly, Du Ying stood to fetch it, soon returning with a sleek black box. Wenli reached for it, opening it to reveal a stunning necklace combining white and pink diamonds. The pink diamond pinned the size of a pigeon's egg, dazzling under the light. In her previous life, Wenwan had worn this at a jewelry on her wedding day, which had made headlines, proclaiming her as the granddaughter of the Liu family. That time, Wenwan had already claimed victory. "It's so beautiful. Thank you, Mom." "Thank you, Dad," she concluded, her tone tinged with reluctance. When Rome offered no further comment, merely advising, "When you visit the Zhou family, be mindful of your words and actions. Tomorrow, Wenwan will help you with your makeup and preparations." "Understood," Wenwan replied, her nails digging in her flesh, causing her some discomfort. After dinner, Wenli went upstairs early. Shortly after entering her room, a call from Fu Zheng came through, and she immediately answered, her voice filled with evident joy. "Are you off work? Are you coming to the Fu residence?" Fu Zheng inquired. "I'll be there shortly." After changing her clothes, Wenli set out. When Rong said nothing upon hearing she was visiting the elder Fu. As she stepped outside the Wen family home, she spotted Fu Zheng in a suit standing under the street lamp, evidently having called her as soon as he arrived home. The old man had once been quite resolute, able to endure a lot. She hurried over, ready to take his hand, only to hear Wenwan's voice call from behind, "Sister, shall I accompany you to visit Grandpa Fu?" Wenli immediately hugged her arms, rubbing her forearms together. "It's so cold." Wenwan, carrying items, saw Fu Zheng and greeted him. Uncle Fu Zheng cast a brief glance at her, saying nothing, while Wenli nervously rubbed her hands and touched her nose. Appearing somewhat guilty, there was a certain endearing absurdity to her demeanor. He stifled a laugh, removing his jacket and draping it over her shoulders. This gesture was not out of the ordinary, as Fu Zheng had always treated Wenli well, but she felt it inappropriate to accept his jacket. Reluctantly, she returned it. "I don't want it." Afterward, she glanced at his profile, only to see him place the jacket back on her. His cool voice carried a hint of reproach. Not listening, Wenli bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter. The old man was quite the performer. She pouted, "Old fossil," and then quickly stepped into the Fu residence. Fu Zheng paused, gazing at her disappearing figure. Muttering, "Old fossil," that moment, when Wan approached, apologizing on behalf of Wenli. "My sister has that kind of temperament. Uncle, please don't be angry." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, undeniably possessing a delicate beauty that few men could resist. She tilted her head slightly to look at Fu Zheng. Unfortunately, Fu Zheng did not even glance her way, coldly stating, "Who is your uncle?" When Wan's expression faltered, and in the next moment, the man strode into the Fu residence. By the time she entered, Wenli was already seated next to Elder Fu, inquiring about his health. The elder's face clearly exhibited familial warmth towards Wenli, causing Wenwan to unconsciously tighten her grip on the gift she had brought. Why did Wenli always effortlessly obtain what she desired? "Grandpa Fu, how are you feeling?" Wenwan asked softly. Elder Fu looked up, his expression slightly dimmed, yet still maintaining his manners. "I am well, but why are you visiting so late?" "You shouldn't come at this hour." His words implied that she was a guest. "Good. As long as Grandpa Fu is fine, I am relieved. It's getting late. I shall take my leave." After placing down the gifts, Wenwan turned to exit. Once outside the Fu residence, her expression turned cold, her demeanor twisted. She closed her eyes, slowly reopening them in the Fu family's living room. Wenli accompanied Elder Fu, walking a few circles together. Elder Fu could walk but struggled with his left arm. Since falling ill, his spirit had waned, and he retired to bed by 9 o'clock. Fu Zheng personally assisted him with bathing, as Elder Fu's wife was unable to support him. After half an hour, his white shirt was soaked through, the outlines of his abdominal muscles faintly visible. Meeting Wenli's gaze without pretense, he cleared his throat, maintaining a steady voice. "Wenli, come upstairs. I have something to discuss with you." Wenli obediently acknowledged, "Oh," and ascended the stairs under the watchful eyes of the housekeepers. The two entered the bedroom one after the other. Fu Zheng raised his hand to close the door, locking it with a click. His voice was cool yet slightly muffled. "Who is the old fossil?" Wenli explained. "I merely said it casually. Yes, that's so." Fu Zheng unbuttoned his shirt in front of her, slipped into his loungewear, and remarked, Am I that antiquated? Is it age or mindset? The age difference between the two was evident, and he certainly needed to make some adjustments. There was a hint of old-fashioned thinking. Wenli gestured slightly. Fu Zheng responded with an "oh," then walked over to her, bent down to gaze in her eyes, and lifted her chin. It's not that my thoughts are outdated. It's that you are too young. Wenli, if you were 3 years older, you ought to be lying in bed right now. Imagining that scene, Wenli silently covered her cheeks with her hands and muttered, Fu Zheng, you're shameless. Fu Zheng chuckled softly, leaned down, and finally pressed his lips against hers with a touch of assertiveness. Wenli was compelled to tilt her head back, her hands resting on his waist. After a moment, Fu Zheng released her, and the blush on her face, ignited by him, resembled the finest of artworks. His heart softened like clouds, and he gently patted her head, saying, Let us stay here tonight. Wenli nodded without reservation. Tomorrow is the birthday celebration at the Zhou family. Are you going? If you go, I will attend. Fu Zheng replied he had little interest in such gatherings, but with Wenli, it was a different story. Wenli adored Fu Zheng's overt affection. She embraced him tighter, her fingertips tracing circles on his lower back, and boldly asked, Fu Zheng, do you really like me? Fu Zheng's gaze flickered slightly. Yes, I like you very much. I like you too, very much, Wenli declared, raising her hand in a solemn oath. Fu Zheng, Wenli will never betray or change my heart. The man chuckled softly again, then swiftly lifted her into his arms and placed her on the desk. His hands braced on the surface. With a self-deprecating tone, he asked, What do you like about me? I'm old and dulled that moment. Fu Zheng resembled a big, loyal dog, and Wenli couldn't help but ruffle his hair. Her affection for him evident throughout. Afterward, she leaned in to kiss his eyelid, her voice earnest yet tinged with remorse. Fu Zheng, I'm sorry for the past. I was blind. Fu Zheng's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. His mature allure was undeniable as his gaze locked onto hers. It's I who failed to protect you. Wenli's eyes shimmered, her gaze lowered, and soon her profile pressed against Fu Zheng's. Feeling that it was enough, the next day, Wenli and Lin Baozhu planned to go to the Zhou family. The Zhou residence exuded traditional elegance, adorned with antique decor as they entered through the grand entrance. Zhou Qin lived in a separate courtyard filled with flowers and small pets lounging on the ground. It was Wenli's first visit to Zhou Qin's home, and she couldn't help but exclaim, It is so beautiful. Zhou Qin, dressed in her pajamas, ushered them in her room. Look at the dresses I got you. Do you like them? 3 blue evening gowns from the same collection caught their eyes. Lin Baozhu gasped, beaming, Qin, aren't you afraid we'll steal your thunder? Zhou Qin replied with a smile. Not at all. We'll all look beautiful together. Baozhu, you'll wear this poofy dress. You'll be a little princess. Li, you're tall and slender. This fitted gown is perfect for you. Lin Baozhu sighed with envy. I wish I could wear that fitted long dress, but it wouldn't suit me. Li. I envy your figure, no. I envy your face too. Zhou Qin added, I envy you both. Zhou Qin's evening gown was a more conservative long dress adorned with delicate sequins. This way, Wenli and Lin Baozhu wouldn't overshadow her. It wasn't that she minded, but she worried about what others would say to In truth, Lin Baozhu's family background was well established, so no one would dare criticize her. Only Wenli faced scrutiny. Aware of this, Wenli refrained from wearing the jewelry Du Ying had given her, opting for only a light touch of makeup. Even so, she remained breathtaking, her understated beauty captivating. Noticing her lack of accessories, Zhou Qin worried she might be looked down upon and retrieved a modest necklace from her drawer to lend to her. Li, wear this. I haven't worn it yet. Wenli shook her head, explaining, I can't wear it. Your family might think I'm trying to deceive you for your jewelry. She winked playfully at the end. Zhou Qin paused, realizing the potential misunderstanding. Then I won't wear it either. Wenli and Lin Baozhu chimed in unison. No way. Lin Baozhu removed her own necklace, insisting I won't wear it. Wenli found their insistence both amusing and heartwarming, saying, You both wear it. I'm fine without it. No. Lin Baozhu persisted. At 11 o'clock, the banquet commenced. Bai Siyuan and others had a good relationship with the Zhou family and naturally came to show their support. But they were surprised to see Fu Zheng there as well. The man donned a beige V-neck sweater paired with black trousers, striking a casual yet polished appearance. None of them wore suits. As it was a family gathering, after all, one couldn't exactly refer to them as Mr. Fu, Mr. Bai, Mr. Gu, and so forth. Lin Yichen gestured. Mr. Fu, what brings you to the banquet this year? You're in the mood. Am I not? Fu Zheng replied nonchalantly. He casually pulled out a chair at the table, and, as Bai Siyuan and the others intended to sit next to him, Fu Zheng placed his hand on the chair beside him, stating coolly, "There's someone there." Who? Did you successfully set up a blind date? Lin Yichen asked curiously. That Jiu Lianming and Bai Siyuan exchanged knowing glances, and upon seeing Fu Zheng's confusion, Bai Siyuan remarked, "Who else could it be? It must be his little niece." Lin Yichen's interest waned. I thought the iron tree had finally bloomed like tea that moment. A voice was heard nearby. The young lady of the Zhou family has arrived. Who is that girl beside her? Instantly, several men turned to look at the entrance, where 3 girls appeared, having transformed into enchanting young women through their grooming and attire. Fu Zheng's gaze remained fixed on Wen Li, who wore a strapless long gown, with a matching ribbon around her neck that floated gracefully as she walked. The thigh-high slit revealed glimpses of her long legs. She had truly matured, Bai Siyuan remarked. These girls have grown up. We are getting old. Lin Yichen's gaze shifted from Lin Baozhu to Zhou Qin, echoing, "Indeed, we are old." Fu Zheng picked up a nearby glass of red wine, tilted his head back to take a sip, and coldly stated, "Don't include me in this." Instantly, the 3 turned to him, for he was the least qualified among them to make such a remark. Although he wasn't the oldest, he certainly appeared the most mature. Gu Yiming raised an eyebrow, declaring, "Fu Zheng, you must be in love." As soon as he said this, Bai Siyuan and Lin Yichen looked at Fu Zheng, whose expression remained calm, seemingly unfazed by their speculation. Lin Yichen leaned on his chair, teasingly saying, "If Mr. Fu has found love, then we should all get married." Bai Siyuan wholeheartedly agreed for the first time. Exactly. However, instead of denying it, Fu Zheng crossed his arms over his chest, lifted his eyelids slightly, and replied coolly, "You'll be disappointed." Bai Siyuan exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Are you seeing someone?" "Jiang Shui, you two actually make a nice couple." But he was unsure how Fu Zheng had moved past Wen Li. It was best for him to do so. After all, their relationship had no future and would only drain Wen Li's energy while exhausting Fu Zheng. "No," Fu Zheng said, not revealing who it was, his gaze drifting to a distance where a girl was discreetly watching him, quickly averting her gaze as if afraid of being caught. A fleeting smile graced his lips, almost imperceptible. Lin Yichen inquired, "Who is it? Who could be better than Jiang Shui?" Objectively speaking, Jiang Shui excels in academics, looks, and comes from a good family. She is quite remarkable. That if you like her, marry her," Fu Zheng replied, propping himself against the chair, pulling out his phone to take a picture of Wen Li, holding it at eye level and calmly opening the camera. Fortunately, Gu Lianming and the others had no habit of checking each other's phones. Otherwise, his unguarded actions would have been revealed. Lin Yichen chuckled, "But it also depends on whether she is willing." Just then, Lin Baozhu's voice rang out, "Brother, hurry and wish Qin a happy birthday." The 3 who had been standing a short distance away approached the dining table, and Lin Yichen raised an eyebrow, teasing Zhou Qin, "Call me brother, and you'll get a gift." Zhou Qin's face flushed instantly, and she struggled to respond, prompting Lin Baozhu to playfully smack her brother on the back of his head, scolding, "Hurry up and give it to her." Her brother was utterly shameless, even attempting to charm an 18-year-old girl. No wonder Zhou Qin was smitten, Lin Baozhu added. "Which family allows you to hit your brother?" Although Lin Yichen said this, he was not angry. He retrieved a birthday gift from nearby and handed it to Zhou Qin, saying, "Happy birthday." Fu Zheng and the others also presented their gifts, and Zhou Qin expressed her gratitude, thanking Lin Gu, Bai Gu, and Gu Gu. When it came to Fu Zheng, she naturally addressed him as Uncle Fu. Fu Zheng lightly tapped his fingers on the chair, correcting her, "From now on, just call them whatever you like. Otherwise, you'll have to call me Uncle too." In the past, seniority didn't matter, but now it did. Wen Li shot him a glance, the thoughts of the older man glaringly apparent, and she raised her hand to touch her nose. Zhou Qin looked between Wen Li and Fu Zheng, conflicted. "I'll call you Li, or else it'll get confusing with the hierarchy." Lin Yichen playfully patted Fu Zheng on the shoulder, saying, "All right, don't scare her. She is timid." Call me whatever you want. You can even call us uncles. Fu Zheng replied. Lin Baozhu tilted her head and glanced at him, asking, so, what should I call you? Uncle brother. Lin Chen. Fu Zheng turned his gaze towards Wen Li, gently patting the adjacent chair, indicating for her to come and sit. Wen Li explained, we will join you after we help Qin Qin finish cutting the cake. Subsequently, the three of them walked towards the cake table, which was about 1 to 2 meters high, where a dozen members of the Zhou family were gathered, singing a birthday song for Zhou Qinqin. Wen Li's claim of not feeling envious was a mere facade. In the past, she had believed herself to be quite happy, although her family was not affluent. They provided her with a good life and love that it now seemed rather ironic. Wen Li and Lin Baozhu each carried a slice of cake, distancing themselves from Zhou Qinqin as the family still needed a converse. And they were ultimately outsiders. Naturally, Wen Li took a seat beside Fu Zheng with Lin Baozhu beside her. Wen Li had taken 2 spoons in total, one of which she offered to Fu Zheng. Gesturing for him to taste a bit, Fu Zheng accepted it. But just as he dipped it into the cake, he heard Bai Xian's voice beside him, stating, your little uncle doesn't like cake. He simply couldn't stand Fu Zheng's unconditionally submissive demeanor in front of Wen Li. No one would believe it if he spoke of it. The typically decisive Fu Zheng in business presented such a side in front of Wen Li. He was aware that he shouldn't be concerned with these matters. Yet he desired Fu Zheng to awaken to the reality that Wen Li was indifferent to him, to his preferences or aversions. Wen Li truly had no knowledge of Fu Zheng's distaste for cake. Instinctively, she reached to reclaim the spoon, but Fu Zheng did not let go. He scooped a spoonful and put it into his mouth, nonchalantly stating, I don't dislike it. Bai Xian was about to say something else when Gu Lianming kicked him, saying meaningfully, why are you meddling? You should focus on your own affairs, don't talk about me. You're the same, Bai Xian retorted. He had been shocked to learn a few days prior that Gu Lianming was gay, initially thinking he harbored feelings for them. However, once he learned the identity of Gu's partner, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, this person was far less decent than Fu Zheng. Liking the young was one thing, but to take action was another. The Zhao family was not to be trifled with. Known for never suffering losses, he was just waiting for the inevitable repercussions that a few seats at the table had emptied. And shortly after, several women arrived, all of them young ladies from affluent families. Wen Li noticed them glancing curiously towards Fu Zheng, and she quietly placed her hand on the back of Fu Zheng's hand beneath the table. In the next moment, with a thud, Fu Zheng's elbow bumped against the edge of the table while holding the cake spoon. Bai Xian, reveling in the situation, remarked, Master Fu, is the cake really that delicious? You seem quite excited. Fu Zheng couldn't be bothered to respond, scooping another spoonful of cake into his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the girl beside him with her head down. Her lips slightly curved upwards, resembling a cat that had just stolen a treat. Suddenly, he felt an urge to adopt a cat. After finishing their meal, Wen Li felt somewhat full and wanted to use the restroom. Instinctively, she stood up, saying, I'm going to the restroom. Fu Zheng had just stood up when he sat back down again. Upon her return from the restroom, 2 women cast a glance in her direction. Before she could utter a word, one of the women pulled out a necklace from her bag and threw it at her feet. And in the next instant, she approached, gripping Wen Li's wrist, and exclaimed, How dare you steal my belongings? Wen Li was taken aback, not expecting anyone to directly frame her in such a manner. IT wouldn't work on others, but for someone like her from a humble background, it was difficult to refute. The woman, Wang Ai, tried to drag her out, but Wen Li firmly stood her ground, reminding her, today is Zhou Qinqin's birthday. She had no intention of ruining Zhou Qinqin's birthday celebration. Unfortunately, that woman looked at her with disdain and quickly pulled her outside, shouting, Everyone, come here. This person has stolen my necklace, and I've caught her. Instantly, the guests turned their attention towards them, and Wen Li calmly asserted, I did not. Another woman, dressed in a light apricot-colored long dress, named Wu Qian, mocked, Do you think we would wrongfully accuse you? Do we look like the type to frame you? We certainly do not need that necklace. She added, But you, on the other hand, are devoid of any jewelry. Can you not afford it? Fu Zheng's group naturally noticed the commotion and immediately approached, coldly commanding, Let go. Wang Ai was startled and instinctively released her grip. Her expression stiff and somewhat suspicious as she glanced at Wen Li, wondering if there was a connection between her and Fu Zheng. In the next moment, Fu Zheng's icy voice continued. Why would a member of the Fu family steal your worthless trinket? At that moment, Zhou Qinqin and Lin Baozhu also rushed over, standing beside Wen Li, their eyes silently asking her what had happened. Wen Li shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She turned towards the crowd and raised her voice slightly. Call the police. Let's send the necklace for fingerprint analysis to see if there are any of my fingerprints on it. Let's determine who is framing whom, or if I am merely envious and trying to steal from you. Before anyone could respond, she took out her phone and dialed, saying, Hello, I want to report a theft. Someone is falsely accusing me of stealing. The two women clearly panicked, with Wu Qian hastily interjecting, Today is Zhou Qinqin's birthday. Please don't call the police. It's just a necklace. It means nothing to us. No, we must call the police. Such an incident occurring at my birthday party means the Zhou family bears some responsibility. Zhou Qinqin insisted. She genuinely believed in Wen Li's integrity. If Wen Li were the type to covet material possessions, she would not have rejected her proposal earlier. Moreover, Wen Li's little uncle was Fu Zheng, and the Fu family could easily provide Wen Li with far more than just a necklace. Zhou Qin, dressed in a sharp suit, approached, stating, My sister is correct. The Zhou family must take responsibility. We can wait for the police to arrive. How will this be investigated? The restroom has no cameras, and if she stole something, she surely wouldn't have done it with bare hands. She might have wrapped it in paper, Wu Qian argued defensively. Wen Li softly questioned, Did you witness me stealing with your own eyes? Or is it merely suspicion? Of course, we saw it with our own eyes, Wang Ai replied without hesitation. Wen Li displayed a faint smile, saying, Since you claim to have seen me steal, how would you know whether I used paper to wrap it or not? Wu Qian, sensing the trap, quickly changed her story. We saw you come out of the restroom with a necklace in hand. Oh, so I'm so foolish as to steal something and then parade around with it for others to see. Furthermore, are you implying that my hand was indeed holding the necklace? Wen Li paused and added, Then it can still be fingerprinted. With that, she spread her hands before the crowd, shaking them and stating, I am not wearing any jewelry on my fingers. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to perceive the inconsistencies. Casting strange glances at Wang Ai and Wu Qian, Fu Zheng, however, focused intently on Wen Li, his expression revealing a hint of intrigue. He understood better than anyone the transformation Wen Li had undergone. From an innocent child to a shrewd adult. What exactly had the Wen family done to her? His brow gradually furrowed. Wen Li continued, If there are fingerprints of mine on the necklace, I will not hire a lawyer and will willingly go to prison. If not, you have defamed me, and you will face imprisonment. Her words. Wang Ai and Wu Qian exchanged startled glances. Wang Ai attempted to ease the tension, saying, It's a trivial matter. If you didn't steal it, then you didn't. There's no need to make a fuss. We can give the Fu family some face. What face? Fu Zheng scoffed, retorting, The Fu family has never required anyone's favor, especially not from families of little significance. Just wait. Although Bai Xian was not particularly fond of Wen Li, he had watched her grow up and believed she would never resort to theft. She could simply ask Fu Zheng to buy her anything. Fu Zheng would likely go bankrupt before refusing her, that of course, such trifles would not be enough to ruin the Fu family's wealth. You picked the wrong target. Sorry, you just encountered a tough nut. Wen Li is our little niece. Are you implying that we cannot afford a necklace for her? Wen Li seldom attended parties, and since the Fu family had not formally acknowledged her as their little niece, many were unaware of her status. Had they known, they likely would not have provoked her. Old Master Zhou approached with his cane, angrily stating, The Zhou family detests these underhanded tactics the most. We must get to the bottom of this. For the first time, everyone stood in solidarity with Wen Li. In her past life, she had always found herself at a loss when faced with such situations, relying foolishly on warmth for assistance. She straightened her back. Suddenly, she felt warmth at her lower back, as a man's large palm gently rested there. Instinctively, Wen Li turned to the side, her eyes curving slightly in a smile. After a few minutes, the police arrived, sealing the necklace in an evidence bag and promptly sending it for forensic analysis. An hour later, the fingerprint comparison revealed no traces of Wen Li's fingerprints, only those of Wang Ai. Wang Ai's expression soured significantly. However, this evidence alone was insufficient to prove her wrongful accusation against Wen Li. After taking statements, the police temporarily departed. Naturally, Wang Ai and Wu Qian were the first to leave, followed by others dispersing from the venue. Once when Li changed into a different outfit in Zhou Qinqin's room, she apologized. "Qinqin, I'm so sorry." Zhou Qinqin shook her head, responding, "It has nothing to do with you." "But Li, you are so clever." "I was just thinking about how there were no cameras." Lin Baozhu nodded, saying, "I was worried sick earlier. Thankfully you were smart, otherwise you might have been trapped by them. Li, do you have any past grievances with them?" She inquired. "I don't know. Perhaps they are just envious of my beauty and grace." When Li joked. Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qinqin burst into laughter, and when Li glanced at Fu Zheng in the courtyard, surrounded by a circle of cats and dogs, likely familiarizing themselves with the sense, "I must take my leave now. Let's meet up again when time allows it." As she exited the room, she called out, "Fu Zheng." Fu Zheng looked over, and in the next moment he extended his hand. When Li hesitated for a moment, whispering, "That's too obvious." After all, she had yet to confide in Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin about this sudden hand-holding, which would likely leave them both in a state of shock. Fu Zheng wore a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth as he pointed to the bag in her hand. When Li, slightly flustered, nudged him lightly with her foot before quickly exiting the courtyard, while Fu Zheng followed her at a leisurely pace. Inside the car on their way home, Fu Zheng occupied the driver's seat, and when Li sat beside him in the passenger seat, she suddenly recalled something and glanced sideways, saying, "I didn't know you didn't like cake." After all, every year on her birthday, Fu Zheng would partake in her birthday cake, leading her to believe he enjoyed it. With one hand casually steering the wheel, Fu Zheng stole a glance at the rearview mirror, navigating the safe road ahead before turning his gaze to Wen Li. He uttered a statement devoid of any rhetorical flourish. "It suffices to accompany you as you grow. I merely do not have a taste for others' birthday cakes." Every year, he had never missed her birthday. Even during the years she spent abroad, he would travel great distances to deliver a cake and celebrate with her. At that time, she often regarded him as a meddlesome elder. The pang of emotion tugged at Wen Li's nose, and she spoke earnestly, "Fu Zheng, I will accompany you as you grow old." It was both her debt and her love. Chapter 46. The iron tree of her uncle blossoms this afternoon. Fu Zheng needed to visit the company. After spending some time with old Master Fu, Wen Li returned home to gather her belongings before heading to the Liu family. Old Master Liu, aware of her impending arrival, was engaged in a game of chess with Steward's son in the courtyard. Upon spotting her, he immediately rose, asking, "Have you eaten?" "I have. Grandfather and a friend is celebrating a birthday," Wen Li replied, approaching old Master Liu and glancing at his attire. She expressed her concern, "Grandfather, are you wearing a vest? It is still a bit chilly today. The young may overlook it, but the elderly must take care." Liu Zongwei chuckled as he unzipped his jacket to reveal a thin vest underneath. "I am wearing it. It keeps me warm." "Old son, let them prepare the meal." "Of course," Steward's son responded, pleased by Liu Zongwei's cheerful demeanor. He turned to Wen Li and reported, "Miss, you weren't here at noon, and the old master hardly ate anything." "Grandfather," Wen Li interjected sternly. Liu Zongwei chuckled again. "Eat a couple more bowls of rice later." Do you know how to play chess?" "I don't, but grandfather, teach me. I'm quite clever," Wen Li replied, taking a seat in Steward's son's place. "Your mother used to say the same," Liu Zongwei reminisced. Wen Li praised, "Mother must have been very clever." She paused and asked, "Grandfather, may I inquire why mother married Wen Rong?" At the mention of this topic, Liu Zongwei sighed, still harboring a tinge of self-reproach after all these years. "Your mother was in a relationship with the Wen family, but suddenly they parted ways without explanation. Less than half a month later, she announced her marriage to Wen Rong, and no matter how much she insisted, I should not have agreed. However, after marriage, Wen Rong did take good care of her mother, and despite knowing his motives, the Liu family was willing to assist him. He bore little blame towards Wen Rong. It was only when doing appeared that he felt a flicker of resentment. Liu Zongwei didn't care about his son-in-law's wealth or family background. He merely wished for him to treat his daughter well. Wen Li found it hard to believe that someone could marry another so soon after a breakup, if she were to part ways with Fu Zheng. She wouldn't be able to do so. No. She and Fu Zheng will not part. Liu Zongwei continued. Now that he treats you this way, the Liu family will not lend any support to the Wen family. Wen Li thought of a term to describe Wen Rong, a leech. Even if the Liu family refused to assist the Wen family, it was only while Liu Zhongwei was alive. Once he passed, the Liu family would effectively fall into the hands of the Wen family. This might explain why she would inherit the Liu family only to perish afterward. No one would care about the truth. Perhaps Fu Zhang would investigate, but it would undoubtedly cause him considerable emotional turmoil. Grandfather, you must stay healthy. Await the embrace of your great-grandchild. Absolutely. I shall maintain my health, Liu Zhongwei assured her. After dinner, Wenli sat on the sofa, keeping Old Master Liu company while watching television. She received a call from Wenrong, his voice laced with defiance. What is the matter? Where are you? Come home now. I'm at grandfather's, Wenli replied. Come back at once. Upon hearing this, Wenli surmised it was related to the events of the day. She said nothing but replied, All right. She knew what kind of scene awaited her, but she needed to see it clearly. Reminding herself to remain steadfast, she stood up, saying, Grandfather, I will return shortly. I'll accompany you, Liu Zhongwei insisted. Wenli, not wanting him to be aware of the situation, replied, Grandfather, please wait here for me. I'll be back soon. As she exited the Liu residence, a chill enveloped her, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Suddenly, Liu Zhongwei's voice called out from behind, Xiaoli, take a jacket. Wenli turned to see Liu Zhongwei handing her one of his jackets. Likely fearing she would find it uncleaned, it's clean, he reassured her. Wenli accepted the jacket, grateful that it was dark enough for him not to see her reddened eyes in the next moment. She embraced Liu Zhongwei tightly. Grandfather, wait for me to return. After she got into the car, Steward's son remarked softly, The young miss is becoming more like a lady. Liu Zhongwei shook his head, saying, No, she's not like Liu Muyu. I do not wish for Wenli to resemble Liu Muyu. Such a fate is unfortunate. The Wen family home. Wenwan was absent, leaving only Wenrong and Du Ying at the dining table. Upon seeing Wenli return, the maid hastily fetched utensils. Miss, she called, I've already eaten, Wenli replied as she settled onto the sofa, awaiting Wenrong to speak. After a moment, Wenrong stood and approached, retrieving a document from the drawer and handing it to Wenli. This is the settlement agreement. Please sign it. Wenli took the document and skimmed it briefly, looking at Wenrong with a questioning expression on her plain face. Why should I sign this? They're accusing me of theft. If I sign it, those unaware will think I am indeed a thief. Wenrong sat beside her, urging, the Wang and Wu families have both apologized. This isn't a significant matter. How can it not be significant? Is it honorable to have a daughter accused of theft, or have the Wang and Wu families offered you something of value? Wenli's blunt words caused Wenrong's expression to darken, but he frowned, saying, It might be a misunderstanding. There's no need to escalate matters. That Du Ying approached, attempting to persuade Wenli. Xiaoli, your father has his reasons. The Wang and Wu families are not to be trifled with. It may be better to settle this amicably. Wenli tossed the settlement agreement into the trash bin, her eyes reddening as she declared, Are you all bullying me because I don't have a mother? If my mother were here, she would never allow anyone to misunderstand me. With that, she stood and dashed away. Upon hearing her words, both Du Ying and Wenrong panicked. The former worried about her good mother image crumbling, while the latter feared the repercussions for the Fu and Liu families. Indeed, they had all taken advantage of her lack of a mother to bully and deceive her. If she had a mother, she would undoubtedly be a protected little princess. Du Ying reacted more swiftly than Wenrong, hastily pursuing her, but she was still a step too late. When they had already left in the vehicle, Wenli gazed silently out at the passing streetlights. After some time, she wiped her eyes. Finally, she tilted her head slightly, attempting to hold back the useless tears. She was simply grieving for the home she once cherished, not for them. Her phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was Wenwan calling. She pretended not to hear, as the phone continued to ring several more times. The driver, looking through the rearview mirror, noted that the girl was gazing out the window, clearly unwilling to answer, freshly off work. Fu Zheng stared at his phone screen. Still no one had answered. He frowned slightly and promptly headed to the Liu family home. A black car was parked outside the Liu residence, and the driver honked a few times, signaling not to park there. Wenli instinctively looked toward the front of the car, spotting a man standing at the door, phone in hand, his features illuminated by the light. A handsome profile. "Uncle, please stop here." Once the car came to a halt, Wenli flung the door open and hurried toward Fu Zheng, calling, "Fu Zheng." Fu Zheng approached her, wrapping his arms around her securely, his large hand gently stroking her head as he softly inquired, "Why didn't TU answer the phone?" Wenli instinctively reached for her phone, quickly remembering it was in the car. She explained, "I thought it was Wenwan calling, so I didn't pick up." When Rong asked me to sign a settlement agreement, Fu Zheng's brow furrowed tightly, his voice icy as he questioned, "Has he lost his mind?" Wenli smiled up at him, then nestled her head against his chest, stating the facts. "He simply doesn't love me." Her nonchalant tone tightened Fu Zheng's heart that he instinctively tightened his grip, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I love you." Wenli suddenly lifted her head, gazing deep into his earnest and profound eyes. Rising on her toes, she pressed a kiss to his cheek. Just as she was about to speak, a cough interrupted them, and they both turned to see Lu Zhongwei standing at the entrance. Observing them, Fu Zheng maintained a semblance of composure, though his hands awkwardly tucked behind his back. "Uncle," he greeted. When they corrected him, "You should call him grandfather." Fu Zheng's brow twitched involuntarily, and he glanced at Lu Zhongwei, who showed no visible reaction, likely deducing that Wenli had said something. "Grandfather," Fu Zheng finally addressed him. Lu Zhongwei gestured for the two to enter, and upon stepping into the living room, he turned to Wenli and said, "Xiaoli, could you please help me find the black box in my bedroom?" It was evident he intended to dismiss her. Instinctively, Wenli glanced at Fu Zheng, but ultimately placed her trust in Lu Zhongwei and made her way toward his bedroom. Once she had left, Lu Zhongwei turned to Fu Zheng and whispered, "What stage are you and Xiaoli at?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "I have no objections to you dating, but Xiaoli is still quite young." "I understand," Fu Zheng replied, his legs crossed and his hands resting on his thighs, that he added, "I will wait for her to finish her studies or pursue her passions." Lu Zhongwei nodded, having faith in Fu Zheng, yet expressed his concern. "Does your father know?" "Not yet. We'll discuss it once he recovers," Fu Zheng replied. Lu Zhongwei sighed, "There's no rush with your father. His health isn't great if you choose to pursue this. Do so earnestly. To be honest, I'm not entirely in favor of it. But when Xiaoli told me she has feelings for you, feelings akin to wanting to marry, you must understand." Fu Zheng pressed his lips together. Understood that moment. When Li emerged from the bedroom holding the black box, instinctively looking at Fu Zheng. Seeing his expression was unchanged, she turned to Lu Zhongwei and asked, "Grandfather, is this it?" Lu Zhongwei smiled and stood, clearly eager. "You found the black box? I can see you're quite impatient." After patting Fu Zheng on the shoulder, he added, "Feel free to visit whenever you have time. I shall rest now." As he entered his bedroom, Wen Li sat beside Fu Zheng, looking as though she feared he might be wronged. "What did grandfather say?" she inquired. "Nothing significant," Fu Zheng replied, suddenly reaching out to place his hand on her head. His gaze locking on her face. "We'll get married." Before she could fully process his words, he stood and said, "It's getting late. I should head back." "Wen Li," she uttered, quickly following with an "Oh," feeling reluctant. "Let me see you out," she offered. Fu Zheng smirked quietly, taking her hand and leading her outside for a stroll. Wen Li's eyes sparkled as she leaned against his arm. He was tall, and she barely reached his chin. They walked around the villa, and, just as they approached the car, Fu Zheng bent down to kiss her forehead. You need help with matters concerning the Wen family?" he asked. "No need. If I require assistance, I will let you know. I wouldn't want to appear overly ambitious," she replied. Noticing Uncle Zhang's gaze, she leaned closer to Fu Zheng and whispered, "Uncle Zhang knows." "All right, let's head back," Fu Zheng responded. He waited until she entered the Lu family home before bending down to get into the car. And as they drove out of the villa area, he said in a low voice, "For now, let's not mention this to the old gentleman." Uncle Jiang, finally coming out of his shock, agreed, understood at that moment. Fu Zheng's phone vibrated. He opened it to find a selfie from Wen Li. The young girl seemed oblivious to any shyness. She texted, "If you miss me, just look at me." Fu Zheng paused in silence, then opened the camera, raising his hand awkwardly. Clearly unaccustomed to such actions, he quickly snapped a photo of himself, not caring about its quality, and sent it to Wen Li. Unaware of the implications, Wen Li was momentarily stunned when Fu Zheng's handsome face filled her screen. lingering for several seconds before she reacted, covering her mouth with a smile. She glanced at the screen again, noting his awkward pose, yet undeniably handsome appearance. She dared not imagine how unnatural his selfie pose must have been. Reaching out, she touched the screen where his face appeared, then leaned in to plant a kiss on it, murmuring, "Admit it, you really like me." When she received no reply, Fu Zheng opened his photo again. Feeling he looked far from youthful and rubbed his temples, he regretted not having his assistant edit it. His long fingers tapped the screen a few times. Not interested? Simultaneously, when Li's message arrived. "Fu Zheng, you're so handsome," accompanied by a cheeky emoji. Fu Zheng felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, attempting to control his emotions as he looked out the window, only to chuckle quietly to himself. "Tomorrow, I'll let you kiss me." Later that evening, around 9 o'clock, at the Fu residence, Fu Yu accompanied the elderly Mr. Fu during his rehabilitation exercises. Holding a photograph, Mr. Fu addressed Fu Zheng. "Come here. The daughter of your Uncle Li's comrade is quite impressive, a literary soldier. Strikingly beautiful and capable." Fu Zheng approached and settled onto the opposite sofa. "No need for introductions. I'm in a relationship now." Both Fu Yu and Mrs. Fu instinctively turned to him, then cautiously glanced at Mr. Fu, awaiting the impending explosion of reactions. Mr. Fu, who had been weak, suddenly picked up the training ball and exclaimed, "What did you say? You're in a relationship." Following this, he burst into hearty laughter. "That's wonderful. Young people should date." "Excellent, excellent. Bring her home tomorrow." Fu Zheng replied calmly. "We'll discuss it after your recovery." Mr. Fu glared at him. "Are you trying to fool me? What's there to fool you about dating?" Fu Zheng reclined against the sofa and retorted, "Whenever you recover, I will bring her home." Mr. Fu nodded, realizing Fu Zheng had no reason to deceive him. "All right, I must recover quickly. I can't let my daughter-in-law see me old and frail, Dad." Fu Yu chided him gently, adding, "Don't talk nonsense. He can recover." Mr. Fu continued, "What about your daughter-in-law? What does she do?" "She's still in university." Fu Zheng replied coolly that Mr. Fu had no objection to her being younger, as long as she didn't mind Fu Zheng being older. "What is her name?" he asked. Fu Zheng shot him a glance. "Should I tell you to investigate?" Caught off guard, Mr. Fu coughed and quickly grabbed his phone. "I need to tell Xiaoli. Her uncle is blossoming." Chapter 47. Your uncle is a bull eating tendergrass. Just after Wenli finished her conversation with Lu Zhongwei and went upstairs, preparing to call Fu Zheng, Mr. Fu's call came through. Perhaps feeling guilty, her hand trembled slightly before she quickly answered. "Hello, Grandpa Fu." Mr. Fu's robust laughter echoed through the phone, his voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. "Xiaoli, your uncle is in a relationship." Clearly delighted. He emphasized again, stating, "ISNT, that's something special. They say she's a college student. Your uncle is quite the catch. Who knows what your aunt thinks of him?" Wenli fell silent for 3 seconds, took a sip from her cup, and finally replied, "Congratulations to Uncle. Your uncle won't bring her home just yet. He insists on waiting until I recover." "Xiaoli, what do you think your aunt likes?" "I want to prepare in advance." Mr. Fu's words brimmed with joy. Wenli couldn't fathom how furious he would be if he discovered she was his future daughter-in-law. But there was no turning back now. She couldn't let go of Fu Zheng's hand. She resolved to showcase her best self in front of Mr. Fu. "Perhaps Anne enjoys food," she suggested. The man beside Mr. Fu took out his phone, reclining on the sofa. Scrolling through snacks online, Mr. Fu appeared relaxed. "Food is plentiful. The Fu family has plenty of money." He then turned to Fu Zheng. "You shouldn't be stingy, be willing to buy things. Girls need to be pampered." "Understood," Fu Zheng replied, not lifting his head as he added item after item to his shopping cart. After a few exchanges, Wenli concluded, "Good night, Grandpa Fu." "Good night, Grandma Fu." "Good night, Fu Zheng." Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng slightly lifted his head and responded in a low voice, "Good night." Had it been anyone else, Mr. Fu would have been suspicious, but there was no need to doubt Wenli. "All right then, good night. Rest well," he said before hanging up. "Xiaoli is such a good child." He praised before standing. "Fu Zheng, help me outside for a walk. Once I recover, I can meet my daughter-in-law." Fu Zheng tucked his phone away and extended his hand to assist him. Mr. Fu, clearly eager, hadn't walked far before he began asking, "Does she have long or short hair?" Fu Zheng replied plainly, "Long hair is good. It signifies intelligence." Mr. Fu commented, clearly searching for compliments. He wanted Fu Zheng to know he was pleased with his future daughter-in-law. Bring her home quickly. How tall is she? Is she from Kyoto? If not, we can settle elsewhere. The Fu family doesn't insist on returning to one's roots, as long as they're the foundation. That's enough. Fu Zheng remained composed. She's about 167 centimeters from Kyoto. No need to move elsewhere. It's close. Mr. Fu was immensely satisfied. Good, good. Tell her we need you to take care of us. We have a maid. Once they stepped outside, Mrs. Fu chuckled, shaking her head. I wonder how he would react if he knew it was Shaoli. Yet, she felt reassured, as Shaoli had grown up before their eyes and was a good child. Fu Yu, reflecting on the situation, felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, pondering how to inform Mu Yu that her daughter had been swept up by Fu Zheng. This year, we should go together. That poor child has had a rough time, Mrs. Fu remarked with sympathy. After all these years, Fu Yu still felt a twinge of sadness. If given another chance, she would likely choose Shaoli again. Wen Rong did not wait for Wen Li's consent and took the initiative to reconcile with the two families. The next day, news of Wen Li allegedly stealing something flooded the media. The Wen family issued no statement, likely prioritizing their business over her. Surprisingly, she did not feel upset. Wen Li lay in bed, scrolling through her phone before tossing it aside, rising to wash up in the bathroom. By the time she descended the stairs, Lu Zhongwei had already left for the company. The aunt had prepared a lavish breakfast for her. After finishing her meal, she said, Grandpa's son, I'm heading to the library and will return before noon. All right, the master has an engagement at noon and cannot return, Butler's son explained. Wen Li nodded and replied, then please pack 2 meals for me to take to my grandfather. Understood, Butler's son acknowledged and subsequently arranged for someone to escort her to the library. After finding a solitary study room, she sat there for the entire morning. It was only when the 11 o'clock alarm buzzed that she finally rose and made her way downstairs. Outside, rain was falling heavily. The wide street damp, and the hems of pedestrians' trousers soaked. 2 or 3 people huddled under a small umbrella, chatting and laughing as they passed by. Wen Li pulled out her phone to call the driver. Uncle, please come pick me up. I'm at the entrance and can't get over because of the rain. The driver hesitated and apologized. Miss, I've gone back. Didn't President Fu come pick you up? Butler's son told me to return, saying President Fu would collect you. All right, then I'll call him. Wen Li began, but before she could finish, a shadow loomed above her. She looked up to see a black umbrella moving aside, revealing a man in a meticulously tailored suit, standing tall and straight. In his other hand, he held a beautiful pastry. Such a man as Fu Zheng would likely make those who admired him fall deeply in love, while others would find him utterly detestable. She grasped the umbrella, pulling it slightly in her direction under Fu Zheng's gaze to shield herself from the attention of others. In the next moment, she kissed Fu Zheng on the cheek, and, as his eyes darkened, he bent down to place a kiss on her forehead just as she was about to withdraw it. He was never one to shy away. It was merely his reason that kept him restrained. Let us go. They walked through the downpour, crossing the street toward the parking lot on the opposite side. Standing beside the car, Wen Li noticed that Fu Zheng's suit shoulder had already become damp. She reached out and patted it lightly, saying, It's wet. You should take it off. Fu Zheng responded with a hum, gesturing for her to get into the passenger seat. Wen Li, who had been eagerly anticipating the pastry, suddenly lost her patience and pointed at the treat in his hand, saying, Aren't you going to give this to me? Fu Zheng chuckled softly, explaining, It's not yours. It's for Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng was the son of Fu Yu. Only 7 or 8 years old. Fu Yu had no time to go out and buy anything today, so she asked him to run an errand. Wen Li covered her face and exclaimed, Oh, this old man has no emotional intelligence at all. Minus points, 100 points off. He quickly opened the car door and suddenly paused, noticing a bouquet of vividly colored flowers on the seat. She turned to Fu Zheng, her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked, This can't possibly be from Fu Sheng, right? It's yours, Fu Zheng affirmed. Wen Li hurriedly scooped it up, brushed her hands over it, and turned to Fu Zheng, saying, Fu Zheng, take a picture of me. She stood beside the car, tilting her head slightly and smiling, urging Fu Zheng to hurry. Bonus points, 1,000 points. Fu Zheng took out his phone, stepped back a bit, and snapped several pictures of her. Wen Li eagerly grabbed the phone to look at the photos, only to find that she looked shorter than her actual height of 1.60 meters, appearing as if she were 1.50 meters instead. Her face fell as she muttered, "Fu Zheng, do you even know how to take photos?" "Nope," Fu Zheng replied, pursing his lips. "I'll learn tomorrow." Wenli had been feeling a bit down about how short she looked in the photos. But upon hearing his words, she laughed. "Then you better learn well." The girl's expression was particularly animated at that moment, and Fu Zheng unconsciously bent down to look at her. Just as he was about to lean closer, a voice interrupted, "President Fu, what a coincidence to run into you here." Fu Zheng straightened up and looked in the direction of the voice, feeling a bit irritated, responding coldly, "Unfortunately, Kyoto is just this small." The young man approached, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Fu Zheng. "President Fu, our company is having a fashion show in a few days. Are you available to attend?" Fu Zheng took the cigarette, holding it between his fingers, and declined lightly. "I don't have time." "All right." The young man then glanced at Wenli, but he did not suspect her to be Fu Zheng's partner. Thinking she was perhaps a relative of the Fu family, "I'll reserve a spot for you. If President Fu has time, you can bring this young lady along to see the show. The clothes this year are quite nice." Fu Zheng merely responded with a faint acknowledgement, and the middle-aged man did not linger, exchanging a few words before departing. Just as Fu Zheng was about to say something, he noticed Wenli staring at the cigarette in his hand, and he instinctively tucked it away. He hadn't smoked lately, but there was no trash can around. Wenli spread her hands, saying, "Give me the cigarette." Fu Zheng frowned slightly, thinking she might smoke. Just as he was about to speak, he heard her softly say, "Smoking shortens your life. You're already 8 years older than me. If you keep smoking, I'll have a new husband by 40. She exaggerated the last part intentionally. Fu Zheng's brow twitched, and he pulled out the cigarette from his pocket, placing it in her palm. "I won't smoke anymore." Once they were in the car, Wenli casually glanced at the back seat, which was filled with several large bags of snacks. "Be safe," she asked. "Are these mine or Fu Zheng's?" "Yours," Fu Zheng replied. Sitting in the driver's seat, he suddenly remembered something and retrieved a black bank card from the car, handing it to her. "Spend whatever you want." Wenli took it with a hint of bashfulness, casting a glance at the man, realizing that older men tended to be more reliable than younger ones. After dropping her off at the Liu family's entrance, Fu Zheng drove off, as he had a meeting at the company that afternoon. After bringing the flowers and snacks in her bedroom, Wenli promptly headed downstairs to pick up the lunch for the Liu group. Yes, she rarely visited the company. The receptionist immediately stopped her, saying, "I'm sorry, but you cannot go up without an appointment." Wenli called Liu Zongwei, but no one answered, so she had to wait at the side. After a while, she saw Wenwan enter, carrying a thermal container. The receptionist seemed to recognize her and warmly said, "Miss Wen, the chairman is in a meeting. You can go right up." Wenwan nodded gently and, after walking a few steps, spotted Wenli sitting on the sofa. She immediately walked over in surprise. "Shaoli, what are you doing here?" Presumably afraid others would discover that she was Liu Zongwei's biological granddaughter. Wenli pouted, "I'm bringing lunch to Grandpa." The receptionist lacked insight, and when Wan said, "Sister, I'll go up with you." Meeting the receptionist's gaze, when Wan replied, "Sure, let us go." Wenli passed by the front desk. She childishly stuck out her tongue. "You're in trouble. I'll have Grandpa fire you later." It was merely a scare tactic, as she wanted to dismantle the facade Wen Wan was trying to create. Wen Wan paused her steps, looking at the receptionist, and said, "She's just joking. You can continue your work in the elevator." Wen Wan sneaked a glance at Wenli, who was slightly shorter than her. Even in high heels, this year her features had blossomed like a water lily, revealing an exquisite beauty in high society. A woman's appearance was a significant asset, especially when paired with a good family background. She would have no trouble finding a suitable partner. Clutching the thermal container tightly, she asked, "Why are you here to bring lunch to Grandpa?" Wenli replied earnestly, "I need to win Grandpa over. Otherwise, no one will have my back in the future." When Wan's expression stiffened as she peered at Wenli's reflection in the elevator doors, gently advising, "I heard from Mom that they were in the wrong. But they had no choice. Otherwise, others would make it difficult for us in business. I don't want to hear it." Wenli's expression was clearly still angry, and as soon as the elevator doors opened, she stepped out. Liu Zongwei was in a meeting at that moment, And when Lee observed through the glass door, seeing him among a group of middle-aged men, exuding an impressive aura, showing no signs of illness. In truth, he was the one truly suffering. Having lost his wife in his early years and his daughter in middle age, he bore the weight of a vast company without anyone to share the burden. He even had to worry about the future of his only granddaughter. Just then, Lu Zhongwei caught sight of her, and when Lee smiled at him, raising the thermal container to mime eating. Soon, Lu Zhongwei stood up and came out. His voice warm, "What brings you here? It's pouring rain today." Before Wenli could respond, Wenwan spoke up, "Grandpa, I made you some pork rib soup to warm your stomach." As she spoke, she patted her damp sleeve. Then she handed the lunchbox to Wenli, kindly stating, "My clothes are wet, so I want tea wait for you to eat. Grandpa, I'll go home and change. Sister, take care of Grandpa. Let him eat slowly." It must be said that Wenwan truly knew how to act. Her demeanor bore no trace of performance. If it weren't for Wenli seeing through her true nature, one might genuinely believe she was very caring toward her grandfather. In the previous life, Lu Zhongwei had not left the company to Wenwan, entirely because she possessed the Lu family bloodline. Had she not, she would have undoubtedly triumphed, in the office, when Li opened the 2 thermal containers and served a bowl of soup for Lu Zhongwei. As she was not petty enough to deny him the soup, Lu Zhongwei pushed the soup bowl toward her, saying, "Let us eat." When Li blinked, pushing the soup bowl back toward him, and said softly, "Grandpa, we can't be stingy. Free soup should be enjoyed." Lu Zhongwei chuckled at her. "All right, if it's free, then I'll drink." After sipping a couple of mouthfuls of soup, he remarked, "I saw the news today. I asked Grandpa Zhou about it. Wenrong is truly despicable." When Li let out a deep sigh, speaking earnestly, "Grandfather, could you promise me one thing?" Lu Zhongwei instinctively nodded, and when Li enunciated each word carefully, "From now on, please do not get angry over any matter. There is no need to worry about anything else. I will handle it." She paused for a moment, raising her hand in a vow. "I can manage the affairs of the Wen family. Trust me." The maturity of the 19-year-old girl was heart-wrenching. Lu Zhongwei felt an overwhelming urge to strip away the facade of the Wen family, pondering how they had treated Wenli all these years. Simultaneously, he loathed himself for having ever lost his temper with her. Before he could say anything, Wenli added a piece of meat to his bowl, saying, "Grandfather, you are my only family now. I only wish for your good health. When I get married, I want you to attend the wedding in place of my mother. She would be so pleased." Lu Zhongwei felt a lump in his throat, bowing his head and replying, "All right, I will certainly wait for that day." To tea that moment, when Li's phone rang, she glanced at it, and as expected, it was Fu Zheng. She answered the call, putting it on speakerphone and calling out, "Grandfather," seated in chair. Fu Zheng looked up and shot a glance at Assistant Su, saying, "You can leave now." Assistant Su nodded immediately, clutching the documents as he turned to exit. Once the door closed, Fu Zheng adjusted his tie uncomfortably and spoke in his usual tone. "Grandfather," Lu Zhongwei found it somewhat amusing. After all, people usually refer to him as uncle. If old Fu were to hear this, he could only imagine the scene that would unfold, a chaotic tangle of relationships. "Have you eaten?" "I just finished," Fu Zheng replied. After the two finished their exchange, Wenli turned off the speakerphone and brought the phone to her ear, saying, "I'll come and find you later. Is that all right?" Fu Zheng turned his gaze toward the window, where raindrops streamed down, and instinctively replied, "I'll come pick you up." "And no need. I have a car to take me," Wenli said. After their meal, Lu Zhongwei had work to attend to, so Wenli took her lunchbox and headed downstairs. Upon entering the lobby, she spotted a drenched Wenwan holding an umbrella. As soon as she saw Wenli, she hurried over, offering her the umbrella with a worried expression. "I just remembered you might not have brought one. Take this. I have things to do this afternoon, so I'm leaving now." It was clear she had an umbrella, but chose not to use it. It was an obvious act. Wenli lowered her gaze but quickly lifted her head again, saying, "Sister, your clothes are wet. Hurry back and change." With a playful glare, she added, "Sister, you're so foolish. The car can pull up right to the door. I don't need an umbrella." Wenwan chuckled, finally realizing, "Oh, I forgot. I just remembered you've had a weak constitution since childhood and shouldn't get caught in the rain." All right, my dear sister. You're silly. Just take the umbrella. Come home tonight. We haven't had dinner together in ages." Wenli shook her head reluctantly, saying, "I want to go back, and my friends are asking if I've stolen something." I didn't steal anything. I believe you that we shouldn't care about what outsiders say, as long as we conduct ourselves with integrity. When Juan reassured her, in the past, when Lee had shared this sentiment, believing that as long as she hadn't committed any wrongdoing, she wouldn't care what others said. That was only later that she realized when misunderstandings become widely known, they transform from mere misunderstandings into established facts. She remained displeased, saying, "My parents neglect me for their business. That's why I want to go home. I'm at grandfather's house. He has bought me many delicious treats. He is actually quite good to me." She intentionally revealed her perspective on Lu Zhongwei, hoping to elicit a reaction. Sensing the shift in Lee's thoughts, when Juan instinctively looked at her and almost whispered, "Didn't you say grandfather was strict with you? Aren't you afraid anymore? He isn't strict with me now. He said if I get accepted in a Jing University, he will reward me with a car." When Lee's little face radiated the impression that whoever bought her something was good to her, and this overt display would not raise when Juan's suspicion soon, she pouted again, saying, "I want to go back. They don't like me, so I want to like them either." "Nonsense. How could Mom not like you? Have you forgotten who picked you up from school all these years? Who bought you treats?" When Juan pressed on, "When there was something at home, you always got to choose first. You took the bigger ones while I took the smaller ones. One year, Mom braved a heavy downpour to pick you up and fell ill for a week. She can't control matters at the company. Just yesterday, she cried in front of me over it, saying it was unfair to you." As she spoke, she turned her head and sneezed. When Lee exclaimed, her expression turning concerned, "Sister, you should go back and change your clothes. You'll catch a cold. And I'll worry about you." "All right, I'll head back now," when Juan said as she turned to leave. When Lee looked down at the umbrella in her hand and quickly got into the car, heading to Fu S Group. Okay, the driver started the vehicle, but after a while, he kept glancing outside, sensing something was amiss. "Miss, there's a car following us." When Lee instinctively turned to look, behind them was a black compact car that was trailing them at a steady pace. After a moment of silence, she turned back and said, "Uncle, is there a way to get it to crash into us?" The driver, not just any driver, but a bodyguard specifically hired by Lu Zhongwei for her protection, glanced through the rearview mirror, hesitating slightly before saying, "It's possible, but I can't guarantee your safety. Mississippi, it's all right." When Lee fastened her seatbelt in the back seat, she wasn't reckless. She knew that both Lu Zhongwei and Fu Zheng's cars were equipped with high safety standards. And this was the busiest avenue in Kyoto, with a speed limit of 40 kilometers h. Besides, they might not have another chance to encounter these individuals. The driver remained hesitant. "Miss, you should listen to me. Nothing will happen, and I trust you," when Lee replied firmly. The driver said nothing more, and the next moment, the car accelerated noticeably, weaving through traffic, and soon made a sharp right turn, abruptly decelerating. The car behind them, caught off guard, crashed into their rear with a loud bang. When Lee was jolted against the back seat due to the inertia, but she was unharmed. Covering her forehead, she quickly exclaimed, "Uncle, call the police." The driver understood when Lee's intent immediately and rushed out of the car. This was the busiest street in Kyoto. Even if an accident occurred, the car behind them wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, the front end of the following car was entirely crumpled and unable to move. He called the police first and then dialed for an ambulance, before turning to the man who had emerged from the rear vehicle, asking, "What's wrong with you? Can't you drive?" After saying this, he took several photos of the car. Upon hearing the mention of the police, the man quickly suggested, "Let us settle this privately. There's no need to bother the police." At that moment, when Lee pushed open the rear door and stepped out, collapsing to the ground a few steps away, feigning injury. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Someone exclaimed, "Call an ambulance." The driver's face turned pale as he rushed over, but hesitated to move when Lee. "Miss!" Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of when Lee's eyes opening slightly before she quickly closed them again, and he felt a weight lift from his heart. Not long after, both the ambulance and the police arrived, swiftly transporting the individuals involved to the hospital. As they neared the hospital, when Lee opened her eyes, clutching her head feebly, and murmured, "I feel so dizzy. Am I going to die?" The nurse quickly reassured her. "Don't move. We're almost at the hospital." By mid-afternoon, in the office of Fu S Group, Fu Zheng checked his phone again, still without any news from Wen Li. Just as he was about to make a call, Assistant Su rushed in, not even bothering to knock. "President Fu, Miss Wen has been in a car accident. She's at the military hospital. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng sprang to his feet, striding purposefully towards the exit while repeatedly pressing the elevator button, as if one push wouldn't suffice. Assistant Su hurried to catch up, explaining, Miss Wen has regained consciousness, but her condition is still unclear. Please don't worry. President Fu Zheng rubbed his temples, stepping into the elevator with long strides, coldly demanding. Why do we find out only now? What were those people doing? It's my oversight. I was delivering documents and didn't pay attention to my phone. That I'm sorry, President Fu, Assistant Su replied, holding his breath. Fortunately, Fu Zheng didn't press the matter further. In the hospital. Wenli lay in a hospital bed with an drip, speaking to the driver. Don't tell grandfather just yet. I will explain later. The driver nodded, saying, Miss, the police have already taken your statement. The person responsible is a paparazzo from an unknown tabloid. Does he have insurance? Wenli asked quietly. Yes, but the coverage is low. The repair costs for the old Master S car alone are around 4 million yuan. And with your medical expenses, he'll have to pay an additional 200,000 yuan, the driver informed her. Wenli nodded lightly. All right, report the medical costs as high as they are. Just as she finished speaking, the door swung open suddenly, and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed across the floor. She looked up to see Fu Zheng. His meticulously styled hair disheveled, breathing heavily. She quickly said, Fu Zheng, I'm fine. Uncle, you can step outside, she added. Once the driver exited and closed the door, Wenli propped herself up to sit, but a large hand pressed down on her shoulder. Sternly instructing, lie down. Resigning, Wenli lay back down, grasping his hand with her uninjured arm, softly explaining, I'm all right. I was just pretending. She continued, on the way to your company, a car was following us, and I asked Uncle to find a way to make it crash into us. Upon hearing these words, Fu Zheng's gaze sharpened, and he coldly reprimanded, Nonsense. Do you have any idea how perilous this is? Wenli cautiously nodded, I understand, but if I miss this opportunity, I may never find another. Besides, my grandfather's car has a high safety rating. There won't be any life-threatening danger. Will there not? Are you a deity? Fu Zheng maintained his stern expression, clearly perturbed. Wenli grasped his long fingers with her small hand. Her face adorned with an irresistible charm. I am not a deity. I am your girlfriend, Fu Zheng. I would never risk my life. I haven't even shared a bed with you, yes, she spoke. Her demeanor turned serious. Nodding earnestly, Fu Zheng's chest visibly rose and fell. But eventually, he calmed himself. Sitting at the edge of the bed, his voice took on a grave tone as he warned, if this happens again, we will break up. Wenli, hearing a man threaten a woman with separation for the first time, felt an odd sense of intimidation. She vowed never to part with him in this lifetime. She obediently nodded, promising it wouldn't happen again, before adding cheekily, whoever breaks up first is a dog. Fu Zheng, still anxious, ventured to the doctor's office, where it was confirmed that there were no issues. She was merely shaken and would be discharged shortly. An hour later, the two emerged from the hospital in the car. Wenli noticed Fu Zheng had remained silent, so she sneakily scratched his palm. The man clasped her hand in his, tightening his grip slightly. Wenli could distinctly feel the cold sweat in his palm. Casting a glance at Assistant Su in the front seat, she boldly leaned in and quickly kissed Fu Zheng, meeting his gaze. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She was about to murmur an apology when her face was suddenly cupped, and her lips tingled as she leaned back uncontrollably. Assistant Su swore he would never forget this. He glanced in the rearview mirror, stunned at it was 2 glances. He forced himself to focus on driving, bewildered by how the CEO had just kissed Miss W.T. the Liu residence, upstairs in the bedroom. Wenli insisted she was fine, yet Fu Zheng still insisted she rest in bed, sitting beside her in silence while peeling fruit. Wenli observed him. The tingling sensation from the car ride lingered. The older man was not as rigid as he seemed. He merely restrained his impulses to the utmost. How will you explain this to Assistant Su? She queried, recalling how Assistant Su had looked when they exited the car. Utterly shocked. After all, there had been no transition in his perception, as he had witnessed them leap from uncle and niece to lovers. She felt a twinge of guilt for him. Fu Zheng remained composed, continuing to peel the apple as if he were bound by an obsession, the skin remaining unbroken throughout. He handed her a piece. Why should we explain? If we don't, he might think you were taking advantage of me. When Li replied, candidly, Fu Zheng lifted his gaze to meet hers, and she smiled at him, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, clear and bright. It was maddening yet disarming. In the future, consult me before doing anything. Otherwise, I will directly take action against the one family. Wenli munched on the apple, offering no resistance. All right, I promise to consult my boyfriend from now on. By the way, I will contact that person tomorrow. Is that all right? Fu Zhang seemed to have no resistance to the term boyfriend, his demeanor softening slightly. Send me the time and place. Yes, boyfriend. Wenli saluted him playfully. Fu Zhang chuckled softly, handing her another slice of apple. As she bit into it, he gently stated, girlfriend. To be honest, Wenli had not anticipated Fu Zhang would indulge her in uttering those 3 words. After all, he had always been the serious type since childhood, rarely revealing his true self. Even she seldom witnessed this side of him, leading her to perceive him as an ancient relic, old yet valuable. She gazed at him, and Fu Zhang, noticing her stare, popped a piece of apple into his mouth, his eyes twinkling with amusement. She had intended to seduce the older man, but found herself entrapped instead. Her heart raced, and her mind began to spin. Indeed, the older man was merely aged, in every other aspect. He remained youthful, that it was not, until Lu Zongwei returned home, that Fu Zhang finally stood to leave. Upon learning of Wenli's accident, Lu Zongwei's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could speak, Wenli interjected. Grandfather, it was a ruse. I intentionally let the car hit me. That vehicle was likely sent by Du Ying and her crew. Lu Zongwei erupted in fury. Are they taking advantage of the Lu family's absence? I am still alive. This is simply intolerable. I will have someone reclaim the Wen family property immediately. Wenli quickly soothed him. Grandfather, please don't be angry that I have a plan to deal with them. I will ensure they spend their lives in prison. She intended to gather enough evidence to keep them incarcerated for life. Upon hearing this, Lu Zongwei gradually calmed, scrutinizing her closely. Are you truly unhurt? I am fine, Wenli affirmed earnestly. Just as Lu Zongwei began to relax, his gaze fell on her slightly swollen, reddened lips, and he asked with concern, Did you hurt your mouth? Wenli paused, then awkwardly turned her head. Fearing his worry, unwilling to lie, she whispered, Your granddaughter-in-law kissed me. Let me tell you something amusing. I've been feeling unwell, and I've undergone numerous tests without discovering the cause. Today, I went for a psychological evaluation, thinking it must be anxiety or depression. An aunt accompanying me kept comforting me that I was prepared for the worst. If Xie Huai could recover, so could I, as long as we could pinpoint the issue. Yet, I found out I have neither anxiety nor depression. Chapter 49. Fu Zheng, accompany me in infidelity. Lu Zongwei, perplexed, wondered who Wenli resembled, so bold and unashamed. Her mother had been discreet in her youth. He playfully chided her, girls should be a bit more reserved. Wenli nodded earnestly. Rest assured, grandfather, Fu Zheng is certainly more reserved than I am. Lu Zongwei believed this wholeheartedly, having witnessed Fu Zheng's proper demeanor grow up. No scandalous behavior, unlike other young masters who were steeped in gossip after reaching adulthood. Next time, do not take such risks. What if something truly happens? All right, I won't do that again, Wenli agreed. After Lu Zongwei exited the room, Wenli took out her phone to call Fu Zheng. The phone rang only a few times before it connected. Are you home? Fu Zheng's voice was accompanied by noise, clearly not at home. No. Wenli straightened her posture. Did you go out for drinks? Yes, Bai Siyuan is heartbroken to know. Has he started dating again? Fu Zheng maneuvered through the crowd, finally pushing open the door to the private room. His gaze landing on a drunken man, succinctly stating he failed in his pursuit. Jian Ningxue? Wenli was somewhat curious about the relationship between Jian Ningxue and Bai Siyuan. It was hard to fathom how a notorious playboy like Bai Siyuan could be pursued by someone like Jian Ningxue. It wasn't that Jian Ningxue was undesirable, but rather that women like her were often surrounded by admirers. It would be far more challenging for Jian Ningxue to win Bai Siyuan over than for her to claim Fu Zheng's affection. Fu Zheng merely acknowledged her, settling into a booth without offering comfort. Wenli could surmise what he meant. Bai Siyuan likely didn't want to break up, yet his pride prevented him from saying so. It was understandable. Given Bai Siyuan's status, he had to maintain appearances. However, in matters of the heart, Those who try to save face often end up suffering the most. As for her, she would never hold back. She enjoyed leaning on Fu Zheng. Oh, that serves him right. Fu Zheng chuckled softly, and his laughter inadvertently provoked by Si Yuan, who looked up at him, visibly agitated. Fu Zheng, what are you laughing at? You are no better than I am. You like Wen Li, but don't dare to admit it. I was just rejected when I suggested a reconciliation. Her refusal is her loss. Why does she get to reject me? Fu Zheng heard Wen Li's amused laughter echoing in his ear. So he decided not to hang up, holding the phone in his hand without bothering to engage with the emotionally wounded man, simply agreeing, it is indeed her loss that I have wealth and status. I am young and thriving. Just as Wen Li was absorbing this, the call abruptly ended, clearly because some older man wished to shield her from hearing more. After hanging up, Fu Zheng fixed his gaze on by Si Yuan, who was flushed and ranting, what man in this world is better than me? After breaking up with me, she will never find a better man. She once claimed to love me, but now she says seeing me make her want to vomit. Women are no good. She is a good person. By Si Yuan chugged from a bottle of red wine, his expression despondent. It was evident that he was deeply wounded. Perhaps this was the greatest setback in his life. Just as Fu Zheng was about to speak, his phone lit up with a new message. Fu Zheng, please drink less. I want to grow old with you. Dancing in the square. Surely, you wouldn't want to sit in a wheelchair. Watching me dance with other old men, would you? One can almost envision the charming and lively figure of Wen Li at this moment, her lips curving into a smile as she prepares to respond to a message. Just then, Bai Xiyin suddenly shouted, Fu Zheng, what are you doing? Fu Zheng merely cast a fleeting glance, retorting, you're heartbroken. While I'm in love, it doesn't affect either of us, under the influence of alcohol. Bai Xiyan's reactions were delayed, and it took him half a minute to respond. Stop showing off. If you have the ability, try dating Wen Li. The destructive power of a white moonlight is beyond your estimation. Fu Zheng, uninterested in engaging further, lightly tapped on his screen to reply. All right, he stood up, tucked his phone away, and casually said to Bai Xiyin, you keep drinking. I'm going upstairs to work out. Bai Xiyin looked at his retreating figure, perplexed, before raising his glass to take a sip of red wine, thinking, why not? After a while, he took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. I'm about to drink myself to death. Are you getting back together or not? Where am I? I'm up in the sky drinking. If you're not getting back together, I'll descend to endure tribulations. Thankfully, Fu Zheng had just left. Otherwise, if he got drunk, someone would have to recount his escapades, and the next day, he should indeed find a place to face his tribulations. The next day, at 10 in the morning. In a private hospital room, Wen Li lay in bed wearing a hospital gown, gazing at the paparazzi not far away. She touched her head and exaggeratedly said, my head is so dizzy. The paparazzo looked apologetic and said, Miss Wan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. The compensation amount is too much. I can't afford it, and I have children in school. The bodyguard, Chi Yuan, saw him trying to approach and quickly stepped in to block him. Wen Li continued to clutch her head, saying, my head hurts so much. After a moment, she turned to the paparazzo and instructed, all right, take out the voice recorder from your pocket. She, of course, had no idea whether he had a recorder on him, but it was highly likely that someone in his profession would. The paparazzo stiffened. I don't have one. However, Chi Yuan had already stepped forward to search him, and indeed, he found a voice recorder, which he tossed to the ground and crushed underfoot. First the soldier, then the courtesy, he stated. Wen Li slightly propped herself up, tilting her head to look at him. I know you didn't mean to bump into me, but you certainly intended to follow me. I can let you off the hook for the compensation. I believe you understand what I mean. She knew that if it weren't for Du Ying's reluctance to pay this sum, the paparazzo Wen Ti have sought her out. That a few million was not a small expenditure for Du Ying. After all, her card was a supplementary card of Wen Rong's. The paparazzo, holding a fruit basket, was a man in his 30s, already with a family and children. Even selling his house Wen Ti cover a few million. Miss Wen, what do you mean? I can not only let you off the hook for the compensation, but also offer you money. Wen Li continued without looking at him. If I provide the police with the dashcam footage and insist that you were stalking me, it wouldn't be a mere car accident. It would be murder. The paparazzo immediately denied. I didn't stalk you. Wen Li responded with a nonchalant "oh," then turned to Chi Yuan. How much is the daily cost of the hospital room? Chi Yuan said nothing. Instead, Ret Fu, you cast a meaningful glance at Fu Zheng before taking Li Wenqing's hand and saying, "Darling, why don't you sit with me and help me peel the shrimp?" Xiao Sheng, come sit here, be obedient. Reluctantly, Fu Zheng complied and nestled beside them. The elderly Mr. Fu, feeling sympathy for his little grandson, shot a glare at Fu Zheng, exclaiming, "What harm would it do to let him have a turn?" "Will it kill you?" Fu Zheng replied indifferently. Mr. Fu, observing the two, restrained a chuckle. The Fu family had a custom of dining in silence. After about 20 minutes, the gathering dispersed, as soon as when Li ascended the stairs. Fu Zheng followed suit, skillfully and naturally retrieving clean sheets and pillowcases from the cabinet to change, before heading off to freshen up. Standing beside him, when Li suddenly blurted out, "Fu Zheng, why don't you help me cheat?" Capturing photos with a boy was simple, yet she did not wish for this to affect her relationship with Fu Zheng. The best approach would be for Fu Zheng to assist her in capturing a few couple photos. Naturally, the first step would be to discard his stiff suit. "What do you mean by cheating?" Fu Zheng paused, tilting his head to gaze at her with a calm yet dangerous glint in his eyes. It seemed that if her next words displeased him, he would likely make her uncomfortable. His demeanor remained stable. "Warmth wants to take pictures of me and my boyfriend," she explained. "I told her I have a boyfriend who didn't attend college and works outside." When Li, quick to clarify, was relieved by Fu Zheng's softened gaze. "How do you want to cooperate?" He inquired. "Do you have any inexpensive clothes?" Upon uttering this, when Li realized the futility of her question and quickly added, "Forget it. Even your cheapest clothes don't resemble those of a working-class individual. I'll buy you 2 sets of inexpensive clothes tomorrow." "All right," he agreed. Once Fu Zheng had finished changing the sheets and noticed her beautiful eyes fixed on him, he felt a tickle in his throat and approached her. Under her gaze, their lips met as softly as snowflakes landing upon petals, trembling gently. The man's large hand encircled her waist, and in the next moment, her body was lifted, settling securely on the desk behind them. This desk had been meticulously chosen by Fu Zheng for her studies, yet now it served to facilitate their kiss. When Li's face flushed, her hands pressed against the table as she tilted her chin up, responding shyly yet boldly. If her silence was manageable, her response ignited a flame within her. Fu Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, tinged with a hint of aggression. When suddenly a knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Mr. Fu's voice. "Fu Zheng, your phone is ringing." In recent days, to help Mr. Fu regain his strength, he had been assigned minor household tasks. Upon hearing his voice, Wenli startled and immediately attempted to push Fu Zheng away, yet he remained as immovable as a mountain. Unable to restrain herself, she thumped his chest, exclaiming, "Let go! I don't want Mr. Fu to catch us." After half a minute, Fu Zheng finally released her, his voice raspy with satisfaction, assuring her he won't come in. Wenli felt as though she were ablaze, hearing Mr. Fu's voice again. "Fu Zheng, your phone is ringing. How come someone your age has such poor hearing?" "Coming," Fu Zheng replied, gently setting Wenli down, and in the next moment, she resembled a frightened kitten, darting into the bathroom to hide. "How absurd," he chuckled softly, leisurely opening the door to retrieve his phone from Mr. Fu. "What has to hurry?" "I'm in the restroom." Mr. Fu shot him a disapproving glance, instructing, "Little Li is now an adult. Be mindful of your actions. If she needs to use the restroom, let her do so in your bedroom. Men are prone to illnesses. Don't infect little Li." He added, "If you can't hold it, just sit." Fu Zheng nodded, signaling that Mr. Fu could head downstairs. Mr. Fu then remarked, "Let us take a stroll downstairs. I feel I'm recovering well." "You go ahead. I need to speak with her for a moment," Fu Zheng replied, turning to enter the bedroom. Just as he was about to close the door, Mr. Fu nagged, "Leave the door open. What if the housekeeper sees and starts gossiping?" After he finally descended, Fu Zheng waited for 10 minutes before when Li emerged slowly, finally collapsing onto the bed and pulling the covers over herself, declaring, "I'm going to sleep." "Okay," Fu Zheng responded, bending down to adjust the blanket's corners before slightly closing the window, a smile tugging at his lips. "Do you want me to keep you company tonight?" Under normal circumstances, Wenli would have requested his company, yet today she felt a touch of shyness. Pulling the covers over her face, she muttered, "No need." The older man was not merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was a cunning gray wolf. Hearing the door open and close, she sighed in relief. peeking from beneath the covers to find him standing quietly by the door. His deep gaze alight with amusement, as if teasing a child. Unable to contain her laughter, she remarked, "Fu Zheng, you're so childish." Fu Zheng chuckled again, saying, "My door isn't locked. Feel free to come in whenever you wish." With that, he opened and then closed the door again. Immediately, Wenli rolled over in bed, grumbling, "Naughty man. Why must I be the one to initiate? Can't he take the initiative to sleep with me?" Downstairs, Fu Zheng ambled alongside Mr. Fu, who scrutinized him, asking, "Do you think I've recovered?" Straining to lift his hand but failing midway, he added, "I'm not a 3-year-old." Fu Zheng gestured for him not to try to deceive him. Mr. Fu, frustrated, let his lips droop. What son refuses to bring his girlfriend home? He threatened, "If you keep fooling me, I'll skin you alive." Fu Zheng grasped his slightly unsteady body, stabilizing him as he assured, "You LLC her during the new year." Receiving this confirmation, Mr. Fu was satisfied, replying, "All right, I'll see her then." Suddenly, his attention shifted to Fu Zheng's lips, which appeared somewhat unnaturally swollen under the light. "Why is your mouth swollen? Haven't you seen a doctor?" Fu Zheng halted, responding coolly, "Haven't you ever been in love?" Mr. Fu pondered this for a moment, then continued walking. Suddenly, thunder roared, illuminating the dark sky with flashes of purple light. Fu Zheng paused. Squatting down and urging, "Get on." Mr. Fu looked taken aback, replying, "I'm not worried. Thunder 1T bring rain immediately." But before he could finish, Fu Zheng had hoisted him onto his back and was striding homeward. Causing Mr. Fu to feel slightly uncomfortable yet quite pleased, he chuckled, "You cheeky boy. You often argue with me, but you still care when it matters." A few minutes later, they entered the Fu household, where onlookers initially thought Mr. Fu had fallen. "What happened?" Mrs. Fu immediately stood up. Nothing. I'm just worried about the rain." Mr. Fu dismounted from Fu Zheng's back. In the next heartbeat, Fu Zheng dashed upstairs. Mr. Fu, realizing the truth, felt a twinge of jealousy. Thinking, "I thought he was worried about me getting wet. Turns out he's concerned about little Li." He mused that it was good. He would take care of the child. Meanwhile, in the living room, Fu Yu and Mrs. Fu exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. Fu Zheng was not bringing home a child, but a wife. Upstairs, Fu Zheng pushed open Wenli's bedroom door, switching on the light only to find it empty. He strode towards the bathroom, but still no one was there. Turning back to his own room, he found the light already on, the covers slightly disturbed. Closing the door behind him, he spoke in a low, soothing tone, "I'm back." Moments later, a head peeked out from under the covers. Wenli's hair was tousled, sticking to her face. She blinked and said, "I'll keep you company while you sleep." A smile flickered across Fu Zheng's features as he moved to the window, drawing the curtains. "All right, sleep now." Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder startled Wenli, who jumped from the bed and dashed into Fu Zheng's embrace. Fu Zheng covered her ears with his hands, only releasing her once the thunder subsided. "It's over," he assured her, though Wenli had made a concerted effort to appear mature and unafraid. In Fu Zheng's presence, she felt no need to hold back. Nestled in his arms, she listened to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat and quietly confessed, "Do you know why I fear thunder?" Fu Zheng didn't delve into the matter. He simply remembered that Wenli had been afraid of thunder since she was very young, assuming it was merely a sign of her timid nature. "Why," she recounted, "in elementary school, someone took the toy you bought for me. They bullied me, hitting me. That day the thunder roared, and I hid in a corner crying, calling for you many times." Wenli's memory of the incident had grown somewhat hazy. It occurred so long ago, and she couldn't comprehend why classmates had bullied her, taking her belongings. That time, warmth had always appeared to protect her, making her dependent on him. Reflecting now, perhaps she had inadvertently incited others to bully her. It was likely from that moment onward that she began to distance herself from Fu Zheng, for he had not been able to protect her. Fu Zheng's brow furrowed tightly. He had assumed she grew up without being bullied, only to learn she had indeed suffered. Before he could utter a word, the girl in his arms murmured, "Fu Zheng, I'm too easy to deceive. They set traps for me since childhood, all for money. Showing me no love. I once loved them dearly." Fu Zheng tightened his embrace, bending slightly to comfort her softly. "It's their loss. It's not your fault that I know. It's not my fault. It's their misdeeds." Just a moment ago, the ailing Wenli lifted her head and smiled at him, saying earnestly, "Fu Zheng, do not pity me." She did not seek Fu Zheng's sympathy. Rather, she wished to share her experiences with him. No pity, she insisted. That Fu Zheng reached out to gently stroke her head. The following day, bright and early, Fu Zheng headed to the office while Wenli lingered at the library until noon. After a casual lunch outside, she wandered into a quaint old street bustling with life that a glance revealed signs of clearance sales, rock-bottom prices, buy one get one free, buy one get two free, the lowest prices in history. She chose a store offering buy one get two, where a cheerful Annie exclaimed, "Little sister, are you buying clothes? Look, this is the new style for this year. Princess style, lowly style, mature style. You would look stunning in a dress." Wenli quickly waved her hand. "I am not buying for myself. I'm shopping for my boyfriend, who is about 186 centimeters tall and weighs around 150 j. I end at D. Oh, you have a suitable size for that black hoodie?" "Yes, we have all sizes. Nowadays, girls are considerate of their boyfriends. This black one is excellent, imported from abroad, priced at 88 yuan, buy one get two, and the quality is superb." The Annie showcased the garment's quality. Wenli no longer anticipated exceptional quality at this price, and inquired further, "Is there a pair of pants included?" "Ah, yes, you can choose. This hoodie pairs well with these jeans." The Annie promptly selected a pair of pants for her. Wenli found the combination satisfactory, nodded, and pointed to a black hat. "Can you throw this in as well?" "All right, but if I include this, I can't offer anything else," the auntie replied cheerfully. Wenli discerned the hint of being overcharged in the auntie's enthusiasm. But since her boyfriend was affluent, she felt it was all right for the auntie to profit. She picked out two more outfits, as if to revamp her less fortunate boyfriend's wardrobe. After purchasing the clothes, she also bought a few stylish hats, 3 for 10 yuan. As Fu Zheng's workday drew to a close, Wenli went directly to his company. Presumably, Assistant Su had advised the front desk, as they promptly opened the elevator designated for the president. Upon seeing her, Assistant Su's mind flashed back to their previous encounter, and he immediately pretended to be busy organizing documents. "Miss Wen, President Fu is currently in the office attending to matters. You may wait in the lounge with some coffee." "Thank you," Wenli replied, taking a seat in the reception area. After a while, Assistant Su brought her coffee. Half an hour later, Fu Zheng, clad in a suit, emerged from the office alongside a similarly dressed woman. As they walked, the woman graciously remarked, "President Fu, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. This project will not disappoint the Fu Group." Fu Zheng responded with a nonchalant murmur, and added, "Su, please see off General Manager Wan." During this exchange, his gaze instinctively lifted and landed on when Li Duddy approached her, inquiring, "When did you arrive?" "Just now, waiting for you to finish work." When Li replied softly, Fu Zheng glanced at his watch, about to speak when General Manager Wan turned to Wen Li, somewhat surprised. "Oh, it's you." Wen Li stared at her in astonishment as General Manager Wan explained, "I was a judge at the classical dance competition during your first year of high school. I vividly remember you in your white, gauzy attire, performing between the mountains and waters. I was deeply impressed and had contacted your parents, hoping you would continue studying classical dance with us. However, your family prioritized your studies and declined." Wen Li suddenly recalled that she had participated in a dance competition in her first year and had secured first place. However, her grades had subsequently declined, and her mother, Wen Rong, had prohibited her from pursuing dance. Before she could respond, General Manager Wan continued, "Are you still practicing? You have remarkable talent. Teacher Li Chunyan has been eager to take on a disciple, but hasn't he found a suitable candidate in years?" Wen Li was acutely aware of Li Chunyan's influence in the dance world. Becoming her disciple would be a tremendous fortune. She stood up, boldly declaring, "I am still training to D. Oh, I have a chance? I can perform a piece." General Manager Wan hesitated for a moment, not wanting to miss this opportunity, then turned to Fu Zheng, "President Fu, would that be convenient?" In the office, Fu Zheng gestured for them to enter. Wen Li felt slightly anxious, unprepared for an impromptu performance, yet she did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Approaching Fu Zheng's computer, she opened the music software and located the appropriate track. "Fu Zheng, could you press play for me?" Wen Li stood center stage, slightly bowing to General Manager Wan before turning to Fu Zheng, signaling him to start. Her figure twirled gracefully, delicate hands soaring, eyes downcast, culminating in a light leap, ethereal and pure, capturing all gazes. Fu Zheng's eyes remained fixed on her, his usually indifferent expression softening with unmistakable affection. In that moment, he could not conceal his emotions, as his feelings for her surged forth. Difficult to repress, as the performance concluded, General Manager Ruan's eyes sparkled with admiration. That was splendid. Teacher Lee Chunyin would be thrilled if she knew you were willing. Please leave your contact information. I will have her reach out to you. Wen Li promptly provided her phone number, earnestly stating she can contact me anytime. General Manager Ruan nodded. Rising to leave, President Fu, I want to take up more of your time. Once she exited the office, Wen Li pressed her hand to her chest. Looking at Fu Zheng, her earlier confidence evaporated, and she asked uncertainly, Fu Zheng, did I perform well? Fu Zheng bit his lip, seemingly torn between praise and restraint. Before swiftly turning away, his voice husky as he said, I need to visit the restroom. The reaction of his cool demeanor seemed to betray his feelings. Chapter 51. Wen Li is not as naive as she once was. The silhouette of the man appeared to flee, leaving Wen Li momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the connection between her performance and his need to excuse himself. Admittedly, there were times when she simply did not overthink things. After a few minutes, Fu Zheng returned from the restroom, having changed from black trousers to gray ones. Wen Li couldn't help but glance at him, and Fu Zheng noticed, awkwardly tugging at his collar. You performed wonderfully. Instantly, Wen Li's focus shifted as she sat on the sofa, silently praying that Teacher Lee Chunyin would grant her an opportunity. She had always believed herself to be unremarkable, incapable of excelling at anything. Eventually coming to terms with her mediocrity, in her past life, she had been little more than a pawn without thought or ambition. You will have your chance, Fu Zheng said, sitting in a leather chair. His tone casual. General Manager Ruan is not one to engage in pleasantries. His implication was clear. Ruan's interest was genuine, not merely out of courtesy to him. Wen Li, though anxious, had some confidence in her abilities. Replying, I know I have talent at that time. My age was appropriate. Now it may not be unless Teacher Lee Chunyin takes a liking to me. Perhaps I still have a chance. With this thought, she inquired, is it possible to practice dance in a lounge? The lounge was not particularly spacious, and Fu Zheng indicated an open area near the floor-to-ceiling windows. Go ahead. Will it disturb your work? Wen Li asked, concerned. Fu Zheng replied, it won't. Thus, while Fu Zheng resumed his work, Wen Li practiced some basic movements beside him. As she executed a split, her head tilted slightly, her long neck creating a graceful arc. Fu Zheng's attention drifted from his documents to her, and he found himself unable to sign even 2 names in 10 minutes. It wasn't until a knock at the door interrupted him that he returned to reality. Stating flatly, do not enter. Assistant Su, who had been about to open the door, halted abruptly, calling out through the frosted glass. Understood, President Fu. Around 6 o'clock, Fu Zheng finally completed his workload for the day. While Wen Li's face had turned a vivid shade of red, her hair damply clinging to her forehead. Upon seeing Fu Zheng rise, she quickly stood as well, asking, are we done for the day? Fu Zheng nodded, his gaze drifting to the sweat beading on her neck. You should go shower. There are clothes for you in the cupboard. Wen Li looked at him in surprise. After all, this was Fu Zheng's office, not the Fu household. She instinctively questioned, how come you have my clothes here? You visit often. Fu Zheng replied, his voice loaded. Oh, she responded, hurrying to the lounge to open the wardrobe, which contained half of Fu Zheng's clothes and half of hers. She quietly pulled open the lower drawer, discovering even new lingerie and undergarments. It was no surprise. Every so often, Fu Zheng would send someone to measure her figure and deliver clothing for her. The older man was both mature and affluent. She selected an outfit to wear while showering, and when she emerged some time later, Fu Zheng was seated on the edge of the bed. Looking up at her, returning to school tomorrow. I can leave the day after tomorrow in the morning. I have no classes then. Wen Li added, I can stay and sleep with you for one more night. Noticing Fu Zheng changing clothes, she suddenly had an idea and stepped outside, quickly returning with some clothing. You can wear this for now. Let's go outside later and ask someone to take a few photos. It is quite inexpensive. Can you wear it? Fu Zheng reached out to take it, and without even glancing at it, he uttered a nonchalant before heading to the bathroom with his clothes in hand. A few minutes later, Wen Li heard the sound of the door opening and instinctively looked up, Momentarily stunned at inner memory, she had only seen Fu Zheng dressed so youthfully during high school. The inexpensive black sweatshirt and jeans, elevated by his striking appearance and physique, appeared far from cheap. She finally understood why brands sought celebrity endorsements. Unattractive clothing only led one to question the wearer's looks. Beneath the cap, the man's jawline was sharp and well-defined, his thin lips forming a handsome line. The thought that such a man belonged to her filled her with a sense of satisfaction. Her eyes brightened as she reached out to him. Utterly unreserved, "Boyfriend, come here for a hug." The Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on her simple yet delicate face, those clear, lively eyes brimming with evident intention that he had a particular fondness for her little schemes. With long strides, he approached her, and in the next moment, when Li was in his embrace, the pungent odor of new clothing quite off-putting. Yet, she cherished it simply because it was worn by Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng relished the act of ruffling her hair, seemingly deriving the same comfort as one might from petting a cat. "What do you want to eat later?" Wenli loosened her grip, mysteriously stating, "I'll take you to a secret base." Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng said nothing, merely bringing Assistant Su along as they departed. Assistant Su, seated in the back for the first time, felt somewhat awkward, as if he were the one in charge. Wenli directed from the passenger seat, instructing to stop beneath a tree after entering a small alley. Once parked, the group exited the vehicle, and Wenli handed her phone to Assistant Su, reminding him, "Please, don't photograph his face." Assistant Su accepted it, replying, "Understood." While he appeared calm, he was in truth quite anxious. The phone's camera displayed Fu Zheng in a more casual light, resembling an ordinary university student, to be honest. He was curious about what kind of charm Wenli possessed to transform Fu Zheng's appearance so drastically. Wenli adjusted Fu Zheng's cap lower to obscure his brows and eyes, then wrapped her arms around him, subtly signaling to Assistant Su to take the photo. Minutes later, satisfied after reviewing the pictures and ensuring none revealed Fu Zheng's identity, she nodded in approval. Assistant Su exhaled in relief and inquired, "Fu Zheng, am I off work now?" Since Assistant Su's home was an hour away, Fu Zheng responded in a low tone, "And drive the car, wait, and no need, I'll take the light rail back." Assistant Su waved his hand dismissively. Fu Zheng replied coolly, "We're going for a walk later." It was clear as day. Fu Zheng and Wenli were indeed in a romantic relationship. Assistant Su uttered a surprised "ah," quickly nodding. "All right, Fu Zheng." Observing Assistant Su's eagerness to leave, Wenli couldn't help but chuckle. Turning to Fu Zheng, "Do you think Assistant Su might resign in fright? He is more likely to worry about being dismissed." Fu Zheng remarked, removing his cap and holding in his hand, his long fingers strikingly elegant. Wenli considered this, then turned to head towards the shop, ordering 2 bowls of pickled vegetable rice noodles, one without spice and the other without scallions. The area was bustling with students enjoying their meals during the National Day holiday, and Fu Zheng, who previously had an air of maturity, now blended in, exuding a charming senior vibe. Several girls at the adjacent table frequently glanced over, whispering and nudging each other. Eventually, one girl stood up, blushing, and approached, "Senior, could I add you on WeChat? My friend says you're very handsome." Wenli bit through her rice noodles and, swallowing, replied bluntly, "He is my boyfriend. Tell your friend to wait until the next lifetime." Had she not feared sounding too harsh, she would have added that there was no need to wait. He would never belong to anyone else. The girl glanced at her, then at Fu Zheng, embodying the youthful notion that as long as one wields a shovel well, no corner is unturned. When Li, unfazed, turned to Fu Zheng and playfully said, "Kiss me." Concerned he might hesitate, she subtly tugged at the hem of his shirt. The hint of amusement danced in Fu Zheng's eyes as he leaned in and kissed her lips right in front of the onlookers. The girl beside them promptly turned away. When Li was taken aback, she had only intended for him to kiss her cheek, not her lips. Lowering her head, she took a breath of her rice noodles, only to find herself caught off guard, splattering oil onto her face. She hissed, quickly grabbing a tissue to wipe her face. Yet, the more she rubbed, the more irritated her eyes became. Simultaneously, Fu Zheng's large hand grasped her wrist, offering a soothing gesture. "Let me." The cool, damp tissue gently brushed against her face, and after a while, the sting in her eyes subsided. Wenli's eyes were red-rimmed as she blinked, unable to hold back her emotions. Fu Zheng lifted her chin and gently blew on her eyes, alleviating the burning sensation. Coincidentally, Bai Xian had arrived nearby to handle some matters and, feeling bored, glanced out the window. He happened to see Wen Li and a boy leaning in close. Unsure if they were kissing or engaged in something else, his brows furrowed, and his impression of Wen Li plummeted. Previously, he merely disapproved of her attitude towards Fu Zheng, but now he harbored a deep-seated disdain for her, feeling she was manipulating Fu Zheng with emotions. Fortunately, Fu Zheng had not been deceived. Otherwise, he might have found himself trapped in a quagmire for life. Following the National Day holiday, Wen Li immersed herself in her university life, attending classes while also dedicating her energy to preparing a birthday gift for Fu Zheng. Having never lacked valuable possessions, she pondered and decided to learn how to knit a scarf for her boyfriend, as seen online. Time was of the essence, so for an entire week, she and Fu Zheng had little communication, not out of neglect, but because she returned to her dormitory right after class to work on the scarf. So busy she even forgot to eat. Moreover, Fu Zheng hadn't reached out either, leading her to believe he was likely swamped with work. If he weren't busy, he would surely come to see her. However, Assistant Su noticed that Fu Zheng had been in a rather poor mood lately. Whether in meetings or signing contracts, he wore a cold expression. One day, when Bai Xian arrived, he found Fu Zheng sternly reprimanding someone. "Do you need me to teach you everything? Am I paying you out of sheer benevolence?" Bai Xian silently observed the reprimanding session from his seat on the sofa, and once it concluded, he teased, "What's wrong? Is your love life not going well?" Fu Zheng shot him a frosty glare, prompting Bai Xian to chuckle. "Well, it's normal for love to have its ups and downs. You should flatter people more often." Noticing Fu Zheng's gaze growing colder, he quickly changed the subject. "In a few days, were you planning to celebrate your birthday?" It seemed he had touched upon a sore spot. Fu Zheng rubbed his temples, inhaling deeply. "Just go out if there's nothing else." Seeing this, Bai Xian refrained from further comments, knowing Fu Zheng well enough to recognize that he preferred solitude when in a foul mood. He stood up and took a few steps, stating, "Wen Li is in a relationship. He wasn't team meddling." He merely wanted Fu Zheng to understand that Wen Li did not harbor feelings for him. He could accept Fu Zheng being swindled out of money, but not out of emotions, especially from Wen Li, whom he had raised since childhood. She should never toy with him. He pressed his lips together, crossing a line slightly. "Fu Zheng, Wen Li isn't as innocent as she used to be." Fu Zheng was acutely aware of Wen Li's changes. She was no longer the naive girl of the past, but rather clever and cunning. He replied coldly, "I have told you not to speak of Wen Li." Bai Xian sighed. "Fine, if you want to be deceived, then so be it." Wen Li completed the scarf the night before Fu Zheng's birthday. With still 2 or 3 hours until midnight, she packed her things and hurried home, arriving at Fu's residence just before 11:58. Having his fingerprint, she didn't need to disturb anyone else. However, as soon as she entered, the cleaning lady, surprised to see her, exclaimed, "Miss Wen?" Wen Li gestured for her to remain silent and pointed upstairs, indicating she was heading up. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng sat by the window, holding a half-burned cigarette in one hand, the smoke swirling around him as he stared intently at his phone screen. The chat history consisted of only a few lines. "Fu Zheng, good night. Fu Zheng, good night. Fu Zheng, good night." Further up, the messages were dense and repetitive. "Fu Zheng, Wen Li isn't as innocent as she used to be." His gaze fell dry as he took a deep drag from his cigarette, gradually exhaling the smoke. Suddenly, the sound of the bedroom door opening broke the silence, accompanied by the girl's uncontrollable cough and a clear, ringing voice. "Fu Zheng, happy 27th birthday. What's wrong with you?" Coughing and wondering how he could smoke so much. The light in the bedroom flickered on. Fu Zheng instinctively turned his head to gaze at her. The illumination revealed a girl clad in a fluffy white sweater, her fair denim jeans accentuating her long, well-proportioned legs. Her hair was pinned up, with stray strands adorning her temples in a disheveled manner. Realizing the situation, he promptly extinguished his cigarette, then carried the ashtray into the bathroom, emerging several minutes later. His gaze fixed on Wen Li, gradually intensifying with fervor. Just as she was about to offer him a scarf, his large hand gripped her chin, forcing her face upwards. Warm lips, with a hint of urgency, descended upon hers, assertive and demanding that a rush of minty toothpaste filled her mouth, causing Wen Li to involuntarily retreat until she found herself falling onto the bed. For the first time, she experienced the suffocating sensation of a kiss, prompting her to push Fu Zheng away. Once he released her, she turned her head, gasping for air. Despite this, her immediate concern for him surfaced as she wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. Meeting his gaze with caution as she inquired, "What's wrong? Are you sick again, Uncle Fu?" Regaining his composure, Fu Zheng propped himself on the bed, his eyes cast downwards, betraying a hint of uncertainty as he questioned, "Why haven't you contacted me in these past few days?" Wen Li paused, slowly realizing that perhaps the reason for his excessive smoking was her recent silence. She hurriedly explained, "I've been attending classes during the day and knitting scarves at night. I heard you've been quite busy, so I didn't want to disturb you." She added quickly, "I thought you were truly overwhelmed. You didn't call me either." Soon after, she added, "I made a scarf for you. Happy birthday, Fu Zheng." Hearing this, Fu Zheng's throat visibly bobbed as he stood up, his gaze catching the slight opening of Wen Li's sweater collar. He pulled a nearby blanket over her, with a hoarse voice. He remarked, "Don't do that again. All right, I promise to call you every day from now on." Wen Li replied earnestly. She tucked her shirt collar in place before sitting up. Picking up a bag that had fallen to the floor, she retrieved a black scarf and looked at Fu Zheng with trepidation, asking, "Do you like it?" "It's my first attempt at knitting." Before Fu Zheng could respond, she added, "People online say that knitting a scarf for your loved one in winter is special." "Fu Zheng, what I mean is, you are the one I cherish most." Her words sent ripples through his heart, and Fu Zheng's dark eyes locked on her face. After a moment, a smile crept onto his lips as he spoke the most futile of promises. Wen Li, whoever deceives will be considered a dog. Chapter 52. Fu Zheng, rest assured I do not regard you as my father. Wen Li tilted her head earnestly, declaring, "I am not a dog." In the next moment, her body was suddenly airborne, clinging to him like a koala, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths mingling. The masculine scent made her cheeks flush, and she closed her eyes, tilting her chin slightly to facilitate his kiss. It was undeniable that Fu Zheng could find no one more unreserved than her. He chuckled softly, his voice rich and magnetic. "Help me wear it." Wen Li immediately opened her eyes, meeting his amused gaze. Feeling shy, she leaned in and pecked him, murmuring, "If you want to kiss me, I will." She wrapped the scarf around his neck, twisting it twice, leaving the ends to drape down. Pulling at the scarf slightly, she exposed his lips, inspecting them closely while nodding and saying, "Very handsome." S warmth spread around his neck. Her cheeks flushed, and Fu Zheng's pupils reflected the rosy hue of her face. The affection born from struggle felt as though it might consume them both. Before he could utter a word, Wen Li suddenly poked his face, critiquing him in a deliberate manner. "Old man, sulking and smoking at midnight, that can't you just ask me?" She punctuated her words by poking his lips. She continued her lesson. "You should have called me angrily, asking why I hadn't reached out. Am I seeing someone else? Is there another man?" Fu Zheng had pondered this, yet he seemed to lack the courage to confront the answer. He had known from the start that Wen Li was young, her emotions volatile, and his desire was a mere indulgence. It was no wonder she behaved as she did. He gently set her down, removed the scarf from around his neck, folded it carefully, and placed it in the cabinet, gaining experience for the next time. Wen Li seemed to sense his thoughts, tugging at his clothes. "Do you think I'm so young and naive that my words are mere whims?" Fu Zheng turned to look at her. She stood her ground, tightening her grip on his shirt. "I'm even willing to have your children. Do you still not trust me?" Upon hearing the mention of children, Fu Zheng's eyes darkened, his throat involuntarily constricting. "All right, it's my fault. I want to do it again." Wen Li, satisfied, smiled broadly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I forgive you." As she spoke, she released him and extended her arms. "Look, I have calluses on my hands. What other girlfriend is so devoted?" After declaring this, she huffed playfully. Fu Zheng enveloped her hands in his large palms, feeling the hardened calluses, and then pulled her into an embrace. Wen Li clung to him tightly, but after a moment, she gently pushed him away, reluctant to part. "I must go. I have an early class tomorrow. I'll hit traffic getting to school at 7. And missing class means losing points. Balancing love and studies is equally important. I'll give you a ride," Fu Zheng replied in a deep tone. Wen Li hesitated briefly before nodding, I miss you too. On the dark road, the car was filled with a slight clamor, with Wenli's voice intermittently breaking through. Our professor speaks too rapidly. If you're not attentive, you'll miss an entire page. They arrived at the parking lot around 2:30 in the morning. Fu Zheng unbuckled his seatbelt. Noticing that Wenli had already fallen asleep against the window, her plump lips slightly parted. Under the dim light, he observed her evident eye bags, his gaze softening before being overtaken by a surge of emotion. He removed his coat, gently draping it over her before reclining the passenger seat. He then adjusted his own seat, turning slightly to face her, his cheek barely larger than his palm. He had once adored her enchanting eyes, but now he found himself captivated by her comforting words. It was only when his eyes grew heavy that he finally closed them. A sudden bright light jolted Fu Zheng awake, and instinctively, he reached out to shield Wenli's eyes. Once the brightness dimmed, he withdrew his hand and adjusted his clothing. Wenli stirred, attempting to turn but bumped her head against the window. Wincing as she covered her forehead, momentarily dazed before realizing she was in the car. Instinctively, she sat up, glancing around to find the car empty. Through the window, she saw the parking lot outside. She tried to open the door, only to discover it was locked, prompting her to call Fu Zheng. The ringing echoed through the narrow window crack, gradually becoming clearer. In her line of sight, Fu Zheng's tall figure emerged from behind a pillar, one hand carrying breakfast and the other holding an unwrapped lily. Moments later, the driver's side door opened, and Fu Zheng leaned down to look at her, stating flatly, "If you're awake, go upstairs to wash up and have breakfast." Wenli pushed the car door open and stepped out, grabbing Fu Zheng's black suit jacket. As she quickened her pace to his side, her smile blooming before she could even speak. "Why didn't you carry me upstairs to sleep?" Fu Zheng replied with a nonchalant hum. As Wenli wrapped her arms around his, clinging to him like a child. In novels, the male protagonist always carries the female lead upstairs to sleep. Fu Zheng's eyes twinkled with amusement as he turned to her. "You'd only end up being startled." Wenli had always been a light sleeper, so she silently rested her head on his shoulder, her gaze fixed on the fragrant lilies. "Did you buy these for me?" "Yes," Fu Zheng replied, glancing at her from the corner of his eye, slowing his pace slightly. "Can I accompany you to class?" Wenli's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to agree, but then she remembered something and asked, "Aren't you working today?" "It's my birthday. I'm taking a break." "That's fine, but you can't wear a suit." Fu Zheng acknowledged with a hum, and as they entered their home, he noted that the place was still neat and tidy despite his absence for a week. Wenli wasted no time, rushing to wash up and tidy herself. That be why the time she emerged, Fu Zheng had changed into a different outfit, a black turtleneck sweater paired with black trousers. His tousled hair framed his face, his bangs brushing over his eyes, giving him a youthful allure. "You look like a well-groomed wolf dog." Wenli couldn't help but comment, her tone light. "Why didn't you dress like this before?" If he had, perhaps she would have noticed him sooner. After all, who could find it in themselves to harbor feelings for a stern elder in a suit? "I've never dated a girl under 18. Fu Zheng teased, raising a hand to gesture her to hurry and eat breakfast. Surprised at his playful banter, Wenli chuckled softly, correcting him, "I'll soon be 19, and when I turn 20, we can get a marriage certificate." She quickly dug into her meal, and by the time they arrived at class, there were no seats left in the back, only at the front. Fortunately, Wenli was accustomed to sitting up front. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng, wearing a cap, fished out a pair of glasses from his pocket. If one were unfamiliar, they might not recognize him at all. Noticing Wenli's gaze, he tilted his head slightly, his elongated eyes deep and mysterious. "What's on your mind?" Wenli inched closer, even standing the book upright, and swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek before retreating. Just as the professor entered the room, Fu Zheng, caught off guard, paused momentarily, instinctively reaching to touch his warm cheek, only to let his hand drop and smirk slightly as he lowered his gaze. After a morning filled with lectures, as Wenli rose from her seat, Li Qin approached her, whispering, "Boyfriend?" while scrutinizing Fu Zheng's attire, which bore no designer logos. Wenli nodded, responding, "He took the day off to keep me company." After casting a few more glances at Fu Zheng, Li Qin departed, but not long after, she reappeared behind them, snapping a few photos of their silhouettes to send to others. 18 midday. The school gate bustled with people, yet Wenli instantly spotted Wenwan. She instinctively pulled Fu Zheng to turn away, But Wenwan had already seen her. Li Li, Wenwan called out. Wen Li could only whisper, "You go ahead." Fu Zheng replied with a soft making his way into the crowd, while Wenwan approached, casting a few curious glances in his direction. Somewhat familiar, yet not quite, she mused before addressing Wen Li. Boyfriend? Wen Li shyly nodded, and Wenwan playfully admonished her. Why didn't you introduce him to me? Not stable yet. I'll tell you when I am. Wen Li replied, shaking her hand to signal her to let it go. Sister, what brings you here? Wenwan explained. I had some matters to attend to nearby, and thought I'd stop by. With the National Day holiday lasting 7 days, you haven't been home at all. Are you really that angry this time? She produced a beautifully crafted box from her bag, handing it over with a teasing tone. Wen Li pouted. Upon opening the box, her eyes sparkled. Was this the latest ring? Yes, Mom said you liked it. So she bought it for you. Over $1 million, just like that. She bought it. Such a miser. Are you still mad at Mom? Wenwan laughed. Wen Li chuckled softly, quickly shaking her head. Not angry anymore, but I'm still upset with the old duck. I want to talk to him. All right. You can do as you please. That it's Uncle's birthday today. Dad wants you to come home for a bit. Before Wen Li could respond, Wenwan added, if you don't want to go back, I can visit the Fu family for you. Go if you want. I don't wish to. Wen Li shook her head. Fu Zheng wouldn't be home today, and the Wen family wouldn't be receiving visitors either. Wenwan gently patted her hand, saying, I brought the gifts, so I'll be off to handle some things. After watching her get into the car and drive away, Wen Li immediately called Fu Zheng. Where are you? In the car. Come over, Fu Zheng replied. When Wen Li entered the car, Fu Zheng was on a call with Bai Siyuan. Upon seeing her, he switched to speakerphone and leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. You're not coming back today? Bai Siyuan remarked, puzzled. It's strange how you're not celebrating your birthday at just 27, while people in their 70s and 80s still do. He continued. Fu Zheng started the car. His tone indifferent. It's not that I'm not celebrating. I'm just not celebrating with you all. I'm celebrating with my girlfriend. Bai Siyuan, surprised, hinted at his realization, and curiosity piqued. He inquired, who is she? Can you tell me? I'm so curious about who could win you over in just a few days. A red light. Fu Zheng turned to Wen Li, signaling her to speak. It's me, Wen Li. The silence on the other end indicated Bai Siyuan's shock. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Wen Li, I used to think you were just naive, but now I see you're quite cunning, dangling Fu Zheng while playing around with other men. You're even more formidable than those from the Wen family. Shut up. Fu Zheng frowned, instinctively reaching for the phone to hang up, but Wen Li was quicker. She took the phone, earnestly asking, which man am I playing around with? As Bai Siyuan was Fu Zheng's friend, she could not allow any misunderstandings. He scoffed, recalling, a few days ago, over by Old Street, you were kissing a guy in a black hoodie. Did I not tell you to not deceive Fu Zheng's feelings? Can't you understand? His voice escalated in frustration. Why deceive anyone at all? Deceiving him physically wouldn't provoke such a reaction. Bai Siyuan, apologize. After Fu Zheng's harsh reprimand, he added, the guy in the black hoodie is me. Bai Siyuan, show her some respect. Yes, he parked the car on the roadside. He looked at Wen Li, who remained composed, asserting, I would never deceive him. Silence enveloped the call as Bai Siyuan seemed to grow increasingly exasperated. Fu Zheng, can you stop taking responsibility for everything? We've been friends for over 20 years. Do you think I don't know you? Do you even own any shabby clothes? Don't tell me you want to be Wen Li's secret lover. If that's the case, we might as well cease all connections for life. If I don't recognize it, does that mean others will? Fu Zheng retorted coldly. Gradually, Bai Siyuan's anger subsided, yet he remained irked. So your girlfriend is Wen Li? No wonder you said you were dating. Your relationship is none of my business. Enjoy. With that, he hung up. Fu Zheng furrowed his brow, setting the phone down and glancing at Wen Li. I'm sorry. Wen Li could empathize with Bai Siyuan. In the eyes of their friend group, she was merely a white-eyed wolf, so they wouldn't easily trust her. It has nothing to do with you. It's my problem, she replied. Fu Zheng, if everyone urged you to break up with me, would you? She asked, a hint of anxiety creeping in. No, he answered without a moment's hesitation. He knew himself well, unless he wanted to end it. No one could persuade him otherwise. Wen Li sighed in relief, raising her hand to assure him, I promise I'll be a better girlfriend than anyone else, that I'll do the laundry and cook. Fu Zheng's voice held a note of disbelief. realizing she might have exaggerated. Wenli quickly amended, I'll work hard to earn money, so Auntie can handle the cooking and laundry. I asked that all right? Fu Zheng remained silent for a moment before finally responding in a low tone, I don't need you to do anything. Just be happy. Wenli's eyes glistened, and she lowered her head to wipe her eyes. Murmuring, Fu Zheng, you're more like my dad than when Rong. Fu Zheng had not only filled the role of a father in her life, but also that of a mother. One person could stand in for an entire family. Fu Zheng's brow twitched slightly, but he couldn't hold back, gently tapping her forehead with his right hand. I don't want to be your dad. Wenli immediately covered her forehead, turning to stare at him. Chuckling awkwardly, Fu Zheng, I promise I'm not seeing you as a father. Rest assured. Chapter 53. He is the man Wenli is seeing outside at 18 noon. Wenli ordered a cake and sang a birthday song for Fu Zheng. When she looked up, even though the older man was bowing his head, she still caught a glimpse of the moisture in his eyes. Sometimes, she truly wished she could slap herself in her past life. Fu Zheng might have awaited many birthdays, but she had always been reluctant to celebrate. Perhaps she had even run off after dinner. Some matters should not be probed. Once delved into, the guilt and regret within her became suffocating. Fu Zheng, with his brows furrowed, presented the most beautiful slice of cake to Wenli before cutting himself a piece and sitting down. Suddenly, a spoonful of cake was brought to his lips. He instinctively raised his eyes, seeing Wenli's face reflected in his pupils. Her voice floated to his ears. Fu Zheng, the first bite is for you. I wish you peace and safety, after experiencing life and death. She felt that nothing was more important than safety. Both she and Fu Zheng needed to be safe. Fu Zheng swallowed, his throat moving, his lips parting as he accepted the cake, then offered her the untouched spoon, indicating they should exchange. Wenli glanced at it. Seriousness etched on her face, stating, We've kissed already. After saying that, she took a spoonful of cake with the spoon he had used to tea her words. Fu Zheng's gaze unintentionally fell on her lips. A wave of uncontainable emotion surging within him, causing him to set the cake aside. In the next moment, his hand found its way to the back of Wenli's head, in her bewildered gaze. He leaned down to kiss her, the sweet cream melting at the corners of their lips, just as it melted between their hearts. Meanwhile, the phone rang incessantly, repeating 3 or 4 times before Fu Zheng released her and answered the call. His voice carrying an unusual hoarseness. What is up? What are you doing? Old Master Fu's voice emanated from the phone. Resting, Fu Zheng replied, pulling out a tissue to wipe Wenli's mouth. Wenli's face flushed suddenly as she grabbed the tissue to clean herself, her eyes unable to resist glancing at him. Noticing a bit of cream residue at the corner of his lips, it evoked an inexplicable, powerful impact, causing her heart to race. Suddenly, Old Master Fu's voice broke this moment, inquiring, What floor is the apartment near your school? I'm downstairs and bought her some snacks. 5th floor, Fu Zheng answered, as soon as he finished speaking, the tissue in Wenli's hand fell to his lips as she hurriedly wiped, causing him to chuckle softly and lean in a bit closer. Old Master Fu found it curious. After all, Fu Zheng was quite peculiar, rarely smiling throughout his life. What brings you joy? What has your daughter-in-law gifted you? As the conversation concluded, a knock echoed through the room. Wenli's hand trembled slightly, and Fu Zheng abruptly ended the call, grasping her wrist firmly, reassuring her, Fear not. Whatever it may be, I shall bear the weight. Concern for his health weighed heavily on her mind. Were it not for the elder Fu's frail condition, Wenli would have preferred to be honest with him. Just then, another knock sounded, prompting her to rise and open the door. Beside the elder Fu stood a middle-aged man, laden with several large bags of snacks. With a gentle demeanor, she greeted, Grandpa Fu, Shaoli is here. I must hang up now. Upon entering, the elder Fu noticed Fu Zheng seated at the table, a cake poised in his hands that he paused, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the source of his unease. What brings you here? He inquired. If you can be here, why can't I? Fu Zheng replied nonchalantly, exhibiting no signs of panic. The elder Fu was momentarily at a loss, but upon reflection, he conceded to the logic of the situation. Wenli, feeling guilty, interjected, I have classes and couldn't return to celebrate with Uncle Fu. I asked him to come by at noon instead. The elder Fu accepted this without suspicion, remarking, "No wonder your uncle is so pleased. I heard from Annie that you returned last night. What was it about?" "Nothing significant. I merely came to retrieve a few items," Wenli fabricated. The elder Fu nodded and gestured towards the cake. "Fu Zheng, serve me a piece. You have high blood sugar. You shouldn't indulge," Fu Zheng replied. Rising to offer a glass of warm water to the elder Fu shot him a disapproving glance. "A small taste one tea hurt. It's your birthday, after all." Ignoring the comment, Fu Zheng continued to enjoy his cake. Once Wenli finished, she observed that the elder Fu had no intention of leaving and declared, "Grandpa Fu, I must attend my class now." She was reluctant to linger, fearing he might inquire about her aunt. The more she spoke, the more lies she would have to weave. Fu Zheng stood, and Wenli quickly added, "No need to see me off. I'll take a cab to school." "Goodbye, Grandpa," as she heard the door click shut. Fu Zheng finally settled down, storing the leftover cake in the refrigerator. The elder Fu wasted no time before broaching the subject of Wenli's aunt. "What arrangements do you have with your daughter-in-law today?" "She's in class," Fu Zheng stated flatly. The elder Fu considered this and, with a hint of determination, said, "Let her come here for dinner tonight." Noticing Fu Zheng's silence, he realized the suggestion was unwelcome and relented. All right, let's just plan for the new year, and if I don't see her then, I'll make a pilgrimage to your grandfather's grave to weep. By the way, I heard from the Wang family that Wenrong is setting up a match for Wenli with the second son of the Su family. It seems he has done something commendable for the first time. The Su family's second son is quite impressive, having achieved dual degrees at a young age, nearly matching your accomplishments. However, the Su family may not regard the Wan family's status highly. You should pay them a visit tomorrow. Fu Zheng, who had not lifted his gaze, finally looked up, coldly responding, "Am I overreading?" The elder Fu assumed he opposed the idea of Wenli dating, insisting that it was merely a chance to get to know one another. Perhaps even to fall in love, with marriage being a future consideration. Otherwise, like you, she may end up dating at 27. He believed the Su family's second son was a suitable match for Wenli to meet, just in case fate intervened. "You need not concern yourself with Wenli's marriage. I have plans," Fu Zheng interjected. "If you're not worried, who will be? You can't even manage your own affairs. And yet you wish to oversee Wenli's. I fear she may end up like you." The elder Fu was adamant, immune to persuasion, especially regarding such significant matters of life. "You will visit them tomorrow. If you refuse, I shall go myself." Seeing Fu Zheng remain unresponsive, he glared, exclaiming, "We live in a new society with fresh ideas. How can you be such an antiquated relic? When Wenli returns, I shall ask her. If she agrees, I shall proceed. If she consents, I shall break her legs." After uttering this, Fu Zheng snatched the glass of water from the elder Fu's hand. The elder Fu's eyes widened in surprise. "I am parched. Serve yourself," Fu Zheng curtly replied. The elder Fu rose to fetch the water himself, muttering, "If Wenli is willing, you would surely acquiesce. Contact the doctor for a checkup." Abruptly, Fu Zheng turned to the middle-aged man behind the elder Fu. "Ask the doctor how to treat excessive talkativeness." The elder Fu retorted, "And how to treat your silence. You speak as little as a mute, and oh wonder Wenli calls you an old fossil." In the afternoon, Fu Zheng accompanied the elder Fu and his companion home. "Today, we must share a meal together," he insisted, recalling Wenli's words as the family gathered around the table for dinner. Wenrong and her family arrived, bearing gifts. Wenrong, somewhat reserved, greeted Fu Zheng, "Happy birthday." Wenwan chimed in, "Uncle, happy birthday." The elder Fu smiled. "We Haven Tea organized a banquet. It's just a casual family meal." He then addressed Wenwan. "No need to address him as Shaoli. Just call him Uncle." Wenwan nodded, and Wenwan added, "My sister is busy today, so she asked us to come." The elder Fu chided, "That child has such filial piety. She celebrated her uncle's birthday at noon and sent you here afterwards. Please have a seat. There isn't too much food." When Roan waved her hand, "We've already eaten. You all enjoyed. Fu uncle, how is your health?" "Much improved," replied the elder Fu. The two families lapsed into a quietude until the elder Fu broke the silence. "I hear you wish to unite with the Su family. How is that progressing?" When Rong had come primarily due to this matter, as the Su family's second son was commendable, both in character and capability. Du Ying and Wen Wan, unaware of this development, stiffened in surprise. The elder Fu's inquiry indicated the Su family's solid reputation. This was the first time he nodded in agreement with Wenrong, realizing that it was indeed a good match, allowing Wen Li to interact with him. Upon hearing this, Wenrong understood that the elder Fu would visit the Su family soon, so she said nothing further. After spending some time at the Fu residence, the group departed as they entered the Wen family home. Doing could no longer contain her frustration, her voice more strident than usual. Are you seriously considering a union between Wen Li and the Su family? Wenrong shot her a warning glance, but refrained from responding. A few days prior, she had observed the Su family's second son from afar and found him quite appealing. Although currently a minor official, with the Su family's backing, his future prospects were boundless. Should this union materialize, both the Liu and Fu families would support him, even if the Su family's second son were as inept as a pig. The backing of several families could elevate him to greatness, especially since he possessed real talent. Why didn't you discuss this with me beforehand? Du Ying's tone softened. Wenrong, adopting a somewhat patriarchal stance, replied, I am perfectly capable of making this decision. You have indulged her too much. She is nearly spoiled. Keep a closer watch on her. Do not let her associate with unsuitable men. I must step out for a while. Once Wenrong had left, Wenwan's room fell into silence. Du Ying, in a fit of anger, hurled a cup from the table, exclaiming, all he thinks about is Wen Li. He never cared about your marriage. Wenwan, unfazed, had grown accustomed to such outbursts and soothed her mother. Mom, please don't be upset. I have everything under control. Wen Li's roommate had informed her that Wen Li was indeed dating a charming young man from society. Let us wait a few more months until their relationship stabilizes before revealing it. Ideally, she should be pregnant by then. Gradually, Du Ying's mood lightened. As the Qin family not giving you the attention you deserve. I've noticed Qin Feng has been in the news a lot lately. The mention of this. When Wan's expression turned, I see why as long as they do not cancel the engagement, it is only a matter of time before the Qin family accepts me. If Fu Zheng can attend their grand birthday celebration, the Qin family will certainly not cancel the engagement. The Fu family rarely mingled, as Fu Zheng was younger than his peers, and their interactions were mainly with the younger generation. Du Ying nodded, suggesting that Wen Li should inform the Fu family of her plans. She then scrutinized Wenwan's flat stomach. Why hasn't there been any progress with you? Wenwan replied softly. Qin Feng hasn't sought me out lately, and I can't seem to reach him. The following day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, in the Bai Group's presidential office, Assistant Sun noticed someone entering Mr. Bai's private office unannounced. He hurried inside. Hello, this is Mr. Bai's private office. His voice trailed off as he beheld a young man already seated on the sofa, a look of astonishment washing over him. Having encountered many significant figures before, he quickly composed himself. Mr. Fu, he acknowledged. Fu Zheng responded with a casual, crossing his legs and focusing on his phone as he replied to Wen Li's message. At the company. Wen Li responded, I have a full schedule this weekend and cannot return home. I will come. He replied, lifting his gaze to Assistant Sunday. When will Mr. Bai arrive? Mr. Bai is in a meeting, which has been ongoing for over an hour. He should conclude in about 10 minutes. Assistant Sun continued, Mr. Fu, would you like coffee or tea? Recently, Wen Li had been monitoring Fu Zheng's diet, forbidding him from having coffee or tea in the morning. He was to drink warm water instead. Assistant Sun stepped out towards the tea room. Meanwhile, Bai Siyuan was incensed by the inefficiency of his staff, muttering to himself in frustration, if you can't do your job, then resign. Don't occupy a position without contributing. In the break room, Assistant Sun heard a sound and instinctively turned around, just as he was about to mention that President Fu was waiting for him in the office. In the next moment, he saw him briskly push open the office door and enter without uttering a word. President Fu had the liberty to enter President Bai's office at will. Meanwhile, as Bai Xian stepped inside, he caught sight of a young man dressed in a black hoodie, evidently the one who had been kissing Wen Li. His first reaction was one of acceptance. It seemed the opportunity had presented itself. Frowning, he spoke in a grave tone. Who are you? Who permitted you to enter the office? Fu Zheng, after responding to a message, looked up at him and replied nonchalantly, It's me, Fu Zheng. His handsome face bore no trace of cosmetic alteration, causing Bai Xian's furrowed brow to relax, quickly followed by a look of astonishment. Just yesterday, when Fu Zheng had claimed that the young man was indeed him, Bai Xian had found it utterly unbelievable. When had Fu Zheng ever donned such shabby attire? It was entirely out of character for him. He fell silent, pondering what had possessed him, but Fu Zheng set down his phone, crossing his arms over his chest, and continued, I am the man Wen Li has been seeing outside. I am also the one within. I am Wen Li's boyfriend. Bai Xian apologized to Wen Li. Bai Xian opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. Dealing with hundreds of billions in business had sharpened his intellect. Yet he was momentarily bewildered. When did you start dating Wen Li? The day the old man fell ill. Fu Zheng replied in a low voice. Bai Xian, regardless of what happens between Wen Li and me in the future, do not interfere in this matter, nor utter a word. Any outcome is my own willing choice, and she bears no responsibility. It is not she who is stringing me along. Rather, I am the one who is enamored. I am not a teenager. I am fully aware of my actions. Fu Zheng had never been one to confide in friends, typically shouldering his burdens alone. His feelings for Wen Li seemed to stem from a sense of confusion and helplessness, prompting him to reach out. Bai Xian grasped his meaning. No matter Wen Li's actions, she had committed no wrongdoing. It was Fu Zheng who was aware of the consequences, yet chose to pursue them. Sitting back in his chair, he sighed. We grew up together. Among everyone, you're the most sentimental, despite your perpetually icy demeanor. Yet if anyone dared to bully us at school, you were always the first to act. Initially, when I heard you were in a relationship, I was relieved that you had moved on from Wen Li. Now it seems you cannot let go. If it weren't for Wen Li, would you even consider marriage? Before Fu Zheng could respond, he concluded with certainty. You certainly would not marry. Arranged meetings are merely a way to numb yourself. Perhaps even a means to placate the Fu family. In truth, your heart is elsewhere. Chapter 54. The fun has ended. It's my turn. The man on the sofa did not directly answer the question, but rather reiterated, there will be no next time. Bai Xian had known since childhood that Fu Zheng was fiercely protective, with only Wen Li possessing such power over him. Very well. As long as Wen Li is sincere, I shall refrain from protest. I shall personally apologize to her. If Gu Yinming and the others were to discover that Wen Li was your girlfriend, they would likely be utterly shocked. Fu Zheng replied calmly. Do not mention it to anyone else for now. Concerned that he might not grasp the subtleties, he added, the Wen family has its complexities. Intrigued, Bai Xian moved closer to sit beside him. Did Wen Li tell you? Fu Zheng affirmed with a sound. Bai Xian clicked his tongue, crossing his legs as he remarked, I knew she seemed much cleverer than before. She must have learned from the significant losses at the hands of Du Ying and Wen Nuan to become more astute. I suspect the incident with the theft was their doing. But Wen Rong is no better. Trading her daughter's reputation for business is utterly shameless. Do you not intend to intervene? Fu Zheng shook his head. She does not want me to interfere. She can handle it. Well, at least she has some backbone. Bai Xian fell silent for a few seconds, nudging him gently with his thigh, and whispered, Does her grandfather know? We will discuss it during the new year. Fu Zheng replied. The mere thought of the old man's expression during the holidays made Bai Xian smirk. Your grandfather will be in for quite a surprise this year. Well then, the old iron tree has finally blossomed. With that, he chuckled softly. On Wednesday afternoon, Wen Li received a phone call from Teacher Li Chunyu. Hello, is this Wen Li? I am Teacher Li Chunyu. A few days ago, President Ruan mentioned this matter to me. I have been busy with the tour, but I just returned to Kyoto today. When would you be free for us to meet? Wen Li was pleasantly surprised. Hello, Teacher Li. I have no classes on Friday afternoon. Would that work for you? Any time is convenient for me. I will call you then. Teacher Li's voice was warm and enthusiastic, but after just a few exchanges, she hung up, likely due to her busy schedule. Wen Li understood that Teacher Li would want to see her perform. With her recent academic commitments, she had not found the time to practice dancing. After some thought, she decided to stay outside for a couple of nights. With no classes that evening, she began packing her belongings, intending to head out directly after class. Seeing her preparations, Li Qin teased, Are you going out to spend the night with your boyfriend again? Yes, he is rather clingy. Wen Li replied, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor. Li Qin expressed her envy. Your boyfriend is so sweet, unlike mine, who only knows how to play basketball. Just be careful, otherwise you might end up with an unexpected pregnancy. With a mischievous grin, she produced several condoms from her drawer and handed them to Wen Li. Here you go. Wen Li was not naive enough to believe in her friend's sudden generosity. A box of condoms would cost quite a bit, and considering Li Qin's family circumstances, she estimated their monthly expenses to be around 1 or 2,000. Blushing slightly, she accepted them and took a glance. These are small. My boyfriend isn't that size. You mean your boyfriend uses the small size? Li Qin's expression shifted, and she stammered, These are given to me by someone else. I hadn't paid attention. When Li, recalling something, quickly clarified, I didn't mean to imply your boyfriend is small. I just meant that his size is different from my boyfriend's. My boyfriend usually uses large. Thanks anyway. I'll have him make do with these tonight. It should be fine, she said as she finished packing, reaching up to a spot on the bookshelf, feeling for something before grabbing her belongings and heading out. She stepped out of the dormitory. She put in her earbuds, and after a while, Li Qin's voice reached her, confirming that she had given her the items and would not be returning to the dorm tonight, planning to spend the night with that boy they had been seeing frequently. After recording her message, she saved it in a folder. Later that afternoon, upon returning home, she was greeted by the lingering fragrance of lilies in the living room. She wondered what Fu Zheng was doing at that moment. Previously, she could not comprehend how people in love could be so inseparable, but now she understood that when you are enamored, it is beyond control. She sprayed a bit of water on the flowers and then took out the condoms that Li Qin had given her. Holding them up against the light, where she could faintly discern tiny pinholes, it dawned on her that they must be hoping for her to become pregnant. Suddenly, she recalled her past life abroad, where she was constantly pursued by boys. The culture there was much more liberated, and one-night stands were commonplace. While she had considered dating, the thought of those boys having been with numerous women made her hesitant to engage with them. Now, she felt fortunate. Otherwise, she would have no face to pursue Fu Zheng. She preferred a relationship that was pure both in spirit and body. Hearing the door open, Fu Zheng emerged from the bedroom, immediately noticing Wen Li examining the condoms. His footsteps faltered, in the next moment, their eyes met. Wen Li had not expected Fu Zheng to be there. Though she could be bold at times, she wished for nothing more than to find a blanket to cover herself in that moment. She set the condoms down and explained, My roommate gave these to me. I was just examining them. Fu Zheng strode over, took them from her hand, glanced at them briefly, and tossed them into the trash bin. No need to examine them. The size isn't suitable. Wen Li's first instinct was to ask, Have you used them? Fu Zheng rubbed his temples and replied, I haven't used them. Wen Li, are you sure you want to discuss this here? Sensing a hint of urgency, Wen Li shrank her neck but still nodded. If you have needs, I can accommodate. After a brief pause, she added softly, But please be gentle. I am afraid it will hurt. Fu Zheng's gaze deepened, and he rubbed his temples again, his tone growing serious. Wen Li responded, We are adults now. We will have to face this eventually. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a sharp pain on her forehead. She covered it with her hands and looked up at him with a hint of dependence. Fu Zheng, I miss you. In the next moment, she opened her arms to embrace him. Fu Zheng bent slightly, wrapping his arms around her firmly, and they stood face to face. The man parted his lips slightly, then kissed me. An older man could have such a simple request. Wen Li, eager to oblige, cupped his face, planting a gentle kiss before leaning in for a more passionate one. Fu Zheng, when are we going to sleep? At 27, Fu Zheng had normal physiological needs, and Wen Li did not want him to suppress himself any longer. If he continued to hold back, it might lead to complications. His deep-set eyes locked onto her, his voice husky. You are still young. Just a few more years. Focus on completing your studies with peace of mind. I am no longer a child. I am soon to turn 19, and my chest has developed somewhat. Wen Li said earnestly. Fu Zheng, almost instinctively, took a deep breath, placed her gently on the sofa, and turned away. Striding out, this time, Wen Li felt the weight of the moment. She inhaled deeply, gathering a flicker of courage, and rose to follow Fu Zheng. Just as she stepped into his room, he promptly pushed her back out and closed the door. If you come in again, I won't be back for a month, he stated. Wen Li pondered whether it was her lack of allure or his formidable self-control. She covered her flushed face with her hands. Her courage had waned, and she turned to retreat into her bedroom, shutting the door behind her and diving under the covers. Wen Li, you might as well forget your face, she thought. Half an hour later, a knock echoed on the bedroom door, and a calm voice called out, Come out for dinner. Wen Li murmured an acknowledgement, dawdling for a moment before exiting her room, feeling a tad embarrassed to face Fu Zheng. During dinner, she kept her head down, avoiding eye contact. Noticing that she was only eating plain rice, Fu Zheng's gaze lingered on her face. After a moment, he chuckled lightly and remarked, "So now you feel embarrassed?" Wenli immediately lifted her head, quickly grabbing a piece of vegetables and shoving it into his mouth, silencing him. Fu Zheng slowly swallowed the food, served her some vegetables, and spoke in a low voice. "I hope you think carefully before engaging in such matters." Just as Wenli was about to respond, he added, "Even if you think it through now, it doesn't matter. Your body has not fully developed yet." Her ears flushed crimson, and she buried her face deeper in her bowl, muttering, "You old-fashioned man, please stop." Fu Zheng rose to fetch a glass of warm water and placed it beside her, continuing, "I will be going abroad this weekend and will return next Wednesday." At this, Wenli said nothing. After all, they both had their own affairs to attend to. She nodded. "All right." Her overly agreeable response prompted Fu Zheng to glance at her, as if to inquire, "Don't you want me to accompany you?" While sipping her water, Wenli looked up in surprise. "No, you're going abroad for work." She added softly, "If I were to be unreasonable, you would surely find me bothersome." "Not at all," Fu Zheng replied, placing more vegetables in her bowl. "I would never find you bothersome." Wenli was well aware that Fu Zheng would not find her bothersome. If he had, he would have long ceased to care. She had often contemplated why Fu Zheng had always been so accommodating towards her. It seemed implausible that mere affection and love could compel him to take care of her. Such behavior was not typical of a rational individual. If she were in his position, she would likely not have continuously cared for an ungrateful person. She paused, looking at Fu Zheng. "What is it that you like about me?" "I am clearly lacking in many areas." As she spoke the last part, her voice dwindled, tinged with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng set down his chopsticks and replied in a measured tone, "Lacking in many areas, yet you still manage to captivate me?" Wenli quickly retorted, "I am indeed quite exceptional, but there are many outstanding women who admire you. Jiang Shi has an excellent background, is beautiful, holds a master's degree, and has pursued you for years, while I have only been at it for a month or two. Why did you agree to me?" Perhaps it was a woman's nature to seek clarity on why she was preferred, pondering what set her apart from others. Though she understood that Fu Zheng liked her, the affection brought with it a sense of insecurity. She feared another demise. Yet now she was more afraid of living while Fu Zheng might cease to care for her. At the mention of Jiang Shi's name, Fu Zheng's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers curling as he tapped on the table. "Let us eat first. The food will get cold." Wenli assumed he had nothing further to say, letting out a muffled acknowledgement as she lowered her head to eat. Once the meal was finished, she glanced at Fu Zheng, pouting as she cleared the dishes. However, before she could gather 2 bowls, Fu Zheng took the ones from her hands. "I do not like her. Why would I agree to her?" He stated coolly. "Do you think I, being older, would casually agree to such matters?" Using her own words against her. Wenli was momentarily speechless, her mouth opening and closing without sound as the bowls stacked on the table. Fu Zheng held them in both hands, looking at her. "Wenli, I am 8 years your senior. Simply saying I like you would be irresponsible. We will undoubtedly marry in the future." Wenli's eyes widened in astonishment. The man remained his usual composed self. She circled the table and, in the next moment, wrapped her arms around his waist. With his hands still occupied with the dishes, Fu Zheng could only look down at her, lips pursed. "Go sit on the sofa. I will wash the dishes. I'll wash them." Wenli insisted, thinking of how he had been the one cooking and washing dishes all this time. She could not let him continue to bear the burden alone. Yes, she reached for the dishes. Fu Zheng had no choice but to place them on the table, and in the next instant he swept her up in his arms and carried her toward the sofa. He set her down gently without uttering a word and walked toward the kitchen. Wenli tilted her head to watch him. He was rolling up his sleeves with a calm demeanor, his head slightly bowed, his nose forming a perfect straight line. She quickly grabbed her phone from the table and snapped a couple of secretive photos. When it was just the two of them, Fu Zheng habitually tidied up the house. Wenli saw him emerge from the kitchen and head into her bedroom, soon returning with a changed bedsheet, heading toward the laundry room. After resting for half an hour, Wenli returned to her bedroom and changed into a dance practice outfit, her hair styled into a bun in the living room. She began to practice while playing music on her phone. As Fu Jing exited the laundry room, his gaze lifted, and he paused, taken aback by the sight of Wen Li in a flowing, ink-colored dance dress. Adorned with delicate bells at her waist, she held the hem of her dress, giving it a graceful flick, the bells chiming sweetly. I could see that moment. Wen Li noticed him too, her eyes sparkling as she leaped toward him. Resembling a celestial being descending to earth, the wide sleeves of her dress brushed against his cheek, and Fu Jing's gaze darkened, his playful side awakening. She placed her hands on his shoulders, leaning back as her delicate face tilted backward, exposing her lovely neck and collarbone. After a twirl, she leaned against Fu Jing's chest, just as she intended to depart. Suddenly, her waist was cinched, and she gasped in surprise. Fu Jing's large hand gently caressed her lower back. His voice husky. "Have you had enough fun?" Wen Li, sensing the end of the game, smiled sweetly, nodding obediently. "I've had enough fun. Now it's my turn." Fu Jing's grip tightened around her waist, and in the next moment, he had her pinned against the wall. She instinctively tilted her head back, while he leaned in, their noses almost touching. Wen Li trembled, an overwhelming sensation of surrender washing over her soft. Unable to resist, she closed her eyes. The next instant, the warmth of his presence vanished, and the hands on her waist withdrew. She opened one, I defined only his retreating figure. At the same time, his voice, laced with amusement, rang out. "Continue practicing." Wen Li thought, this old man is indeed an old man. He can even resist kissing me now. She dashed toward him, leaping to embrace his neck. Fu Jing instinctively steadied her thigh to prevent her from falling. And Wen Li leaned in to kiss his ear, then quickly pressed her lips to his cheek. With a playful hum, she mumbled, "If you won't kiss me, then why kiss?" Before long, she noticed a faint blush creeping onto Fu Jing's ears and cheeks. "Fu Jing, you're shy," she teased. Chapter 55. Yet she missed him too much. Fu Jing turned his head, meeting Wen Li's slightly flushed face. She was shy but bold. He murmured, "Come a little closer." Wen Li assumed he was about to utter something romantic, so she pulled him closer, her face near his, filled with anticipation. "What is it?" In the next heartbeat, their lips met briefly before parting. Fu Jing set her down. "Now go practice. We'll leave for the movies at 9. At this, Wen Li's eyes lit up. "What movie are we watching?" Fu Jing settled onto the sofa, pulling out his phone to browse. "What genre do you want to watch?" he inquired, while practicing her dance moves. Wen Li asked, "What about you?" Fu Jing pondered for a moment before responding, "A war film." Fu Lao Yi enjoyed war films, and having been exposed to them, Fu Jing naturally developed a liking for them as well, though he had not yet reached the stage of needing to watch them every evening in his old age. Wen Li imagined the two of them in a cinema, surrounded by a crowd shouting commands to charge or attack. It seemed unlikely they would even want to hold hands, as it would not be conducive to romance. She lifted her dress hem and gave it a gentle toss, declaring, "No, let's watch a romantic film." Fu Jing merely nodded in agreement, having no strong opinions on the matter, and directly messaged by Cyan, "What emotional movies are out recently?"